Lin Quan traversed time to become the adopted son of Guardiola. Originally assigned to play as a midfielder, an unexpected awakening of the king of football system allowed him to inadvertently replicate Messi's peak attributes. This year marked the zenith of the two footballing titans. Messi set a world record by scoring an astonishing number of goals, while Ronaldo netted 63 times. The two of them dominated the football world, leaving no worthy rival in sight. However, from this year onward, the rivalry evolved into a triad. Guardiola clarified the rumors about his success being solely reliant on Lin Quan, stating emphatically that they were not mere rumors. Mourinho contended that without Lin, Guardiola's accolades would not surpass his own. Messi remarked that while people claimed Lin played like him, he believed such assertions were inaccurate, as Lin was a more well-rounded player. Ronaldo, initially thinking his only rival was Messi, was taken aback to find a formidable competitor in Lin Quan. Chapter 1. The Resurrected King of Football System. On May 6, 2012, at the Camp Nou in Barcelona, during the 37th round of La Liga, Barcelona faced Espanyol. This was the final home match of the season and a farewell to the legendary coach Guardiola. The stadium was filled to its capacity with 97,000 fans, whose enthusiasm was palpable despite the opponents being a lesser team. Soon, the match transformed into Messi's stage. With incisive dribbles and impeccable ball control, he captivated the audience entirely. In the 11th minute, Messi was fouled just outside the penalty area, prompting the referee to award a free kick. Messi took the free kick directly, scoring and putting Barcelona ahead 10. In the 64th minute, Messi deftly flicked the ball over a defender, leaving Espanyol's towering center-back unable to keep up, resulting in a handball. The referee, positioned nearby, awarded a penalty and issued a yellow card to the defender. Messi converted the penalty, hitting the post before the ball ricocheted into the net, marking his second goal of the match. 10 minutes later, receiving a long pass from Adriano, Messi skillfully maneuvered past the defense and scored again, completing his hat-trick. Just 5 minutes after that, he was awarded another penalty after a foul on Busquets, which he converted effortlessly, achieving an extraordinary 4-goal feat. As Messi netted his third goal, the Camp Nou erupted in song, celebrating their king. When he scored the fourth, fans rose in unison, applauding him. Not only ordinary fans, but even young players from Barcelona's youth team were in awe of Messi's brilliance. Messi, oh my, did you see that? He's like a god, exclaimed Gerard de la Fou, an excited young winger, shaking the shoulder of his teammate beside him. Seated next to him was Lin Quan, a 16-year-old midfielder with a handsome Asian visage, adopted by a Spanish couple and raised in Spain. Influenced by his adoptive father, a former professional midfielder, Lin developed a passion for football from a young age. He had been groomed as a successor to Xavi at La Masia, given his considerable talent. Lin nodded in agreement with de la Fou's sentiments. The year 2012 was undoubtedly the most phenomenal of Messi's career, as he scored a record-breaking 91 goals across all competitions, eclipsing Gerd Müller's long-standing record. At this time, Messi possessed speed, explosiveness, dribbling, passing, and organizational skills, rendering him nearly unstoppable on the field. However, Lin pondered the implications of Messi's greatness on his own position. As a midfielder, he was more inclined to observe the likes of Xavi and Iniesta, rather than Messi, whose exceptional talent seemed unrelated to his own role. Just as Lin contemplated this, an unexpected voice resonated in his mind. System detected a player meeting the king of football criteria. Would you like to replicate? Stunned, Lin realized that the long-dormant system had awakened. He had received this system at the age of 6, which initially imparted football knowledge before vanishing. For a decade, he had searched for ways to reactivate it, but to no avail. On the verge of giving up, he was astonished to find the system revived. Despite his previous disdain for the system, he recognized that without its assistance, he would not have reached his current level. Thus, upon hearing the system's prompt, he made a swift decision to proceed with the replication. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of memories surged into Lin's mind, revealing scenes of a diminutive player dribbling, passing, and scoring. Is this Messi's career memory? He realized, recognizing the player as the king of Camp Nou, Lionel Messi. As Messi's memories intertwined with his own, Lin absorbed the experiences of Messi's illustrious 8-year career. Memory transformation, complete physical transformation, will occur tonight. The system's modifications were indisputable, while the memory alteration was subtle. The physical transformation would be profound, likely noticeable to those around him. Lin felt a mix of excitement and trepidation at the prospect of such a transformation. After all, who could resist Messi's extraordinary talent? Yet, he was acutely aware that Messi's height was merely 1.7 meters, raising concerns about whether he too would be confined to that stature. The potential cost of such a gift seemed rather steep. Chapter 2. The Pinnacle of Messi. Lin, can you hear me? Deulofeu inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion as he waved his hand in front of his distracted friend's face. Yes, I'm listening, Lin Quan replied, regaining his focus. With a skeptical expression, Deulofeu pressed further. What were you just thinking about? I called your name several times, yet you did not respond. Noticing the curiosity etched on his friend's face, Lin Quan recognized the opportunity to deflect. I was pondering how many goals Messi would score this year. Messi, the idol of Deulofeu, piqued his interest immediately. I suppose he will net around 60 or 70 goals, perhaps? In the 2010 to 2011 season, Messi had scored a total of 57 goals. 53 for his club and 4 for his national team. His current form appeared significantly better than the previous year, thereby increasing the likelihood of surpassing last season's tally. Laughing, Lin Quan shook his head and remarked, Gerard, isn't Messi your idol? Why such a conservative prediction? Conservative? Deulofeu was bewildered. 60 to 70 goals is conservative? He was curious about what Lin Quan considered an ambitious estimate. How many do you think Messi can score? I believe he could reach 80 or even 90 goals. Lin Quan responded earnestly. Stop joking. Do you know what the world record is? Deulofeu's eyes widened in disbelief. The current world record stands at just 85 goals. If Messi were to score 80 or 90, that would imply he could potentially break the world record. But such a record is not easily shattered. Gerd Müller set the record in 1972, and for 40 years, no one had come close to breaking it. Even the players who approached that mark were few and far between. While Messi was undeniably great, Deulofeu could hardly envision him surpassing this monumental achievement. I am aware. The world record is indeed 85 goals, established by the German player Gerd Müller in 1972 during a calendar year. However, in the first 5 months of this year, Messi has already scored 46 goals, leaving him less than 40 goals shy of Müller's record. With 5 months still remaining in the year, he has ample time to continue scoring. Given his current form, I believe this record is not as unattainable as it seems. Deulofeu, now convinced, began to calculate the likelihood of Messi breaking the world record, no longer interrupting Lin Quan. Lin Quan turned his gaze back to the field. After scoring the 4th goal, Messi and his Barcelona teammates walked towards the sidelines to find their coach, Guardiola. Thank you, Pep. These 4 goals are for you, Messi exclaimed. Embracing Guardiola and whispering in his ear, Guardiola gently patted Messi's back, his eyes glistening with unshed tears and a bittersweet sensation lingering in his nose. I am grateful to you as well, Leo. You deserve the cheers of 100,000 fans at Camp Nou. Memories of his 4-year coaching tenure at Camp Nou flooded his mind, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. As a product of Barcelona's youth academy, he joined the club at the tender age of 13, dedicating 17 years of his life to the team. It is fair to say that the majority of his professional career was spent at Barcelona. Upon retiring and transitioning into coaching, his first role was with Barcelona's B team. His remarkable success there garnered the club's admiration, leading to his swift promotion to head coach of the first team. During his 4 years at the helm, he led Barcelona to 3 league titles, 2 Champions League trophies, 2 Copa del Rey victories, 3 Spanish Super Cups, 2 UEFA Super Cups, and 2 Club World Cups. This era, celebrated by fans as the Dream Team 3, marked the pinnacle of Barcelona's history, unmatched by any other period. Such illustrious achievements not only elevated his status in the hearts of fans, but also earned him the respect and affection of the players. There are numerous talented players at the peak of their careers, yet few encounter a great coach who guides them to significant accomplishments and a multitude of trophies. Among the Barcelona players, particularly the young talents promoted from the youth ranks by Guardiola, there exists a profound gratitude towards him. Had he not parted ways with star players like Ibrahimovic and Eto'o, these young talents might not have had their opportunities. Without his possession-based tactics, Barcelona's achievements would not have been as resplendent. Now, this esteemed coach, who nurtured their growth and led them to glory, was departing. Many young players felt a sense of anxiety, fearing they might lose their places within the new coach's tactical framework. Thus, upon witnessing Guardiola's heartfelt display of emotion, they mustered the courage to plead with him to stay. Please remain, coach. Barcelona needs you. Indeed, stay with us, Chief. We need you too. Guardiola's heart was heavy with bittersweet feelings. He had experienced glory at Barcelona and had so many exceptional players under his guidance. Given the opportunity, he would prefer not to leave. However, with the club undergoing a change in presidency, Laporta's departure and Rosell's ascension complicated matters, as he and Rosell did not share a cordial relationship. Particularly disconcerting was Rosell's ruthless approach to reform, which included stripping the legendary Cruyff of his honorary presidency. Despite his immense contributions to the club, this deeply unsettled Guardiola, and as the head coach, navigating a difficult relationship with the club's president made fulfilling his duties exceedingly challenging. Signs of discord had already emerged this season. Players like Pique were gradually distancing themselves from his influence. This led Guardiola to perceive that Rosell was issuing a warning through the players, compelling him to depart. Consequently, without securing a new position, Guardiola resolved to resign from Barcelona, thereby asserting his stance that he was not a traitor to the club, but rather a victim of circumstance. Thus, when confronted with players urging him to stay, he could only respond with a wry smile and shake his head, saying, "Enough of this, my dear children. The match is not over yet. Enjoy the game and the cheers of the fans." Perhaps Guardiola's refusal to heed the players' pleas impacted their morale, resulting in Barcelona not only failing to score in the subsequent matches, but also accumulating fouls and yellow cards. Both Titi and Captain Puyol received yellow cards within 5 minutes, and Messi squandered a clear chance in the 87th minute. Had he scored, he would have achieved the remarkable feat of 5 goals in one match. Under normal circumstances, Guardiola would have expressed his dissatisfaction from the sidelines. Yet this time, he chose to remain seated on the bench, calmly sipping water, not rising from his seat. With a score of 4-0 and merely 1 minute remaining, plus 4 minutes of stoppage time, a comeback was implausible. As long as the players avoided further foolish mistakes that might lead to red cards, nothing else mattered. Nevertheless, even a red card would not bear significant consequence, as Barcelona had already relinquished their hopes of winning the league title, trailing Real Madrid by 7 points. The outcome of the final match would not affect the standings. Thus, they could afford to play without pressure. For minutes later, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. Thanks to Messi's extraordinary 4-goal performance, Barcelona triumphed 4-0 over their city rivals, Espanyol, concluding their home fixtures for the season. Chapter 3. Farewell Ceremony. Following the match, Barcelona held a farewell ceremony for Guardiola. A crowd of 100,000 fans rose in unison, singing the Guardiola anthem. For them, it was a day filled with both joy and sorrow. They rejoiced in having the 25-year-old Messi at the peak of his powers, yet mourned the departure of their legendary coach Guardiola, a consequence of the club's presidential upheaval. This circumstance left them feeling somewhat pessimistic about the future of the team. It is challenging to find another coach like Guardiola, who emerged from the La Masia Youth Academy, understood Barcelona's tactical nuances, and fully capitalized on the club's strengths to develop an innovative tactical framework that showcased their advantages. Under Guardiola's stewardship, Barcelona had once achieved the remarkable feat of fielding an entire 11 composed solely of La Masia graduates. However, after Guardiola's departure, could his successor continue to utilize La Masia players in such a manner? Could they replicate Guardiola's illustrious accomplishments? The more they pondered these questions, the deeper their sense of loss for Guardiola became. The fans waved Barcelona flags, held aloft various images depicting Guardiola, and sang fervently in praise of him. Guardiola made his solitary way to the stadium, lifting his gaze towards the stands, surveying the arena where he had orchestrated the team's illustrious triumphs, etching their legends into history. Yet, after this day, he would no longer belong to this place. Should he return in the future, it would likely be as an adversary. Would the adoring fans still receive him with the same warmth, cheering for him as they did today? At that moment, the grand screen in the stadium began to showcase the splendid highlights of Guardiola's 4-year tenure. The first league title, the inaugural Champions League victory, the historic sextuple, each achievement unfurled before the audience. The screen captured Guardiola's jubilant celebrations as players scored, his commanding presence on the sidelines amidst torrential rain, his ecstatic sprinting during victorious moments, and his fervent laps around the pitch during their first triumph. It also depicted his meticulous note-taking during matches, diligently analyzing tactics and opponents' weaknesses. The montage culminated in a poignant scene of the team celebrating their recent Champions League victory, with Guardiola being hoisted aloft by his players. Overwhelmed with emotion, Guardiola accepted the microphone from a staff member. He brought it to his lips several times, yet hesitated, fearful that his voice might betray a quiver of emotion to the fans and players. This was his home, and he was about to depart. They say that the longing for home intensifies upon nearing it. Yet what must the heart feel when a wanderer leaves their homeland, uncertain of what lies ahead? Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and spoke. I wish to express my gratitude to everyone, especially to those beside me, my players, the coaching staff, and the club personnel. I am also profoundly thankful to our supporters. Though we may be distant, I feel your unwavering support every single day. You should know that I will miss you dearly. Departing from Camp Nou, your support fills me with exhilaration. The fans waved banners and placards, demonstrating their appreciation for Guardiola, showering him with applause and best wishes. As for the reasons for his departure, he had addressed them on numerous occasions, yet felt compelled to reiterate. During my 4 years at Barcelona, we have achieved remarkable success. Yet the pressure of my role has been immense, and I have scarcely been able to spend quality time with my family. For this, I apologize to them. And I promise to dedicate the forthcoming period to being with my loved ones. Guardiola's gaze drifted towards the players' tunnel, where his girlfriend, Christina Sarah, stood smiling with their 4 children. Among them was Lin Quan, the child they had lovingly adopted, though not of their own blood. Guardiola and Sarah treated Lin Quan with the same affection and equality as their biological children. Guardiola waved at them, and Sarah promptly led the 4 children towards him. Well done, Pep. Our holiday can finally begin. As Sila embraced her beloved with a smile, she discerned a hint of melancholy in Guardiola's demeanor. In an effort to divert his attention, she suggested a vacation. Thank you, Christina. I apologize for not being able to spend quality time with you and the children over the years. Guardiola expressed his remorse once more, sincerity etched in his words. There's no need for apologies. If you truly feel indebted, perhaps it would be better to demonstrate it through tangible actions. Indeed, that is a commendable suggestion. I shall contemplate it. Guardiola mused over the prospect of marriage, believing it was time to conclude this lengthy romantic journey. When it was Lin Quan's turn, Guardiola took the initiative to embrace him, giving a firm pat on his shoulder as he spoke. Lin, you are now 16. It is time to consider your future career path. What are your thoughts? Lin Quan pondered seriously for a moment before replying. I plan to hone my skills further at Barcelona, and then seek a loan or transfer to another team. Do you wish to leave Barcelona? Guardiola was somewhat taken aback by Lin Quan's sentiments. It was rare for a player from the La Masia Academy to express a desire to depart from Barcelona. Yet, observing Lin Quan, it seemed he did not harbor profound affection for the club. Was it possible that the strained relationship between Guardiola and the club, culminating in his resignation, had influenced Lin Quan's perspective? Yes, the first team at Barcelona is replete with talent. I have little opportunity here, hence the necessity to leave. Lin Quan's words hinted at a deeper discontent. He felt that Barcelona was not worth his loyalty. The club's decision to unceremoniously dismiss Messi, a legendary figure who had dedicated 21 years and scored over 600 goals, demonstrated a stark lack of compassion. Such a club would only attract a fool willing to remain. Guardiola contemplated the situation. Indeed, Barcelona's midfield was brimming with exceptional talent. Players like Busquets, Xavi, and Iniesta were in their prime, showcasing formidable prowess. It was unlikely for younger players to compete against them, although during his tenure as head coach, he had envisioned nurturing Lin Quan as Xavi's successor, even assigning him the number 4 jersey, one he himself had worn during his time at Barcelona. He could not predict how the club's tactics would evolve post his departure. Each coach has unique philosophies. Some prefer to rely on homegrown talent, while others opt for established stars from outside. Therefore, the developmental plan he had devised for Lin Quan might no longer be viable. Very well, I respect your choice. We shall discuss this further when you return. Lin Quan nodded, acknowledging that Guardiola, as a legendary coach in high demand, was someone whose opinions he would certainly weigh. After exchanging embraces with family, colleagues, and teammates, Guardiola departed the stadium briskly amid the warm send-off from the club staff. From this moment on, Guardiola severed his ties with Barcelona. Many, including fans and club executives, believed this was merely a temporary separation. They anticipated that after the club's presidential transition and the easing of tensions between Guardiola and the club, he would return. However, no one expected this farewell to be permanent. Chapter 4. The transformation of the body is complete. Skills surge. That evening, upon returning home, Lin Quan had just settled into bed when he heard the system's voice. Body transformation initiated. Required time, 8 hours. Without affording Lin Quan a moment to ponder, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he immediately slipped into a deep slumber. He slept soundly for 8 hours, awakening refreshed and invigorated. Had the system's transformation been completed? Lin Quan examined himself. His height remained unchanged. Upon measuring, he confirmed he still stood at his original height of 172 meters. Previously, he had worried that the system's enhancement might reduce him to Messi's stature, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Nonetheless, Messi's incisive breakthroughs and dribbling prowess were closely tied to his height. Messi's rapid footwork, combined with his innate sense of the ball, allowed him to engage with it more frequently and swiftly than others. In the same time frame, while others could execute 2 maneuvers, he could accomplish 3. Thus, by manipulating the rhythm of play, Messi could bypass most defenders. This was also Messi's remarkable strength. He had perfected the art of rhythm alteration. A singular skill, mastered to perfection, rendered him virtually uncontainable. You might anticipate his move to evade you, yet your body couldn't keep pace with your mind, leading to iconic moments, such as Boateng tripping over himself. Therefore, Lin Quan harbored concerns that an increase in height might adversely affect his breakthrough and dribbling skills. Was a 172-meter Messi still Messi? No, he needed to test it on the pitch. With excitement, Lin Quan seized a football and rode his bicycle towards the training ground. What was this child doing up so early? Wasn't he the youth team's training set for 9:30 a.m.? It was barely 6:30. Observing Lin Quan's hasty departure, Sarah turned to Guardiola, perplexed. Guardiola, deep in thought, recalled his conversation with Lin Quan from the previous day. The boy had grown, developing his own ideas. His earnest training seemed a preparation for his departure from Barcelona. With this realization, Guardiola resolved to leverage his connections to help Lin Quan find a suitable team. If he was indeed to leave Barcelona, he must at least be placed in a commendable team to safeguard his career. Lin Quan arrived early. The training facility was deserted except for the security guard. After greeting the guard, he eagerly dashed onto the training field, impatient to begin his drills. He was eager to experience what it felt like to play in the style of Messi. Until the ball arrived at his feet, Lin Quan had not noticed anything unusual. However, the moment the ball touched his foot, he immediately sensed a striking difference. He distinctly sensed that his stride had accelerated considerably. Where he previously managed only 2 steps per second, he could now take at least 3 or even 4 steps within the same time frame. Beyond the increase in cadence, he also felt that his ball control had significantly improved. Upon receiving the ball, it seemed as though it was glued to his foot, allowing him to manipulate it with precision, ensuring that it never strayed more than half a meter from his body. This distance held great significance, particularly for him as a midfielder. He understood better than anyone that the reason Messi is so difficult to dispossess lies in 2 factors. First, his rapid touch frequency, allowing him to maintain possession before opponents can intervene. Second, his exceptional ball control, which ensures that the ball remains within a manageable distance, making it challenging for defenders to reclaim it. Thus, the only effective strategy against Messi is to prevent the ball from reaching his feet. After conducting a series of experiments, Lin was pleasantly surprised. The system had proven remarkably reliable, effectively transferring Messi's attributes to him. He then attempted several of Messi's signature dribbling maneuvers, such as flicking the ball over defenders, using both the inside and outside of his foot to evade challenges, stopping and turning, performing nutmegs, and executing a series of feints before shooting. While these moves were not exclusive to Messi, his superior ball control and rapid touch frequency rendered them far more threatening in his hands than in those of other players. "Hey, Lin, why are you here so early?" After practicing for an hour on the field, having breakfast in the cafeteria, and subsequently showering in the locker room, Deulofeu and others finally arrived. Noticing Lin practicing alone, Deulofeu was somewhat taken aback. In his memory, Lin was not particularly diligent. Why had he come so early today, given his sweat-drenched appearance? It was evident he had been training for quite some time. "I want to play for the first team." Lin responded earnestly to Deulofeu's inquiry. "Are you joking? You're only 16, not even 17 yet. How could someone your age possibly make it to the first team?" Deulofeu recalled his own experience of coming on as a substitute in the 11th round of last year's La Liga, where Barcelona triumphed over Mallorca. However, by the time he entered the match, the score was already 4-0, with Messi having scored 3 goals within the first 30 minutes, effectively sealing the game. Guardiola had merely substituted him in to experience the atmosphere and to develop young talent. During those few minutes on the pitch, he had felt firsthand the vast disparity in skill between the first team and the youth squad. It made Deulofeu acutely aware of the need to enhance his own abilities and skills if he wished to secure a place on the first team. Being a year and a half older than Lin, he felt uncertain about his own standing in the first team. With Lin being younger and more slender, his chances seemed even slimmer. Certainly, I am not joking, nor did I imply that one must firmly establish oneself at Barcelona. You wish to depart from Barcelona? Deulofeu was taken aback. For a player who has come to La Masia, the dream is to remain here, aspiring to one day grace the pitch at Camp Nou. It astonished him that Lin Quan, a native of Barcelona with deep roots, would contemplate leaving the city. Naturally, without leaving Barcelona, how could one aspire to play in the first team? Additionally, players trained at La Masia are highly sought after, so finding a team is hardly a concern. I believe you might want to ponder this. Should remaining at Barcelona not be an absolute necessity? I vaguely recalled Deulofeu's struggles during his time at Barcelona, his repeated comings and goings leading to little success. Thus, Lin Quan offered a gentle reminder to his friend. Whether or not he heeds it is beyond Lin's control. Just as some harbor dreams of playing for Real Madrid from a young age, many young players, drawn by Barcelona's illustrious achievements, have developed aspirations to serve the club. Deulofeu is among them. At that moment, the youth team's coaches approached, beckoning the players to assist in moving equipment as they prepared to commence today's training. In 5 days, they would face Almeria, a league opponent, on their turf. Currently, Almeria ranks 7th in the Segunda División, while Barcelona's youth team sits in 8th place. Although the rankings differ by merely one position, the opponent boasts a 14-point lead, indicating a significant disparity in strength. The team has suffered 2 consecutive defeats, including a humiliating 4-1 loss to Celta, bringing embarrassment to the Barcelona club. Consequently, the club issued a stern directive. They must secure a victory against Almeria to end the losing streak. This imposed considerable pressure on the coaching staff, who regarded the upcoming match with utmost seriousness. Therefore, they planned to conduct an internal training match, selecting the players in peak condition to travel for the game. Such training matches were not uncommon, and as a key defensive midfielder, Lin Quan usually donned the blue vest signifying a starter. However, today, the assistant coach handed him a yellow vest typically reserved for substitutes. What could this mean? Lin Quan glanced at youth team coach Enrique, who appeared to be engaging in a rather affable discussion with club president Rosell. Was this the doing of Rosell? Chapter 5. Just like Messi. On the sidelines of the training ground, Rosell and Enrique were conversing. Guardiola had departed, and next season, Villanova would take the helm. However, due to Villanova's health issues, his tenure might be brief. Rosell's gaze swept across the young players on the training field as he casually remarked to coach Enrique. It has become tradition for Barcelona to promote talent and coaches from within their youth ranks, and as the head of the youth team, Enrique has a promising opportunity to ascend to the first-team coaching position. Upon hearing this, Enrique felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress his anticipation. Barcelona is undoubtedly one of the most successful and powerful clubs in contemporary football. To coach such a prestigious team is, for a young coach like him, a dream come true, especially for someone with a deep-rooted connection to Barcelona. Venturing to other clubs may not yield favorable outcomes. Enrique once departed from Barcelona, yet his tenure in Serie A was far from successful. Following a disappointing season at Roma, he was dismissed and had no choice but to return to Barcelona. Just as he made his return, Guardiola's resignation opened a door of opportunity for Enrique. He learned that the club intended to select either him or Martino as the head coach. It was evident that Villanova was merely a transitional figure, unlikely to remain in the position for long. Thus, if Enrique could best Martino, the role of Barcelona's head coach would undoubtedly be his. Gaining the support of the club president was essential in this competitive landscape. Rest assured, President, I will wholeheartedly cooperate with your endeavors. Enrique, quick to respond, expressed his loyalty upon hearing Rosell's insinuation. For him, securing a few years as Barcelona's head coach and achieving notable accomplishments would furnish him with an impressive resume to coach elite clubs in the future. If he could lead Barcelona to a Champions League title, he might even surpass Guardiola and emerge as a new generation's legendary young coach. With this thought, Enrique's gaze towards Rosell became fervent. Excellent, Luis. I indeed did not misjudge you. Rosell nodded in satisfaction and casually remarked, "I've heard there is a young player in the youth team closely connected to Guardiola. Is this true?" Enrique promptly nodded, pointing to Lin Quan, who was training on the field, and replied, "Yes, the young player in jersey number 4 is indeed Guardiola's adopted son." "Ah, I see." Rosell nodded lightly and nonchalantly instructed, "Since Guardiola is no longer with the club, let us remove any players who entered through his connections. We do not require such players at Barcelona." Enrique opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to defend Lin Quan, asserting his talent and that he was not merely a product of nepotism. With his abilities, he could certainly establish himself within Barcelona's youth team. However, the club president harbored a disdain for him, or rather, for Guardiola. Consequently, Lin Quan, being Guardiola's adopted son, found himself ensnared in the fallout. "Yes, President, I understand what needs to be done." Rosell nodded, affirming the matter. "Handle it delicately. I wish to avoid any gossip." Rosell patted his shoulder and left with a parting remark. As Enrique watched Rosell's departing figure, he could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Just after Guardiola's exit, the club was already seeking to expel his adopted son. Should this matter come to light, the repercussions would be dire. As the individual responsible for orchestrating this endeavor, should he fail to manage it adeptly, he may very well find himself shouldering the blame. Thus, how can he fulfill the club president's directives while avoiding censure? An idea swiftly emerged. He would arrange for Lin Quan to be loaned to a less formidable team, allowing him to partake in first-team matches. If Lin Quan proves unable to secure a place in the first team, Barcelona could then seize the opportunity to terminate his contract. At that juncture, no one could argue. After all, if he cannot establish himself in such a modest club, how could he possibly thrive at a prestigious powerhouse like Barcelona? Consequently, even if he were to be let go, he would escape reprimand. Upon contemplating this, Enrique could not help but revel in his own cleverness. "Truly, I am astute." He then beckoned his assistant coach, Jordi Blanca, and inquired, "Blanca, where are the loan applications submitted by other teams?" "They are in your office." "Very well. Keep an eye on things here. I shall return shortly." After Enrique spoke, he departed directly. Just as he turned to leave, Lin Quan executed a remarkable breakthrough along the flank. Assigned to the substitute side, Lin Quan faced the defensive lineup of the youth team as starters. Having played together previously, the youth players were well aware of Lin Quan's attributes. His physique lacked the necessary robustness, rendering him vulnerable in confrontations. Thus, when defending against him, they could press aggressively, utilizing their bodies to impede his advance or even dispossess him. In the past, when confronted with such tactics, Lin Quan would instinctively distribute the ball, minimizing his possession time to deny opponents the chance for physical engagement. He was a deep-lying playmaker, with exemplary passing and control abilities, acute awareness, and an overarching vision. Coupled with a modicum of interception skills, he would suffice. Expecting him to break through like a winger was rather unrealistic. However, today, upon receiving a pass from a teammate, he instinctively flicked the ball outward with the outside of his foot, while simultaneously lowering his right shoulder, feigning an attempt to break down the right sideline. Rafinha, tasked with marking him, was momentarily taken aback, as this was a common maneuver employed by wingers during outside breakthroughs. Did his opponent intend to bypass him? He quickly halted and lateralized his movement, preparing to position himself to force Lin Quan out of bounds. Yet, just as Rafinha executed his maneuver, Lin Quan deftly controlled the ball, allowing it to glide past his right side. With the ball positioned near his right foot, Rafinha instinctively reached out to intercept it. However, he neglected the fact that his body was still in lateral motion. As he lifted his right foot, his body twisted awkwardly, resulting in a sudden fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Quan and the ball smoothly completed the breakthrough along the flank. The moment Lin Quan outmaneuvered Rafinha, all players on the field, including the coaches on the sidelines, were momentarily stunned. A singular thought echoed in their minds. Why did Lin Quan's style of play evoke such a striking resemblance to that of Messi? Chapter 6. One man breaching an entire defense on the sidelines. The coaching staff, including assistant coach Blanca, were taken aback by Lin Quan's recent dazzling breakthrough. Particularly striking was his dribbling style, reminiscent of Messi, which sparked a lively discussion among them. That maneuver was indeed akin to Messi's. Yes, he truly maximized the effectiveness of the feint and touch. Rafinha made the right choice. Had he not moved laterally, the opponent would surely have breached his left flank. Indeed, Lin Quan's feint was remarkably convincing. The shoulder drop, coupled with the shift in his center of gravity, was exceedingly deceptive. It was easy to fool not only inexperienced young players, but even seasoned veterans. To defend against Messi, one must not be misled by his feints. Only through exceptional anticipation can one hope to succeed in one-on-one defense. The conversation heated up, but gradually shifted from Lin Quan to Messi. Lin Quan's dribbling, while fundamentally a common skill, was executed with a level of deception that few in the football world could match. To the coaching staff, Lin Quan's recent move mirrored Messi's style, possessing at least 70 to 80% of Messi's prowess. Indeed, Messi's influence on young players is immense. Not only in youth teams, but throughout the entire La Masia Academy, countless aspiring players emulate his style. It is true that many strive to mimic Messi, not just in La Masia, but globally, where a wave of imitation has surged. You may not know, but recently, many young players from various countries have joined us at La Masia, often bearing titles like Japan's Messi or Korea's Messi. One coach responsible for youth training remarked with a smile, "If these players from different nations could achieve 70 to 80% of Messi's ability, they would easily become football stars." Haha, but how could that be? There is only one Messi in this world. No one can reach his heights. Messi, a product of the La Masia Academy, left a profound impression on many coaches who once guided him. His unique style of play is rooted in his extraordinary talent, which cannot be replicated by others lacking such gift. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Quan's breakthrough captivated the coaches. While many attempt to imitate Messi, few evoke the sensation of having Messi himself on the pitch. As the match continued, Lin Quan successfully maneuvered past Rafinha and approached the edge of the penalty area. The starting team's center back, Banyak, dared not let him advance further toward the box. He promptly moved forward, positioning himself on Lin Quan's inside, forcing him toward the baseline and preventing any potential cut-ins for shots or passes. Currently, there was only one attacking player inside the penalty area, yet 3 defenders were present. Furthermore, the substitute team's forward stood at a mere 175 centimeters, while the defenders opposing him towered above 180 centimeters. If Lin Quan truly finds himself cornered near the baseline, his passing is likely to pose little threat, with a higher probability of being cleared by the defenders. Not wishing to squander this opportunity, he promptly advances the ball towards Banyak, while simultaneously surveying the positions of nearby teammates, preparing to make a pass. This action garnered praise from several coaches on the sidelines. Lin is playing astutely, aware that his ability to evade defenders is limited, necessitating a quick release of the ball. Indeed, the main defensive midfielder is not far behind, having already closed the distance from the rear. A delay in passing could lead to being surrounded and subsequently losing possession. However, it appears the substitute team's players are slightly sluggish, and no one is available to support him nearby, as Banyak and another covering defender have effectively obstructed the passing lane to the forward. It seems the only option is to pass back. Yet doing so would squander this attacking opportunity. A back pass would waste the chance, whereas not passing would likely result in losing the ball and conceding a counterattack. Comparatively, a back pass seems the safer choice. Why is everyone so cautious? He has just executed a splendid breakthrough. He could certainly attempt another. A young coach evidently harbors a different perspective, as he appears more audacious compared to his more conservative counterparts. Should Lin Quan successfully bypass Banyak's defense, he could create a 2-on-2 opportunity, at which point the remaining 2 defenders would inevitably have to split to intercept him. Consequently, the opposing team's encirclement of the substitute forward would become ineffective. At that juncture, he could either take a shot at goal or pass to the forward, thereby expanding his options. What choice will he make? The coaches are all keen to observe Lin Quan's decision. Lin Quan opted for the breakthrough. Although Banyak is a young player born in 1995, his defensive acumen is quite seasoned. He neither commits to a fixed position nor recklessly lunges in. Instead, he maintains his ground, keeping an appropriate distance, gradually retreating to force his opponent to decelerate. This distance is not great, enabling the defender to interfere or block the shot as the opponent adjusts their stance. Thus, the likelihood of the ball being deflected is significantly increased. Moreover, if the attacking player falls into his rhythm and is compelled to slow down, the threat posed by the opponent diminishes considerably. Without the advantage of speed, it becomes quite challenging to bypass a stationary defender. Furthermore, other defensive players are racing back at full speed. Should the attacking player decelerate, they would swiftly be caught. Therefore, Lin Quan must not fall into the opponent's trap. He cannot afford to slow down or come to a halt. To counter a retreating defense like Banyak's, Messi possesses a highly effective maneuver in his arsenal, the feint combined with a change of direction. Seizing the moment when Banyak lifts his left foot to retreat, Lin Quan deftly nudges the ball to the right. This maneuver reminded the coaches on the sidelines of his earlier breakthrough, leading them to believe Lin would employ the same tactic. Alas, a miscalculation occurred. The ball was pushed too far, observing the football roll away to a considerable distance. The coaches expressed their disappointment. At this range, the defender can easily intercept the ball. As expected, upon witnessing an error from the opposing player, Banyak swiftly extended his lifted left foot, intending to prod the ball. However, just as he believed he would be the first to make contact, a foot struck the ball with greater speed, redirecting it to the other side. Banyak stood in stunned disbelief. How had the opponent achieved this? Could it be that the earlier mishap was not a blunder, but rather a trap set for him? In a fleeting moment, Lin Quan touched the ball twice with his right foot before gently slicing it with the outside of his left foot. The ball rolled towards Banyak's right side. Yet at that moment, his left foot had not yet landed, rendering his right foot immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Quan used the inner part of his left foot to once again nudge the ball, altering its trajectory as it rolled forward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Quan glided past Banyak, lifted his head to assess the positioning of the defenders, and decisively struck for the goal. This shot came as a surprise. The two defenders behind him were caught off guard, and the goalkeeper did not anticipate that he could create an angle to shoot. By the time he saw Lin Quan take the shot and leap to save, it was already too late. The ball, traveling at a moderate speed, soared into the top right corner of the net, kissing the intersection of the crossbar and post as it nestled in the goal. This was a theoretical dead zone. Even if the goalkeeper had been prepared, executing a save would have been exceedingly difficult. The score on the field shifted to 1-0, with the substitute team astonishingly taking the lead. After a moment of stunned silence, the substitute players erupted in a frenzy, rushing towards Lin Quan. Startled by the sudden commotion and sensing impending chaos, Lin Quan attempted to flee, but escape was futile. He was overwhelmed by a throng of substitute players, collapsing beneath a mountain of jubilant bodies. Meanwhile, the first-team players stood with their hands on their hips, rooted in place, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. They had witnessed Lin Quan's entire journey from the sideline to the penalty area, culminating in his goal. Aside from the central midfielder Rafinha, who may have underestimated his opponent and was easily bypassed, the other players had made no mistakes. Yet the opponent had scored a seemingly unreasonable goal, leaving them at a loss for words to even blame their teammates. At that moment, Enrique, back in the office poring over documents, was contemplating which team to send Lin Quan to, utterly unaware of the unfolding events on the field. Chapter 7. Another goal after the jubilant celebration of the substitutes. Teammates helped Lin Quan to his feet. A few close allies affectionately ruffled his hair before returning to their positions. Not only the substitutes, but also several players from the first team congratulated Lin Quan. Deulofeu even enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Lin, how did you just do that? Breaking through an entire defensive line like that is something even I, a designated winger, have never accomplished. He found it astonishing that his friend, who played as a defensive midfielder, managed to achieve what he could not. Do you want to learn? Lin Quan asked earnestly. Yes. Deulofeu nodded eagerly. I learned from Messi. If you wish to improve, watch more of Messi's matches, observe and learn, and you will naturally master it. Lin Quan responded with a serious demeanor. Initially, it was merely a jest to deceive the other party, yet to my astonishment, Deulofeu took it to heart. How intriguing. No wonder I found your extraordinary approach somewhat familiar. Deulofeu silently resolved that once the youth team's training concluded, he would venture to the first team to glean insights from Messi up close. With unwavering dedication and a steadfast commitment to learning, he was certain that he would master the skills. Lin Quan, at a loss for words, observed the eagerness radiating from his companion and refrained from dampening his enthusiasm. Nonetheless, Deulofeu's increased visibility in the first team could prove beneficial. This might leave a lasting impression on the coach, making it more likely for him to be considered when the time comes to promote players from the youth squad. As the match progressed, the main team, feeling disgruntled due to the scoreline, intensified their offensive efforts right from the outset. They adopted the first team's possession-based tactics, pressing aggressively in the midfield and advancing their defensive line. This strategy allowed them to effectively intercept and constrict the opposing player's passing lanes, thereby increasing the likelihood of errors. Should the rivals falter, they could swiftly seize the ball in the opponent's half, launching a threatening counterattack. However, this approach harbored risks. Should they encounter a rapid counterattack from their adversaries and fail to intercept the ball during the transition, their weakened defense could become a critical vulnerability. Guardiola's possession strategy, while enhancing offensive play, did not significantly bolster defensive capabilities. It essentially represented a revolutionary form of defensive strategy. The crux of defense lay in denying the opposition the ball. Without possession, the rivals could not score, ultimately succumbing to Barcelona's relentless onslaught. After all, prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. In response to such tactics, Mourinho, during his tenure at Real Madrid, devised a swift counterattack strategy. The essence of this approach was to minimize the number of passes. Players were not permitted to dribble, but were required to release the ball quickly, ideally with a single touch. Furthermore, passes could not be lateral or backward but must advance forward. The wingers, during a counterattack, needed to exhibit speed, creating space for trailing players to find appropriate passing lanes. The transition had to be as concise as possible, avoiding direct confrontation with Barcelona in midfield. Instead, the play would bypass the midfield, initiating from the back line, rapidly transitioning to the front in 2 or 3 touches, thereby posing a threat to the opponent's goal within mere seconds. Such counterattacks, if executed successfully, could instill significant intimidation in the adversary, even if they ultimately failed to score, compelling them to restrain their forward momentum and refrain from committing excessive resources to the attack. To achieve this effect, the defending side required a competent player capable of delivering accurate passes from the back line, along with 1 or 2 swift, skilled wingers. Fortuitously, the youth team boasted such talent. Lin Quan, endowed with Messi-like attributes. In the 18th minute of the match, as the main team aggressively pursued the ball in the opponent's half, the substitutes faltered repeatedly. Following their possession, the main team mounted a siege on the substitutes' goal. However, due to the overwhelming number of defenders in the penalty area, their attempts on goal failed to pose any threat, ultimately falling into the goalkeeper's grasp. Lin Quan glanced at the vacant half of the main team's field and promptly raised his hand to request the ball. Having previously demonstrated exceptional skill, he had completely earned the trust of his fellow substitute players. The goalkeeper unhesitatingly passed the ball to him. As the ball reached Lin Quan's feet, 2 players from the main team rushed forward to intercept, intent on dispossessing him as they had done with other substitutes. However, Lin Quan deftly received the ball, executing a smooth turn that allowed him to glide past one defender. He then cleverly used his opponent as a shield to block another approaching player. This evasion was executed with remarkable finesse, fluidity, and instantly created a favorable angle for him. Without hesitation, he made a diagonal long pass to the right winger of the substitute team, simultaneously signaling a tactical maneuver. Upon receiving the ball, the right winger surged forward rapidly into the main team's territory. The main team's defense comprised only 3 defenders, one of whom, sensing the threat, advanced to challenge the substitute right winger. The other 2 defenders retreated while preparing to cover. The right winger, cautious of losing possession, noticed the defender obstructing his path and promptly passed the ball diagonally forward. The placement of the ball appeared vacant, seemingly a mistake. Yet, in an instant, a flash of yellow zipped by and claimed the ball. The receiver was none other than Lin Quan. Stop him, the main team's center back, upon realizing it was Lin Quan in possession, immediately panicked. After executing the pass, Lin Quan dashed forward, outpacing the defenders to seize the ball. However, his speed advantage was minimal, as the main team's central midfielder caught up with him. Positioned approximately 35 meters from the goal, if Lin Quan advanced any further, he would likely attempt a shot. Consequently, the central midfielder swiftly grasped Lin Quan's jersey and collided with him in an effort to bring him down. In a formal match, a tackle would have ensued. Even if he failed to reach the ball, he would at least take Lin Quan down. Yet, as this was merely a training match, and given the potential risk of injury, he refrained from executing a full tackle. Lin Quan, being shorter and lighter than his opponent, found himself at a disadvantage in the physical confrontation. The impact caused him to wobble slightly. Fortunately, the left winger from the substitute team had already made a run into position, allowing Lin Quan to pass the ball just before hitting the ground. The left winger, upon receiving the ball, quickly cut inside, drawing near to the penalty area. One defender was compelled to shift to defend against him. But before the defender could close the gap, he passed the ball to the right side. An advancing attacker took a shot, striking the ball rather directly. The goalkeeper was prepared to make the save. However, as the ball soared, it deflected off the leg of a defender attempting to block it, ricocheting into the net. At that moment, the players of the main team had just returned to the penalty area. The score now stood at 2-0. Chapter 8. Rental arrangements. If the first goal was a product of individual prowess, the second was a testament to organizational skill, orchestrating the team's offensive maneuvers and culminating in a successful strike. This goal should never have been conceded. On the sidelines, the coaching staff applauded the substitutes while harboring dissatisfaction with the main team's defensive lapse. While the possession-based strategy is commendable, the demands placed upon the players are exceedingly high. Indeed, the first team boasts a plethora of exceptional midfielders such as Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets, with even the likes of Mascherano, a remarkable defensive midfielder, relegated to a defensive role. In contrast, our youth team's midfielders, aside from Lin Quan, lack comparable talent. Without a formidable midfield, and without a prolific scorer akin to Messi, it is hardly surprising that they are unable to replicate the first team's possession play. The main team did create opportunities. In fact, during their sustained assault on the substitutes, they managed 3 shots on goal, 2 of which were on target. Unfortunately, the youth team's forwards fell short in comparison to Messi's capabilities. Their attempts either met with resistance or were thwarted by the goalkeeper. Consequently, the scenario unfolded where the main team enjoyed a significant advantage in possession, yet struggled to find the back of the net. This inevitably drew the youth coach's thoughts to the Spanish national team. With a constellation of stars, Spain's midfield maestros alone could constitute an entire team. Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets, Fabregas, Alonso, David Silva, Mata, Cazorla, Navas, each is a linchpin in their respective club's midfield. Such a formidable midfield cadre enables Spain to effortlessly seize control in that area. Yet, the irony lies in Spain's lack of a superlative forward, a finisher of Messi's caliber. Thus, Spain frequently finds itself dominating possession, yet failing to convert opportunities, particularly against formidable opponents, where breaching their defenses proves arduous. In the 2 years since the South Africa World Cup, Spain faced formidable teams such as Portugal, Paraguay, Germany, and the Netherlands in the knockout stages, scoring merely 1 goal in each match. While this approach appeared economical and pragmatic, their impotence in attack became glaringly evident. Each of these midfield maestros possesses the ability to score, yet none boast the elite finishing skills of a bona fide forward, resulting in numerous squandered goal-scoring chances during matches. Had Messi opted to join the Spanish national team, it would have been a squad almost tailor-made for him, built upon the foundation of Barcelona. The terrifying potential of such a Spanish team on the global stage is unfathomable. Regrettably, there is but one Messi, and he chose to don the colors of the Argentine national team. Without a viable alternative, even with such a formidable midfield, scoring remains a considerable challenge. Our predicament bears resemblance to that of the national team. However, the disparity in player prowess is vastly pronounced, rendering goal-scoring a formidable challenge. The coaches furrowed their brows, apprehensive about the emerging issues within the youth team, once the esteemed midfield maestros of the first team retire. The current midfield talents within the club's ranks may find it exceedingly arduous to fill their illustrious shoes. Will Barcelona be able to sustain its current possession-based tactics in such a scenario? This looming crisis is, in fact, far more consequential than the youth team's present troubles, as the performance of the first team is intrinsically linked to the club's very existence. Fortunately, they have a promising prospect in Lin Quan, who has already demonstrated commendable skill and garnered unanimous approval from the coaching staff during this match. Although his positioning today strayed from the traditional defensive midfielder role, resembling more that of an attacking midfielder, his dazzling performance allowed the coaches to instinctively overlook this anomaly. Moreover, it is understood that young players often exhibit fluidity in their on-field positions. The training sessions are designed to identify their most suitable roles, thereby unlocking their full potential. Consequently, rather than reprimanding Lin Quan, the coaches advise the defensive players to exercise caution in their tackles, ensuring that he remains unscathed, a true gem of the youth academy that must be meticulously safeguarded. The midfield banner of Barcelona awaits his ascension. Simultaneously, in the office of the youth team coach, Enrique rummaged through a substantial stack of loan applications from various clubs, seeking an appropriate fit for his players. Barcelona stands as a highly coveted powerhouse in contemporary football, with La Masia brimming with talent. As a result, numerous clubs, particularly those with limited financial resources, are inclined to borrow players from this esteemed academy. Spanish players are renowned for their exquisite technical abilities, particularly in the midfield position. Given the abundance of midfielders at Barcelona, many from the youth ranks find it challenging to secure a place in the first team, necessitating loan spells for development. Upon the conclusion of their loan periods, if suitable positions remain elusive within Barcelona, they are likely to pursue transfers elsewhere. In such cases, the clubs that borrowed them often emerge as the preferred destination, as the players have already adapted to the tactical frameworks during their loans. Conversely, transitioning to a new team may entail a protracted adjustment period. For young players, failing to deliver commendable performances within limited playing time can lead to a loss of the head coach's trust, resulting in being sidelined. The professional arena is undeniably ruthless. Those who excel ascend, while the mediocre are relegated. If one fails to seize the opportunities presented, they inevitably face consequences. Enrique is strategically considering this aspect, planning to loan Lin Quan to a team of respectable league stature, yet not overly formidable, which is in dire need of results. Such teams exhibit little patience for young players. Should he perform poorly in a match, it is highly probable that the opposing coach will lose patience within 2 or 3 games, consequently spending a year languishing on the sidelines. Even if Lin Quan possesses some talent, he may well be squandered. Moreover, without any noteworthy performances throughout that year, FC Barcelona would have ample justification to decline his contract renewal. In this scenario, President Rosell would have fulfilled the task he set for himself. Following his criteria, he eliminated teams outside the top 5 leagues, as those leagues are of insufficient strength, allowing players from Barcelona's youth team to secure a starting position with ease. The level of competition in the top 5 leagues is significantly higher. Even those hailing from La Masia's esteemed academy would struggle to command a starting role at his age. Among the top 5 leagues, it is clear that the teams most eager to submit loan requests to Barcelona are those from La Liga. However, Enrique has no intention of loaning Lin Quan to other La Liga clubs, as these teams would face Barcelona at least twice a year. During these encounters, the media would inevitably highlight Barcelona's loan player, thereby amplifying Lin Quan's presence in the eyes of the Barcelona fans, which is counterproductive to diminishing his visibility. Thus, he first ruled out La Liga. The English Premier League initially appears to be a promising option, with its intense physical confrontations. Nevertheless, young players, particularly those from Spain, often harbor an inexplicable aversion to playing in England. The dreary weather of the British Isles, fierce physicality, rough fouls, and lenient officiating are decidedly disadvantageous for Spanish players who favor a more technical style. Therefore, it is quite possible that Lin Quan would refuse a loan to the Premier League. Ultimately, after considerable deliberation, Enrique identified what he deemed the most suitable league for Lin Quan, one that he is unlikely to reject, the Bundesliga. Coincidentally, a team from the Bundesliga had just submitted a loan request. Thus, it was decided, Werder Bremen. Chapter 9. Leaving Barcelona, are you sending me on loan to the Bundesliga? As the training session neared its conclusion, Enrique finally emerged from his office. Upon stepping out, he approached Lin Quan with a stern demeanor and directly informed him of the club's arrangements. Indeed, my fellow coaching staff and I unanimously concur that you must undergo the rigors of high-level competition to foster your growth. Enrique stated earnestly, at present, there is no position for you within the first team, so we must loan you out to another league. Perhaps sensing that this explanation lacked sufficient persuasion, he added, positions in the youth team are also highly coveted. We need to continue promoting new young talents from the ranks, as you know. This is a tradition that has kept Barcelona enduringly successful. We place greater emphasis on youth development than any other club. Naturally, Lin Quan was wholly skeptical of his words. Just as Rosell had arrived at the youth team, Enrique was promptly seeking to loan him out. If there were no ulterior motives at play, he might as well have written his name backward. However, Lin Quan did not oppose Enrique's arrangement to loan him out. Enrique made a valid point. Lin Quan indeed requires high-level competition to further enhance his skills. The recent intra-team training match demonstrated that after acquiring the attributes of peak Messi, youth-level matches no longer offered him significant developmental value. If he wished to avoid stagnation or regression in his abilities, it was imperative for him to participate in top-tier leagues at the earliest opportunity. The Bundesliga, with its shorter season and emphasis on the protection and cultivation of young talent, presented an ideal environment for Lin Quan's growth. Therefore, he felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. Nevertheless, he was not one to easily allow Enrique's schemes to succeed. Thus, he deliberately asserted, "I am quite content at Barcelona. I have no intention of leaving." Upon hearing this, Enrique grew anxious. Rosell had instructed him to ensure Lin Quan's departure, and he had already assured the higher-ups that he would manage the situation effectively. If Lin Quan were to refuse the loan, Enrique would find himself in a precarious position. Consequently, he adopted a stern demeanor and threatened, "This is the club's decision. If you disagree, we have the right to terminate your contract." Unfazed by Enrique's threat, Lin Quan calmly inquired, "Mr. Enrique, is this the club's intention, or is it your personal decision?" "It is, of course, the club's intention." "Oh, is that so? My father has just resigned, and the club intends to abandon him. Is that correct? If so, I can relay the club's stance to my father." "Of course not. The club would never entertain such notions. Your father is a revered coach, and the club wouldn't engage in such treachery." Enrique hastily clarified, "Oh, since it's not the club's intention, then it must be your personal decision, correct?" A sense of foreboding washed over Enrique as he perceived a glimmer of amusement in Lin Quan's eyes, prompting an unsettling feeling within him. The notion of treachery would not bode well if it were to circulate, especially concerning Guardiola's family. Should this information leak to the media, it would undoubtedly cause a sensational uproar. Guardiola's stature at Barcelona far surpassed Enrique's. Many believed Guardiola's absence was temporary and that he would inevitably return. If fans were to discover that a youth coach dared to treat a club legend in such a manner, and if it provoked Guardiola to the extent of never returning, the repercussions for Enrique would be dire. Even if he explained that this was a directive from the club and President Rosell, it would be of little consequence. He might even incur Rosell's wrath, who would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Enrique began to sweat, realizing for the first time how formidable a 16-year-old could be. Ahem, this is not a command. Rather, it is merely my personal suggestion. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. It would be best not to disturb Coach Guardiola with such matters. He must be quite fatigued and in need of rest. Enrique found himself compelled to concede, wary of approaching the situation too boldly. The repercussions of a hard stance were already evident, and he could not bear such a burden of responsibility. Witnessing the other party's discomfort brought a sense of relief to Lin, and he smiled as he adjusted his tone. "Thank you for your kind suggestion, Coach. I also believe that being loaned out to compete in high-level matches is indeed a commendable idea." Enrique was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Lin's sudden change of heart. Just moments ago, Lin had ardently expressed a desire to remain at Barcelona. How could he now be contemplating a different path? Enrique found himself bewildered, unable to grasp the thoughts swirling in Lin's mind. "I personally am in favor of a loan, but given my youth, I cannot make such a significant decision alone. I must consult with my father and seek his opinion. What do you think, Coach?" Enrique began to panic. No, there's no need for that. You should stay at Barcelona. This matter is trivial and does not warrant troubling Coach Guardiola. Just consider the previous discussions as if they never occurred." He feared Lin would harbor resentment and report back to Guardiola about him. Thus, he desperately sought to dissuade Lin. However, once Lin had made a decision, it was not easily swayed. "This simply cannot be. It is rare for you to present such a splendid suggestion. I must express my gratitude accordingly. Perhaps, given my inexperience, I might inadvertently cause misunderstandings if I relay this to my father. Would it be too much trouble for you to personally explain your arrangement to him?" Lin emphasized the phrase "cause misunderstandings," and upon hearing those words, Enrique visibly panicked. No, it's unnecessary. I have other matters to attend to. I shall not go." He regretted his unfortunate entanglement with such a troublesome youth. Why would he inform Guardiola that the club intended to part ways with his protégé? He was not foolish enough to engage in such a mocking endeavor. Thus, after uttering his words, he turned and fled, unable to continue conversing with Lin without risking a heart attack. Observing Enrique's hasty retreat, Lin shrugged, bemused by his inability to withstand the situation. Shaking his head, he returned to the locker room, took a shower, changed his clothes, gathered his belongings, and left the training facility. From that moment on, he severed ties with the La Masia Youth Academy and FC Barcelona. Chapter 10. Contractual matters. Upon returning home, Lin discovered Guardiola playing football in the yard. After retiring as a professional player, Guardiola transitioned into coaching, and he occasionally engaged in a game to unwind. Their home featured a spacious lawn and a goalpost, serving as their shared arena for father-son matches. What brings you home so early today? Upon returning home at this hour, Guardiola was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Lin Quan. Having previously managed Barcelona's youth team, he was well aware of their training schedule. If memory served him correctly, the youth team was slated to play an important match in a few days, which meant they should be intensifying their training at this time. Based on his understanding of Lin Quan, he did not seem the type to skip practice without cause. Therefore, something peculiar must be afoot. Lin Quan shed his jacket and dashed onto the field to engage in practice with Guardiola. As Guardiola controlled the ball, he inquired, "What arrangements has the club made?" Although he endeavored to maintain a calm tone, Lin Quan could detect the undercurrent of anger in his voice. "They intend to loan me out." "To where?" "Werder Bremen in the Bundesliga." Guardiola fell silent for a moment. When Lin Quan had previously expressed his desire to leave Barcelona, he had already begun leveraging his connections to seek a suitable team for him to gain experience. However, he had not anticipated the club's swift actions. Before he could finalize a potential destination, Barcelona had acted hastily. Guardiola pondered. While he had never played in the Bundesliga, he had faced numerous teams from the league and possessed a certain level of understanding. Compared to other leagues, the Bundesliga was a commendable choice. It boasted a plethora of young talents, not only from various European nations, but also from other continents. This was due to the league's comparatively lenient restrictions on non-European players. They did not impose a limit on the number of non-EU players that could be registered, making the Bundesliga an appealing stepping stone for young athletes from beyond the EU as they sought to enter the top 5 leagues. For instance, many young players from Japan and South Korea began their overseas careers in the Bundesliga. In the past, several Chinese players had also ventured into the Bundesliga. However, with the decline in the national team's performance and the rise of the inflated contracts in the Chinese Super League, the number of players capable of meeting the standards for overseas play significantly dwindled. Even when a few players could qualify, they often preferred to remain domestically to secure lucrative contracts. After all, why venture far into unfamiliar territory when one could play at home for a substantial salary? Conversely, athletes from other non-European countries did not enjoy such advantageous conditions. Thus, they pursued opportunities in the Bundesliga, where they could accumulate experience in one of the top 5 leagues while honing their skills, awaiting the right moment to carve out a name for themselves and eventually consider transferring to other leagues for better contracts. Consequently, the Bundesliga was teeming with young players, boasting the lowest average age of all major leagues at under 25 years. Thanks to the influx of youthful talent, several Bundesliga clubs had even begun to engage in questionable business practices. They acquire promising young talents at a modest price, nurturing these prodigies on the domestic league and cup stages, only to sell them for a handsome profit to prestigious clubs in top leagues such as the Premier League and La Liga once the young stars have made a name for themselves. Among these, Borussia Dortmund is particularly renowned. Although Lin Quan did not join Dortmund, major clubs are fond of recruiting players from the Bundesliga. As long as he performs well at Werder Bremen, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of scouts from the top 5 leagues. When that moment arrives, transferring from Werder Bremen will not pose a challenge. Contemplating this, Guardiola inquired, "How long is left on your contract with the club?" The current issue extends beyond mere loan arrangements. It also involves his contract with Barcelona. He could sense Lin Quan's dissatisfaction with the club's dismissive attitude toward him. Although Lin Quan refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks about the club, his aloof demeanor clearly indicated that he had lost affection for Barcelona. Consequently, even if he excels at Werder Bremen, he may not wish to return to Barcelona. However, this matter is not solely within his control. As long as he remains under contract, Barcelona has every right to recall him after the loan period concludes. There is still a year left on my contract. You mentioned wanting to take a break, so I did not renew with the club. Lin Quan currently holds a youth training contract that he signed with Barcelona when he was 13, lasting 4 years with an annual salary of 220,000. Originally, upon turning 15 last year, he could have signed a professional contract with Barcelona. However, for players who do not exhibit exceptional talent, Barcelona typically refrains from immediately offering professional contracts, opting instead to observe them for a while longer, ensuring they meet the club's standards or can be sold for profit before extending such contracts. According to the plan, had Lin Quan stayed this year, Barcelona would have renewed his contract. Otherwise, should they wait until next year, he might become a free agent and be lured away by other clubs. However, following Guardiola's resignation, it became evident that Barcelona was disinclined to renew his contract, and Lin Quan himself harbored no desire to do so. Thus, only a year of his contract remains. What is the penalty for breaching the contract? Guardiola recognized that this contract was the crux of the issue. If the penalty amount were not substantial, he could easily buy it out himself. Like Messi, 5 million. Lin Quan looked at Guardiola with innocent eyes, who then slapped his bald head in realization, recalling that he had set the penalty amount himself. Haha, I had high hopes for you back then, which is why I established the same penalty as Messi. Messi's contract penalty during his youth years was also 5 million, and Barcelona was exceedingly wary of him being poached. Once he turned 16, they promptly offered him a 9-year professional contract with an exceedingly modest salary, benefiting from Messi's talent for 7 or 8 years. Barcelona certainly knows how to exploit opportunities. Chapter 11. Loan agreement. 5 million euros is no trifling sum. It is evident that Lin Quan cannot afford such an amount out of his own pocket. While Guardiola is indeed capable of securing these funds, Lin Quan is reluctant to grant Barcelona an unwarranted advantage. After all, Guardiola's wealth is not particularly substantial. When he was first promoted from the youth team to manage Barcelona in 2008, his salary was quite modest, amounting to less than 2 million euros. It was only after 2 years of coaching and leading the team to 6 titles that he earned a lucrative contract. In July 2010, following the renewal of his contract with Barcelona, his annual salary multiplied 5-fold to reach 10 million euros. With this agreement, he ascended to the rank of the highest-paid coach in European football, second only to Mourinho. However, the brevity of this contract did not afford him the opportunity to amass significant wealth. During the era in which Guardiola played, players' salaries were generally low, and he was not among Barcelona's most prominent stars, so his earnings were limited, coupled with the expenses of recent years, including property purchases and funding for his children's education. His current savings may hover around 20 million euros. Dedicating a quarter of that sum to buy out a youth contract with only a year remaining seems unwise. Thus, when Guardiola proposed to assist Lin Quan in terminating the contract, Lin Quan promptly declined. His contract has just 1 year left. Once the loan period concludes, the contract will expire, freeing him without any financial obligation. Therefore, there is no reason to squander money unnecessarily. Moreover, it is Enrique who is eager to part ways with him, rather than Lin Quan expressing a desire to leave. Given this context, he is even less inclined to spend his own money. Very well, then, what is your plan? Guardiola inquired, noticing Lin Quan's confident demeanor. I suspect Enrique has agreed with Rosell to facilitate my departure. Thus I believe I can leverage this situation to compel him to make concessions regarding the loan agreement. Guardiola nodded in understanding. Since Rosell has intervened, Enrique, eager to ascend in rank, will certainly strive to fulfill the club president's directives. Typically, the sums involved in loan agreements are not substantial. For a young player like Lin Quan, the loan fee usually does not exceed 500,000 euros. In fact, some clubs may even request that the team retaining ownership of the player cover part or all of the salary during the loan period. Werder Bremen is a club in decline, facing financial challenges in recent years. Therefore, Lin Quan's aim is to negotiate with Barcelona to secure playing time at Werder Bremen through the loan agreement. Having honed his skills in the Bundesliga, he cannot simply remain on the bench while his teammates compete. Sufficient playing time is essential, otherwise, he would prefer to stay and play in the youth team. Although the intensity of matches in the Segunda División is not on par with the Bundesliga, at least there are games to participate in while playing for the youth team. Certainly, if an agreement can be reached, it would indeed be preferable to proceed with a loan arrangement. Given the club's current stance, his future playing time with the youth team has become uncertain. You have considered this wisely. Young players undeniably require ample playing time to accumulate experience in competitive matches. Thus, while I am still the head coach of Barcelona, I shall take charge of arranging your loan contract. Although Guardiola's contract with Barcelona does not expire until July, he will depart the team following the Copa del Rey final against Athletic Bilbao on May 26th, after which the remaining responsibilities will be handed over to his successor. Upon hearing that Guardiola was willing to intervene, Lin Quan pondered briefly before shaking his head. Declining the offer, I believe it would be best if you refrained from getting involved. Why is that? Guardiola inquired, somewhat taken aback. If he were to intervene, he would undoubtedly lean towards assisting Lin Quan in resolving all matters. This arrangement, unexpectedly, had been met with refusal, leaving him thoroughly perplexed. It is because you are about to leave Barcelona. Arranging my loan at this juncture, should the details be leaked by the club in the future, could potentially lead to controversies. Especially when I make a name for myself in the Bundesliga as a rising star, and my contract coincidentally expires. Barcelona may very well utilize this loan agreement against you, which would not bode well for your reputation. Guardiola, upon hearing Lin Quan's reasoning, could not suppress a laugh. It seems you possess quite a confidence in your future in the Bundesliga, already asserting your potential to become the next generation star. Of course, one must consider my mentor. That man is a legend at Barcelona, and currently one of the most sought-after coaches in the football world. Flattery may be trivial, yet it is not without merit. Lin Quan's compliments delighted Guardiola, dissipating some of the negative sentiments brought by the club at that moment. Haha, you cheeky lad. During my playing days, I did not achieve anything remarkable, merely a single Champions League trophy and a European Cup Winners' Cup. Lin Quan smirked. Securing 2 championships from the 3 major European tournaments hardly seems insignificant, does it? Ultimately, Guardiola acquiesced to Lin Quan's counsel, refraining from meddling in the matter and outwardly feigning ignorance. He continued his routine, diligently studying opponent data in preparation for the league's final adversary and the forthcoming Copa del Rey final. During this time, he even visited the youth team for work-related reasons. In a state of unease, Enrique was greeted as usual, with no mention of Lin Quan or his loan situation, as if completely unaware. This relieved Enrique, yet also sparked his curiosity. This fellow, has he really not leaked anything? As for Lin Quan, upon arriving at the youth training facility the following day, he directly approached Enrique and the sporting director responsible for transfers, Subi Sarita, to discuss the club's loan arrangements. Subi Sarita serves as the confidant of Rosell, fully aware of Rosell's intentions to purge players closely associated with Guardiola. Thus, he is quite enthusiastic about the loan of Lin Quan, eager to demonstrate his loyalty before Rosell. Enrique, on the other hand, is eager to expedite the departure of this troublesome player. Without any further ado, he presents the club's loan agreement to Lin Quan. Upon a cursory glance, Lin Quan notes that Barcelona has set the loan fee to Werder Bremen at 300,000 for a year, with the salary being covered by Werder Bremen, maintaining a fixed annual salary of 220,000, identical to that of Barcelona. Additionally, there are performance-related bonuses, including match fees, goal bonuses, assist bonuses, victory bonuses, and rewards for appearances. The amounts of these bonuses are modest, with a match fee of 200, a goal bonus of 500, an assist bonus of 200, and a victory bonus of 500. Moreover, achieving 20 and 30 appearances will yield rewards of 2,000 and 3,000, respectively. Given that it is merely a youth contract, Lin Quan does not harbor high expectations for these bonuses. However, he believes that the financial burden should fall upon Barcelona, as he is still officially a player of the club, since it is Barcelona's desire to send him away. He contends that they should not demand a loan fee from Werder Bremen. Thus, Lin Quan articulates his conditions. What? No loan fee? How is that even conceivable? Subi Sarita immediately opposes Lin Quan's request. Barcelona is not just any club, they are a prestigious institution. Even players from the youth team cannot be loaned out without a fee. Granting you a player is a favor, and you expect to benefit without any cost? It is typically they who benefit from others, not the other way around. Enrique finds himself in a quandary. Although he is eager to see Lin Quan depart, he is also reluctant to disrupt the operational norms of the club. Moreover, Sarita's authority in this matter surpasses that of Enrique, the youth team coach. If the first team coach, Guardiola, were present, Sarita would undoubtedly refrain from such audacity, as the head coach has the ultimate say over a player's fate. Consequently, Enrique attempts to persuade Lin Quan. Lin, I believe it would be prudent not to waive the loan fee. Consider this. If you join Werder Bremen without any fee, they would acquire you at no expense, possibly leading them to undervalue your worth. They might even question your abilities and wonder why Barcelona is willing to part with you without asking for a loan fee. This could adversely affect your prospects at Werder Bremen. Enrique's reasoning resonates with Lin Quan, prompting him to reconsider. Very well, I shall not insist on waiving the loan fee. But at my tender age, playing in a foreign land warrants some form of compensation. Since I cannot offer any concessions to Werder Bremen, I shall negotiate some advantage for myself. His modest salary might prove insufficient in a foreign country, far from the comforts of home. It is indeed essential to advocate for one's own interests. As for the salary, the contract has been firmly established, and that is unlikely to change. Therefore, let us focus on the bonuses instead. Werder Bremen is rather stingy. The bonuses they offer are disappointingly low. We, at Barcelona, are a prestigious club, a top-tier giant. We cannot afford to be so miserly with our players, can we? Super Sabata found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to voice his thoughts, and could only inwardly curse his counterpart as a greedy fiend. Enrique, fearing that Super Sabata might voice his objections, promptly interjected, "You are correct. We at Barcelona certainly cannot be so ungracious. How about this? We will double the bonus offered by Werder Bremen. What do you think?" Lin Quan could not help but roll his eyes. Even if Barcelona offered double the meager bonus from Werder Bremen, it would still be paltry. 10 times the amount would be more fitting of Barcelona's illustrious stature. With the audacity to demand such a sum, Lin Quan prepared to negotiate slowly with the two. However, to his astonishment, Enrique readily acquiesced to his request upon hearing the figure. "Very well, 10 times it is. I shall have a new loan agreement drafted. If there are no objections, please sign the contract." At this point, it was Lin Quan who found himself dumbfounded. How eager Enrique was to send him away. Chapter 12. Journey to Bremen. Lewis, have you lost your mind? Offering him 10 times the bonus nearly equates to the level of a substitute player in the first team. After Lin Quan's departure, Super Sabata confronted Enrique with ire. Yet Enrique remained unfazed, chuckling as he replied, "Mr. Super Sabata, please do not be so agitated. Lin Quan plays as a defensive midfielder in the youth team, not as a forward, and scoring goals in that position is not an easy task. While his statistics last year were commendable, they were merely from youth matches. Once he steps into the Bundesliga, a league of such high caliber, he may struggle to secure playing time, let alone achieve remarkable statistics. Moreover, Werder Bremen is a team in decline, facing dire financial straits and witnessing the exodus of star players. They possess little competitiveness in the Bundesliga and will likely win few matches throughout the season. Consequently, with insufficient goals and assists, there will be scant winning bonuses. Most of the rewards will not pertain to him, even if the bonuses were slightly more generous. What difference would it make? Upon hearing Enrique's reasoning, Super Sabata calmed down. "So, you are essentially painting a beautiful picture that he is destined never to enjoy?" Enrique chuckled with satisfaction. "Well, it cannot be said that way. If by some chance he performs phenomenally, he will indeed earn those bonuses. Ultimately, it hinges on whether he possesses the requisite talent. Do you genuinely believe that?" Super Sabata, once a professional player himself, found it hard to believe that a young lad, not yet 17, could lead a declining team to remarkable achievements. Even Messi, at this stage of his career, does not possess such prowess, let alone an ordinary player. Thus, this statement might deceive an innocent child. But attempting to pull the wool over the eyes of an experienced individual like him would be a futile endeavor. Enrique nodded in agreement, remarking that Lin is far too young and likely unaware of the brutality of the professional arena. Utilizing their own career experiences, the two conspired against a youthful talent, an act that, if made public, would surely invoke disdain. Nevertheless, having accomplished the task assigned by the club president, they felt an immense sense of relief. Consequently, Enrique proposed, "Shall we unwind after work today? I know a few splendid places to visit." After signing the loan agreement, Lin bid farewell to several friends from the youth team. Deulofeu felt a pang of reluctance at his friend's departure, but upon learning of Lin's loan to a Bundesliga team, a tinge of envy crept in. Why isn't any team interested in me? Am I not good enough? He had represented the first team on several occasions. Surely his reputation should be superior to Lin's. Yet now, as Lin secured a loan, he remained unrecognized, leaving Deulofeu perplexed. If you truly wish to be loaned out, you could easily request it from the club. I am confident they would grant your wish. Barcelona is quite willing to allow young players who are temporarily sidelined in the first team to gain experience elsewhere. Moreover, Deulofeu is considered a promising talent by the club, and if he were to proactively seek a loan, it is improbable Barcelona would refuse. On second thought, perhaps it is best to remain here. After all, donning the red and blue jersey to serve Barcelona has always been my dream. Hearing this from Lin, Deulofeu hesitated. It was evident that he was merely voicing his desires, as deep down, he did not truly wish to leave Barcelona, even if his current position was uncertain. Lin shook his head in resignation. Barcelona had numerous options for the winger position, with Messi, Sanchez, Pedro, and the versatile Villa. It was nearly impossible for the young de la Fou to usurp their places. As the current season neared its conclusion and the new season typically commenced with training in July, Lin had ample time to prepare. "I am somewhat uneasy about you going to Germany alone," said Sarah during dinner, her concern palpable. "I've heard the weather there is quite cold, and their dietary habits are completely different from ours. I worry you might struggle to acclimate. And being thrust into adult matches so soon may lead to injuries." After speaking, Sarah cast a reproachful glance at Guardiola, seemingly blaming him for not consulting her before deciding on Lin's loan. A mother's worries extend 1,000 miles. This was Lin's first journey far from home, heading to a foreign land thousands of miles away, which greatly troubled his adoptive mother. Guardiola cleared his throat awkwardly. The decision was not solely his, as it was Lin who had requested the loan. "I am acquainted with several individuals in Germany, and I shall extend my greetings to them, ensuring they look after Lin Quan, so you need not worry." Following Guardiola's resignation from Barcelona, numerous clubs have expressed their desire to invite him as their coach, including several teams from the Bundesliga, notably the dominant Bayern Munich. As a result, he is well connected with the management of many Bundesliga clubs. Should he make a request, these individuals would be more than willing to assist him. Having known Guardiola for many years, Sarah has no doubt about his network. Upon hearing Guardiola's words, she felt a slight sense of relief, yet remained somewhat apprehensive. Could those individuals be relied upon? Would they merely offer verbal assurances without genuine commitment? This left Guardiola at a loss for words. He could not guarantee that those individuals would earnestly fulfill their promises. Observing the worried expression on his partner's face, Guardiola continued, "How about this? Once the season concludes, we shall travel to Germany together to help Lin Quan arrange matters there. And I will also greet the executives of Werder Bremen and request their assistance. How does that sound?" Sarah finally displayed a satisfied smile at Guardiola's arrangement. "That seems more reasonable. Lin, what do you think of Pep's plan?" Lin Quan nodded vigorously. With Guardiola personally involved, he had no objections. Upon hearing about the trip to Germany, Guardiola's eldest daughter, 11-year-old Maria, brightened up, immediately exclaiming her desire to ski in the Alps. The ski resorts in the Alps are among the finest in Europe, making it an excellent choice for summer respite and vacation. Consequently, the family eagerly crafted their travel plans to Germany. 20 days later, Barcelona triumphed over Athletic Bilbao with a score of 3-0 at the Calderón Stadium, thanks to goals from Pedro and Messi, securing the Copa del Rey title. This marked Guardiola's 14th trophy as Barcelona's coach, and it would be his last. After the season concluded, while the media buzzed about which team Guardiola would coach next season, his family quietly boarded a plane to Bremen, a city in northwestern Germany. Chapter 13. Guardiola's personal visit. Werder Bremen is the northernmost team in the Bundesliga, situated in the state of Bremen, with its home ground at the Weser Stadium. Located along the Weser River that flows through the city center, the team's training facility is conveniently adjacent to the stadium. The flight taken by Lin Quan and his companions landed at Bremen City Airport. Unlike other airports that are distanced from city centers, Bremen City Airport is only 35 kilometers from the heart of the city. Thus, after disembarking, the group reached their destination in a matter of minutes. The unexpected arrival of Guardiola and his entourage left the staff at Werder Bremen both astonished and taken aback. Numerous staff members exhibited an unmistakable expression of astonishment upon encountering Guardiola. Could it be that this legendary young coach's next destination would be Werder Bremen? Upon closer reflection, this notion does not seem entirely implausible. This season, due to the team's lackluster performance, club manager Alofs has contemplated a departure, considering a move to another Bundesliga club, Wolfsburg. Meanwhile, his longtime confidant, head coach Thomas Schaaf, who has been at the helm for 13 years, has also begun to entertain thoughts of leaving upon hearing this news. These two stalwarts have been at the forefront of the club since 1999. Their departure would undoubtedly trigger a seismic shift for Werder Bremen. Consequently, the club must commence the search for a new head coach and club manager. Given the frustrations experienced by both the fans and club executives due to the team's declining performance, it does not seem entirely out of reach to envision them investing significantly to secure the services of the most sought-after young tactician in contemporary football. Should Guardiola indeed take the reins at Werder Bremen, the club's supporters might find themselves waking from dreams filled with joy. Upon receiving the news, Werder Bremen's club president Klaus Filbry, accompanied by first vice president Hesse Grunewald, sporting director Esson, and club manager Alofs, personally ventured out to welcome Guardiola and his entourage. The arrival of the coach, sought after by the entire football world, at this moment in Bremen was indeed a remarkable surprise. President Klaus extended a courteous handshake to Guardiola and subsequently introduced the members of the club's management team. Seizing the opportunity, Guardiola introduced his family. Once the introductions were completed, President Klaus, somewhat perplexed, inquired whether there was a specific purpose behind Guardiola's unexpected visit. He was certain he had not extended an invitation for Guardiola to coach. Werder Bremen is merely a mid-tier club, incapable of affording a coach of his caliber, to say nothing of Guardiola's salary, which alone exceeds their financial capabilities. Last season, Werder Bremen's total revenue barely reached 73 million, while Guardiola's salary alone demands 10 million. Such remuneration is beyond their means. Moreover, it is inconceivable that Guardiola would be inclined to consider a club of their stature. Thus, he was keen to discern the motive behind this sudden visit. The most likely scenario was that Guardiola had taken an interest in one of their young players, prompting him to personally pursue the matter. However, with the Bundesliga season having concluded over a month ago, and Werder Bremen players having been on holiday for more than 2 weeks, the timing of such a visit to recruit players seemed futile. The more he pondered, the greater his curiosity grew. Pep Guardiola had long anticipated that his arrival would incite unnecessary complications. Fortunately, his entrance was rather sudden, catching the journalists off guard. Otherwise, the following day would likely have seen a flurry of speculative reports. Thus, he promptly clarified, "The situation is as follows. Werder Bremen previously submitted a loan request to Barcelona, and I have come regarding this matter." A loan request? Klaus turned to the sporting director, Eisen, who recollected briefly and nodded. "Indeed, there is some truth to this. Our midfield depth is lacking, and as per the coach's directive, we have submitted loan requests to 6 elite clubs. Ultimately, only Chelsea and Barcelona responded positively, consenting to lend us players." Upon hearing Chelsea's name, Lin Quan paused and interjected, "What is the name of the player being loaned from Chelsea?" Eisen cast a glance at Lin Quan before looking toward the club president for guidance. Such matters regarding loans are often uncertain until the players report to the team. The parent club might change its mind at any moment, and other teams could swoop in during the transfer window. Since the new season has yet to commence, they were reluctant to disclose pertinent information prematurely, fearing it might adversely affect their preparations. Thus, Lin Quan's inquiry was somewhat taboo. However, Klaus Fischer, the president of Werder Bremen, graciously waved his hand and replied, "The player in question is Kevin De Bruyne, a 21-year-old midfielder." Upon hearing this name, a smile crept across Lin Quan's face. It was indeed De Bruyne. Lin Quan recalled that after joining Chelsea, he struggled to integrate into Mourinho's tactical framework and was subsequently loaned to the Bundesliga for a time. The team that had loaned him appeared to be Werder Bremen, confirming that his recollection was accurate. De Bruyne was indeed being loaned. The prospect of collaborating with this future maestro of the football world next season bolstered Lin Quan's confidence. Observing Lin Quan's delight at the mention of De Bruyne, the representatives from Werder Bremen were left bewildered, unsure of the source of his joy. Could it be that he was a fan of De Bruyne, having come all the way to Werder Bremen to idolize him? Surely not. While De Bruyne held some renown, it was not to such an extent. Ahem, indeed, President Klaus. The midfielder loaned to your esteemed club from Barcelona is none other than my eldest son. Noticing the conversation veering off course, Guardiola cleared his throat and swiftly redirected the topic. He earnestly introduced his adopted son to the representatives of Werder Bremen. He plays as a defensive midfielder in the youth team, possessing the exquisite footwork and exceptional vision characteristic of La Masia players. Before my departure from Barcelona, I intended to groom him as Xavi's successor. Today, I solemnly entrust him to you, hoping you will nurture him well and not squander his talent. Trust me, you will take pride in having him." After Guardiola finished speaking, the representatives of Werder Bremen were left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be true? The legendary young coach of the football world had made a special trip merely to act as an advocate for his own son? The background was indeed formidable. Chapter 14. Host family. Klaus Fischer was a seasoned veteran, capable of discerning Guardiola's significant regard for Lin Quan and his acknowledgement of Lin Quan's abilities. He believed that, given Guardiola's integrity, he would not speak falsely. Therefore, Lin Quan's prowess must indeed be commendable. However, commendable skills do not necessarily equate to suitability. Werder Bremen's lackluster performance stemmed primarily from their offensive philosophy. Head coach Thomas Schaaf's 4-4-2 formation saw both fullbacks advancing during attacks, with even central defenders joining in the offensive forays. This approach resulted in an overcrowded front line, leaving their defense exposed. When opponents launched counterattacks, penetrating their defensive lines became an effortless task, leading to numerous one-on-one situations. Last season, Werder Bremen recorded the highest instances of one-on-one situations in the Bundesliga, a statistic far from laudable. To remedy this predicament, Werder Bremen required a player with formidable capabilities, particularly in defensive prowess and interception skills. Ideally, they sought a player akin to Claude Makelele or Patrick Vieira, though such caliber was unattainable for them. Consequently, they resorted to scouting suitable candidates among the youth players of prestigious clubs to loan. Ultimately, Barcelona offered them a playmaking defensive midfielder, leaving the Bremen hierarchy somewhat perplexed. Having already secured Kevin De Bruyne on loan from Chelsea, the team's organizer played in an advanced role, allowing the defensive midfielder to focus solely on defensive duties without unnecessary involvement in the attack. Thus, Klaus and his colleagues speculated that Lin Quan might find it challenging to integrate into Werder Bremen's tactical framework. Consequently, he refrained from discussing Lin Quan's tactical standing or playing time upon joining the club. Instead, he assured Guardiola that the club would take good care of Lin Quan, which provided them with some solace. As a financially constrained mid-tier club, Werder Bremen often relied heavily on loaned players to shoulder significant responsibilities. Should they tarnish the club's reputation, future collaborations would likely be jeopardized. Therefore, Guardiola placed unwavering trust in Klaus's assurance. Thus, he commenced discussions with the club regarding Lin Quan's accommodation arrangements. The club presented two options. The first was for Lin Quan to reside with the club's young players, and the second was to place him in the home of a devoted club supporter. Respecting Lin Quan's choice, Guardiola acquiesced to the latter option. Consequently, Klaus instructed sporting director Essen to drive them to the host family located near the stadium. This family consisted of 4 members, a couple in their late 30s. The husband, named William Victor, was a distributor for a local brewery, while the wife, Anna Victor, served as a civil servant at the municipal hall. This family epitomizes a typical upper-middle-class household in Germany, with a combined annual income of approximately 100,000, signifying both financial stability and a respectable social standing. The couple is blessed with a pair of charming children, a 12-year-old daughter named Angel and a 10-year-old son named Greenie, who is still in elementary school. All 4 members of the family are ardent supporters of Werder Bremen, rarely missing a home match and always attending together as a family unit. The parents, of a similar age to Guardiola, find common ground with him, particularly given Lin Quan's current association with Werder Bremen. Their conversations are filled with warmth and camaraderie, leaving Guardiola and Sarah thoroughly pleased with their host family. Before parting ways, Guardiola graciously gifted Greenie a football adorned with his autograph, while the William family presented Guardiola with a barrel of his treasured craft beer. In order to swiftly acclimatize to the team, Lin Quan opted not to join Guardiola and others on a skiing trip to Switzerland, instead remaining in Bremen to undertake personal training prior to the team's collective training regimen. There exists a significant disparity in intensity between youth league matches and Bundesliga games. Thus, approaching the latter with a youth mentality would likely lead to overwhelming defeat. Therefore, Lin has much work ahead of him before the league commences, including enhancing his physical conditioning to withstand the demands of Bundesliga play. Additionally, he must bolster his physical resilience to avoid being easily toppled in encounters. He also intends to review game footage from the past few seasons to analyze the team's tactical approaches, facilitating a smoother integration into the tactical framework. While Klaus harbors concerns, Lin Quan remains largely unfazed. Although he previously played as a defensive midfielder for Barcelona's youth team, his adaptation of peak Messi's attributes allows him to occupy various positions, including winger, shadow striker, attacking midfielder, and even occasionally stepping in as a center forward. Naturally, returning to his roots as a playmaking defensive midfielder presents no challenge for him. Following his transfer to Paris Saint-Germain, the veteran Messi frequently occupies the role of the central organizer. Thus, his responsibilities do not conflict with those of De Bruyne, who can entirely handle the orchestration duties. Lin can assume the role of the finisher, and should De Bruyne face targeted restrictions from opponents, Lin is fully capable of dropping back to orchestrate the attack, playing as a dual attacking midfielder. However, these decisions are not solely in his hands. His primary objective is to demonstrate to the head coach his capability to fulfill these roles. The residence of his host family is conveniently located less than 2 kilometers from the team's training base. As he is not yet of age to obtain a driver's license, and given the short distance, Lin Quan invested 200 in a bicycle as his mode of transportation. That evening, Anna prepared a sumptuous feast at home to warmly welcome Lin Quan into their midst. "Feel free to make yourself at home here," she encouraged. Anna smiled as she poured a glass of juice for Lin Quan. For being a minor, he was not permitted to consume alcohol. Moreover, for professional athletes, indulging in alcoholic beverages is deemed inappropriate, as it can adversely affect their performance. "Thank you, Mrs. Anna," Lin Quan said politely, accepting the juice. William poured himself a glass of beer and interjected, "At Werder Bremen, we are exceptionally accommodating towards our young players. Our captain, Fritz, is a commendable individual. With him around, you shall not face any bullying in the team." At this juncture, William's expression dimmed slightly, and he sighed. "Unfortunately, that fellow Wies has departed." The Wies William referred to, full name Tim Wies, was the primary goalkeeper for Werder Bremen last season. He was heralded as the successor to the legendary Oliver Kahn, an audacious yet passionate goalkeeper. Such a figure easily becomes the spiritual leader of a team, and Wies embodied that role at Bremen. His remarkable abilities, coupled with his long-standing service to the club, earned him the adoration of the fans. His departure left many supporters feeling a deep sense of regret. Realizing that his emotions were affecting the atmosphere, William shifted the topic, raising his glass to offer a toast to Lin Quan. "Lin, may you soon establish your place in the team and become our pride." Chapter 15. The coach's determination. The following day, Lin Quan rose early. After breakfast, he took a football and rode his bicycle to the training facility. The training base of Werder Bremen is in close proximity to the Weser Stadium, a landmark of the city of Bremen. Thus, even for someone new like Lin Quan, as long as he headed towards the stadium, he would not lose his way. Since the team was on holiday, the club was also in a semi-vacation state. The sight of a player training at this time astonished the security guard, Uncle Greif. "Hey, kid, are you really a player for our team?" He scrutinized Lin Quan from head to toe, having never seen him at the club before, and noticing that Lin was not wearing a Werder Bremen jersey. He was quite skeptical of Lin's identity. "Indeed, if you doubt my words, you may call the club's management, Mr. Assen, Mr. Olofs. Or if you have the number for our club president, Mr. Klaus Fischer, feel free to ring him as well." Lin Quan stood calmly at the entrance, unfazed by the guard's skepticism. Greif, seeing Lin confidently mention several names from the club's management, was convinced to a significant extent. However, being German, he was rather rigid, or one might say meticulous. He indeed called club manager Olofs to verify Lin Quan's identity. Olofs, who had met Lin the day prior, was quite surprised to hear from Greif that Lin had come to the club for extra training. He personally drove over, bringing Lin Quan to the team's training base. There lay the youth team's training ground, while this was the main squad's practice area, with the locker rooms located nearby. After introducing the various facilities of the training base, Olofs paused, speaking earnestly. "Voluntarily engaging in extra training is commendable, yet one must be cautious of overexertion to avoid injury. You are still young, with ample time ahead. There is no need to rush." Although he harbored doubts about Lin Quan's seamless integration into Werder Bremen's tactical framework, he held a deep admiration for diligent players like Lin Quan, especially at such a tender age, resisting the temptations of the glamorous world outside the pitch. Focusing on solidifying one's fundamentals and striving to enhance one's skills is indeed a rare and admirable quality. Lin Quan nodded. After their interactions, he found Olofs to be quite approachable. It was evident that he had emotional ties to the club, yet his heavy demeanor hinted that the rumors of his desire to leave might hold some truth. In the timeline prior to Lin Quan's arrival, Olofs departed Werder Bremen in 2013. That season, the club only secured its place in the league after a nail-biting final match. Perhaps the disappointing results were the primary catalyst for his decision to leave. This suggested that if the team's performance improved this season, Olofs might reconsider his departure. However, this was largely irrelevant to Lin Quan, who was merely on loan for a year, likely to leave once the loan agreement expired the following year. By that time, Olofs and head coach Thomas would be making their own decisions, separate from his own. In the following days, Lin Quan adhered to a structured training regimen at the club. The training primarily encompassed both ball and non-ball exercises, typical of professional teams. Initially, the training volume was moderate, primarily to mitigate the risk of injury. As his physical condition improved, The intensity gradually increased until reaching a stable level, ceasing further increments. At his age, he was in a crucial phase of physical development, and excessive training could lead to irreversible harm. Each day during training, Alofs would quietly observe from the sidelines. After a week, another figure appeared on the sidelines. Unknown to Lin Quan, yet familiar with Alofs. Their presence did not disrupt Lin Quan's training. They merely glanced occasionally and exchanged a few words. "Thomas, what are your thoughts on him?" Alofs inquired, having closely observed Lin Quan for 2 weeks and gaining a profound understanding of his technical abilities. He was a young player with solid technique, exquisite footwork, and remarkable intuition. In him, Alofs perceived the shadows of Xavi, Iniesta, and even Messi, as if he had amalgamated the strengths of these three, possessing both organizational skills and finishing prowess. Indeed, it is a product of La Masia, a true masterpiece. However, it is regrettable that there are currently no practical exercises to validate his judgment, leaving him uncertain of its accuracy. Consequently, he enlisted the help of his close friend and partner, the club's head coach, Thomas Schaaf, to observe Lin Quan's training together. Schaaf watched intently for a considerable time before responding thoughtfully. His technique is indeed commendable, yet he is rather young. The world of football is replete with potential stars, but few truly realize that potential. Take the Golden Boy Award as an example. Those who receive it undoubtedly garner unanimous acclaim during that period. However, their subsequent professional journeys are often fraught with challenges, with many failing to thrive and being labeled as significant flops. A case in point is Anderson, the European Golden Boy acquired by Manchester United at a high price, who failed to make an impact there, leading to widespread criticism of the 20 million transfer. Anderson joined Manchester United at the age of 19, whereas Lin Quan is merely 16 this year. The risk of investing in him seems even greater than the gamble Ferguson took on Anderson. Alofs clearly disagreed with this perspective. "I believe we cannot dismiss his abilities simply because of his youth. Remember, you hold the record for the youngest appearance at Werder Bremen. Had the coaches back, then shared your views on young talent, would you have had the opportunity to shine?" Schaaf, you have changed. You have become conservative. Is it the unsatisfactory performance of the team that has made you lose your former composure and confidence? Upon hearing his friend's words, Thomas Schaaf fell silent, pondering. Have I truly changed? The club had been part of the title race 3 seasons ago, only to experience a sudden collapse the previous season, plummeting into the relegation zone. The situation worsened further last season, with the team teetering on the brink of relegation. This summer, 14 players, including the first-choice goalkeeper, Wies, departed, half of whom were key players. Under such circumstances, the pressure for the team to avoid relegation in the new season was unprecedented, allowing for no mistakes. Perhaps it was this immense pressure that had caused him to adopt a more cautious approach. You are right. I should not be so conservative. Given our current squad, no amount of caution can guarantee survival. Thus, it may be wiser to take bold risks. Chapter 16. The first encounter with De Bruyne. Time flew by, and before long, a month had passed. By the end of June, the date for the team's training camp drew ever closer. The preseason training for Werder Bremen would commence on July 3rd. And in the meantime, the players were gradually arriving from various locations. The first to arrive would undoubtedly be Lin Quan himself, for he had already been training alone at the base for over a month. During this period, he had completely adapted to the myriad skills of the peak Messi. In the future, employing the maestro's various techniques would no longer feel so unfamiliar. Moreover, his height increased by 1 centimeter, reaching a total of 173 centimeters. His weight also rose from 65 kilograms to 67 kilograms. This growth in stature and weight transformed his previously somewhat slender physique into a more robust form. His ability to withstand physical challenges improved, and his ball-handling skills became more formidable. With a sharp crack, the football traced a splendid arc, soaring over the wall of defenders before plummeting swiftly and nestling into the top left corner of the goalpost. That day, he arrived at the training ground early, only to discover that someone else had arrived even earlier. This individual was a young player, approximately 180 centimeters tall, with a head of golden hair. The young man had not noticed Lin Quan's arrival and was intently focused on shooting practice. Observing from the sidelines, Lin Quan realized that the player was practicing free kicks. However, it seemed less like practice and more like an outlet for pent-up frustration, as he struck the ball with such intensity that it appeared as if the football bore a personal grudge against him. Yet, despite the force behind each kick, The ball consistently found its way into the net from the most difficult angles. It was undeniable that this player's technique was extraordinary. At this point, Lin Quan had deduced the identity of the individual. It was Kevin De Bruyne, a player on loan from Chelsea. Applauding the remarkable skill displayed, Lin Quan clapped his hands. Upon hearing the applause, De Bruyne paused and glanced back. Noticing that Lin Quan wore the same team uniform, he nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting between them. After this exchange, De Bruyne returned to his training, showing no inclination to engage in further conversation. Lin Quan understood that De Bruyne was a reserved and introverted player, so he did not take offense at the lack of interaction. If De Bruyne had approached him enthusiastically, it would have led Lin Quan to question whether something was amiss. Choosing not to disturb De Bruyne's practice, Lin Quan retrieved training equipment from the equipment room, set up a training area, and began practicing alone. After about half an hour, Lin Quan sensed that someone was watching him. He glanced toward the sidelines and discovered that De Bruyne had, at some point, ceased his training and was now observing him. Upon catching Lin Quan's gaze, De Bruyne's face flushed crimson, and he quickly averted his eyes, feeling as if he had been caught in a misdeed, a bit embarrassed. Is something the matter? Lin Quan thought it amusing to see De Bruyne blush. He had always heard of De Bruyne's shyness, but he had not anticipated it to manifest to such an extent. No, nothing at all, De Bruyne stammered, his words emerging with what seemed like monumental effort. To express 8 words was no small feat for him. Noticing that De Bruyne had little to say, Lin Quan decided to ignore him and continued his training. However, even as he resumed, De Bruyne remained by the sidelines, unwilling to leave. Thus, Lin Quan found himself compelled to halt once more. Reiterating the earlier inquiry, "Are you certain everything is fine?" De Bruyne could not simply assert that all was well. After all, if everything were indeed fine, he would not be lingering here. "Greetings, I am Kevin De Bruyne. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Are you practicing your dribbling skills?" Lin Quan approached, extending his hand to shake De Bruyne's in a friendly manner. "Hello, I am Lin Quan. As you can see, I am indeed honing my dribbling techniques. What do you say? Would you be interested in practicing together?" De Bruyne, occupying a forward position, required a certain level of dribbling and evasion skills, which greatly aided in eluding defenders and seeking more advantageous passing options. At the age of 21, De Bruyne's technical prowess had yet to reach the finesse and mastery he would later exhibit. His style was free-spirited and unrestrained, displaying a somewhat rugged technique that did not entirely align with Chelsea's expectations. Consequently, unable to secure a position at Chelsea, he was compelled to go on loan, venturing to the Bundesliga for development. Bundesliga clubs, particularly the average teams, were not particularly adept at marketing, resulting in modest revenue. Although boasting one of Europe's most vibrant football markets, their commercial development paled in comparison to that of the Premier League and La Liga. To manage expenses, mid-tier Bundesliga teams generally maintained low-wage expenditures and adopted a conservative approach to acquisitions. This environment provided opportunities for young players to discover their own platforms. For De Bruyne, playing in the Bundesliga was undoubtedly preferable to languishing on the bench at Chelsea. After experiencing the agony of being welcomed into a prestigious club only to be cast aside, he grew increasingly dissatisfied with his abilities. He yearned to enhance his skills swiftly, eager to demonstrate his capabilities on the field, thereby proving to the Chelsea contingent that it was not a matter of inadequacy, but rather a lack of opportunities afforded to him. Thus, in response to Lin Quan's invitation, he readily accepted. Lin Quan, unaware of De Bruyne's sentiments, merely sought a training partner to further hone his familiarity with Messi's various dribbling techniques through practical confrontation. Consequently, the two quickly found harmony and engaged in an enthusiastic practice session. "Shall you go first, or shall I?" Lin Quan inquired, ball in possession, smiling at De Bruyne. Observing the football at Lin Quan's feet, De Bruyne slightly lowered his center of gravity, positioning himself defensively at the apex of the penalty area. While De Bruyne's defensive skills were not particularly outstanding, he was acquainted with the fundamental techniques of defense. However, when defenders faced attacking players one-on-one, they often found themselves in a passive position, as the attacking party typically had at least 2 potential routes for advancement. Thus, they were obliged to block the most threatening path, compelling the opponent to divert to the alternative. De Bruyne opted to obstruct the inside route, conceding the outside or flank to Lin Quan, a common choice among defenders when confronted with an attack from the wings. De Bruyne's strategy was to create opportunities for Lin Quan to exploit the flanks. However, when the opponent made a vertical breakthrough, He aimed to disrupt their rhythm and stride through physical confrontation, forcing them to lose possession. This tactic was sound. Yet the challenge lay in Lin Quan's unwillingness to comply. He advanced with the ball, keenly observing De Bruyne's footwork. De Bruyne maintained his weight on his back foot, poised for a chase. Suddenly, Lin Quan leaned forward, feigning an intention to push the ball ahead. Noticing the shift in Lin Quan's center of gravity, De Bruyne instinctively retreated a step. To his astonishment, Lin Quan swiftly pulled the ball to the right, executing a simple body feint to bypass De Bruyne effortlessly. De Bruyne stood frozen, marveling at the simplicity of the maneuver, as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. Yet he pondered, how could such an uncomplicated tactic have rendered him as immobile as a wooden post? Chapter 17. The coach's astonishing revelation again. De Bruyne exclaimed, visibly dissatisfied. Although Lin Quan perceived De Bruyne's defense as somewhat lacking, he reasoned that even a less skilled opponent was preferable to a stationary dummy. Thus, he willingly embraced the challenge. This time, it was supposed to be Lin Quan's turn to defend, but De Bruyne was singularly focused on intercepting Lin Quan's ball, sacrificing his offensive opportunity to remain in a defensive stance. Clearly, he was a competitor unwilling to concede easily. Once in possession, Lin Quan employed the same tactic. And once again, De Bruyne fell for Lin Quan's feint. However, he refrained from reacting hastily this time. Evidently, he had recognized that Lin Quan's change in center of gravity could mislead his judgment. To assume the opponent would break through in the direction of their weight shift could lead to deception. Yet, what caught De Bruyne off guard was that Lin Quan, instead of remaining static, initiated movement. With a deft touch, Lin Quan propelled the ball forward and accelerated like a gust of wind past De Bruyne. By the time De Bruyne registered the situation, it was too late. He had lost the opportunity to intervene both physically and tactically. After successfully breaking through, Lin Quan halted the ball and curiously regarded De Bruyne. Kevin, upon seeing my shift in center of gravity, why didn't you attempt to disrupt? De Bruyne reflected on this question. I was previously deceived by your feint, and upon noticing your weight shift, I hesitated, fearing it was yet another trick. Lin Quan nodded in agreement, acknowledging his response. This predicament was not unique to De Bruyne. It was a shared struggle among all defenders facing Messi. Messi's rapid movement and exceptional talent enabled him to alter his center of gravity with ease, executing a myriad of deceptive feints. If a defender notices a shift in his center of gravity and blocks the direction in which he intends to break through, Messi will exploit his superior frequency, swiftly changing his breakthrough direction in an incredibly short span of time. At that moment, the defender's body struggles to keep pace with his rhythm, rendering them powerless to stop him. Conversely, if the defender is not deceived and fails to obstruct his path, it becomes even easier for Messi. He merely needs to continue his forward motion to effortlessly surpass the defender. After all, Messi's movement frequency surpasses that of the vast majority of players. If you cannot match his first step, pursuing him by the second step is utterly futile. In essence, compared to typical attacking players, Messi amalgamates the feint and breakthrough into a singular movement. Generally, attacking players must first execute a feint to deceive the defender before capitalizing on the opponent's error to maneuver past them. Messi, however, has seamlessly integrated these two actions, rendering each of his movements akin to a feint, allowing him to bypass you regardless of the choice you make. Thus, defending against Messi cannot rely on experience, but rather on anticipation. Only defenders with exceptional predictive abilities stand a chance against him. And such individuals are exceedingly rare in today's football landscape. Once again, I refuse to believe I cannot find a way to defend against you. De Bruyne, having witnessed Lin Quan's prowess, found his competitive spirit further ignited. After all, the opponent is merely 16 or 17 years old, likely just a member of Werder Bremen's youth team. If he cannot even manage to defend against someone like this, it would be better to buy a block of tofu and end it all. Half an hour later, I can't go on, I'm utterly exhausted. De Bruyne collapsed onto the ground, lying flat with his arms and legs spread out, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the sky, beginning to question his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why have I been surpassed by a mere child 70 times without managing a single successful tackle? Do I even know how to play football? Lin Quan was equally fatigued. The continuous dribbling placed a significant burden on his knees. Even if De Bruyne did not call for a halt, Lin Quan would have to do so himself. He wondered how Messi had persevered all these years. He felt that such frequent acceleration, direction changes, and dribbling would inevitably lead to the demise of his knees. Since his profound conversation with Olaf's, Werder Bremen's coach, Thomas Schaaf, had relaxed his mindset, no longer placing excessive pressure on himself. However, letting go of pressure did not equate to neglecting his responsibilities. He held a deep affection for the team and did not wish to see it relegated under his watch. Therefore, even with a less-than-ideal hand, he endeavored to make changes, attempting to combine the available resources to maximize their potential. As for whether Werder Bremen would remain in the Bundesliga after the season concludes, that was left to fate. With many veteran players departing and numerous new players being loaned in for the upcoming season, he needed to adjust the starting lineup accordingly. To select the most suitable starting lineup, it is imperative to possess a comprehensive understanding of the profiles of the young players within the team. Ideally, this task should be accomplished prior to the commencement of the new season's training camp, allowing for a thorough assessment of each player's technical attributes. Should any player fail to meet the required standards, the upcoming summer transfer window presents an opportunity to bolster the squad. Consequently, he decided to cut his vacation short, driving to the club with the intention of entering work mode ahead of time. Upon passing the training ground, he observed Lin Quan and De Bruyne engaged in practice. The sight of these two training together piqued Schaaf's curiosity. One would expect them to be in competition for their positions and, therefore, presumed they would struggle to coexist. To his surprise, they appeared to have quickly forged a camaraderie. Intrigued, he lingered by the sidelines for a while. Half an hour later, both young players collapsed in exhaustion, while Schaaf stood by, overwhelmed with excitement. 70 successful breakthroughs, an astounding tally, with not a single successful defensive maneuver from the opposition. This left him utterly astonished, akin to watching a science fiction film. Despite some defensive shortcomings from De Bruyne, he had not committed a single error, showcasing an impressive array of breakthrough techniques. Was such remarkable ability truly expected at this tender age? This seemed almost unreal. How could Barcelona bear to loan out such a player? Fearing he might be snatched away by another club? Had the team inadvertently acquired a prodigious talent for breakthroughs? A player of this caliber would be the focal point of development in any team, a core around which a squad could be built, much like Messi and Ronaldo. Yet, he recalled that this individual had played as a defensive midfielder in Barcelona's youth team. Was it a matter of Barcelona's poor judgment in player utilization? Or had this prestigious club devised an innovative tactic of deploying wingers in midfield? Chapter 18. Training camp begins July 3rd, marked the arrival of the team's training day. Players from the first team gradually reported to the club, having undergone significant changes during the off-season. Upon returning, the veteran players were greeted by a multitude of fresh faces. Most of them remained remarkably composed, their demeanor neither warm nor cold. They neither expressed fondness nor aversion towards the newcomers, but rather exhibited an air of aloofness. In contrast, the team's venerable captain, 31-year-old Clemens Fritz, extended a warm welcome to the young players. Welcome to Werder Bremen. This is a fantastic club, and I believe you will come to love it here. Aside from a few young players promoted from the youth team who were visibly excited, the reactions of others who had transferred during the off-season were rather tepid, merely offering perfunctory applause. Observing this situation, Lin Quan nudged the somewhat dazed De Bruyne with his elbow and remarked, "Come on, let us go say hello to the captain." De Bruyne, unfamiliar with the team and knowing only Lin Quan, typically preferred to remain in the shadows, quietly listening to music due to his inherently introverted nature. However, upon hearing Lin Quan's words, he promptly set aside his portable music player and obediently followed Lin Quan as they approached Fritz. "Hello, Captain. I am Lin Quan. And this is De Bruyne. We are the new recruits of the team, and we kindly ask for your guidance." Greetings to you both. I've heard the coach speak of you. He has praised your talents. The new season awaits, and the team is in need of fresh blood like yours. Fritz appreciated the politeness and maturity of these young players, especially in contrast to another player borrowed from Bayern Munich. Instantly, Lin Quan and De Bruyne's impressions in his mind elevated significantly. They were both loaned from prestigious clubs, and unlike the aloofness often associated with Bayern, the players from Barcelona and Chelsea displayed a commendable sense of respect towards their senior teammates. After exchanging pleasantries, Fritz took the initiative to introduce Lin Quan and De Bruyne to other seasoned players in the team, facilitating their integration. Furthermore, he inquired about their lives in Germany, recognizing that both were newcomers and might struggle to adapt to the unfamiliar surroundings. He offered his assistance, having resided in Bremen for 6 or 7 years and possessing a network of local contacts. Through this interaction, Lin Quan gained insight into the captain's character and demeanor. Just as William had described, Fritz proved to be a congenial individual, though perhaps a bit too affable, lacking that iron-fisted leadership aura. Whether this was a virtue or a flaw remained uncertain. As the players engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing tales and experiences from their holidays, the head coach, accompanied by the coaching staff, arrived at the training ground to unveil the day's training agenda. With the off-season just concluded, most players were gradually shaking off the remnants of their vacation. Consequently, the intensity of the first training session was moderate, focusing primarily on recovery exercises. Observing the players on the training field, Thomas Schaaf found himself contemplating the formation and tactical approach for the new season. Werder Bremen was renowned for its attacking style, boasting one of the most formidable offensive lineups in the Bundesliga. In the 2005-2006 season, Werder Bremen had achieved the remarkable feat of leading both in goals scored and goal differential. They netted a total of 79 goals that season, averaging 2.3 goals per match, with a goal differential of 42. This performance surpassed Bayern Munich by 12 goals and 7 goals respectively. The prowess of Bayern Munich was well acknowledged. And for Werder Bremen to seize these two top spots from such a giant speaks volumes of their attacking capabilities. However, Bremen had consistently grappled with a significant issue. Their defensive skills left much to be desired. They scored prolifically but equally conceded numerous goals. During the pinnacle of the 5 seasons from 2004 to 2009, Werder Bremen was able to mask its defensive frailties and excessive conceding of goals with a plethora of scoring. However, beginning in the 2009 to 2010 season, the overall strength of Werder Bremen began to wane, leading to a decline in their attacking prowess while the number of goals conceded remained unchanged. Consequently, the team's performance plummeted, gradually sinking into the relegation zone. In that season, they even became a strong candidate for relegation. A pressing dilemma confronted head coach Thomas Schaaf. Should the new season's Werder Bremen continue to pursue the previously employed attacking football? While attacking football garners the admiration of fans, defensive counterattacking secures victories. The latter seems a more prudent choice, yet the crux of the matter is that Thomas Schaaf is not inherently a defensive coach. His focus has predominantly been on exploring offensive tactics and formations, leaving him less proficient in defense, particularly in executing effective counterattacks. Expecting him to reach the defensive mastery of a strategist like Mourinho is unrealistic. Thus, he hesitates to implement radical changes to Werder Bremen's established tactics. Should such alterations occur, there is a risk they would not yield the desired outcomes. Rather, they could leave the players bewildered, ultimately leading to counterproductive results. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to make adjustments within the existing tactical framework, refining the details of both offense and defense without overhauling the overarching strategy. Given the current characteristics of the team, particularly the prevalence of young, energetic players, Schaaf has opted to slightly modify the previously utilized 4-3-3 formation into a 4-1-4-1 structure. The 4-3-3 formation is emblematic of an offensive setup, while the adapted 4-1-4-1 retains its attacking advantages while simultaneously addressing defensive shortcomings. This formation features wingers repositioned to the midfield, where they engage in defensive duties, forming a formidable 5-man interception line in the midfield to stifle the opponent's attacks. During offensive phases, the withdrawn wingers surge forward, launching attacks from the flanks. At this juncture, the repositioned wide midfielders reconnect with the forwards, reverting the formation to a 4-3-3 setup, thereby enhancing the offensive options with 3 forwards. However, this formation is not devoid of drawbacks. The absence of 2 wingers significantly reduces the number of players in the attacking front, limiting the team's capacity for high-intensity pressing and interception in the opponent's half. Furthermore, the deployment of a single defensive midfielder may leave the flanks of the central defense vulnerable, making it easier for opponents to exploit gaps. Additionally, with the 4-1-4-1 formation comprising 4 lines, maintaining the appropriate distance between them is crucial. Improper spacing could easily lead to defensive lapses. Within this formation, 3 positions are pivotal: the defensive midfielder and the 2 wide midfielders. The defensive midfielder acts as a free agent in the midfield, serving as the bulwark of the defensive line. If he is breached, the team's defense faces immediate threats from the opposition. The 2 wide midfielders, while shouldering certain defensive responsibilities, also serve as crucial instruments for the team to unlock opportunities and execute attacks. In contrast to a central forward who merely acts as a point of support, the offensive duties of the wide midfielders are significantly more demanding. Should they fail to create openings, the team risks becoming ensnared in a passive predicament. Fortunately, Schaaf's tactical repertoire is not limited to a singular option. If the 4-1-4-1 formation proves ineffective, he can transition the team to a 4-3-3 or 4-4-2 setup. Chapter 19. The system resurrects on July 20th, following 2 weeks of training. The club welcomed its first opponent for a friendly match, Cottbus. For Werder Bremen, the decision to face Cottbus as their initial adversary was evidently made after careful consideration. This club, hailing from the second tier of German football, had briefly ascended to the Bundesliga for 2 seasons, but quickly relegated due to insufficient prowess. Their strength is relatively modest, approximately half a tier below Werder Bremen. Competing against them would assist in bolstering the confidence of the team's younger players, especially as many seasoned veterans have departed, necessitating reliance on these emerging talents to forge a new legacy. However, the mindset of young players can be unstable, often leading to collapses in the latter half of the season, reminiscent of Arsenal's struggles to maintain consistency. They are formidable in the first half, yet falter gravely thereafter, inexplicably succumbing to collapse. In addition to fostering confidence among the younger cohort, selecting a weaker opponent mitigates the stress on their defensive line, allowing for greater focus on offensive strategies to better assess the efficacy of the team's attacking tactics. In this match, both Lin Quan and De Bruyne were named in the squad. However, De Bruyne secured a place in the starting lineup, while Lin Quan was relegated to the bench. Lin Quan maintained a composed demeanor regarding this, understanding that he had not yet attained the fitness required to play the full match. Serving as a substitute, he could seize the opportunity to make an impact during critical moments in the second half, capitalizing on the opponent's waning stamina, which posed a lesser challenge than contending against fully energized adversaries from the outset. "Go for it, De Bruyne. I believe in you," Lin Quan encouraged, raising his fist in solidarity, to which De Bruyne shyly nodded in acknowledgement. The match commenced soon after, drawing an audience of 23,000 to the Weser Stadium, with a significant portion of seats remaining unoccupied. This was hardly surprising, considering the departure of numerous veteran players and the nature of a friendly match against a lower-tier team, which offered limited appeal to the fans. Once the game began, Werder Bremen quickly assumed control. Cottbus opted to defend their half and play a counter-attacking style. This pragmatic choice is often adopted by teams of lesser strength when facing more formidable opponents, as recklessly engaging in an open contest could lead to severe repercussions, especially when facing a team like Werder Bremen, known for its formidable offensive capabilities. A lack of defensive reinforcement could lead to a disastrous outcome, which would undoubtedly have a detrimental effect on the players' mentality as they embark on the new season. Indeed, they opted for a defensive strategy. Assistant coach Rosell furrowed his brow and spoke with evident anxiety. "Well, that was to be expected," remarked Schaaf, maintaining a calm demeanor, as though he had anticipated the opponent's choice. "The opposing defenders were numerous, rendering our ground penetration ineffective. We could only resort to crossing from the flanks, though its efficacy seemed dubious." Another assistant coach, Heinbach, expressed his concerns, noting that breaking through a dense defense is a universally challenging dilemma. He worried whether these young lads on the field would be able to handle such a predicament. The crucial question now was whether these youngsters could withstand the pressure and turn the tide. Schaaf sat on the bench, arms crossed, coolly observing the players' performances on the pitch. This match, along with the forthcoming friendlies, served as a vital reference for him to finalize his starting lineup for the new season. The strengths and standout performances of the players would be readily apparent in real competition. The capable would rise, while the mediocre would fall. This season, Werder Bremen would resolutely adhere to this principle. Moreover, even if the team struggled to find their rhythm, he remained unperturbed, for he still held an ace up his sleeve. With this thought, Schaaf turned his gaze towards Lin Quan, seated on the substitutes bench, deeply engrossed in the match. He eagerly anticipated what surprises this young talent, who had dazzled in training, would bring to the field in actual gameplay. On the substitutes bench, Lin Quan appeared to be fully focused on the match. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that his attention was not entirely on the game. Indeed, Lin Quan had become distracted. At the moment the referee blew the whistle to commence the match, the dormant system that had been silent for 2 months suddenly stirred to life. There was no chime, no abrupt task notifications. Yet, A perceptible module emerged in Lin Quan's consciousness. As he curiously extended his awareness towards it, the module unfolded in his mind. Upon activation, it revealed an interface resembling that of a video game, with the protagonist seemingly being none other than himself. Clicking on the player profile section, his details promptly appeared. Name: Lin Quan. Age: 16 years, 153 days. Birthday: February 20th, 1996. Nationality: Spain. Position: to be determined. Affiliated club: Barcelona. League: Bundesliga. League appearances: 0. National team appearances: 0. Current template: Messi. The initial portion of the information bore no particular significance. Yet the last entry took Lin Quan by surprise. The notion of a current template was easily understood. But did this imply that he could eventually switch to the template of another footballing legend? Pondering this question, Lin Quan directed an inquiry towards the system. Theoretically, it is possible. However, in practice, it proves to be quite challenging. The previous legends of the game have long since retired, their abilities significantly diminished, rendering them incapable of reaching the exalted status of a football king, thus making it impossible to replicate their attributes. Well, this aligns with reality. After all, acquiring the template of a football monarch is no simple feat. With the template of a peak Messi, Lin Quan felt immensely satisfied. He then resumed his exploration of the other features on the interface. Beyond the player data section, there were 2 additional modules, one for tasks and another for the system's shop. This system seemed rather lazy, merely these 3 components. And it had the audacity to call itself a football king system? Nevertheless, curiosity compelled him to open the task module, where he discovered an unread task notification. Upon clicking it, a system task emerged. Task introduction. A football king does not appear overnight. Much like Rome was not built in a day. They are forged through countless matches and relentless battles. You are about to take your first step into a professional career. Task requirements. Participate in the match between Werder Bremen and Cottbus, leading your team to victory. Completion of the task rewards 1 point. According to the system's description, points are the key to unlocking the system shop. Accumulating enough points allows access to the shop. Moreover, the currency for purchasing items and equipment within the shop is indeed points. Points can only be obtained through completing system tasks and winning matches. Initially, Lin Quan was indifferent. Already possessing the Messi template, what more could he desire? What could possibly surpass the allure of the Messi template? Thus, even without the trinkets in the system shop, he remained confident in his ability to become the next football king. However, after browsing through the system shop, Lin Quan couldn't help but exclaim, "How enticing." To speak of nothing else, the talents available in the system shop, such as injury immunity, top-notch anticipation, tireless stamina, a big heart, and being a clutch player, were simply too irresistible. Chapter 20. Debuting in the iconic number 10 jersey. Upon seeing these offerings, Lin Quan was filled with exhilaration. Just imagine, a Messi endowed with boundless physicality and free from injuries. How terrifying would that be? Retaining the explosiveness and dribbling ability of 12 years prior. Coupled with the organizational prowess of 2019, how comprehensive would that make him? He would be nothing short of a deity. This, indeed, represents the potential strength of Lin Quan under the system's enhancement. He could almost envision himself activating these talents and transforming into a fearsome titan on the football pitch. As the match progressed, Werder Bremen's offensive onslaught surged. After navigating through the initial tension, the performance of the team's young players visibly improved. Particularly De Bruyne, orchestrating play from the midfield, exhibited an outstanding display. The first half was almost a personal showcase for De Bruyne, as he repeatedly leveraged his exceptional vision and passing ability to deliver several threatening balls. However, the forward Nils Petersen, loaned from Bayern Munich, seemed to have forgotten his shooting boots, as he squandered several golden opportunities to score, leaving De Bruyne unable to suppress a sigh of despair. Beyond his significant role as the orchestrator of the attack, De Bruyne also made remarkable contributions on the defensive front. After days of one-on-one training with Lin Quan, although De Bruyne still struggled to contain him, his defensive abilities had seen a tremendous enhancement. His proactive pressing and interceptions in the attacking third thwarted numerous counterattacks from the opponents in their infancy. For an ordinary player, breaking through his defenses would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. This left the coaching staff of Werder Bremen quite astonished. This lad seems even stronger than during the training sessions. Indeed, his attacking prowess is already of top-tier caliber, and it was unexpected to discover such exceptional defensive capabilities. His relentless pursuit, fearlessness in confrontations, and tireless running reminded me of a certain player. Who? Nedved. At the mention of this name, a shiver ran through the crowd. The Czech Iron Man is a symbol of tireless versatility. Is Coach Schaaf's evaluation of De Bruyne truly this high? After all, this is merely a friendly match. We must continue to observe. If, and I mean if, his performance remains this outstanding, then our quest for survival in the new season may not be as daunting as we anticipated. Everyone nodded in agreement. This season, they had borrowed 3 players. And while Nils Petersen's performance had been underwhelming, De Bruyne had brought them immense surprise. Now, only the young player recruited from Barcelona had yet to take the field. If Lin Quan exceeded expectations, then perhaps survival in the upcoming season could indeed be achieved. Kappas quickly recognized De Bruyne's threat and intensified their defensive efforts against him. This diminished his ability to deliver threatening passes. Furthermore, during counterattacks, they deliberately bypassed the central area, launching their offensives from the flanks. This tactic soon proved effective. And after a series of significant counterattacks, the players on the wings for Werder Bremen began to hesitate. They were reluctant to engage in attacking plays, redirecting their focus towards defense. With the absence of the wide midfielders' involvement, Werder Bremen's attacks began to lose their menace. Consequently, the match devolved into a stalemate. As the first half concluded, the score remained 0-0, with neither side able to breach the opposing goal. On the sidelines, Coach Schaaf rose and made his way to the locker room first. He had already recognized the issues on the flanks and was prepared to make adjustments. Such a level of friendly match typically garners little attention in Asia, especially with the AFC U-23 championship in full swing. Most spectators would prefer to watch matches featuring their national teams, as it offers a more relatable experience. Thus, on a domestic live streaming platform, only a niche streamer with a passion for football is broadcasting this match. Concurrently, no fewer than 10 other streamers have chosen to cover a different match in the Asian U-22 championship, featuring the Chinese U-22 team against North Korea. And the levels of engagement are scarcely comparable. The audience tuning in for this friendly match primarily comprises fans of Werder Bremen and those who enjoy European leagues, but find themselves without any matches to watch, as the major leagues have yet to commence. During the halftime break, the audience and the streamer engage in casual banter. Why are you streaming a friendly match of a Bundesliga team while everyone else is streaming the national team's game to ride the wave of popularity? Look, hardly anyone is watching. In response to the viewer's query, the streamer chuckles and replies, I have a weak heart. I fear watching the national team might be too much for me. This elicited laughter from the viewers in the live stream. In recent years, the national team's performance has declined significantly, and their match results have plummeted. Especially last year, when expectations were high. The national team failed to advance past the group stage of the Asian Cup, which profoundly disappointed the fans. Damn it, the national team can't even beat North Korea. Refund us. National team, do you even care about us? Their skills are inferior, their attitude is lacking. Why even play? Go home and raise pigs. Watching them play makes my blood boil. I believe the national team is utterly finished. Oh, you just realized? Hasn't the national team been done for ages? What was once a pleasant conversation suddenly transformed as a large influx of new viewers swarmed into the live stream. Upon entering, these viewers disregarded the match content and unleashed a torrent of insults in the comments section. Huang Wei, witnessing a rapid surge in viewership, initially felt elated. However, upon glancing at the comments filled with vitriol, he was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that these individuals were not targeting him, but rather venting their frustrations at the national team, which surprised him. A quick glance at the neighboring score confirmed the troubling news. The national team was trailing once again. In the 43rd minute of the first half, North Korea scored, leaving the national team's score at 1-0. Meanwhile, other streamers observed the national team falling behind North Korea, prompting a mass exodus of viewers from the national team stream to this previously obscure channel. They sought to cleanse their palates with a glimpse of high-level European competition. Cleanse the palate 1. Cleanse the palate 2. Brothers, isn't the preseason match of a Bundesliga team far more enjoyable than watching the national team? Indeed. Without a quick fix for the heart, who would choose to watch the national team? With so many new viewers arriving, Huang Wei felt both exhilarated and anxious, prompting him to muster all his energy and deliver a serious commentary. As he reviewed the rosters of both teams, he suddenly exclaimed, There's a young player on Werder Bremen's roster whose name seems reminiscent of a Chinese player, and it appears he is on loan from Barcelona. Wow, is that true? A player from Barcelona, a teammate of Messi? Impressive. Haha, I guess they must have brought him in as a mascot. In the midst of the spectators' skepticism and anticipation, the second half commenced. Werder Bremen made the first personnel adjustment, as Lin Quan, donned in the illustrious number 10 jersey, replaced the left winger Elia, who wore number 11. The moment the audience beheld Lin Quan's number, the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Lo and behold, the number 10 jersey. Is he to be nurtured as the core player? With roots in the esteemed La Masia Academy, playing as a winger and adorned in the number 10 jersey, he bore an uncanny resemblance to that famed individual. His height was also somewhat similar, being a mere 9 years younger than Messi, a perfect heir apparent. Let us witness whether this supposed successor to Messi can indeed rise to the occasion. Upon his entry, De Bruyne immediately passed the ball to Lin Quan. While others remained unaware of Lin Quan's prowess, De Bruyne, having faced his formidable skills in training, was all too aware. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan sprinted down the flank. The opposing left winger, adorned in the number 13 jersey, swiftly moved to defend against him. Noticing Lin Quan's youth and Asian features, he harbored a sense of superiority, seemingly convinced that Asian players lacked footballing prowess. As he approached Lin Quan, he taunted, "Kid, the football field is no place for you Asians. You ought to return to playing table tennis." Lin Quan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied with a smile, "I shall bypass you on your left." What? This insolent youth. How dare he provoke me? Before he could retort, he observed Lin Quan's right shoulder slightly dip, his body leaning to the right, with the ball arriving at his right foot. He truly intended to break through on his left. The left winger instinctively chose to block the anticipated route, determined not to allow Lin Quan to penetrate on that side. He could not afford to lose face. However, just as he believed Lin Quan would indeed maneuver to his left, the ball inexplicably returned to Lin Quan's left foot, and in that instant, Lin Quan had shifted his weight, ready to execute his plan. Cursed be it, he deceived me. He aims to break through on my right. Thus, he exerted every ounce of effort to adjust his body and lunged awkwardly to the right, striving to intercept Lin Quan's advance. Yet, as he lunged to the right, he discovered that Lin Quan had already evaded him. "Oh no, I have been outwitted," the number 13 player thought to himself, raising his head to glance behind, only to find that Lin Quan had already surged into his half. He truly had passed him on the left. Cursed be that fool, Comer. What is he doing? How could he allow a mere 16-year-old to bypass him so effortlessly? On the bench of Cottbus, the head coach was infuriated to witness the team's primary left midfielder effortlessly breached by the opponent with mere flicks of the ball. In stark contrast, the home team's coaching staff erupted into laughter as they observed Lin Quan executing a remarkably graceful dribble on the field. This young lad's prowess in maneuvering was distinctly exceptional. Indeed, I share this sentiment. While other players laboriously employ an array of techniques to succeed in dribbling, he makes it appear as effortless as eating or drinking. Before him, defenders seemed as immobile as wooden posts, utterly ineffective. Initially, I harbored concerns that his dribbling skills would only manifest during training sessions, yet to my astonishment, he exhibited them with confidence during the match, showcasing an impressive lack of hesitation or fear. Oh, I too have noticed this young man possesses a maturity that belies his age. Although Lin Quan managed only a single breakthrough after taking the field, the coaching staff felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance regarding his capabilities. They were already aware of his technical skills. Their sole apprehension lay in whether he would dare to utilize them in a competitive environment. Witnessing Lin Quan's fearless application of his dribbling techniques, their anxieties dissipated. Among the 3 lone players, 2 had exceeded their expectations, eliciting a sense of surprise from the coaching team and igniting dreams for the new season's achievements. While fulfilling their relegation duties, could they perhaps entertain the notion of a breakthrough in the cup competitions as well? In the live stream, after Lin Quan made his entrance and executed a successful dribble, some fans supporting him began to tag those who had previously dismissed him as merely a mascot. To those who called my brother Lin a mascot, "Come out and take a few steps," they taunted. With such a sharp breakthrough and a change of jersey, if you said he was Messi, I would believe it. And a mascot? Can your mascot dribble like that? Those who were tagged were indignant. What's there to boast about? The opposing team consists of second division players. The number 13 on their team can't play to save his life. What is so impressive about getting past him? Let us see him do it again. Huang Wei, unfazed by the ensuing online skirmish, remained fixated on the computer screen, unwilling to miss a single moment. As he watched Lin Quan break past the opposing left midfielder, Cottbus's defensive midfielder immediately closed in on him. Simultaneously, the left back advanced to obstruct his trajectory, preparing to collaborate with the midfielder to thwart his offensive advance and launch a counterattack. Unfazed, Lin Quan maintained his pace, continuing to dribble forward. As the midfielder attempted to intercept, he executed a deft lateral flick to bypass the opponent and cut into the defensive flank. This prompted the two central defenders of Cottbus to converge on him, realizing that this position could not allow him to release the ball should he pass it. The opposing forward would have a direct shot on goal. Although Nils Petersen, the forward loaned from Bayern, lacked shooting finesse, his movement was remarkably agile. At this moment, he had found a gap within the opponent's penalty area. Lin Quan's pass would lead to a one-on-one opportunity. Hence, Petersen began to gesticulate, fervently urging, "Pass the ball. Pass it quickly." However, Lin Quan, beset by defenders, could not perceive his gestures. Even if he had, delivering a pass was an arduous task. The space before him was nearly obscured by the legs of opposing players, tightly packed with no visible openings. Observing that his team's center back had thwarted the opponent's advance, the retreating defensive midfielder immediately lunged in for a tackle. Even if this action resulted in conceding a free kick in the attacking third, he intended to show this young player a lesson, to instill a sense of humility in his audacity. Nonetheless, Lin Quan seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He nimbly leapt aside just as the tackle was executed, evading the interception. Having endured numerous tackles from defenders throughout his career, he had anticipated his opponent's intentions, drawing from 8 years of professional experience. However, in his attempt to dodge the tackle, the ball had slipped slightly out of Lin Quan's reach, allowing the opposing fullback to seize the opportunity to reclaim possession. Yet, before he could make contact with the ball, another foot swiftly struck the ball away. The off-balance fullback inadvertently collided with Lin Quan, causing him to stagger. The referee had already poised the whistle at his lips, ready to signal a foul the moment Lin Quan fell. The opponent had clearly failed to touch the ball, instead making contact with Lin Quan, a definitive foul, witnessed clearly from nearby. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of allowing advantageous play, the referee refrained from blowing the whistle until Lin Quan had completely lost control of the ball. Just before falling, Lin Quan managed to brace himself against the grass and quickly regained his footing, snatching the ball away before the opposing center back could intervene. At this juncture, his dribbling path transitioned from vertical to horizontal. Another center back, seeing Lin Quan about to penetrate the penalty area, charged at him, aiming to shoulder him off or force him out of position to relinquish control of the ball. However, Lin Quan deftly shifted his body to the right, evading the collision, and took a bold step forward into the penalty area. Now, only the opposing right back and goalkeeper remained before him. The right back, wary of committing a foul within the box, placed his hands behind his back, fixated on the ball at Lin Quan's feet, poised to intercept at any moment. Lin Quan assessed the goalkeeper's positioning, nudged the ball to the right, and accelerated sharply, diagonally advancing towards the right side of the goal. This movement was executed with such swiftness that the right back struggled to keep pace, swiftly losing his defensive stance, and was left with no choice but to dive for a tackle. Should he successfully intercept the ball, he would be hailed as a hero. However, should he miss and make contact with Lin Quan, he would surely face dire consequences, becoming the team's scapegoat. The goalkeeper, witnessing Lin Quan maneuvering into a favorable angle for a shot, immediately crouched down, arms lowered, taking quick, small steps forward to block the shooting angle while preparing for a potential save. At this moment, Lin Quan, charging at full speed, found himself with little time or angle to adjust his body posture. Thus, he could only dive and execute a sliding shot before the goalkeeper completely sealed the angle. The ball rolled at an astonishing speed from the right side of the goalkeeper, who instinctively attempted to block it with his foot, but was a step too late. Turning back, he saw the ball roll into the net, tumbling within the goal. On the sidelines, nearly everyone from both the home and visiting teams' benches and coaching staff stood up, wide-eyed as they gazed at the goal of Cottbus. This goal reminded them of Messi's legendary strike in the 2010 to 2011 UEFA Champions League semifinals against Real Madrid. They never expected someone could replicate it. Chapter 22. A surge in value. Worth 20 million euros and still not enough. After scoring, before Lin Quan could rise from the ground, De Bruyne and his fellow Werder Bremen players rushed over, piling onto him in a joyful heap. Meanwhile, the live chat exploded with excitement. How did he do that? Is this a match I can watch for free? Incredible. He single-handedly took on the entire defense. Those who had previously dismissed Lin Quan as a mere mascot were nowhere to be seen. They had challenged him to outmaneuver another player. Yet Lin Quan had effortlessly surpassed the entire defensive line. I relish this direct and satisfying retaliation. Some remarked, this feels like a tribute to Messi. He scored a similar goal. Indeed, there were similarities, though Messi broke through the center while Lin Quan advanced from the flank. Furthermore, Messi faced off against the elite Real Madrid, making his goal comparatively more prestigious. The memory of Professor Boo's extraordinary assist came to mind, as did the image of Casillas shrugging at his teammates, resembling the current posture of Coppas's goalkeeper. My heart aches for Real Madrid, once again subjected to ridicule. If the viewers in the live chat previously did not know who Lin Quan was, from this moment onwards, all spectators of this match would remember the young prodigy who single-handedly pierced through the opposing defense along the wing. Not only the viewers of the Douyu live stream, but also the fans present at the stadium were captivated by Lin Quan's recent performance. Many applauded him and began to seek information about him, as the summer transfer window had just opened and would not close until the end of August. The team's recruitment efforts were still in their infancy. As a result, Lin Quan and several other players acquired through transfers or loans had not yet made a public appearance at the Weserstadion, and no welcome ceremony had been held for them. Consequently, many fans were unaware of Lin Quan's identity. After inquiring among themselves, they discovered that he was a lone player from Barcelona's youth team. It turned out he was a product of the famed La Masia Academy, which explained his remarkable skill. Upon hearing that Lin Quan hailed from Barcelona's youth academy, the fans of Werder Bremen immediately understood. Hey, fellows, is there a possibility that our club could acquire this remarkably skilled young man? He is still so young. Surely Barcelona's asking price wouldn't be exorbitant? They mused. What a splendid player he would be if he were not merely on loan, but a part of Werder Bremen's roster. However, such aspirations seemed far-fetched. Given his outstanding performance, it was likely that his market value would not dip below 20 million euros. We simply do not possess the financial means to procure such an expensive player, lamented the fans. Werder Bremen is not a powerhouse, it is merely a modest mid-tier club. Their highest transfer record dates back to the summer of 2009, when they acquired winger Marco Marin from Borussia Mönchengladbach for a hefty sum of 8.5 million euros. Typically, their annual transfer budget hovers around 15 million euros. To secure Lin Quan would necessitate at least 20 million euros. They could not afford him even if they refrained from purchasing any additional players. Moreover, Barcelona is hardly naive. They would not easily part with a talent so exceptional and youthful. Thus, the fans of Werder Bremen could only entertain their thoughts in silence, without any means to take action. Meanwhile, as the opposing team reveled before their goal, the players of Cottbus found themselves at a loss for words. Their goalkeeper extended his arms towards his defenders, his expression brimming with ire. He was incensed by the defensive blunder that allowed the adversary to toy with their backline. Bypassing them one by one, the defenders stood disheartened, hands on hips, gazing vacantly at Lin Quan, who was being smothered beneath a heap of bodies. They could not fathom why so many were unable to thwart this diminutive figure. His breakthroughs appeared unremarkable, devoid of any elaborate maneuvers, no tricks like the bicycle kick, the nutmeg, or the pendulum dribble. Instead, it was merely a simple touch, a deft pivot, and a change of direction that rendered them helpless. Yet, the simplicity belied an extraordinary quality. The football seemed to dance at his feet, as if animated by life itself, executed with an effortless grace. To achieve such prowess necessitates an extraordinary sense of the game, often an innate gift rather than a product of rigorous training. This is talent, something to be envied but not replicated. As the match progressed, the Cottbus team, somewhat dazed by Lin Quan's remarkable goal, grew hesitant to press forward. In contrast, the young players of Werder Bremen, liberated from their psychological burdens following the score change, flourished on the pitch. Particularly, Lin Quan and De Bruyne exhibited a remarkable synergy. Their close collaboration rendered Cottbus' left-side defense utterly ineffective. Moreover, due to the opponent's wariness of Lin Quan's incisive breakthroughs, they fortified their left flank with heavy defensive reinforcements. This left the right side of Cottbus' defense alarmingly exposed. Aware of this vulnerability, Lin Quan chose not to indulge in his own dazzling displays of skill. In the 65th minute of the match, Werder Bremen intercepted the ball in their defensive half. Captain Fritz swiftly passed the ball to De Bruyne after regaining possession. De Bruyne distributed the ball to Lin Quan, who, upon receiving it, charged boldly into the opponent's half. Noticing Lin Quan with the ball, two players from Cottbus immediately approached to encircle him. Simultaneously, the opposing defensive midfielder and fullback positioned themselves to deny him any space to maneuver. Lin Quan, having observed the defensive setup upon receiving the ball, skillfully evaded the first defender without excessive dribbling. After drawing the defenders closer, he elegantly lifted his foot to pass. De Bruyne, a budding superstar destined to become a top-tier midfielder, possessed remarkable football intelligence. He discerned the flaws in the opponent's defense. Thus, after passing to Lin Quan, he boldly advanced into the opponent's penalty area. Upon noticing his movement, Lin Quan mentally commended him, with a deft touch to evade a defender's challenge. He delivered a sublime pass along the ground. De Bruyne received the ball just outside the penalty area. The pass was perfectly weighted, allowing him to strike without needing to adjust his position. After a brief glance at the goalkeeper's stance, De Bruyne decisively took his shot. Lin Quan had witnessed De Bruyne's shooting prowess, and given the proximity of this position to where De Bruyne practiced free kicks, Lin Quan felt assured as he observed the ball's trajectory. Indeed, it soared in a beautiful arc, bypassing the goalkeeper's fingertips and nestling into the net's corner. De Bruyne scored his first goal for Werder Bremen, while Lin Quan celebrated his inaugural assist with the team. Chapter 23. Acknowledgement from the team's veterans after scoring. De Bruyne sprinted towards the sidelines, gesturing for Lin Quan to join him in celebration. His successful strike was not solely due to his own impeccable shooting skills. Half of the credit belonged to Lin Quan's exquisite pass. Had Lin Quan not drawn numerous defenders and exploited the gap, De Bruyne would not have enjoyed such an advantageous opportunity to shoot. Lin Quan approached with a smile, affectionately ruffling De Bruyne's hair, exclaiming, "Kevin, that shot was truly magnificent. Thank you. Your pass was equally impressive." At that moment, teammates rushed over to join the celebration, offering high fives to both De Bruyne, the scorer, and Lin Quan, the provider. Captain Fritz even embraced the two warmly. The outstanding performances of Lin Quan and De Bruyne in this match had garnered the recognition of the veteran players. Well done, lads. Maintain this momentum, and in the new season, let us score more goals and secure more victories. Thank you, Captain. We will strive to do our best. Just wait and see. Lin Quan confidently replied, and De Bruyne nodded in agreement, saying, "Me too." The captain was quite pleased with the responses from the two players. Once the celebration concluded, he called out to his teammates to return to their positions, cautioning them not to become complacent despite their 20-point lead. History is replete with instances where teams, enjoying a lead, have suffered tragic reversals due to lax defense. Perhaps the most famous example is the infamous Istanbul night, marked by premature celebrations. Lin Quan and De Bruyne are not the type to lose their composure after scoring. They swiftly returned to their respective positions. The match resumed. Despite trailing by 2 goals, Cottbus refused to accept defeat. Instead, they shed the psychological burden of fear and committed more forces to their offense. However, Werder Bremen's 4-1-4-1 formation boasted 5 midfielders during defensive play, significantly curtailing Cottbus's attacking endeavors. The midfield battle was fierce, making it exceedingly difficult for Cottbus players to maintain possession, let alone orchestrate an attack. Reluctantly, Cottbus abandoned their short passes through the center and resorted to traditional long balls to counter Werder Bremen. This shift exposed Bremen's vulnerability in the single defensive midfielder role. Their lack of protection on the flanks allowed Cottbus to seize 2 opportunities within 5 minutes. Fortunately, the opponent's poor finishing meant that neither chance resulted in a shot on goal. Acknowledging the defensive shortcomings, Coach Schaff summoned Captain Fritz for a tactical discussion. Upon returning to the field, Fritz stepped back, transforming into a central defender. Simultaneously, the midfield line retracted, altering Werder Bremen's formation to a 5-4-1. This change left the visiting team's coach fuming. How could a Bundesliga club resort to a 5-defender defensive shell against a team from the second division? Was there no shame? Unfazed by the opposing coach's furious glare, Schaff remained composed, unembarrassed. Such friendly matches are, after all, an opportunity to experiment with various tactical approaches. If one were to worry about reputation and perception, the purpose of playing such matches would be rendered meaningless. Furthermore, the 5-4-1 formation is not merely a retreat. It represents an alternative offensive strategy. When employing the 5-4-1 setup, the opposing team is compelled to push into Bremen's half, thereby providing the wingers with ample space to sprint and heightening their threat during counterattacks. Coincidentally, Bremen possessed a winger of considerable individual skill. Thus, for Schaff, taking a step back was ultimately a strategy for enhanced offense. The anticipated counterattack soon materialized. In the 78th minute, Werder Bremen initiated a swift counter from their defense. Fritz, now playing as a makeshift central defender, spotted a vast gap in the opponent's back line and executed a diagonal long pass, sending the ball into Koppes's half. Lin Quan had already begun his run as the ball transitioned, and at the moment Fritz delivered the pass, he was neck and neck with the opposing defender. The defender, slow to react, could only futilely chase from behind, raising his hand to signal an offside. The referee disregarded the defensive player's offside indication. Fully aware that Lin Quan was not offside at the moment of the pass, it was merely his rapid acceleration that created the illusion of being nearly offside. The goalkeeper chose to rush out immediately. In such a one-on-one situation, remaining in the small penalty area is tantamount to inviting disaster. The ball was equidistant from both players. Yet Lin Quan had already reached his full speed while the goalkeeper had only just begun to move. Consequently, before the goalkeeper could make contact with the ball, Lin Quan seized the opportunity and touched it first. With a deft flick of his toe, the ball mischievously darted past the goalkeeper's legs. With a thud, the goalkeeper found himself seated on the ground, having anticipated Lin Quan's intention the moment he saw him prod the ball. However, his reaction was a fraction too slow to thwart the inevitable breach of his goal. Lin Quan deftly sidestepped the fallen goalkeeper and pursued the ball along the goal line. Noticing that the defensive players were still a distance away, he paused to glance at them before sending the ball into the net. The score was altered to 3-0, sealing the victory for Werder Bremen. "Lin, you ran so fast," exclaimed Captain Fritz, joyfully approaching Lin Quan for an embrace. This goal could be credited to him as an assist, though had he passed it to someone else, such an assist might not have been guaranteed. "It was your excellent pass, Captain," Lin Quan replied with a grin, while Niels, overhearing the captain's praise, felt a surge of discontent. He had also found space moments prior. But with Lin Quan already on a breakaway and having outmaneuvered the goalkeeper, there was no chance for a return pass. Lin Quan was not yet altruistic enough, especially after noticing that Niels had refrained from celebrating when he and De Bruyne scored previously. His feelings towards Niels had soured. Niels was vexed, after all. He was the team's designated forward, even on loan from a prestigious club like Bayern. For Werder Bremen, it was akin to a step down, a form of charity, and thus he believed he should be treated with utmost regard. Consequently, after the match commenced, he shamelessly demanded the ball, particularly when Lin Quan and De Bruyne had possession. Both players, who were also on loan like him, had already scored, while he, the full-time striker, had yet to find the back of the net. Where would his pride reside if he failed to score? Moreover, by commandeering the ball from them, they would be deprived of further opportunities to score. Lin Quan, harboring no fondness for Niels, pretended not to notice his requests. Conversely, De Bruyne, being a more earnest individual, passed the ball to Niels when he saw him asking for it. Unfortunately, the players from Koppes, who were already fuming after being down 3-0, were not inclined to be lenient. Niels, lacking De Bruyne's exceptional passing ability and Lin Quan's remarkable dribbling skills, quickly found himself surrounded and dispossessed, tumbling under the opposing player's tackles. His slender frame was no match for the imposing physique of the opposing center-back during their physical encounters, leaving one to wonder from whence his confidence to dribble arose. On the sidelines, Schaff observed Niels being repeatedly brought down by his adversaries, his concern for the player's safety prompting an early substitution. Alongside him, De Bruyne, who had played for a significant portion of the match, was also withdrawn. As Niels left the pitch, the spectators remained indifferent, yet when De Bruyne exited, the crowd erupted in fervent applause. Chapter 24. Unexpected Fame. Even Messi was astonished. Following De Bruyne's departure, the quality of Werder Bremen's midfield organization noticeably declined. Coupled with a marked decrease in player stamina, the score remained unchanged until the final whistle. Despite their earnest efforts to salvage some pride, Koppes found their attacks thwarted by the opponent's unyielding five-defender formation, their attempts to score akin to striking a wall. Consequently, they resigned themselves to a 0-3 defeat away to Werder Bremen. After the match, Schaff led the players in a lap of gratitude for the fans who attended. Although the turnout was modest, each supporter present was deserving of appreciation. The revenue from season ticket sales accounted for approximately 30% of Werder Bremen's total income, rendering these fans the club's true benefactors. As this was a friendly match, no post-match press conference took place, and the number of journalists present was minimal, consisting mainly of a few local media representatives from Bremen. Due to his outstanding performance, a reporter from the Bremen Citizen sought out Lin Quan for an interview outside the stadium tunnel. However, the team's press officer declined the media's request, citing Lin's minor status. "Lin, you will need to undergo relevant training upon your return," said the team's manager, Alofs, as he patted Lin's shoulder. Having watched the entire match from the box, he was exceedingly pleased with Lin's displayed prowess and began to place greater emphasis on his development. "Thank you for the reminder, manager. I will attend the training sessions." In contrast to Lin, the now adult De Bruyne could not evade interviews under the guise of minority status. Reluctantly, he engaged with representatives from both the Bremen Citizen and the Bremen Daily. "Kevin, congratulations on winning this match. How do you feel about your performance today? If you were to assign yourself a score, what would it be?" Upon hearing the journalist's inquiry, De Bruyne pondered earnestly for a moment before replying. "I did not perform exceptionally well today. If I had to assign a score, I would only give myself a 75. The reporters, taken aback by his self-critical nature, expressed surprise. To them, De Bruyne had showcased an exemplary level of skill on both offensive and defensive fronts throughout the match. His emergence has compensated for the shortcomings in Werder Bremen's offensive capabilities following the departure of Ozil. Furthermore, his diligent defensive efforts have alleviated the pressure on Captain Fritz, thereby fortifying the team's defense. Such performance undeniably warrants a score exceeding 85. No, I am not the one who performed best," he exclaimed. When prompted for his opinion on who excelled, De Bruyne answered without hesitation, "I believe my teammate Lin Quan outshone me. He scored an incredible goal and created numerous threats. His contribution to the offense is unparalleled." The journalist, having received the desired response, proceeded to interview Captain Fritz and other players of Werder Bremen. Remarkably, their responses were unanimous, with all agreeing that Lin Quan deserved the MVP title for the match. Without a doubt, Lin is a player brimming with potential. After all, he is only 16 years old and has vast room for growth. I believe that if he continues to showcase such extraordinary performances, it may not be long before he is compared to superstars like Messi and Ronaldo. Captain Fritz's praise was even loftier. He opined that Lin could threaten the dominance of the two legends in the football world. However, such assertions are yet to garner widespread acceptance. Considering Lin has only participated in a friendly match and has yet to substantiate his prowess in one of the top 5 leagues. Nevertheless, as supporters of Werder Bremen, both the Bremen City Gazette and the Bremen Daily have high hopes for Lin's future. They not only accurately reported the team members' commendations of Lin, but also sought insights from legendary captain Marco Bode regarding Lin's performance. "Yes, I have watched this young man play, and he is truly impressive," Bode remarked. While Fritz claimed he could rival Messi and Ronaldo, "I cannot definitively assert that he will achieve such heights, as a young player's career is fraught with uncertainties. However, if he maintains his health, avoids injuries, and continues to enhance his dribbling and breakthrough skills, he will undoubtedly reach historic levels, particularly as a winger." The assessments from ordinary players of Werder Bremen may not attract much attention. However, the high regard bestowed upon Lin by legendary figures cannot be overlooked. Fans who were unable to attend the match began inquiring about Lin's exploits from others, while some opted to watch match replays on video sharing platforms. To their astonishment, they were captivated by Lin's incisive breakthroughs during the game. How could a player possess such sharp dribbling skills? Eager to share their newfound admiration, they edited clips of Lin's dazzling moments, especially those showcasing his ability to evade defenders, and sent them to friends. What began as a simple sharing among Werder Bremen fans unexpectedly turned into a widespread phenomenon. As more and more people joined in sharing these videos, almost everyone who encounters it feels compelled to share it with others, leading to a rapid dissemination. One person shares with 10, and 10 with 100, causing it to go viral across the internet within just a few days. In Barcelona, the capital of Catalonia, at the training facility of FC Barcelona, players who have just concluded a day of practice are walking towards the locker room in small groups, engaged in lighthearted conversation. Recently returning from the European Championship 2 weeks later than their teammates, Andres Iniesta, Xavi, and Sergio Busquets linger behind, seemingly engrossed in something they are discussing as they walk. Doesn't it resemble Messi? Busquets, often referred to as the professor, furrows his brow and thoughtfully analyzes. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. The initiation of movement, the deft touch, and his dribbling style are remarkably similar. Iniesta and Xavi exchange glances, and with Busquets' endorsement. It seems undeniable, explaining the video's intriguing title. What are you all talking about? At that moment, Messi, curious, turns his head to see the trio huddled in discussion, prompting him to inquire. Leo, come take a look at this. Iniesta, who shares a close bond with Messi, gestures for him to join and hands him the tablet they are holding. What is going on? Messi, unsure of their antics, wonders if they have stumbled upon another amusing video. Some players tend to watch humorous clips to alleviate pre-match tension, but the new season has yet to commence. They haven't even begun playing matches. You'll see for yourself. Messi peers down at the tablet, where an exaggerated title reads, "The player who most resembles Messi in history." He shrugs. These days, there are countless individuals who attempt to draw attention by likening themselves to him, and he has nearly grown immune to it. Nevertheless, he clicks on the video, curious to discover just how this so-called resemblance manifests. The video reveals a match between two teams, showcasing a young player in a green jersey who skillfully dribbles past 6 opposing defenders before scoring even as he tumbles to the ground. Messi is taken aback. Could he truly resemble him to such an extent? Seeing Messi's astonished expression, Xavi and the others are equally surprised. Does even he think it's similar? What are your thoughts? Does it reflect your playing style? Iniesta, affectionately known as Little White, leans in to ask. Messi nods seriously. It is indeed similar. One could argue his dribbling technique rivals mine. This assessment leaves Xavi, Iniesta, and the others in a state of astonishment, as Messi bestows such high praise upon the player. Which team does he belong to? I feel as though I've seen him somewhere. He is the protege of Guardiola, a product of our own La Masia Academy. He previously played in the youth team and was loaned to the Bundesliga 2 months ago, currently representing Werder Bremen. Xavi, the eldest among the trio, elucidates. While others may not be well acquainted with Lin Quan, Xavi has closely observed this promising talent as a potential successor prepared by the team. Our players? I don't recall any such remarkable winger in the youth ranks, Messi inquired with a hint of confusion. The emergence of Lin Quan has drawn significant attention towards numerous players in Barcelona's youth academy, including those like Boyan, who shone brightly in the youth team, yet failed to make a substantial impact at the senior level. If such an extraordinary winger truly existed within the youth squad, he would undoubtedly have garnered fame by now, leaving Messi perplexed at his ignorance. Oh, he previously played as a defensive midfielder and only transitioned to the winger position after joining Werder Bremen, Xavi clarified. The others were left speechless. Could such a position switch even occur? Equally astonished were Barcelona's sporting director, Zubizarreta, and the youth team coach, Enrique. Thomas Schaaf actually moved him from a defensive midfield role to the front line as a winger. On the television in front of them, a replay of the friendly match between Werder Bremen and Cottbus was underway. Since Lin Quan had substituted in during the second half, they bypassed the first half and began their viewing from the latter period. Upon seeing Lin Quan, who had come off the bench, positioned not as a defensive midfielder but rather as a winger, Enrique was utterly taken aback. Humph, this indicates Schaaf's discernment and ability to utilize his players. Just wait and see. This lad will thrive as a winger, and I have a premonition that his market value will soar. Zubizarreta, having evidently already watched the match, fast-forwarded to the moment when Lin Quan executed a dazzling solo run, evading the entire opposing defense to score. Behold this. After watching, Enrique was left in a state of astonishment. If he had previously harbored doubts about Lin Quan's capability to play as a winger, those uncertainties had vanished entirely. The winger position seemed custom-made for him, as he exhibited no signs of discomfort and instead flourished in it. This prompted him to question his own judgment. Had he truly misjudged Lin Quan's potential? Coach Enrique, I must remind you that Lin Quan has less than a year remaining on his contract with the club, and his release clause is merely €5 million. Should he continue to perform exceptionally well in the Bundesliga, suitors will undoubtedly swarm to acquire him, unless the player himself wishes to stay. We simply cannot retain this burgeoning star. Cautioned Carlos, the director of market operations and marketing, with a serious tone directed at Enrique and Zubizarreta. He was baffled as to why they had not secured a contract extension with the youth team player before loaning him out. Now, with his prospects soaring, they found themselves in a precarious contractual situation. Do not be alarmed, Manager Carlos. This is merely a warm-up match. The true Bundesliga arena is entirely distinct from such a rudimentary exhibition. Lin Quan will not exhibit such fervent performance. Enrique, though internally anxious, feigned composure and remarked. Once he encounters setbacks in the Bundesliga and fails to deliver such stellar performances, the media and public interest in him will wane significantly. At that juncture, we shall extend an olive branch to him, offering a place as a substitute in the first team, and he will undoubtedly choose to return to Barcelona and renew his contract with us. After all, no one can resist the allure of Barcelona. His words were articulated with conviction, and none of those present dared to counter him. Barcelona's achievements over the past few years speak for themselves. Since the 2007 to 2008 season, they have claimed the Champions League title twice and have never fallen short of the semifinals. In La Liga, Barcelona even accomplished a three-peat. Although they lost the championship last year, it was merely a temporary setback. With the current foundation of the team, there is no doubt that they possess the capability to reclaim the Champions League title. Such formidable accomplishments, coupled with the magnetism of the Barcelona brand, ensure that their rivals will be swayed. Bilsad was persuaded, and it was Enrique and Subisarita who organized Lin Quan's loan. Since these two were unhurried, he saw no reason to be anxious. On the day following the match, Lin Quan lay in bed and accessed the system with his mind. Upon opening the system's store interface, he discovered that his previously 0 points had transformed into 1. This change in points granted him access to exchange certain items within the system's marketplace. A cursory glance revealed that aside from the energy drink that could sustain him for half an hour, which held some appeal, the rest of the items were of no use to him. Moreover, the energy drink required a point for redemption, which felt rather exorbitant for someone whose entire wealth amounted to merely 1 point. Naturally, he was reluctant to spend it on stamina potions. Furthermore, the coach had not indicated any intention for him to start. As a substitute, his current fitness level sufficed for the matches, so there was no necessity to redeem such items. In contrast to consumable stamina potions, Lin Quan yearned for top-tier talents and luxurious equipment. For instance, he had his eye on the injury immunity talent, as speed-oriented players are most susceptible to injuries. Once injured, their explosiveness diminishes, significantly reducing their threat. Although Messi is not a speedster, his breakthroughs also demand formidable explosiveness. The stark difference in Messi's performance before and after his injury in 2013 exemplifies this. If he could acquire this talent, Lin Quan would no longer need to worry about injuries, allowing him to approach dribbling with greater confidence. In contested situations, he would dare to challenge 50-50 balls. However, the price for such elite talents is exorbitant, requiring 100 points for redemption. Currently, Lin Quan's points only amounted to 1% of the required total. This left Lin Quan feeling somewhat melancholic. The disparity is far too great. System. Does winning each match only yield a solitary point? If that is indeed the case, he must triumph in 100 matches. Even accounting for all the friendly matches, cup tournaments, and league games, it would take at least 2 to 3 years of competition to possibly exchange for this talent. If the team's performance falters, this timeline would inevitably extend further. The points awarded for different levels of competition vary significantly. Winning a match in one of the top 5 leagues grants 2 points. A victory in a Champions League match rewards 3 points, while triumphing in a World Cup match bestows 5 points. Additionally, there are rewards for the top scorers and assist leaders in the leagues, Champions League, and World Cup. Specifically, the league's top scorer receives 20 points, while the assist leader earns 10 points. The Champions League's top scorer is awarded 30 points, and the assist leader 20 points. Finally, the World Cup's top scorer garners 50 points, while the assist leader receives 30 points. Chapter 26. Coach, I want to compete. The scoring rules announced by the system offered Lin Quan a slight sense of relief. He had only garnered a single point from this match, which seemed to correlate with the low caliber of the competition. The opponent was from the second division of German football, and Werder Bremen's performance last season had also been lackluster. Therefore, according to the system's assessment, this match was deemed equivalent to the second tier of the top 5 leagues, such as the 2. Bundesliga, the Championship, or La Liga 2. The rewards for such leagues are a tier lower than those of the top 5 leagues, and if the league level were even lower, the rewards would diminish further. In domestic competitions like the Chinese Super League, a victory in such matches might yield approximately 0.5 points or even less. However, these leagues were hardly within Lin Quan's considerations, so he merely glanced at them without further attention. The Bundesliga comprises only 18 teams, with each season featuring a mere 34 matches, fewer than both La Liga and the Premier League. Moreover, the German Cup is singular compared to other leagues. Last season, Werder Bremen's standings did not place them in the European competition zone. Thus, they lacked qualification for both the Champions League and the Europa League. Consequently, their primary competitions this season would be the Bundesliga and the German Cup. With 34 rounds in the Bundesliga, as long as he remains injury-free and maintains consistent performance, he should have no issues with regular appearances. As for the German Cup, it would hinge on the team's strength and a touch of fortune, with favorable draws. He might advance all the way to the finals, whereas unfavorable ones could see them swiftly eliminated by formidable opponents. Thus, for Lin Quan, each match must be approached with utmost determination, striving for victory. Otherwise, he might not accumulate enough points over 2 seasons. With this thought, Lin Quan silently reminded himself to remain humble and vigilant, eschewing any semblance of complacency. He must exert greater effort to enhance his abilities, thereby bolstering the team's chances of victory, even against some of the stronger adversaries. The following morning, Lin Quan arrived at the training ground early, engaging in solitary practice before the team commenced their official training. Half an hour later, De Bruyne arrived at the training facility. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's dedication, he promptly changed into his gear and joined in. "Come on, as per our usual routine, I defend while you attack." Lin Quan couldn't help but think, has this guy developed a penchant for punishment? Nevertheless, he welcomed the company for training, eagerly embracing the opportunity. Thus, the duo resumed their familiar practice routine. Their earnest training attitude inspired the other team members. Those who arrived later, instead of idly chatting or frolicking on the sidelines, chose to participate and began training as well. This scene filled the coaching staff with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the arrival of these 2 individuals would catalyze such a transformation within the team. Indeed, it is not uncommon for young players, upon achieving fame at a tender age, to become arrogant and complacent, neglecting their training and ultimately fading into obscurity. The football world is rife with tales of prodigies undone by external accolades and flattery. However, these 2 exhibited a commendable humility, remaining grounded and diligent, an admirable mindset. With the players demonstrating such seriousness, the coaching staff felt compelled to match their enthusiasm. Consequently, they diligently organized tactical drills in preparation for the upcoming friendly match. On July 26th, Werder Bremen continued to host their matches, facing the challenge of the seasoned Scottish Premier League team, Aberdeen. In this match, Werder Bremen made several adjustments to their lineup due to a lackluster performance in the previous game, resulting in the benching of Nils Petersen, the forward loan from Bayern. Taking his place in the starting lineup was the homegrown talent, 19-year-old Niklas Füllkrug, born in 1993. Though still inexperienced and not yet at the peak of his potential, Füllkrug was markedly different from the conceited Nils. Having spent considerable time in the youth team, he cherished the rare opportunity to play at the senior level. Aware of his youth and limited abilities, he understood that his role was to serve as a pivotal presence up front, leveraging his height and strength rather than acting as the team's primary scorer. His self-awareness was clear. He was content to play a supporting role, allowing the more established players to shine. In this match, Füllkrug's performance in the attacking third was commendable. He adeptly handled pressure from opposing defenders, making timely passes to teammates in better positions. This contrasted sharply with Nils, who, in the previous match, rarely passed the ball unless he was entirely boxed in, resulting in a lack of threatening shots on goal. Consequently, Werder Bremen struggled offensively. Despite numerous opportunities, they were unable to find the back of the net. However, Füllkrug does not cling to the ball on the pitch. He refrains from reckless play, opting instead to pass and collaborate with his teammates, while also demonstrating a commendable commitment to defensive pursuits. This has rendered the team's offense considerably more fluid, significantly enhancing the intensity of their midfield and defensive efforts. Consequently, in the first half of the match, Werder Bremen swiftly established a lead. De Bruyne scored twice in the 23rd and 38th minutes, virtually extinguishing any suspense regarding the outcome of the game. Notably, De Bruyne's second goal was assisted by Füllkrug, who, despite having an excellent opportunity to shoot, selflessly chose to pass to the better positioned De Bruyne. This act of generosity earned him De Bruyne's admiration, and following the goal, De Bruyne ran over to embrace him. On the sidelines, Lin Quan felt a mix of joy and concern upon witnessing De Bruyne's second goal. While he genuinely rejoiced for his friend's outstanding performance, He worried that if the coach deemed the lead too significant, he might not be substituted in, potentially bidding farewell to any chance of accruing points. "Oh, De Bruyne, please temper your prowess. You've already scored twice. Grant the visiting team a semblance of dignity and refrain from further goals. Allow me to step in and score the remaining ones." As Lin Quan pondered whether he would get to play in the second half, the coaching staff engaged in discussions about the matter. After all, Aberdeen is a venerable team in the Scottish Premiership. Why do they seem so easily overpowered? Could it be that our strength is simply overwhelming? Aberdeen was invited from afar for this friendly match. It would be rather embarrassing to deliver them a humiliating defeat on home soil. Perhaps the players should tone down their performance. This is not a formal competition, and there is no need to humiliate the opponents. If a catastrophic loss were to occur, it would likely hinder our ability to secure future friendly matches. Should Lin Quan still be arranged to play in the second half? Given his offensive capabilities, I genuinely fear a disastrous outcome. Schaff scratched his head while glancing at Lin Quan, who sat on the bench. Due to his outstanding performances in training and the previous match, Lin Quan had become an indispensable part of his tactical framework for the new season. He initially planned to give Lin Quan more playing time in this match to further enhance his synergy with the rest of the team. However, the unexpectedly smooth flow of the game had rendered his plans somewhat obsolete. Lin Quan sensed the coach's gaze upon him and looked back with sincere intent, his eyes conveying the message, "Coach, I wish to play." Chapter 27. Cutting inside as a winger. Isn't it just about having feet? Aberdeen's status as a formidable contender in the Scottish Premiership certainly indicates they are no pushovers. In the first half, they struggled to adapt to the pace of the Bundesliga, compounded by their unfamiliarity with the pitch, resulting in a noticeably lackluster performance. However, as the second half commenced, Aberdeen accelerated the tempo of the game, employing long passes in a style reminiscent of the Premier League's aggressive tactics to challenge Werder Bremen. The players from Aberdeen, though technically less refined, found their technical skills lacking in comparison to Werder Bremen's. However, their players are robust and exert significant impact, particularly the towering striker in the front line, whose heading ability is remarkable. After shifting to long passes and lofted balls, their offense has paradoxically become more effective. In the 56th minute of the match, a defender from Werder Bremen misjudged the ball, allowing Aberdeen's towering striker to receive it and make a return pass. Recently transferred from the Scottish giants Celtic, forward Neil McGinn followed up with a powerful shot that pierced through the Werder Bremen goal. The score changed to 2-1, and coach Schaff had already risen from his seat. His brow began to furrow. Although the score still favored Werder Bremen, the situation on the field had become precarious for them. The opponent's aggressive tactics had disrupted Werder Bremen's defensive line, leaving them in a passive position. If this continued, they were likely to concede another goal. As if to confirm fears, in the 63rd minute, Aberdeen sent a long ball from the backline. Their towering striker leaped high amidst the encirclement of two Werder Bremen center-backs, overpowering them with a lion-like header that found its way into the net. This goal sent over 30,000 fans into a frenzy. The supporters held their heads, incredulous as they gazed at their own goal. Schaff's expression darkened. He kicked an empty mineral water bottle in frustration, clearly dissatisfied with the team's abysmal defense. At that moment, he resolved to acquire a formidable defender before the transfer window closed. He could no longer tolerate the shambles that constituted his team's defensive line. Thus, as long as it did not exceed the team's budget, he would accept a price below $5 million. On the substitutes bench, Lin Quan was also left dumbfounded. Messi's heading technique was relatively poor, which is why he seldom utilized headers in training or matches. The less one can head the ball, the more one is struck by the spectacle. Watching the opposing player execute such a header made Lin Quan cringe from such a distance. A pass exceeding 50 meters could be headed into the goal. If it were him, he might have been knocked unconscious and carried off the field on a stretcher. Were their heads made of iron? Would such a header not result in a concussion? This reflects the ignorance of someone inexperienced with heading. Typically, players in midfield and forward positions often contend for headers during goal kicks from defenders or goalkeepers, assisting teammates with flick-ons. For those unaccustomed to heading, being struck by the ball can indeed be painful. However, skilled headers know how to apply and dissipate force, thus experiencing less discomfort. Lin Quan hesitated. Heading, at times, is indeed a useful skill, particularly when space is limited and there is no opportunity to control the ball, especially when teammates deliver high or semi-high passes. In such instances, taking the time to control the ball and then shooting would grant defenders time to react and intervene. Conversely, initiating an attack with a header would leave the opponent with little time to disrupt, thereby increasing the probability of scoring. However, given his height, it seemed unlikely that he could effectively contest for headers. Just as Lin Quan was lost in these thoughts, Coach Schaff called out his name. Lin, warm up and prepare to take the field. Upon hearing this, Lin Quan sprang to his feet without hesitation and hurried off to warm up. When the team conceded the first goal, he sensed an opportunity to play. After the second goal slipped away, he was absolutely certain that he would indeed see the pitch. Although the outcome of a friendly match is not of paramount importance, losing at home to a comparatively weaker opponent, especially in such a dramatic manner, would significantly affect the player's mentality. Werder Bremen's roster was exceedingly youthful, and young players often experience psychological fluctuations. If they failed to stabilize the situation and secure a victory, this defeat might sow the seeds of greater troubles in their forthcoming matches. 5 minutes later, Lin Quan entered the game. Upon his arrival, he did not rush to initiate an attack. Instead, he took a moment to observe. The players from Aberdeen did not seem to regard this relatively unknown young player with much seriousness, unlike the previous opponents from Cottbus who had closely marked him. This realization eased Lin Quan's mind, with the prowess reminiscent of a peak Messi, as long as he was granted sufficient space. Once he surged forward, he would be nearly impossible to stop without a foul. While Aberdeen was unaware of Lin Quan's capabilities, his teammates at Werder Bremen were fully cognizant. In the 76th minute, Werder Bremen intercepted the ball in their own half, and after a couple of swift passes, the ball found its way to Lin Quan's feet. Like the winger from the first half, he seized the ball and darted along the flanks toward the opposing half. Observing this, the Aberdeen players assumed he intended to cross the ball, thus directing their wing defenders to mark him. Other players focused on severing the passing lanes between Lin Quan and Füllkrug, ensuring that Lin Quan could not deliver the ball to the forward. Additionally, De Bruyne's stellar performance in the first half had drawn the attention of the opposing team, with their defensive midfielder closely shadowing him to deny him any opportunities. Upon assessing the defensive formation, Lin Quan felt a surge of excitement, recognizing the significant gaps in their defense. He feigned an acceleration towards the baseline, causing his vigilant defender to retreat in anticipation. However, to his astonishment, the defender unexpectedly cut inward. The Aberdeen defender immediately reached out, attempting to pull Lin Quan down. But Lin Quan's speed was too formidable. He evaded the tackle effortlessly without even grazing the opponent's jersey, as Lin Quan skillfully maneuvered past Aberdeen's wide midfielder. The coaching staff of Werder Bremen could not contain their excitement and rose to their feet. Was this it? The Aberdeen fullback, witnessing his teammate being outmaneuvered, cursed inwardly and rushed forward to block Lin Quan, striving to prevent a shot on goal. In recent years, the trend in football has favored wingers cutting inside to shoot. In the contemporary football landscape, swift wingers capable of cutting inside and striking are exceedingly coveted. Exemplars include Messi of Barcelona, Ronaldo of Real Madrid, as well as Robben and Ribery from Bayern Munich. The market value of such players often soars into the tens of millions, if not exceeding 100 million euros. Yet they remain elusive, with no availability in the market. Consequently, the price of Tottenham's winger Bale, linked to Real Madrid, has reportedly escalated beyond 80 million euros. Even at this steep price, Tottenham is reluctant to part with him, preferring to observe further developments. This illustrates the rarity of a proficient winger. However, when wingers cut inside, they frequently find themselves in an awkward position, making it relatively easy for defenders to intercept the ball and disrupt their offensive maneuvers. The Aberdeenshire fullback doubted the young Lin Quan's exceptional ball sense, assuming his left foot lacked the prowess of his right. Thus, when the ball found its way to Lin Quan's left foot, the defender lunged, only to be deftly bypassed. Perplexed, the fullback wondered about the diminutive player before him. Where had such a large player vanished? Upon turning, he discovered Lin Quan had slipped into their penalty area. Wait, how did the ball end up in our net? Chapter 28. The second coming of Klinsmann. As Lin Quan embarked on his dribble, many spectators held their breath, instinctively rising to their feet, eager for a closer glimpse. When Lin Quan eluded the wide midfielder and the fullback, then cut inside to strike with the outside of his foot into the far corner, transforming the score to 3-2. The crowd erupted in jubilation. A fervent cheer resonated from the stands, with some fans, positioned closer to the pitch, shouting encouragement. Lin, well done. Fantastic. Keep going. Score another. Some fans even attempted to scale the barriers, yearning to rush onto the field and embrace Lin Quan in celebration. This caused palpable anxiety among the security personnel, who swiftly intervened to deter the impassioned supporters. Startled by the fervor of the fans, Lin Quan momentarily paused before waving in gratitude for their support, then hurriedly retreated. He had long heard of the passionate devotion of Bundesliga fans, particularly the diehard supporters, but he had not anticipated it would manifest to such an extent. Typically, the venues of Bundesliga teams are surrounded by high barriers intended to prevent fans from encroaching onto the pitch. However, it seemed that even these barriers did little to ensure safety. Lin Quan was taken aback by the magnitude of his popularity among the fans, particularly as he had yet to represent the team in a competitive match, having only participated in a friendly. He was unaware that among the over 30,000 spectators present, nearly 10,000 had come specifically to witness this warm-up match, inspired by his remarkable goal in the previous game they had viewed online. In this era of rapidly evolving social media, the challenge of achieving fame through a single goal has significantly diminished compared to the past. Following Lin Quan's goal, the coaching staff of the home team finally felt a sense of relief. It appears that Lin Quan is not merely a fleeting talent. His ability to maneuver and dribble remains remarkably sharp, allowing us to set aside our concerns. Assistant coach Rolf had previously harbored fears that Lin Quan's dazzling performance in the last match was but a transient occurrence, anxious that he might revert to mediocrity in the subsequent game. Such an unfortunate turn of events would significantly disrupt the meticulously crafted strategies for the new season. As a modest club, Werder Bremen typically relies on a cadre of average players for its matches, finding it exceedingly challenging to retain elite stars. Whenever a promising talent emerges, they are swiftly coveted by affluent clubs, just as the likes of Miroslav Klose and Mesut Ozil, who once donned the Bremen jersey, were whisked away by giants such as Bayern Munich and Real Madrid before they could truly settle in. Aware of their inability to secure Lin Quan and Kevin De Bruyne, both burgeoning stars, they harbored no delusions of acquiring these two players outright. Instead, they pragmatically aimed to leverage these potential prodigies to elevate the team's performance and fulfill the club's relegation survival objectives. However, should the performance of these two in actual combat plummet dramatically, it would be akin to a thunderclap for Werder Bremen, whose tactical framework hinges on their contributions. As the match progressed, although Lin Quan's entrance did not resolve Bremen's defensive woes, it did indeed invigorate the offensive front. Lin Quan's penetrating skills, coupled with Füllkrug's playmaking ability, De Bruyne's passing finesse, and the exemplary positioning of the seasoned left winger, Aaron Hunt, orchestrated a formidable attacking synergy that left Aberdeen's defense in disarray. The immense defensive pressure forced Aberdeen to diminish their offensive ranks. Recognizing the threat posed by the opposing tall striker, Coach Schaaf opted to introduce veteran player Pradl. Standing at 194 centimeters, Pradl possesses a distinct advantage in aerial duels. His imposing physique, weighing in at 94 kilograms, grants him exceptional strength in physical confrontations, enabling him to secure positions, displace opponents, and thwart their offensive endeavors. Following his introduction, he successfully contested several aerial challenges against the opposing striker, significantly diminishing their offensive threat, thus rendering Aberdeen ineffective on both ends of the pitch. During the injury time, Lin Quan executed a breakthrough and distributed the ball to Füllkrug, who found himself in an optimal position. Although he could have taken a direct shot, he hesitated momentarily. The opposing defender closed in swiftly, nearly intercepting the ball. Fortunately, he managed to pass it, albeit unsteadily, to Lin Quan, who, surrounded by two defenders, lacked the opportunity to turn and shoot. Consequently, he feigned a reception, advanced to draw away the defenders, and deliberately let the ball slip to the onrushing Aaron Hunt. The latter did not squander the golden opportunity created by Lin Quan, unleashing a powerful strike that found the back of the net. Following the goal, Aaron jubilantly pointed at Lin Quan, signaling him to join in the celebration. Although the ball was not directly assisted by Lin Quan, his intentional miss created an even greater threat than a straightforward pass. By drawing away the defenders, he disrupted the opponent's judgment as well. Naturally, Lin Quan seized the opportunity to strengthen camaraderie with his senior teammates, calling De Bruyne to join in the celebration. After the festivities, he approached Füllkrug, gently patting him on the shoulder, and advised, "Whenever you have the chance, take the shot. If the opportunity is truly lacking, then pass. Whether shooting or passing, do not hesitate." Füllkrug blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, "Thank you, Lin. I understand what I need to do now." He was aware that his previous performance had been overly hesitant, causing him to miss a prime opportunity. Although he had been inclined to play the supporting role and avoid overshadowing others as the team's sole forward, failing to seize such a splendid chance would render him ineffective against the opposition. Should the adversaries perceive this, they might disregard him in their defensive strategy, focusing instead on his teammates. This scenario would restrict his comrades, and with him not taking shots, the team's offensive momentum would stagnate. Thus, even if he wished to remain inconspicuous, there are crucial moments when a forward must take the shot. Füllkrug is affectionately dubbed Close 2 by Werder Bremen fans, who hope he can achieve feats akin to his predecessor. However, judging by his accomplishments thus far, he appears distant from that aspiration. Klose may not seem particularly outstanding in skill, lacking the flair of illustrious superstars, yet his technical proficiency is remarkably comprehensive. He excels in various aspects of the game, masterfully skilled in both aerial and ground play. His instinct for goal scoring and movement off the ball are of the highest caliber when provided with a pass. He invariably converts it into a goal with remarkable ease. This, in itself, is a testament to his prowess. Unfortunately, such understated players, with their modest demeanor, often find their abilities underestimated in comparison to the more flamboyant stars of the sport. If Füllkrug genuinely wishes to emulate Klose as his benchmark, he must exert double the effort to reach such heights. Perhaps Lin Quan's counsel bore fruit, for upon the resumption of play, Füllkrug finally shed his hesitance. In the final minute of injury time, Lin Quan was fouled while dribbling just outside the penalty area. De Bruyne took the free kick, positioning himself within striking distance, opting to shoot directly. The quality of his strike was exceptional. It was swift and angled with precision, eliciting a leap from the goalkeeper that could not reach the ball. As De Bruyne witnessed the football glide past the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers, he was poised to celebrate his first hat trick. However, in his pursuit of the perfect angle, the ball struck the crossbar and rebounded. Frustrated, De Bruyne held his head in despair, lamenting that had he not sought such extreme precision, the outcome might have been different. Following the rebound, chaos ensued within the Aberdeen penalty area. Several individuals scrambled for the first touch, and the ball was inadvertently flicked outside the penalty area, landing at the feet of Füllkrug. Momentarily taken aback, he appeared unprepared. As he observed defenders charging towards him, his instinct was to pass the ball. Yet he suddenly recalled Lin Quan's earlier words. At that moment, his teammates were poorly positioned, and the congestion within the penalty area significantly heightened the likelihood of his pass being intercepted. Conversely, his own position was optimal. Thus, he made no adjustments and struck the ball with determination. It was a low shot, obscured from the goalkeeper's view by the bodies of the players, who failed to see the ball until it was too late. By the time he reacted to the shooting motion, it was already too late, and the ball skidded along the ground into the net. Chapter 29. The frenzied transfer market following their victory against Aberdeen in a friendly match. Werder Bremen had only one more warm-up game left in July. Coach Schaff expressed his satisfaction with the team's attacking coordination in the midfield and forward positions during these two matches. With the addition of Lin Quan and De Bruyne, the attacking prowess of Werder Bremen this season was markedly superior to that of the previous season. However, the issues in the defensive line persisted, prompting him to seek potential defenders in the transfer market. He initially offered $1.5 million for the 26-year-old defender Theodor Selassie from Liberec. As the champions of the Czech First League last season, Liberec was set to compete in the Champions League next season, and thus they were unwilling to part with their player at a low price. They outright rejected Werder Bremen's offer, asserting that Selassie was not for sale. Nonetheless, due to the relatively low profile of the Czech league, it was challenging for them to retain players who received offers from major leagues. Provided that a sufficiently compelling offer was made, they would ultimately acquiesce to a transfer. Schaff was well aware of this reality. After all, leagues in Eastern Europe, such as those in the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Poland, and even Ukraine, were considered a hunting ground for the Bundesliga. Acquiring players from these regions was feasible only if they were simultaneously sought after by elite clubs from the top 5 leagues. Otherwise, it was nearly impossible to secure a deal. Therefore, he increased his bid by 300,000 on the initial offer, presenting a new total of $1.8 million. Liberec was swayed by this new offer, as they did not view Selassie as an irreplaceable cornerstone of their squad. With the $1.8 million from Werder Bremen, they could explore the transfer market to acquire and nurture younger talents. If they managed to develop even one star player from this investment, they would profit significantly. Consequently, they accepted Werder Bremen's offer, finalizing the transfer. Selassie, capable of playing both as a fullback and a winger, was a versatile addition. However, the center-back position still required reinforcement, necessitating further acquisitions. Before pursuing additional players, he needed to secure the purchase of the main center-back, Socrates Papastathopoulos, who had been loaned from Genoa. The Greek player, now 24 years old and in the prime of his career, had a market value of €8 million 2 years ago. However, after joining AC Milan in the 2009 to 2010 season, his value plummeted to €2 million due to fierce competition within the team and insufficient playing time. Last season, Werder Bremen secured him on loan, and his performances earned him unanimous acclaim from both fans and the club. Coach Schaff regarded him as a player of considerable talent and potential, thus offering €2 million for a permanent transfer. Although Genoa had no intention of recalling Papastathopoulos, they were reluctant to part with him at such a meager price, especially given his impressive performance in the Bundesliga the previous season. €2 million was simply insufficient to sway them. Consequently, they rejected Werder Bremen's offer and indicated that at least €5 million would be necessary to acquire the Greek player. This price exceeded Werder Bremen's budgetary constraints, prompting Schaff to grit his teeth and raise the offer to €3.5 million, informing Genoa that this was their final offer. Upon receiving this bid, Genoa promptly agreed to the transaction, leaving Schaff feeling somewhat duped and infuriated. Nonetheless, he recognized that he had secured an incredible bargain, acquiring a key central defender capable of serving the team for 7 to 8 seasons at €3.5 million was an extraordinary deal. Furthermore, considering Socrates Papastathopoulos' outstanding performance in the Bundesliga last season, if he continued to excel this season, he would likely attract interest from prestigious clubs, making any future sale highly lucrative. Therefore, he notified the club to expedite the signing of Papastathopoulos. After securing 2 defenders, Werder Bremen's budget was nearly exhausted, compelling them to sign the former Dusseldorf central defender, Lukemia, on a free transfer. Despite being a free agent, Lukemia possessed commendable skills. He was the defensive linchpin for Dusseldorf during their promotion bid to Ligue 1. Initially, he had intended to transfer to FC Köln, but their unexpected relegation derailed that plan. Unwilling to compete in a lower league, he readily accepted Werder Bremen's offer. After signing 3 defenders and promoting a young talent from the youth team, the financially prudent Werder Bremen concluded their transfer activities for the season. This summer, they generated €11.25 million from player sales while spending €6.25 million on acquisitions and loans, resulting in a net profit of €5 million, a modest yet gratifying gain. In stark contrast to Werder Bremen's frugal and meticulous management, the transfer market in European football this year saw affluent clubs lavishly spending on their desired players. The affluent Russian club Zenit St. Petersburg made headlines by acquiring Porto's forward Hulk for a staggering sum of €50 million, thereby revealing the formidable financial power of Russian oligarchs. Meanwhile, Paris Saint-Germain secured AC Milan's key defender Thiago Silva for €42 million, a transfer that not only nearly shattered the record for defender transfers in football, but also showcased the extravagant wealth of Middle Eastern magnates. Not to be outdone, the German giants Bayern Munich purchased Athletic Bilbao's main defender Javi Martinez for €40 million, thereby breaking the historical transfer record in the Bundesliga and significantly raising the threshold from €33 million to €40 million. However, Martinez's performance in the Bundesliga was disappointing, marred by frequent injuries that greatly reduced his appearances and diminished his form. This record-breaking transfer proved to be quite a failure for Bayern. Although that is a matter for another time, the frenzy of these wealthy clubs seemed to ignite a fervor among major football clubs to make acquisitions. Consequently, they too began to make their moves. Chelsea acquired Hazard from Lille for £32 million, Real Madrid signed Modric from Tottenham for £30 million, and Arsenal's captain Van Persie transferred to Manchester United for £24 million. The flurry of transfer news was overwhelming, seemingly unrelated to Lin Quan and others. However, from Barcelona, the world of sports reported a tidbit. A Scottish Premiership club had made a bid of €5 million to Barcelona, hoping to bring youth player Lin Quan to play in the Scottish League. Due to the brevity of the report and lack of follow-up, it was soon forgotten, leaving Lin Quan completely unaware. Nevertheless, someone at Barcelona could not remain idle. What on earth had that young lad done? Why were there offers even before the Bundesliga had commenced? Chapter 30. The spoon penalty and the invitation from the German Football Association on July 29th. Werder Bremen traveled to face their final warm-up match of the month against Paderborn from the 2. Bundesliga. In this match, Coach Schaaf did not adjust the lineup for the midfield and forward positions, but instead focused on rearranging the defense. Paderborn had finished 5th in the 2. Bundesliga last season, not far from the promotion zone. Thus, their club president, brimming with ambition, aspired to realize the dream of promotion. To this end, they made significant signings this season, acquiring several formidable players. Therefore, in terms of overall strength, they were somewhat stronger than Bremen's previous warm-up opponent, Cottbus. Both Werder Bremen and Paderborn were teams known for their potent offense and weaker defense, resulting in a match that was nothing short of explosive. In the 13th minute of the first half, Paderborn, playing at home, took the lead. Merely 5 minutes later, Werder Bremen equalized with a counterattack. In the 28th minute, Bremen scored from a direct free kick, bringing the score to 2-1. In the stoppage time of the first half, Werder Bremen seized a golden opportunity, but regrettably, De Bruyne's shot struck the post and rebounded out. After the halftime interval, both teams returned to the pitch. In the 53rd minute, Lin Quan, who had come off the bench, surged into the opponent's penalty area and was tripped by a defender, prompting the referee to award a penalty. With Captain Fritz, the team's primary penalty taker, resting, Coach Schaaf entrusted Lin Quan to take the penalty himself. Executing a penalty kick is a test of a player's psychological fortitude, and he wished to gauge Lin Quan's composure under pressure. Drawing upon 8 years of professional experience akin to that of Messi, Lin Quan was no stranger to such situations. He stood at the penalty spot, observed the goalkeeper's positioning, and began his run-up. As he approached the ball, he momentarily altered his rhythm, deceiving the goalkeeper just as the latter instinctively lunged to save. Lin Quan struck the ball with the tip of his foot, prompting Coach Schaaf to spring to his feet in astonishment. This lad possesses audacity beyond measure, daring to execute a penalty in such a manner. The ball soared high, its speed modest, yet its arc steep, sailing over the goalkeeper's head who had just committed to the dive, and into the net with certainty. Lin Quan had successfully converted a Panenka penalty, altering the score to 3-1. This young man exhibits remarkable mental resilience. While most players would opt for a more conventional approach, he audaciously chose the Panenka. As the ball nestled in the net, a sigh of relief escaped Coach Schaaf. Once seated, he could not help but share his musings with his colleagues. I wonder if, in his mind, the Panenka was the most secure option? Heinbach's remark left the group in contemplative silence. In the ensuing minutes, neither team managed to alter the scoreline, and the match concluded with a final score of 3-1. Granting Werder Bremen their third consecutive victory in the warm-up matches. Having participated in all 3 games, Lin Quan also secured a valuable 3 points. Unfortunately, there would be no further warm-up matches before the second phase of training concluded. This meant that for the upcoming weeks, he would be devoid of competitive play, a prospect that left him somewhat melancholic. The days of acquiring top-tier talent still felt far off, while Lin Quan pondered the absence of matches. Officials at the DFB headquarters were engaged in discussions with sponsors from Tomy regarding the team invitations for this season's German Telecom Cup. Established in 2009, the German Telecom Cup evolved from the German League Cup. Sponsored by the renowned telecommunications company Tomy, this tournament is held annually. Each competition features 4 participating teams, which include the reigning champions and runners-up from the previous Bundesliga season, alongside 1 team each from the mid-table and relegation contenders. Due to the limited number of teams, the tournament rules are straightforward. The German Telecom Cup employs a random draw to facilitate 2 semifinals, with the victorious teams advancing to the final, while the losing teams compete for 3rd and 4th place, resulting in a total of 4 matches. Consequently, the prize money is not substantial, with the champion receiving merely 300,000. Nevertheless, the opportunity for such high-level competition prior to the season's commencement serves as a valuable means to assess the success of each team's acquisitions, providing a certain allure for the invited clubs. To avoid disrupting the team's preparations, the Telecom Cup has a relatively brief schedule, with 4 matches arranged to conclude within 2 days. Furthermore, each match is limited to 30 minutes per half. Should the score remain tied after 60 minutes, the contest will proceed directly to a penalty shootout. This unique format has historically resulted in numerous upsets. Even prestigious clubs like Bayern Munich have often faltered, and since its inception, The Telecom Cup has seen the Bundesliga giants fail to secure a single championship title. This season, the first 3 invited teams have been confirmed. Last season's Bundesliga champions Borussia Dortmund, the runners-up Bayern Munich, and the relegation zone team, Hamburg, which barely survived relegation by a single point. While selecting these 3 teams was straightforward, the choice of a mid-table team posed a challenge, leading to differing opinions between the German Football Association and the sponsors. According to the DFB, the Bundesliga comprises 18 teams, with mid-table teams being either the 9th or 10th. These positions are held by Werder Bremen and Nuremberg, respectively. However, the sponsors expressed dissatisfaction with the smaller cities of these teams, deeming them less advantageous for promotional purposes, thus favoring Stuttgart, Germany's 6th largest city, with a larger population and greater commercial value. Hosting the Telecom Cup there would enhance the sponsors' advertising impact. As both parties remained at an impasse, the DFB insisted on upholding the established rules. Football in Germany is a sport enjoyed by the masses, possessing immense commercial value, ensuring a steady stream of sponsors. The collaboration with Tomy stemmed solely from their status as a local enterprise and a previously pleasant partnership. Should Tomy become overconfident and attempt to dictate terms to the DFB, the association would not hesitate to seek a different sponsor, such as Volkswagen, which would be a commendable alternative. Upon hearing this, Tomy promptly acquiesced, expressing their respect for the DFB's decision. With the other side having compromised, the DFB graciously selected Bremen over Nuremberg due to its larger city size. Soon thereafter, the DFB's invitation was presented to the club's head coach, Schaaf. Faced with this invitation, Schaaf found himself in a quandary. Should he accept or decline? Accepting the invitation would present an opportunity to secure the 300,000 prize and potentially earn a share of the ticket sales. However, this would disrupt the team's training regimen. Moreover, playing 2 matches within a span of 2 days would pose a significant test for the players. While seasoned veterans might manage, it would be an immense challenge for younger players, particularly those who have yet to participate in Bundesliga matches. Especially, they are highly likely to face formidable teams such as Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund. Should they inadvertently suffer a crushing defeat, the confidence they have painstakingly built up over 3 consecutive victories would likely evaporate entirely. Consequently, rather than making a unilateral decision, he summoned members of the coaching staff and called upon Lin Quan and De Bruyne, the 2 most outstanding young players, to solicit their opinions. Upon hearing that there were still matches to be played, particularly against the champions and runners-up of the Bundesliga, Lin Quan's eyes lit up. This was a match worth 2 points. They simply had to participate. Chapter 31. The invitation from Bayern Munich in Bavaria, at the Bayern Munich club. The invitation to participate in the German Telecom Cup was merely a trivial matter for Bayern. They regarded it with little concern. What truly mattered to them was the performance of the team in the upcoming season. The Bundesliga giants had experienced several dismal seasons, having gone 2 years without a title. Last season, they suffered a double defeat to their direct rivals, Borussia Dortmund, and subsequently faced a humiliating 5-2 loss in the German Cup final, completely dominated by Dortmund. For Bayern Munich, this was an utter disgrace. If the disappointments in the league could be redeemed with a championship trophy in the UEFA Champions League, it would not be entirely unacceptable. However, it was disheartening that the team had also come up empty in the Champions League. In the 2010-2011 season, they fell in the round of 16. In the 2011-2012 season, they lost in the final. Bayern yearned to inscribe a large word for disaster on the ground. Fortunately, under the stewardship of the seasoned coach Hanks, the team's conditions steadily improved. Reaching the Champions League final last season was already a considerable testament to their progress, and there was confidence that, given a bit more time, he would lead Bayern back to the pinnacle of success. Yet, amidst this progress, Hanks began to entertain thoughts of retirement, catching Bayern off guard. The significance of a good coach was well understood by Bayern Munich. They were acutely aware of the consequences when they previously hired the renowned Van Gaal, who led the team to the worst start in the club's history, resulting in failures across the League, Cup, and Champions League. In their fury, the club did not wait for the season's end to dismiss him and promptly reinstated the venerable Hanks. It was evident that the experienced coach was indeed the right fit for Bayern. Upon Hanks' return, he not only halted the team's decline but also guided Bayern to the Champions League final. Had luck not been slightly against them, losing to Chelsea in a penalty shootout, the team would have already secured the Champions League trophy last year. This season, Bayern's young players have continued to mature. and the tactical system of the team has become increasingly refined. They aspire to claim both the league championship and the Champions League title, as achieving these two significant honors would signify Bayern's return to the pinnacle of European football. However, just as they were brimming with ambition, intent on rebuilding the Bayern dynasty, the prospect of Heynck's retirement left the entire club in a state of disarray. Heynck was born in 1945, making him 67 years of age, which indeed seems rather advanced. However, Sir Alex Ferguson, the Manchester United manager, who is 4 years his senior, has yet to retire, suggesting that the venerable coach could certainly continue for a few more years. When confronted by club president Rummenigge, who sought to persuade him otherwise, the esteemed coach shook his head and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, President Rummenigge, for your steadfast support over the years. Nonetheless, I have made my decision. You know I am not one to relish the spotlight. At 68, I feel it is a bit too much for me to continue leading the team. I fear my aging body may not withstand the rigors of competition. Moreover, I wish to retire while I am still able, to return home and cultivate some flowers and plants, and embrace a pastoral life. Therefore, please do not insist further. I assure you I will see through this season to its conclusion, and only after the final match will I depart from the team. During this time, you will have ample opportunity to reach out to other distinguished coaches, to explore their philosophies and seek the most suitable successor for Bayern. Of course, I am willing to offer my insights and recommendations if needed." Heynck merely intended to communicate with the club to allow for adequate preparation. Otherwise, if he were to announce his retirement unexpectedly next year, and the club had not found a suitable successor, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos at Bayern. Upon hearing Heynck's words, Rummenigge felt a profound disappointment. Exceptional coaches are not easily found. In today's football landscape, the finest managers are generally already committed to their clubs, making any poaching attempts quite challenging. While Bayern may dominate the Bundesliga, they cannot compete financially with the elite clubs in the top 5 leagues. Thus, the prospect of Heynck's retirement caused Rummenigge considerable concern. He even contemplated bringing back the legendary coach Hitzfeld, who managed the Swiss national team, but quickly dismissed that notion. The team's previous poor performance had already demonstrated that Hitzfeld's methods were outdated and no longer suited to the current squad. He needed to find a coach with exceptional capabilities and a profound understanding of the latest tactics in football, especially those pertaining to possession play. "President, there seems to be an individual who fits our criteria remarkably well, and currently, he is available, having no current engagements. Perhaps we should extend an invitation to him and explore the possibility?" Club manager Uli Hoeneß immediately thought of someone upon hearing Rummenigge's suggestion. Moreover, he had heard whispers that this individual had visited Germany a few months prior, possibly in response to an invitation from a Bundesliga club. If that were the case, it indicated that he might consider coaching in the Bundesliga. Aside from Borussia Dortmund, Bayern holds no trepidation against any team in the league, and Klopp from Dortmund is unlikely to leave anytime soon. Thus, the club extending an invitation would not be Dortmund, and as long as it is not Dortmund, Bayern would be confident in their ability to secure him. Who? Rummenigge inquired with curiosity. Former Barcelona head coach, Pep Guardiola. The mere mention of his name instantly captivated Rummenigge. In the contemporary football landscape, while numerous eminent coaches exist, only two stand out: Guardiola and Mourinho. Both possess unparalleled prowess and renown, with the former particularly distinguished. Guardiola's innovative possession-based system has gained immense popularity in recent years, becoming a model emulated worldwide. If he were to take the helm at Bayern Munich, bringing with him the strategies that thrived at Barcelona, wouldn't Bayern soar to new heights? The mere thought stirred excitement within Rummenigge. Yet, one pressing question remained. Would Guardiola accept our invitation? He felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, if he turned down Barcelona, would he embrace an offer from Bayern? The competitive edge of the Bundesliga pales in comparison to La Liga, and the commercial development has not been as robust. Thus, the allure for top-tier coaches has always been somewhat lacking. But how could one ascertain without attempting? I heard his adopted son plays in the Bundesliga, for a team that happens to be our opponent in next month's Telecom Cup. Perhaps we could extend an invitation under the guise of attending the match. And once he arrives, the president could personally engage him, demonstrating our sincerity. It seems that Hoeneß has thoroughly prepared, even researching Lin Quan's relationship with Guardiola and his status in the Bundesliga. Clearly, the intention to invite Guardiola was not a whimsical thought, but a well-orchestrated plan. Rummenigge gazed at Hoeneß for a few seconds, and after their exchange, they shared a knowing smile. This matter is now in your hands. Do not let it falter. Chapter 32. Fateful Encounters. Bayern it is. In the Catalonia region, in the city of Saint-Pétier, Guardiola was discussing with his girlfriend, Sarah, where to take their wedding photos and the most suitable venue for their nuptials. Finally finding some leisure time, he wished to make amends for the years he had been preoccupied. Their love story had spanned over 15 years, and it was high time they stepped into the sacred bonds of matrimony. This location is splendid, close to the seaside, with a charming castle. Perfect for inviting family and friends without the intrusion of journalists. All right, let's settle on this place. But who do you intend to invite? Sarah, curious, looked at Guardiola. Aware of his many acquaintances in the football world, yet unsure if he would extend invitations to them. Let us keep it as low-key as possible. I prefer not to have too many disruptions at our wedding. After contemplating, Guardiola decided against sending out numerous invitations, opting instead to invite only his closest friends. Very well. You decide, but do let Lin know in advance. I worry he might not be able to return in time for our wedding. I will call him. You need not fret, Guardiola replied, as Lin Quan had already been in the Bundesliga for 2 months, due to being preoccupied with vacation plans and wedding preparations. Coupled with the absence of Bundesliga matches, he has scarcely kept abreast of developments on that front. It is high time to reach out to him, otherwise, the lad might well believe that his father has abandoned him. With this thought in mind, Guardiola retrieved his phone, intending to call Lin Quan. Just then, his phone rang. An incoming call had arrived. Noticing an unfamiliar number, Guardiola furrowed his brow. However, upon seeing that the caller was from Germany, he decided to answer. Werder Bremen Football Club, having accepted the invitation from the German Football Association, has entered a state of intense preparation. The 4 teams participating in the Telecom Cup have been confirmed. And apart from Hamburg, the remaining 2 teams possess a strength that surpasses that of Werder Bremen by a significant margin, at least 1 tier higher. Consequently, Coach Schaff pragmatically devised a robust defensive strategy, intending to employ counter-attacking tactics against these formidable opponents. In this defensive counterattack, Werder Bremen must seize their limited opportunities, otherwise, they are likely to face defeat. To this end, Coach Schaff deliberated extensively and resolved to include Lin Quan in the starting lineup, leveraging his exceptional scoring ability to bolster the team's counter-attacking prowess. Of course, such a significant decision necessitated consultation with the player himself, particularly given Lin Quan's youth and prior lack of starting experience. Lin, I plan to include you in the starting roster for the next match. Do you have any concerns? I am specifically referring to your physical condition. Coach Schaff spoke candidly, avoiding any circumlocution. Previously, he might have worried about Lin Quan's mental stability and lack of match experience. But after observing him over the past few days, those concerns had dissipated. His sole remaining apprehension was regarding Lin's physical stamina. At the age of 16 or 17, boys are in a critical phase of growth, experiencing a second peak of development. Generally, they possess a more slender physique and lack the stamina of adults, making it challenging for them to endure a full match. Had it been a standard 90-minute game, Schaff would have hesitated to include Lin Quan in the starting lineup. However, the Telecom Cup match spans only 60 minutes, divided into 2 halves of 30 minutes each, with a 15-minute intermission. This arrangement does not impose excessive strain on the player's physical reserves. If Lin Quan feels capable, he may attempt it. If he lacks confidence, then Schaff would forego this plan and substitute him in the second half as usual. Upon hearing the coach's words, Lin Quan pondered thoughtfully. As a forward, and given the team's emphasis on a rigorous defensive counterattack, he would not be required to retreat excessively. His focus would need to be on offensive contributions, which would not place a significant burden on his stamina. Completing the entire match should be feasible. Should the situation prove too taxing, he could always redeem stamina potions from the system using his points. Upon contemplating this, Lin Quan solemnly nodded. Rest assured, coach, leave it to me. That evening, the draw for the Telecom Cup commenced. Unfortunately for Werder Bremen, they were matched against Bayern Munich, eliciting expressions of dismay among the players. How fortunate it would have been had they drawn Hamburg. With Hamburg, they would have had a much greater chance of advancing to the next round. Despite Bayern Munich's lackluster performance in the past 2 seasons within the Bundesliga, their formidable prowess remains undeniable. The strength of their players and the depth of their bench far surpass that of Werder Bremen. However, as this is merely a cup competition, known for its propensity for surprises, Werder Bremen is not entirely devoid of hope. The probability of drawing Hamburg was exceedingly low, After all, both teams were merely invited to accompany the elite in this tournament. The main attractions of the Telecom Cup are Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich, and it is highly unlikely they would arrange for these two to clash in the first round, as that would diminish the allure of the finals, a scenario sponsors would certainly oppose. Indeed, the ideal script would have both teams face a lesser opponent in the first round to warm up, leading to a climactic showdown in the finals that would thrill the fans. Ahem, I agree that Hamburg is a lesser team, but I contest that we have become one as well. Laughed one player. Last season, we were only marginally ahead of Hamburg in points. Calling us a lesser team isn't entirely unfounded. Yet this season, with Lin and Kevin on the squad, we are not to be compared to last season. Observing the players engaging in playful banter, the coaching staff breathed a sigh of relief. They had previously worried that the players might be intimidated by the formidable strength of their opponents, leading to hesitance and poor performance. It appears their concerns were unfounded. The players of Werder Bremen have adopted a commendably positive mindset this season, understanding their position as a relegation team. Thus, when faced with powerhouses like Bayern and Dortmund, they feel no psychological burden, as losing to such opponents is entirely justifiable. Conversely, should they manage to pull off an upset, it would be a monumental victory. On the side of Bayern Munich, the players were equally pleased with the draw. It seems our first-round opponent is quite suitable. They are neither too strong nor too weak. Making for an excellent warm-up, they remarked. They hoped that Dortmund would not be eliminated by Hamburg, for that would present an opportunity for revenge after last year's humiliating defeats. The players were eager to avenge themselves against Dortmund, while regarding Werder Bremen as a team of little consequence. Chapter 33. You are a bunch of rubbish. On August 5, 2012, at 7 p.m., the Allianz Arena was aglow with lights and fluttering flags. With a capacity of 75,000, the stadium welcomed approximately 50,000 attendees that evening. The majority of the spectators were clad in red jerseys, representing Bayern, while a corner of the east stand was occupied by around 2,000 fans in green jerseys. Supporters of Werder Bremen. Bayern Munich is situated in Bavaria, in the southern part of Germany, while Werder Bremen belongs to the northern region, making the distance between the two quite considerable. Furthermore, Bayern offers a limited number of tickets to visiting fans, resulting in a modest turnout of Bremen supporters at the stadium. As the match has yet to commence, players from both teams are warming up on the pitch, in stark contrast to the relatively unnoticed players from Werder Bremen. Bayern stars such as Robben, Ribery, Lahm, Gomez, and Schweinsteiger are greeted with fervent applause from the audience as soon as they take the field. Not only these renowned athletes, but even younger players like Kroos, Thomas Müller, and Alaba receive enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Any dazzling play executed by Bayern's players elicits immediate and rapturous applause from the fans, while the Werder Bremen players are met with indifference, as the home supporters cannot even muster the energy to boo them, seemingly deeming them unworthy of such attention. On the field, Lin Quan is practicing free kicks with De Bruyne. Observing this scene, he nudges De Bruyne's shoulder and inquires, "How are you feeling, nervous?" De Bruyne looks at him quizzically and replies, "Why would I be nervous? I've encountered such scenarios before during my time at Stamford Bridge." Lin Quan scoffs, comparing the dilapidated Chelsea ground to the Allianz Arena, but he feels relieved to see that De Bruyne is indeed calm. The outcome of this match hinges not only on whether their defense can withstand Bayern's formidable offense, but also on the performances of the two of them. De Bruyne serves as the attacking linchpin, and his passing will directly determine the quality of Werder Bremen's counterattacks. Should he become overly anxious and underperform, the prospects for victory may indeed be grim. 20 minutes later, the warm-up comes to an end, and players gradually return to the locker room to prepare for the final pre-match arrangements. Upon seeing that the players are all geared up, Schaaf claps his hands to gather everyone around. "Shoo, listen closely to the sound outside. I'll tell you what that is. It's the Bayern fans singing the club anthem, titled Forever Number One. Do you think Bayern supporters are rather arrogant? Huh, Forever Number One. How can any team remain at the pinnacle of success indefinitely? Yet, in the Bundesliga, Bayern is undeniably the top dog, and has been for ages. Borussia Dortmund, Borussia Mönchengladbach, and even we, Werder Bremen, have all attempted to challenge them, but to no avail. None have succeeded in dethroning them. They boast 21 Bundesliga championship trophies, 15 DFB Pokal titles, and 4 UEFA Champions League trophies. And what of us? Our last league title was a decade ago. Therefore, no one is betting on us today. Everyone expects us to lose. Do you think the same? Thomas Schaaf cast a sharp gaze over the players, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Those who felt his penetrating stare instinctively lowered their heads. Only Lin Quan stared blankly at him, wondering if the coach had taken some strange medication today, for he had never been known to speak so coarsely. Typically, he was characterized by his refined demeanor and gentle humility. Overwhelmed by surprise, Lin Quan momentarily forgot to evade the coach's gaze. Schaaf, taken aback by Lin Quan's unwavering stare, was momentarily stunned. Then a satisfied expression spread across his face. This lad possesses a certain audacity, a fearless spirit akin to a young calf unafraid of the tiger. He continued, "Don't think it's just you. I share the same sentiment." This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the team, as players lifted their heads in disbelief, seemingly questioning their own hearing. So, the reason for his earlier outburst was his own uncertainty. Indeed, I too harbor doubts, for Bayern Munich boasts a far superior paper strength. Their players are all stars, their market value surpassing yours by several multiples, and their earnings dwarf yours by dozens of times. Wherever they go, they bask in the adulation of fans and the pursuit of media, surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful companions. In comparison, you are but a collection of underachievers. You are nothing. The players' expressions turned to anger, uncertain whether it was the stark contrast that ignited their fury or the coach's disparaging remarks that stung. What is this? Anger? Are you not convinced? If you're not satisfied, take to the pitch and confront them. Show them no mercy. Drag them down from their damn throne and trample them beneath your feet. If you're truly convinced, let your actions speak to the world, proving that you are not inferior. Go tell those singing fools that a football match is not won by past glories, the number of trophies, or market value. It isn't determined by who earns more or basks in the spotlight. If it were, then Real Madrid, with its constellation of stars like Zidane, Ronaldo, and Beckham, would have long since dominated European football. Werder Bremen will trample every opponent that looks down upon us. If you cannot achieve this, then accept your status as mere rubbish. Unworthy of victory. Shout it out. Are you rubbish? No. The players shouted in unison. Are you cowards? Louder. I cannot hear you. We are not rubbish. Excellent. Now go forth and prove yourselves. Captain Fritz extended his hand, and one by one, the other players placed their hands atop his. Werder Bremen. Charge. The players of Werder Bremen, invigorated and emboldened, departed the locker room and entered the player tunnel, preparing to take the field. Prior to their emergence, the Bayern Munich players had already gathered in the corridor. They had heard the commotion from the visitors' locker room just moments before. Upon witnessing the players of Werder Bremen emerge, the Bayern Munich players cast curious glances towards their opponents. They were somewhat astonished by the evident high spirits of the opposing team. What could possibly be the reason for such bravado after drawing Bayern? Surely, they do not believe they can secure a victory at the Allianz Arena? At precisely 7:30 p.m., both teams entered the field under the guidance of the referee, marking the commencement of Lin Quan's inaugural official match since joining Werder Bremen. Chapter 34. Against Bayern Munich. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semi-finals of the 2012 German Telecom Cup, presented by CCTV. In this match, Bayern Munich faces Werder Bremen. I am your commentator, Hiwei, and I am Su Yang. The home team, Bayern Munich, is adorned in red jerseys, while the visiting team, Werder Bremen, dons green. In this encounter, Bayern Munich has adopted a 4-2-3-1 formation, with the starting lineup as follows: goalkeeper Neuer, Gustavo, Badstuber, Boateng, Lahm, Kroos, Emre Can, Shaqiri, Muller, Robben, and Gomez. Conversely, Werder Bremen is employing a 4-3-3 formation, featuring goalkeeper Mielitz, Schmitz, Pradl, Papastathopoulos, Selassie, Junyazovic, Fritz, De Bruyne, Elia, Lin Quan, and Arnautovic. Both teams boast youthful lineups, and it is noteworthy that Werder Bremen's starting roster includes a player of Chinese descent. Su Yang interjected, indeed, his name is Lin Quan, a player loaned from Barcelona's youth team. This marks his first official match representing Werder Bremen. Commentator Hiwei, glancing at the starting lineup while reviewing his notes, remarked with a smile, this player is exceptionally young, merely 16 years and 167 days old, making him the youngest starting player in the history of the Telecom Cup. Coach Schaaf appears quite audacious in his selection choices, focusing primarily on nurturing young talent in this match. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, for Werder Bremen to face Bayern Munich in their first match is rather unfortunate. It was evident that both commentators held little hope for Werder Bremen. believing Bayern would emerge victorious. With the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. After the kickoff, Bayern Munich immediately launched a vigorous assault into Werder Bremen's half. As both teams compete in the same league, they are well acquainted with each other's capabilities, eliminating the need for cautious probing. Attack is the order of the day. In this match, Hanks did not field all of his primary players. Left winger Ribery, midfielder Schweinsteiger, and forward Mandzukic remained on the bench. Nevertheless, given the strength of Bayern's starting lineup, overcoming Werder Bremen seemed an unchallenging task, as there was a significant disparity in their respective strengths on paper. Although Lin Quan had prepared for this match prior to the kickoff, he could not help but feel the stark disparity once the game commenced. In comparison to the opponents that Werder Bremen faced in their previous warm-up matches, the prowess of Bayern Munich was markedly superior. The synergy among their players, the rapidity of their passing, and the individual skills of their athletes far exceeded those of the teams previously encountered. This elevated the pace of the game to a frenetic tempo, where a momentary lapse could easily be exploited by the adversary for a decisive strike. In the first 3 minutes of the match, possession remained firmly in the hands of Bayern, with Werder Bremen's players failing to make even a single touch on the ball. Fortunately, Coach Schaaf had anticipated such a scenario. Following the start of the game, apart from Lin Quan, the rest of the team withdrew, transforming Werder Bremen's formation into a 4-1-4-1. In midfield, they fielded 5 defensive players, with one stationed deep for protection, while the other 4 adopted a diamond formation to enhance their interception range, cutting off the opponent's passing lanes and swiftly pressuring the ball carrier, denying them the time and space to orchestrate an attack. This tactical approach temporarily stifled Bayern's offensive onslaught, plunging both sides into a fierce battle in midfield. On the sidelines, Hanks furrowed his brow upon observing the opponent's tactics. It was clear that this strategy would not contain Bayern's attacking vigor, given their current offensive momentum. Scoring was merely a matter of time. However, Schaaf had placed a 16-year-old in the front line. What was his intention? Did he truly expect this young player to breach Bayern's defenses? Or was he aiming to exploit Neuer's penchant for sweeping out of his area? Contemplating this, Hanks cast a glance at his goalkeeper. As anticipated, Neuer had ventured outside the penalty area, reverting to his favored role as a sweeper. Yet, Hanks did not instruct Neuer to retreat. After all, Neuer often engaged in such maneuvers in the Bundesliga and even in the Champions League, and Hanks had unwavering faith in his capabilities. Observing the opponent's formidable presence in midfield and the difficulty in penetrating their defense, Bayern's players promptly altered their strategy, opting to initiate attacks deliberately from the flanks. In the 7th minute of the match, Kroos discerned an opening on the wing and immediately relayed the ball to Robben. To facilitate Robben's breakthrough and aid him in evading defenders, Kroos intelligently provided a weighted pass. Robben, understanding the cue, swiftly repositioned himself to intercept the ball ahead of the defenders. With his speed already heightened, the little Flying Dutchman surged forward after gaining possession. Robben's pace was blistering. The Werder Bremen defenders pursued him desperately, but were utterly unable to keep pace. Juniozovic attempted to intercept, yet was deceived by a feint, carelessly committing to a challenge that resulted in him being bypassed. After eluding the second defender, Robben swiftly cut inside. Being a left-footed player, he faced no issues with his weaker foot, allowing him to either shoot or pass to a teammate after cutting in, thus posing a significant threat. As Robben cut inward towards the edge of his own penalty area, the captain of Werder Bremen, Fritz, immediately rushed in to provide support. With Fritz's departure, a brief defensive gap appeared in front of Werder Bremen's penalty area, as De Bruyne had yet to return to his position. Bayern Munich's attacking midfielder, Thomas Müller, found himself unmarked. If Robben were to pass the ball at that moment, Müller could either deliver it to the advancing Sarek, creating a one-on-one opportunity, or take a shot himself. Given that Werder Bremen's defensive formation had already been disrupted by Robben, passing to an open teammate would undoubtedly yield a better chance. However, it was unfortunate that Robben was not known for his strong team-oriented play. He bore the moniker Lone Ranger. The opportunities he crafted were ones he felt compelled to finish himself. Thus, even as he noticed the captain of Werder Bremen closing in, Robben continued to dribble laterally, creating a slight angle before unleashing a shot. Fritz quickly raised his foot to intercept, but failed to make contact with the ball. Fortunately, Werder Bremen's goalkeeper was well prepared, anticipating the trajectory of the shot and successfully claiming the ball. Seeing the opposing goalkeeper secure his shot, Robben shook his head in dissatisfaction with his earlier attempt. Meanwhile, Muller turned to his friend Kroos, shrugging his shoulders, clearly displeased with Robben's choice. Just as Bayern's players were lamenting the squandered opportunity, the goalkeeper hastily advanced, performing a quick throw from near the penalty area to De Bruyne. Aware of the urgency, De Bruyne knew he had to act swiftly. After stopping the ball and pivoting half-turn, he passed it to the right front before the opposing defenders could intervene. Lin, sprint forward. Chapter 35, dribbling past 3. Breaching Bayern's goal, Guardiola was exceedingly proud. Defend, quickly fall back. Seeing the swift counterattack unfold, Bayern's captain Lahm rushed towards Lin Quan while vocally urging his teammates to assist. Only Boateng was nearby, and without the need for words, they instinctively chose to press forward and cover defensively. Although Lahm called for support, he did not regard Lin Quan as a significant threat. The young player was simply too inexperienced, under the immense pressure from the defenders. He was likely to make an erroneous decision out of panic. Lahm's loud shouts served not only to summon help, but also to apply psychological pressure on Lin Quan, making it clear that if he slowed his pace, he would be caught by the pursuing Bayern players. Thus, he needed to bypass Lahm quickly. In this urgent mindset, the opponent's intent to dribble would become glaringly obvious. Lahm, being a shorter defender with agility far surpassing that of a cumbersome tall player, felt confident in his ability to intercept the ball as soon as Lin Quan displayed any signs of attempting to break through. So, young lad, what choice will you make? Lin Quan didn't even glance at Lahm, seemingly oblivious to the presence before him. He glanced up towards the goal, where Neuer had already retreated to the penalty area. Attempting a direct shot would yield little success. Neuer's exceptional goalkeeping skills would undoubtedly allow him to make the save. Meanwhile, Boateng, positioned behind Lahm, maintained a prudent distance from his teammate. Even if Lin Quan managed to bypass Lahm, he would lose both speed and space, allowing Boateng to easily intercept the ball or disrupt the play. Thus, he had no choice but to maneuver past these two defenders. With this thought in mind, Lin Quan adjusted his steps, feigning a breakthrough to the right. As a right winger, he had consistently utilized his right foot for dribbling. Therefore, when Lahm observed his movement, he decisively lunged in. However, just as Lahm confidently believed he would intercept the ball, it vanished from his sight. What? Lahm was taken aback. It was merely a feint. At that moment, Lin Quan had shifted the ball to his left foot and surged towards Boateng. Boateng, unable to comprehend how his teammate had been outmaneuvered, found the ball hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he attempted to strike the ball, only to see another foot alter its trajectory. Boateng felt a wave of relief. He was fortunate not to have recklessly lunged, as this young player's touch was astonishingly quick, leaving him no assurance of reaching the ball first. This lad was formidable. Alarm bells rang in Boateng's mind as he realized he and his teammates had underestimated this young forward, who posed a far greater threat than he appeared. In fact, Boateng sensed an uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of facing Barcelona's number 10. With this thought, he became even more cautious, focusing intently on the ball, positioning himself sideways to deny Lin Quan an opportunity to advance. Although Lahm had been bypassed, he was not completely out of the play. His shorter stature and low center of gravity allowed him to pivot swiftly and pursue Lin Quan. If he could hold on for a few seconds, Lahm would be able to join him in pressing the opponent, making it difficult even for someone like Messi to escape. Lin Quan was evidently aware of this, prompting him to draw closer to Boateng. Sensing the impending threat, Boateng felt a twinge of unease. He could not discern the opponent's intentions, but this maneuver was certainly not benevolent. At that moment, both players crossed the penalty area line. Upon spotting the white line on the ground, Boateng instantly grasped Lin Quan's strategy. This fellow was attempting to draw a foul and deceive the referee for a penalty. He could not allow this scheme to succeed. Boateng promptly placed his hands behind his back to avoid any handball, while also striving to maintain an appropriate distance to prevent any attempts at simulation. Observing Boateng's reaction, Lin Quan smiled. He deftly pulled the ball to his left, and as Boateng shifted his weight in that direction, Lin Quan swiftly shifted it back to the right. Remarkably, Boateng, utilizing his exceptional physicality, managed to readjust his balance. Yet Lin Quan's actions were not complete. He once again maneuvered the ball to the left. As he executed the jump shot, he simultaneously altered his direction, creating distance between himself and Boateng. In a moment of panic, Boateng attempted to pivot and follow, but his center of gravity had not adjusted in time, resulting in a loud thud as he fell to the ground. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could their center back be so easily outmaneuvered without any physical contact? What a jest. That player is merely 16 years old. The fans were not the only ones taken aback. Even the Bayern players on the field were visibly shocked. Lahm, closest to the scene, realized that he could not catch up to Lin Quan after witnessing him slip past Boateng, and thus placed his hopes on the goalkeeper. Neuer, it's up to you. Neuer, with unwavering determination, fixed his gaze on Lin Quan. Rather than remaining passive, he launched himself into action, charging toward Lin Quan. With his towering stature and long arms, Neuer's wingspan was formidable. His decisive approach often left many forwards unable to surpass his formidable defenses. However, Lin Quan was undeterred. As he saw Neuer barreling toward him, he executed a deft feint, shifting diagonally to create space, and then took a step forward, bypassing Neuer with ease. As Neuer lowered his center of gravity, his mobility diminished significantly, rendering him incapable of catching up to Lin Quan, who effortlessly slotted the ball into the open net. In the 8th minute of the match, Werder Bremen capitalized on a counterattack, with Lin Quan scoring a goal, altering the score to 1-0. A hush fell over Allianz Arena, with 50,000 fans rendered speechless. Only the 2,000 traveling Werder Bremen supporters in the East Stand erupted in jubilant cheers after a brief moment of disbelief. Their team had taken the lead. It was an astonishing and delightful surprise. In a luxurious box at Allianz Arena, Bayern Munich's club president and manager were entertaining a distinguished guest, former Barcelona coach Pep Guardiola. As they watched the match, they engaged in conversation. Through their dialogue, Rummenigge expressed deep admiration for Guardiola's coaching philosophy, believing him to be the ideal fit for Bayern. He sought to gauge Guardiola's opinion on Bayern's current squad. So, Pep, what do you think of this Bayern lineup? Aware that, as a guest, he should offer some compliments, Guardiola replied, Bayern's squad is exceptionally talented, with a well-balanced attack and defense. Both the offensive configuration and the organization and defensive lineup in the midfield and back line are of the highest caliber in European football. Rummenigge felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Guardiola's high praise for Bayern. Ah, Pep, you flatter us. Our team's performance over the past few years has been less than stellar. If our squad were as good as you say, we wouldn't have gone 2 years without a trophy. Guardiola shook his head and responded, every team experiences fluctuations in performance. That is entirely normal. Bayern's reach to the Champions League final last year is a testament to your strength. Have you heard, Guardiola, that your son is playing in the Bundesliga? Uli Hoeneß, observing the chairman's satisfaction with Guardiola, attempted to forge a closer rapport, thereby naturally extending an invitation for him to coach. Indeed, he plays for the team right across from us. Oh, what a remarkable coincidence. So, Guardiola, what are your thoughts on the outcome of this match? Who do you believe will emerge victorious? After a moment of contemplation, Guardiola responded earnestly, in theory, Bayern should prevail. However, football is unpredictable, and until the final whistle blows, the outcome remains uncertain. Just as he finished speaking, Werder Bremen launched a counterattack. Lin Quan, with the ball, dashed forward, skillfully bypassing 2 defenders before outmaneuvering the goalkeeper and scoring, thus altering the scoreline. Guardiola smiled and raised his hands in a gesture of pride, remarking, see? Football is indeed round. Chapter 36. The Bayern chairman is moved and contemplates spending money on players. Let us observe this play. Kroos advances with the ball and passes to Robben. What a splendid delivery. Despite his youth, Kroos exhibits remarkable vision and composure, embodying the spirit of a true leader. Robben's movement was equally impressive, as he maneuvered past a defender and then another. It was clear why he is known as the Flying Dutchman. Fritz approached to provide support, and it seemed Robben would pass, yet he opted to shoot. The strike was too direct, allowing the goalkeeper to easily gather the ball. This decision may warrant reconsideration. Perhaps a pass to Muller would have been a better choice. Su Yang interjected. Had he passed to Muller, Muller could have delivered a through ball to Scharik, who would then have been one-on-one. This could have led to a goal. The excitement was far from over, as Werder Bremen countered again. De Bruyne made a pass to Lin Quan. Lin Quan, with the ball, surged forward with remarkable speed. Lahm attempted to intercept, but was outmaneuvered. Boateng. Goodness, Boateng was actually left behind. The pace of the match was so rapid that we could not clearly see how Boateng was deceived. We shall review the replay shortly. Neuer advanced, making a commendable save, but could not maintain possession as Lin Quan slipped past him. At the 8th minute of the first half, Lin Quan, the young prodigy making his debut and wearing the number 10 jersey, scored, altering the scoreline in favor of Werder Bremen. If you had just turned on the television, you might be astonished by this score. Currently, Bayern Munich, playing at home, finds themselves trailing 0-1 against the visiting Werder Bremen, with the goal attributed to their 16-year-old winger. He Wei, filled with excitement, remarked that he had not witnessed such an impressive young player in a long time. Su Yang echoed this sentiment, exclaiming, "This young Chinese talent has truly astonished us with his skills and breakthroughs, effortlessly surpassing formidable opponents like Lam and Boateng. Watching him play football inevitably reminded me of Barcelona's number 10, the remarkable winger Lionel Messi. Indeed, I share the same sentiment." He Wei interjected, "He and Messi undoubtedly belong to the same category of players, of modest height, possessing exceptional technical skills, exquisite ball control, and incisive dribbling. Interestingly, both hail from the La Masia Youth Academy." Su Yang jested, "I imagine the president of Barcelona would be grinning from ear to ear upon witnessing that goal. Just that solitary strike could potentially elevate Lin Quan's market value by 10 million euros. Given Lin Quan's current age and demonstrated prowess, I believe Barcelona would be reluctant to part with him. After all, there exists a 9-year age gap between him and Messi, making Lin the ideal successor once Messi retires." Within the Barcelona club, Enrique angrily tossed aside the remote control. Lin Quan's goal had rendered his expression exceedingly grim. A wave of panic, concern, anger, and confusion washed over him. How could Bayern's defenders falter against a mere 16-year-old prodigy? Enrique felt a genuine sense of unease, regretting his decision to take on this challenging situation. Now, with Lin Quan's value skyrocketing, the number of clubs interested in him would only increase. Initially, there had been just one club making an offer, but soon, a multitude would likely follow suit. The issue, however, was that his contract remained unsettled at such a juncture. Even contemplating a sale for profit was unfeasible. Should his contract expire without resolution, and he depart as a free agent, Enrique would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the fans' ire. In the opulent box, Rummenigge and Hoeneß exchanged bewildered glances. The team was already trailing? It was merely the 8th minute. Neither had clearly witnessed how the goal was scored. They only observed the 16-year-old opponent sprinting in celebration. Once the big screen began replaying the goal, they comprehended the situation. After viewing it, Hoeneß was incensed. He expressed profound dissatisfaction with the team's defense, particularly Boateng's performance. As a mainstay in Bayern Munich's defense, how could he be so easily outmaneuvered by an inexperienced rookie? Rummenigge remained unfazed. It was just one goal down, and ample time remained for Bayern to equalize. He cheerfully remarked to Guardiola, "Congratulations, Pep. Your son, at such a tender age, has already displayed remarkable talent. His future seems boundless." Upon hearing the praise for his son, Guardiola felt a sweetness akin to honey in his heart. He had long grown weary of accolades directed at himself, yet when it came to compliments about his child, he felt an inherent vulnerability, for every parent harbors aspirations for their offspring's success. The president is overly generous. He is still young, with a long journey ahead. And a single goal does not signify much. Guardiola is remarkably humble. From my years of experience, I can assert that at his age, his accomplishments place him among the elite of his contemporaries. Rummenigge, shifting his tone with a smile, remarked, "However, Guardiola's perspective holds merit. The future of young players is rife with uncertainty. If one does not secure a position in a reputable club or encounters a distinguished mentor, their talent and potential may remain obscured." Guardiola furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying message in Rummenigge's words. The invitation to watch a match at Allianz Arena seemed far from straightforward. "If you have something to say, please be direct," Guardiola expressed, disliking riddles and lacking aptitude for such ambiguity. He has always been forthright, articulating his thoughts candidly. If he intends to heavily utilize a particular player, he communicates that directly. Likewise, he straightforwardly addresses the acquisition of a player's starting position. Thus, throughout his coaching career, his relationships with players have not always been particularly harmonious. Especially during his latter years at Bayern, where the Champions League defeat at home to Barcelona was clearly a consequence of a disordered locker room. Seeing Guardiola's willingness to inquire, Rummenigge decided to be forthright as well. "Mr. Guardiola, we wish to invite you to coach Bayern Munich. Should you agree, we can further discuss the terms of our collaboration. To demonstrate our sincerity, we are prepared to acquire Lin Quan from Barcelona, bringing him to Allianz Arena, where you can personally mentor him and aid in his development." Rummenigge's strategy was astute. Inviting Guardiola to coach Bayern was his primary objective. However, the potential acquisition of Lin Quan would also prove to be a lucrative deal for Bayern. He had previously consulted with Hoeneß, learning that Lin Quan was still under a youth contract with Barcelona, with a relatively low buyout clause of merely €5 million. Before witnessing this match, he felt some reluctance about spending €5 million on a 16-year-old as a gesture. Yet now, after observing Lin Quan's outstanding performance, any lingering hesitation had completely dissipated. If €5 million could secure such a young talent with boundless potential, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile investment for Bayern. Furthermore, should he continue to excel, the team could contemplate grooming him as a successor to Robben and Ribery, thereby perpetuating Bayern's traditional advantage on the flanks. Chapter 37. Breaking 2 records. Neuer becomes a mere backdrop. Lin Quan's goal significantly invigorated the morale of Werder Bremen. Following his goal, nearly all the players, including goalkeeper Militz, sprinted to join in the celebration. "Well done, Lin. Keep it up." The teammates offered hugs, ruffled his hair, and patted his back, showering him with congratulations and encouragement in various forms. Captain Fritz embraced Lin Quan, energetically patting him on the back as he encouraged, "Let us keep pushing and aim for a few more." Beside him, De Bruyne chimed in, "I shall pass to you, provided you find the space." The goalkeeper, Militz, suggested, "Perhaps I should launch a long ball from the back. That way, we could bypass their midfield altogether." Lin Quan gestured to his own height and lamented, "Sebastian, I appreciate your goodwill, but if you kick a long ball to me, I may not be able to seize it. Is it not a tad too challenging for someone of my stature to contest for headers?" Upon hearing Lin Quan's words, his teammates glanced at the height difference between him and Militz and erupted into laughter. "It does seem a bit daunting. How about letting Arnautovic assist you?" Lin Quan instinctively glanced at the towering figure of Arnautovic, who stood at 192 centimeters and possessed remarkable heading ability. Having him contest for the ball was indeed an excellent option. However, would the team's principal center forward agree to play a supporting role? "No problem, leave it to me." To Lin Quan's surprise, Arnautovic readily acquiesced without hesitation. It appeared that although the Austrian looked fierce, he was quite amiable. Neuer, hands on his hips, watched Lin Quan, who was surrounded by teammates, with a disgruntled expression. The newcomer had scored on his debut, shattering records for the youngest starter and the youngest goalscorer. Yet, Neuer found himself merely a backdrop to one of these records. This left him feeling quite glum, for he had exerted himself to the utmost. Yet still could not prevent the opposing team from scoring. The fault lay within the defensive line. However, he refrained from blaming his teammates, deeming it unnecessary to dwell on a single conceded goal. "Let us stay focused and not underestimate our opponents, just because they seem weak." Neuer clapped his hands vigorously, rallying his teammates. Lahm offered him an apologetic glance and exchanged a knowing look with Boateng. Both were resolute. They would ensure that this player would not be granted another opportunity. On the coach's bench, Schaff could not contain his excitement when Lin Quan received the ball. Rising to his feet, and only sat back down after Lin Quan scored, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This lad truly thrives in high-pressure situations. He exhibited no signs of weakness or stage fright. It seems prudent to consider him for more tactical roles. Conversely, the other coaches on the bench, upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, dashed toward the sidelines in a frenzy, embracing one another and shouting with glee, "Damn it! Good heavens! How did that even go in?" They have been extraordinarily lucky. On Bayern's substitute bench, the substitutes and assistant coaches wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to accept the outcome. Hanks furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing the opposing team score first. The number 10 from Werder Bremen astonished him, possessing an unexpected mindset and experience not typical for his age. Just moments ago, Lahm had attempted to ensnare him with several defensive traps. Yet he had evaded them all with remarkable agility. This is an experience typically reserved for seasoned players, yet it is astonishing to witness such composure in a mere 16-year-old. Either the opponent is sluggish, oblivious to Lahm's trap, or he is an unequivocal prodigy, capable of disregarding defensive strategies. The former would be preferable, for if he truly is a genius, Bayern may encounter significant difficulties in this match. Thus, seizing the moment before the restart, Hanks summoned Kroos. Once the game commenced, he instructed his teammates to elevate the pace and to assign someone to closely mark the opposing number 10, the specifics to be discussed with Lahm. But the objective was clear: deny him any comfortable space to receive the ball. Kroos nodded gravely, with Schweinsteiger absent, the midfield burden fell squarely upon his shoulders. This was no small trial for the young Cruz. The match quickly resumed. Following the kickoff, Bayern appeared unperturbed by the recent goal, relentlessly pressing against Werder Bremen's defense. In the 11th minute, Robin surged down the right flank, drawing a foul from a Werder Bremen player, resulting in a yellow card for their number 16, Juniozovic. 2 minutes later, Robin returned with renewed vigor. With the burden of a yellow card weighing on him, Juniozovic hesitated to commit fully in defense, allowing Robin to slip past him with ease. This time, Robin seemed to recognize that offense was not solely his responsibility. After breaking through, he promptly passed to Müller, who, without pausing, delivered a deft-through ball to Šarić. The latter swiftly initiated a shot, presenting an excellent opportunity, yet his attempt veered just wide of the goal, leaving Bayern's supporters in despair. In the 16th minute, Bayern successfully intercepted in the attacking third, and Müller executed a penetrating pass that split Werder Bremen's defensive line. Striker Gomez, upon receiving the ball within the penalty area, turned sharply while enduring pressure from two defenders, only to see his shot ricochet off the post. This moment startled the Werder Bremen fans. Although the opportunity was not optimal, the quality of the strike was remarkable. Had it not been for the post's intervention, the score could very well have been leveled. In these few minutes, Bayern launched a relentless assault on Werder Bremen's goal, elevating the tempo of the match to an extraordinary level, causing the opposition to struggle to keep pace and commit frequent errors. Both De Bruyne and Lin were effectively neutralized by Bayern's players, making it exceedingly difficult for them to receive passes from their teammates. With both unable to contribute, Werder Bremen's counterattacks faltered, leaving them under relentless pressure from their adversaries. Such a state of affairs could not persist. Prolonged defense inevitably leads to conceding goals, and continued bombardment would surely result in a breach. As anticipated, in the 23rd minute, Bayern executed a masterful sequence of play in the attacking front. After a series of precise passes, Werder Bremen's defensive formation became disarrayed. Robin's shot was parried by the goalkeeper, but Thomas Müller, ever alert, capitalized on the rebound to score. The score on the field now stood at 1-1. After scoring, Müller was overwhelmed with excitement. He dashed to the sidelines, raising his arms to solicit applause from the audience. The Bayern fans immediately responded with fervent cheers and applause. Other Bayern players, equally exhilarated, rushed over to join the celebration. As Lahm passed by Lin, he remarked, "Kid, you won't be able to defeat us." Lin cast a fleeting glance at him, chose to ignore the taunt, and turned back to his half of the field to console his teammates. He was not one for banter. He preferred to let his actions speak louder than words. Chapter 38. Lin versus Neuer. After conceding a goal, the players of Werder Bremen appeared despondent. They were particularly frustrated by this goal, as it stemmed solely from Bayern's superior individual skills and teamwork, which effortlessly tore through their defense with rapid passing. The pace was elevated too quickly for Werder Bremen's players to keep up, resulting in defensive lapses. Moreover, Bayern's knack for seizing opportunities was formidable. Any vulnerabilities in Werder Bremen's defense were swiftly capitalized upon, leading to a shift in the scoreline. On Bayern's bench, Hanks nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing his team equalize. Under his guidance, the players had matured and strengthened this season, embodying the essence of humility in victory and resilience in defeat. Given their current form, reclaiming the Bundesliga trophy this season seemed highly plausible, even against last season's champions, Dortmund. Perhaps they would also achieve success on the Champions League stage this year. On the visitors' side, the concession of this goal jolted Schaff into action. Prior to the match, they had devised a defensive strategy, but the early goal had lulled both the players and him into a false sense of security, leading to a lax execution of their tactics. Had the forwards retreated to their half and narrowed the distance to the defenders, with Captain Fritz stepping back to form a 5-defender setup, the goal might have been averted. Realizing this, Schaff immediately called out to his players to adhere to the pre-match plan. A score of 1-1 was not insurmountable, with 60 minutes still remaining. They could rely on a penalty shootout to determine the outcome. At that point, even Bayern's superior strength would be rendered moot, as penalties are often dictated by chance. Indeed, when the match resumed, Bayern found themselves stymied by Werder Bremen's fortified defense. The score of 1-1 remained intact until the halftime break. Upon returning to the locker room, Schaff commended his players for their performance in the first half. He acknowledged his own oversight, admitting that his failure to remind the team to retreat after scoring contributed to the defensive lapse that ensued. This action left the players of Werder Bremen feeling somewhat embarrassed, for they were acutely aware that this predicament bore little relation to their head coach. It was entirely their own shortcoming. Let us cast aside the events of the first half. Our paramount objective in the second half is to fortify our defense. In our offensive maneuvers, we must refrain from passing directly to Lin Quan as we did earlier, for the opposition has marked him tightly, making it exceedingly difficult for him to receive the ball. Therefore, during counterattacks in the second half, we should frequently look to exploit the capabilities of Arnautovic. It is imperative that we do not overextend ourselves in midfield, lest we concede possession and fall victim to the opponent's counteroffensive. Whenever an opportunity arises, we should launch the ball long from the back, Arnautovic. If you can contest for the ball, do so. If not, strive to disrupt the opponent's play, thereby granting your teammates precious moments to position themselves defensively. The strategies articulated by Schaff had already been deliberated among the players. However, they subsequently found themselves besieged by the opposition, struggling for possession, and their few counterattacks were executed in haste, lacking the necessary cohesion, thus rendering their pre-discussed tactics ineffective. With Schaff reiterating these strategies, the players will adhere to his directives in the second half. As the second half swiftly commenced, Werder Bremen made no personnel adjustments, while Bayern Munich opted to substitute 2 players. Number 31, Schweinsteiger, entered the fray, replacing number 36, Emre, while number 7, rivalry, came on for number 11, Scharic. Werder Bremen kicked off, completing a couple of passes before swiftly losing possession under the pressure of Bayern's players. The match appeared to revert to the familiar scene of the first half, with Bayern besieging Werder Bremen's goal. However, this time, Werder Bremen's defense was notably dense, with 10 of their 11 players positioned within their own half. Even Lin Quan retreated to receive the ball, leaving only Arnautovic lingering near the center circle. The congested defense rendered Bayern's attacks laborious, as they found themselves occupying advantageous positions yet failing to convert. Breaching a compact defense is a universally acknowledged challenge. When a team is resolute in its defensive stance, even the mightiest of contenders struggle to breach their fortifications. 2 months prior, the national team of China faced the World Cup champions, Spain, in a friendly match. In that encounter, China adopted an ultra-defensive posture, and though Spain, fielding their strongest lineup, unleashed a barrage of shots throughout the match, they could not penetrate China's defenses. Had it not been for the final 5 minutes, when fatigue set in and focus waned, allowing David Silva to score, China might have even managed to secure a draw against the formidable Spanish national team. The disparity in strength between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich is far less pronounced than that between the Chinese national team and Spain. Thus, when Bremen is firmly committed to a defensive strategy, Bayern finds itself akin to hounds faced with a hedgehog, uncertain of how to proceed. Werder Bremen would be content with a draw, proceeding to a penalty shootout to determine the victor, a scenario Bayern cannot accept, as Bayern intensified their offensive onslaught. Even the defensive players, who typically lingered near the midfield, surged forward, leaving only Boateng at the back. This presented an opportunity for Werder Bremen. In the 46th minute of the match, Ribery's shot was blocked by a defender's body. Captain Fritz of Werder Bremen seized the loose ball, and in the instant of possession transition, Lin Quan and Arnautovic darted toward Bayern's half. Fritz glanced at his 2 sprinting forwards and unleashed a powerful kick toward the forward area. The ball was not aimed at a specific player, but rather at the vacant space in the opponent's backline. Initially, Bayern's players paid little heed to this long pass, as breaching Bayern's defense through aerial balls is a formidable task, given their agile goalkeeper. Neuer, known for his extensive range of movement, sometimes even ventured beyond the penalty box to serve as a support outlet, actively participating in the team's overall offensive strategy, earning him the moniker sweeper among fans. In this match, Bayern held a significant advantage, and at this moment, Neuer had already ventured far from the penalty area. Upon observing the trajectory of the ball, Neuer felt assured that his teammate Boateng would claim it, so he did not rush back to the box, intending instead to assist Boateng once he gained control of the ball. Boateng, noticing the approaching football, leaped into the air after assessing its trajectory, intending to head it to his teammate behind him. However, just as he sprang into action, a towering figure rushed toward him, leaping almost simultaneously. While both players were of similar height, Boateng jumped from a standstill, whereas his opponent had taken a running start. Consequently, Boateng could only watch as the ball was deflected away mere centimeters from his grasp. At that moment, another figure dashed past them, Simultaneously, Neuer, sensing the urgency of the situation, extended his long legs and raced toward the ball. He was equidistant from the football as Lin Quan was. Yet he was significantly farther from the goal, making it impossible for him to retreat in time. If he did not charge forward to intercept the ball, the opponent could easily lob it into the net, leaving him unable to respond. Lin Quan was evidently aware of this as well. Thus, at this moment, it was a race to see who could accelerate faster. Chapter 39. Another goal. Bayern is anxious. Although Messi is not typically recognized for his speed, this does not imply that he is slow. On the contrary, Messi possesses remarkable speed, particularly prior to his significant injury when his explosiveness declined. He was undoubtedly a swift stallion on the flanks. However, due to his extraordinary dribbling and breakthrough abilities, people often unconsciously overlook his pace. At this juncture, in the race between Lin Quan and Neuer, Lin Quan's speed advantage became rapidly apparent, while Neuer's long strides afforded him greater distance. Lin Quan's rapid foot cadence of 4 steps per second allowed him to outpace Neuer by nearly 1 step every second. Much like the illustrious athletes Su Bingtian and Usain Bolt on the track, Su Bingtian possesses a shorter stride but a quicker frequency, whereas Bolt boasts a longer stride with a somewhat slower cadence. This dynamic grants Su an advantage prior to the 70-meter mark. However, beyond that distance, Bolt's superior stride allows him to catch up and eventually overtake. In the realm of football, the distance between the two is less than 20 meters, a span that decidedly favors the swifter-footed Lin Quan. In the stands, over 50,000 Bayern fans are akin to ducks caught by the throat. Their necks craned and mouths agape, yet no sound escapes. They silently implore, "Neuer, run faster, just a bit faster." Alas, despite their fervent shouts, the outcome on the field remains unchanged. With his quicker pace, Lin Quan is the first to touch the ball. Neuer, a step behind, sees Lin Quan claim possession and immediately launches a fierce tackle, intending to thwart the opponent's advance through a foul. Positioned outside the penalty area, he cannot use his hands, and facing Lin Quan one-on-one, he lacks the confidence to intercept. Thus, a sliding tackle becomes his most viable option. Anticipating Neuer's intentions, Lin Quan deftly flicks the ball with the tip of his foot, sending it soaring over Neuer's head. He gracefully leaps over Neuer's outstretched leg, evading the tackle. Upon regaining possession, Lin Quan finds himself before an open net, having just exerted immense energy in a furious sprint and the ensuing duel with Neuer. He realizes that from over 30 meters away, a direct shot might veer off target due to fatigue. Consequently, he abandons the long-range attempt and charges directly towards Bayern's goal. This maneuver incites the ire of the Bayern supporters, who perceive it as a deliberate affront. They unleash a chorus of boos upon Lin Quan, unfazed by their jeers. He considers it a natural occurrence for an attacking player to face the disdain of rival fans. With effortless grace, he carries the ball into Bayern's half, and as he approaches the goal line, he gently nudges the ball with the arch of his foot, watching it roll into the net. Upon scoring, he catches sight of the pursuing Lom just entering the small box. Lin Quan raises an eyebrow, tauntingly asking, "What was that you said? Care to repeat it?" Lom, infuriated by Lin Quan's audacity, prepares to confront him. In an instant, players from Werder Bremen rush to shield Lin Quan, while Captain Fritz engages in a shoving match with Bayern players. A scuffle? Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? The referee, witnessing the impending chaos, swiftly intervenes, brandishing yellow cards to the captain of Werder Bremen and 2 Bayern players, each receiving a reprimand. In a remarkably brief span, 3 yellow cards were issued, instilling a palpable sense of trepidation among the players, particularly those already cautioned. At that moment, they dared not incur another infraction. Lom, known for his composed demeanor, found himself momentarily agitated by Lin Quan's provocations, momentarily losing his cool. However, the yellow card served as a sobering reminder of his earlier impulsiveness. For a defender, possessing a yellow card severely constrains their defensive maneuvers, engendering a reluctance to commit fouls, which in turn diminishes their effectiveness on the field. Opponents are likely to exploit this vulnerability, making it imperative for defenders to exercise caution unless tactical necessity dictates otherwise. His lapse of judgment was indeed regrettable. Inside the VIP box, the expressions of Hoeneß and Rummenigge were far from pleasant. They perceived Lin Quan's actions as a blatant provocation against Bayern Munich. Yet, in the presence of Guardiola, they refrained from displaying their ire, choosing instead to suppress their frustration. Guardiola, observing their discomfort, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. As the 46th minute rolled around, Lin Quan, the number 10 for Werder Bremen, struck again, doubling his tally and altering the scoreline. This young talent, in his debut match, had managed to breach Bayern's defenses twice, showcasing a performance that was truly remarkable. Indeed, he evoked memories of Messi during the 2005 World Youth Championship. If he can maintain this form, his future prospects are boundless. After witnessing Lin Quan's second goal, Wei and Su Yang completely shed their doubts, now optimistic about his potential. As the second half progressed, the score stood at 2-1, a decidedly unfavorable position for Bayern Munich. It was almost certain that, having scored, Werder Bremen would resolutely fortify their defensive strategy. For Bayern, breaching the opponent's goal would undoubtedly become a more daunting task, and should they persist with an aggressive offensive strategy, their defense could easily be exploited, leading to further concessions. Su Yang added, however, that Bayern had no alternative. They must continue their assault and find a way to breach the opponent's goal twice within the remaining 14 minutes, lest they face a penalty shootout to equalize the score. Indeed, the Telecom Cup rules do not allow for extra time, a disadvantageous stipulation for Bayern. Even the commentators grasped this logic. Their coach, undoubtedly, was equally aware. He promptly enacted tactical adjustments, urging the players to initiate attacks from the flanks, leveraging individual skills to break the deadlock. Upon Ribery's introduction, Bayern's offensive strategy expanded beyond the right flank, now utilizing the left side as well. Unlike the solitary Robin, Ribery favored passing to teammates. His several penetrative runs and crosses posed a significant threat to Werder Bremen's goal. However, the team's center forward, Gomez, was in a lamentable state today. Aside from a single shot in the first half, his remaining attempts were rather outrageous, failing to showcase the caliber expected of him. In the 48th minute of the match, Gomez sustained an injury while contesting a header with defender Papastathopoulos and fell to the ground. After assessing the player's condition, the referee signaled for the stretcher to come onto the field. Gomez gestured to the bench for a substitution, clearly unable to continue the match. As if the team's misfortunes weren't enough, trailing behind and losing their main striker to injury began to stir unease among the spectators. Could it be that Bayern's first match of the new season would end in defeat? Chapter 40. Super Football Instinct. Hank's shot. Gomez's unexpected injury compelled Hanks to replace him with another substitute striker, Mandzukic. Acquired for 13 million from Wolfsburg this summer, Mandzukic stands in stark contrast to Gomez, who is renowned for his exquisite shooting, keen goal-scoring instincts, and remarkable ability to seize opportunities. Nevertheless, Mandzukic is characterized by his strong mental fortitude. He exhibits tremendous fighting spirit on the pitch and never concedes defeat, even in adverse circumstances. Upon his entrance, Mandzukic's relentless pursuit and tireless running in the attacking third imposed significant pressure on the Werder Bremen players in possession. Inspired by his tenacity, Bayern's forwards intensified their pressing efforts, causing the Werder Bremen players to struggle to maintain possession and resulting in a series of errors. In the 51st minute, Robin made a breakthrough and shot, the ball soaring over the crossbar and into the stands. 2 minutes later, Ribery delivered a cross from the left flank, but Mandzukic, under defensive pressure, misdirected his header. Observing his team under siege, Werder Bremen's goalkeeper, Milik, attempted to delay the game by taking a goal kick, hoping to grant his teammates a moment to regroup. He placed the ball down, then picked it up again, seemingly dissatisfied with the turf, theatrically tapping it with his foot. This drew the ire of Bayern's players, who protested to the referee, asserting that he was deliberately wasting time. The referee, perceptive to his intentions, promptly issued a yellow card. After receiving the yellow card, Milik refrained from further delays and launched a long kick into the attacking third. With the defenders struggling to retain possession, the strategy was to clear the ball as far forward as possible. In the front line, only Arnautovic remained for Werder Bremen, but he managed to win the aerial duel against the opposing defender and headed the ball back to Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan was immediately pressured by Kroos. Bayern had evidently learned from their previous defensive lapses, understanding the necessity of preventing Lin Quan from accelerating. Unfazed by Kroos' pursuit, Lin Quan executed a deft touch and turn, skillfully evading the latter. However, Lahm surged in from the flank, while Boateng and Gustavo effectively blocked his path to advance. In the blink of an eye, Lin Quan found himself encircled by 4 opponents. With no possibility of advancing with the ball, he swiftly altered his course, moving laterally to direct the ball towards the left side of the field. A few Bayern players hesitated upon observing his shift to the flanks, while Lahm chose to follow him, hoping to assist Kroos in a defensive maneuver from behind. Defenders Boateng and Gustavo refrained from pursuing further. As defenders, they were wary of abandoning their positions, fearing that opponents could easily penetrate their defenses. Lahm, possessing remarkable speed, caught up with Lin Quan and, without hesitation, lunged for the ball. Although Lahm's attempt to reclaim possession was unsuccessful, he collided with Lin Quan, causing him to stumble slightly. Nevertheless, Lin Quan maintained his footing, guiding the ball to the sideline. When Lahm approached for another attempt, Lin Quan deftly kicked the ball against Lahm's foot, sending it rolling out of bounds. The assistant referee raised his flag, signaling that the ball belonged to Werder Bremen. Instead of taking the throw-in himself, Lin Quan gestured for a teammate to come forward. De Bruyne, understanding his cue, jogged over at a leisurely pace, moving slower than a walk. Bayern's players protested to the referee, but their grievances were met with indifference. Upon reaching the sideline, De Bruyne picked up the ball and surveyed the field for a suitable passing option. Finding none, he opted to return the ball to his own defenders. As the Bayern players surged toward the ball carrier, the player passed it back to the defender. The defender, confronted by the advancing Bayern forwards, sent the ball back to the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, standing on the ball, waited until the opponents were nearly upon him before bending down to scoop it up. The Bayern players, who had sprinted in a furious charge, were incensed, feeling as though they had been toyed with, akin to being led on a leash. Their energy, already diminished in the second half, was further drained by the exertion, causing their breathing to quicken. At that moment, as most Bayern players had pushed deep into Werder Bremen's half, the goalkeeper Militz seized the opportunity for a powerful kick, launching the ball forward towards his forwards. After executing the goal kick, Militz glanced at the Bayern players and taunted, "Don't you enjoy stealing the ball? Go ahead and try." During this match, Arnautovic found himself with few opportunities in the attacking front, as Werder Bremen's possession was scant. Isolated in the forward line, he rarely touched the ball aside from a few aerial duels, resulting in minimal exertion and leaving him with abundant energy. When he saw the ball soaring towards him, Arnautovic leaped with determination, successfully claiming the first touch. Observing his teammate's success, Lin Quan instinctively moved toward the left side, recalling Arnautovic's tendency to distribute the ball in that direction. Just as he anticipated, the ball landed right in front of him. As Kroos vigilantly monitored him, he failed to keep pace with Lin Quan the moment the latter initiated his move, causing him to lag by a step. By the time he attempted to catch up, he was already trailing by at least 2 meters. While 2 meters may not seem considerable, against an ordinary player, it is often possible to recover in time. This is due to the fact that a player's speed while dribbling tends to be slower than when unencumbered. Kroos desperately pursued from behind, while ahead, Lahm had already positioned himself, determined not to let his opponent slip by easily this time. Yet, as Kroos continued his chase, he sensed something amiss. The distance between them appeared not to diminish significantly. The player's dribbling speed was astonishingly akin to his movement without the ball, showing little sign of decline. How could this be? Kroos felt a jolt of disbelief. He deemed such a feat beyond his own capabilities. Not only himself, but no one in his acquaintance, nor anyone he knew, had ever achieved such a thing. Except for that individual, Barcelona's number 10. To attain this level of skill necessitates an extraordinary sense of the game. And Messi, indeed, possesses an unparalleled football intuition of historic proportions. Could it be that this player's ball sense rivals Messi's? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Lin Quan, having inherited Messi's attributes, naturally acquired that extraordinary ball sense as well. Thus, he effortlessly executed dribbles that would astonish most onlookers. In fact, upon closer inspection, one would notice that every touch Lin Quan made was exceptionally measured, with consistent force and the ball remaining within a meter's reach, even amidst rapid movement. Merely this aspect sufficed to attest to his prowess, an insight readily apparent to those experienced in the sport. Suddenly, the venerable 68-year-old coach Hanks of Bayern could no longer remain seated. He rose, his hands instinctively clenching. At this moment, he comprehended that he had underestimated this young player. This youth surpassed his expectations, potentially even eclipsing the legendary Messi of yesteryears. Kroos faltered, failing to catch up with Lin Quan, who now faced Bayern's left back, Philipp Lahm. Once again, in contrast to their previous encounter, Lahm approached this meeting with heightened caution. The opposing player had spent the entire match substantiating his capabilities, and to underestimate him now would be a glaring oversight. Their prior engagement had illuminated the fact that this player was equally adept with both feet, possessing no weak side. He could break through from either flank. Thus, Lam resolved not to be deceived by feints, avoiding rash challenges that would only lead to being easily bypassed. The most effective strategy against such a player would be to call upon teammates for support. However, Lam found himself without allies nearby. His teammates were positioned behind the penalty area, approximately 10 meters away. This distance was ample for the opponent to surpass him. The only recourse to avoid being outmaneuvered was to fall back defensively. As long as one keeps pace with the opponent, maintains an appropriate distance, and closes the gap with teammates, a numerical advantage can be leveraged to encircle the adversary upon entering the penalty area. At that juncture, seizing the ball from beneath his feet becomes significantly easier. Lam, retreating diligently to uphold a suitable distance and avoid being bypassed, found his efforts thwarted by Lin Quan, who, perceiving Lam's retreat, instantly accelerated his pace. No matter how swift Lam may be, he could not possibly keep up with Lin Quan while falling back on defense. Thus, with Lin Quan's surge, the distance between them rapidly diminished. If this trend continued, a few more strides would allow him to outpace Lam entirely. Left with no alternative, Lam extended his arms, desperately tugging at Lin Quan to prevent him from overtaking. Bayern's defender Gustavo, noticing Lam seemingly stalling Lin Quan, took a daring risk to intercept the ball. However, Lam, shorter and lighter than Lin Quan, found himself at a disadvantage in physical confrontation despite his greater experience. Lin Quan pushed Lam's arm aside, and, before Gustavo could make contact with the ball, directed it towards the center. There, a young player clad in a green No. 6 jersey surged from behind, receiving Lin Quan's pass, Kevin De Bruyne. Lin Quan had drawn away Cruz, leaving De Bruyne unmarked. The moment he received the pass from his own half, he sprinted forward with all his might. His effort bore fruit as he received Lin Quan's pass at the edge of the penalty area. Stop him. The Bayern defender's heart raced as Badstuber rushed forward to intercept, leaving Boateng to guard Arnautovic. Badstuber's attempt was futile. De Bruyne, unencumbered, decisively struck the ball, sending a diagonal pass to the outer corner of the 6-yard box. There, neither defenders nor attackers lay in wait. Was De Bruyne's pass a mistake? No. At that moment, a player in green darted past the defenders like an eel, receiving De Bruyne's pass in the open space. The instant he received the ball, Lin Quan and Neuer locked eyes across the pitch. There were no barriers between them. This was a clear opportunity. Lin Quan flashed a smile at Neuer and struck for goal. Neuer, anticipating the direction of the shot, launched into a save, but the ball eluded him, nestling into the net. The score transformed to 3-1, with Werder Bremen leading Bayern Munich by 2 goals on their turf. Lin Quan had achieved his first hat-trick. With less than 5 minutes remaining in regular time, this goal all but secured victory. Bayern faced an almost insurmountable challenge to equalize within that brief span. The stadium fell into a profound silence as stunned Bayern fans gazed at the jubilant Werder Bremen players celebrating on the field, struggling to comprehend the reality of their home defeat to a perceived underdog. This was an outcome that neither they nor the players of Bayern Munich could have anticipated before the match. They seemed utterly stunned, as if struck dumb. In the final 5 minutes, some sought to launch an offensive to salvage their defeat, while others feared that advancing too far forward might result in conceding another goal, leading to a catastrophic loss. Losing is not terrifying. However, suffering a heavy defeat at home would inflict a far greater blow to their pride and reputation. The lack of unity in their thoughts rendered Bayern's attack devoid of threat. In stark contrast, the players of Werder Bremen, buoyed by Lin Quan's goal, were now invigorated, reversing their previous role as the beleaguered side and launching a relentless assault on Bayern's half. Had it not been for the defenders of Bayern, who exhausted themselves in a desperate bid to hold their line, they might have conceded yet another goal in those final minutes. Observing the demoralized Bayern players, the referee did not even allow for a minute of injury time. As soon as the 60-minute mark was reached, he blew the final whistle. Lin Quan had long heard that the Bundesliga was renowned for having the least stoppage time among Europe's top 5 leagues, or indeed in the world. Their referees dislike overtime. So when the outcome of a match is no longer in doubt, they typically refrain from adding extra time. The players of the Bundesliga seem accustomed to this, rarely protesting under such circumstances. As the whistle sounded, the players of Werder Bremen, along with young substitutes and coaches, surged onto the field to celebrate fervently with the 11 on the pitch. The fact that they had triumphed over Bayern Munich was almost beyond belief. Winning this match meant that Werder Bremen had advanced to the finals, where their opponents would be determined between Dortmund and Hamburg. "Coach, did we meet your expectations?" the players asked, grinning as they approached Schaff. "Of course, you are my pride, and I am immensely proud of you. Now, after celebrating, let us express our gratitude to the fans who supported us." With that, he led the players to the East Stand to thank the 2,000 Werder Bremen supporters present. After expressing their gratitude, the players returned to the locker room, chatting and laughing. De Bruyne, however, specifically sought out the match ball, cleaned it with his jersey, and placed it into Lin Quan's arms. "What are you doing?" Lin Quan asked, somewhat puzzled by his intentions. Generally, a player who scores a hat trick is entitled to keep the match ball as a memento. This is likely your first hat trick in an official match, so you should take this ball for your collection. That is quite thoughtful. Thank you. Lin Quan, of course, would not squander such kindness. After receiving the football, he borrowed a pen from someone and inscribed the date, time, and opponent on it before signing his name. He then handed the ball back to De Bruyne. "Huh." De Bruyne, taken aback, looked at Lin Quan with a face full of confusion. "This match marks the inaugural official game in which we have fought side by side. I dedicate this goal to you as a memento. When you perform a hat trick in the future, do not forget to reciprocate." "Very well, I shall remember this." De Bruyne nodded earnestly. Upon returning to the locker room, freshly bathed, Lin Quan received a call from Guardiola. "Hello, Pep, did you watch my match?" At that moment, Lin Quan immediately surmised that Guardiola had seen the televised broadcast of the game. What he did not realize was that Guardiola was not merely watching from afar. He was actually present at the venue. "Indeed, I watched the match. You played quite well, and I am proud of you. However, I have a question. When did you find yourself playing on the wing?" Upon observing Werder Bremen's starting formation, Guardiola sensed something was amiss. "Well, I suppose our coach has an eye for talent and believes I perform better in the winger position, hence the arrangement." Lin Quan could not disclose to Guardiola that he had inherited Messi's attributes, so he attributed the credit, or blame, to Coach Schaff. "I see. I have long heard of Coach Thomas Schaff's legendary status, but I never expected him to be so bold and discerning in his use of young players. I must learn from him in this regard." Unbeknownst to Guardiola, who was intrigued by Lin Quan's explanation, he suddenly developed a keen interest in the head coach of Werder Bremen. "How about this? After your match against Dortmund tomorrow, I will personally come over to visit you and discuss team tactics with your coach." Chapter 42. The exhausting back and forth. Although the Telecom Cup comprises only 2 matches, their scheduling is quite close together. According to the fixture, following their advancement to the next round, they must travel to face another opponent, Dortmund, the very next day. August 6th. In their match against Hamburg, Dortmund triumphed narrowly with a goal from Lewandowski, successfully advancing to the final, where they would meet Werder Bremen. Due to the tight schedule, following their victory over Bayern Munich, Werder Bremen had no choice but to board a plane bound for Dortmund, their next adversary. By the time they disembarked and arrived at their prearranged hotel, it was already 2:30 a.m. At this juncture, only 17 hours remained before the match commenced. "Hurry, hurry. Everyone return to your rooms to rest. We gather for training tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. The coaches urged the players to their respective quarters, leaving them little time to recuperate. If they failed to rest well that night, they might struggle to find the energy to run come match day. What a ridiculous schedule. So tightly arranged, leaving us no time to rest." Coach Rolf grumbled after ensuring the players were settled. "The Telecom Cup has always been this way, but it truly feels unfair to us. The home team, Borussia Dortmund, enjoys the advantage of resting at home, whereas Werder Bremen must endure a lengthy journey across much of Germany, which poses significant challenges for them, a concern absent for their opponents. However, as mere guests summoned to accompany the prince in his studies, their participation in the match is commendable enough, and they should not harbor excessive expectations. All right, everyone should take a rest and maintain their condition. We have a match to play tomorrow." Schaff clapped his hands, sending the players off. He then opened his computer to review the earlier match between Hamburg and Dortmund. As the head coach, it would be remiss not to conduct a preliminary study of the upcoming opponent. Dortmund's squad has undergone some changes this season, having acquired several new players while parting ways with others. Their most significant summer signing was the acquisition of the promising young talent, Marco Reus, from Borussia Mönchengladbach for 17.1 million, intended to fill the void left by the departure of Shinji Kagawa to Manchester United. Additionally, they invested 5 million to bring in forward Ciro Immobile from Stuttgart. Immobile was brought in by Klopp as a backup, following the sale of their substitute forward, Lucas Barrios, to the Chinese club Guangzhou Evergrande for 5 million. Although Barrios once showcased commendable performances at Dortmund, his opportunities dwindled once the Polish striker Robert Lewandowski solidified his position as the starter. If Barrios were content with a backup role, it would have been manageable. However, his unwillingness to accept such a position, coupled with a rather volatile temperament, posed a significant risk to team dynamics. Thus, in light of the lucrative offer from the Chinese Super League, Klopp decisively opted to sell him. In summary, Dortmund's squad has not suffered considerable losses this summer. Despite the departure of key midfielder Shinji Kagawa, the newcomer Reyes possesses even greater potential, and should he integrate well with the team, he may ultimately surpass Kagawa's contributions. Unlike Bayern, Dortmund embodies a spirited young guard, playing with exuberance and intensity, unleashing a youthful tempest upon the Bundesliga. Last season, it was precisely this fervor that enabled them to vanquish the reigning champions, Bayern Munich, thrice, securing both the league and cup titles, leaving Bayern utterly exasperated. Against an opponent that relies on pressing and vigorous movement, Werder Bremen cannot employ the same tactics they previously used against Bayern. Allowing Dortmund's youthful vigor to assault their goal would be perilous. Once they gain momentum, even elite clubs may struggle to contain them. What tactics, then, should they employ to counter this formidable side? Schaff rubbed his temples, deep in contemplation. Perhaps the triumph over the mighty Bayern has invigorated many of the young players, as they followed the coach's directive to retire early, yet found themselves unable to drift into slumber. When they finally succumbed to slumber, they remained oblivious to the hour. The following morning, at 10:30, it was time for the team to assemble for training. However, fewer than half of the players arrived punctually. With the majority being seasoned veterans, the younger players had almost entirely vanished. "I shall go and summon them." Noticing the displeasure etched on the head coach's face, assistant coach Hennebach took the initiative to speak. "Perhaps we should allow them a bit more rest. Let us train first." The fitness coach opposed this notion, arguing that waking the younger players at this juncture would result in inadequate rest, significantly impacting the evening's match. Nevertheless, Coach Schaff nodded to Hennebach, permitting him to call the players down. "I would rather forfeit this match than tolerate a disregard for the rules among these young individuals within my team." He had already postponed the assembly time, affording them ample opportunity to rest. It was their own inability to adjust their mindset that led to their oversleeping. Certainly, he bore some responsibility for not addressing the players' psychological state in advance, failing to soothe the young players' emotions or impart valuable experience. However, he could not stand idly by while players flouted regulations. Neglecting to act would undermine his authority as head coach and impart a misguided impression to the younger players that disregard for the team's rules was inconsequential, as there would be no repercussions. Should such a notion take root, it would not only disrupt future tactical arrangements, but could also adversely affect the professional trajectories of these young athletes. Any team would disdain players who exhibit a lack of discipline and disregard for established norms. Lin Quan and De Bruyne exchanged glances, gaining a deeper understanding of their coach. Coach Schaff, while reasonable, would not show displeasure unnecessarily, yet he possessed a stern and uncompromising side when it came to his principles. Indeed, it is no simple feat to maintain one's position as head coach for such an extended period. Due to the absence of players, the morning training session was relatively straightforward. Lin Quan had been practicing free kicks with De Bruyne, one focusing on powerful strikes, while the other worked on curling shots with the outside of the foot. De Bruyne's free kick skills were already commendable, yet he sought to introduce a touch of unpredictability. Thus, he aimed to add variation to his free kicks, akin to the knuckleball style often employed by Cristiano Ronaldo, where the ball suddenly dips mid-flight, catching the opponent off guard. Mastering this technique is no easy task. It requires not only ample strength, but also precise control over the angle of impact and the point of contact on the ball. When executed correctly, the knuckleball should spin as little as possible, maximizing air resistance compared to a spinning ball. As a player strikes the ball with considerable force, it imparts a high initial velocity, and when the initial velocity exceeds the final velocity, the Magnus effect becomes markedly apparent. When a football ascends to its apex, it does not descend in the typical parabolic trajectory. Instead, it plummets abruptly, as if in an elevator. This encapsulates the principle of the elevator ball. This theory was deduced following meticulous calculations conducted by the Milan Sports Daily, which enlisted the expertise of professionals in kinesiology and mechanics. According to the experts' calculations, to achieve the effect of an elevator ball, the football must be struck with an initial velocity exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, signifying a significant demand for power from the penalty taker. Chapter 43. The scout from Chelsea, the team's primary goalkeeper, Sebastian Milletz, is rehearsing penalty tactics in collaboration with his teammates, as matches in the Telecom Cup frequently culminate in penalty shootouts. Thus, they find it imperative to practice both executing and defending penalties in advance to avoid last-minute scrambles. Facing an open goal during a free kick feels somewhat lacking, prompting Lin Quan to summon the team's substitute goalkeeper, Wolf, to guard the net. Though Wolf is a secondary keeper, his capability is proven by his role as a backup for a Bundesliga team. In response to the penalty attempts from De Bruyne and Lin Quan, he adeptly parried and blocked nearly all their strikes. Kevin, your ball speed lacks the necessary velocity, and the trajectory is too predictable. If the goalkeeper is focused, it will be challenging to pose a threat to the goal. Wolf observed De Bruyne's intention to practice the elevator ball and offered a suggestion. You need to introduce some variation into your shots. With his hands on his hips, De Bruyne pondered over the ball on the ground. Introduce variation? How might one achieve that? Mastering the spin and speed required for an elevator ball is already a formidable task. Adding further complexity felt beyond his reach. Shall I give it a try? Lin Quan, after practicing with the outside of his foot for quite some time, felt he lacked the flair of Quaresma's technique. Thus he became intrigued by De Bruyne's endeavor with the elevator ball. He was uncertain whether Messi's repertoire included such a skill, as Messi seemed to favor curved free kicks, and he had never witnessed an elevator ball in action. De Bruyne nodded in acquiescence, yielding his position. Standing at the penalty spot, Lin Quan inhaled deeply. Contemplating the techniques of several masters of the elevator ball, Cristiano Ronaldo, Pirlo, and the diminutive Juninho, he took a few steps back, launched into a swift run-up, and struck the ball with precision. Wolf stood motionless in front of the goal, and naturally, the net remained devoid of the football. Where had the ball gone? At that moment, a nearby spectator, nearly struck down by the football, expressed his exasperation. Sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you. Lin Quan rushed to the sidelines to apologize. He had misjudged the angle, sending the ball soaring like a cannonball, which traveled over 50 meters before descending. The opposing player, rubbing his dizzy head, glanced up at the perpetrator, seemingly intent on remembering the identity of the rogue who had caused him distress. Upon noticing Lin Quan's green jersey adorned with the number 10, the opponent seemed to have an epiphany. Are you that winger from Werder Bremen? Lin Quan was somewhat taken aback. Having played only one official match, it was surprising that a passerby recognized him. Wait a minute. Could this individual possibly be a spy dispatched by Borussia Dortmund to gather intelligence? He mused that only rivals would closely monitor the players of their competitors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am George Evans, a scout from Chelsea. I watched the footage of your match yesterday, and your performance was remarkable. Thank you, Chelsea scout. Are you here to observe Kevin's performance? Lin Quan realized upon hearing the man's self-introduction. His teammate, De Bruyne, was a Chelsea player, and given that Chelsea had invested $8 million in him, it was only natural for them to be concerned about his situation while on loan. It was quite normal for a scout to be sent to monitor De Bruyne, though this scout seemed rather youthful, appearing to be just in his early 20s. This age suggested he was a newcomer among scouts, lacking significant influence within the club. The fact that Chelsea had sent such a person to observe De Bruyne indicated they did not hold him in particularly high regard. But the forwards on the team have collectively underperformed, so I am also tasked with scouting forwards from other teams. And who are you currently scouting? Lin Quan casually inquired. It was no secret that Chelsea's forward line was struggling. They had initially spent $50 million to acquire their star forward Torres from Liverpool, hoping he would thrive at Stamford Bridge and score prolifically. However, they were disappointed to find that their $50 million had bought a significant underperformer. Due to injuries and tactical mismatches, Torres had struggled immensely during his time at Chelsea. After 2 seasons, he had only managed to score 10 goals in 60 appearances, a woefully inadequate scoring rate. Although Chelsea had won the Champions League last season, their victories had relied more on defense than on offense. If they did not resolve their attacking issues, their performance this season would undoubtedly plummet. Thus, this summer, Chelsea had been throwing money around in search of forwards. They first spent $35 million to acquire Hazard from Lille, then another $8 million to bring in Marco Marin from Werder Bremen. Following that, they spent $32 million on attacking midfielder Oscar from Internacional. By the end of the summer, Chelsea had already burned through over 100 million, and it seemed they had no intention of stopping. The financially robust Abramovich declared that he was not short on funds and wished to secure a marquee player for Chelsea, preferably one of the top forwards in the world. This led to rumors of Chelsea making a bid to purchase Messi from Barcelona. Of course, this matter was largely speculative. After all, when Manchester City had been willing to pay 250 million for Messi last year, Barcelona had refused to let him go. Given the long-standing rivalry between Chelsea and Barcelona, it was even less likely that Barcelona would part with him. George glanced at Lin Quan and asked, "Why are you inquiring about this?" The matter of acquiring new players for the team is certainly not to be taken lightly. If such information were to be disclosed prematurely, it could easily provoke a frenzy among rival teams or lead to inflated prices. It's best left unsaid. Lin Quan, in truth, has little interest in prying or gossiping. Yet he is aware that the individual in question is certainly not scouting for forwards at Werder Bremen, as the club's star striker has already been acquired by them. Thus, the players under consideration must be from Borussia Dortmund. Given Dortmund's performance in the last season and Manchester United's acquisition of Shinji Kagawa from them, it is entirely reasonable for Chelsea to seek talent from Dortmund. The question remains, whom are they eyeing? Is it the future elite striker, Robert Lewandowski, or the midfield maestro, Mario Götze? Considering Chelsea's current roster of forwards and midfielders, the likelihood of them pursuing Lewandowski seems greater. However, this has no bearing on Lin Quan. Chelsea is unlikely to invest in him, and even if they did, he would not entertain the thought of playing there. The intense physicality of the Premier League is rather unfriendly to young players, until he acquires the innate immunity to injuries. It is prudent for him to remain in the Bundesliga, where it is more conducive for young talents to hone their skills. Embracing the football, Lin Quan returned to the pitch, continuing his discussion with De Bruyne about the nuances of executing a lob pass. Lin Quan possesses abundant theoretical knowledge, but lacks in physical strength. Conversely, De Bruyne is sufficiently strong yet deficient in theoretical understanding. While grasping theoretical concepts is relatively straightforward, enhancing physical prowess is considerably more challenging. Consequently, Lin Quan conveyed his understanding of the theory behind the lob pass to De Bruyne, guiding him in its practice. Should De Bruyne master this skill, the team would gain an additional option for set pieces in the future. The morning training session lasted only an hour and a half, and following lunch, the team commenced tactical drills. By 5:30 in the afternoon, the players boarded the bus to head to Borussia Dortmund's home ground, Signal Iduna Park, to acclimatize to the venue and engage in pre-match warm-ups. Simultaneously, the Dortmund players also departed by bus, leading to an unexpected encounter at the stadium entrance. The final of the Telecom Cup was imminent. Chapter 44. The Devil's home ground of Dortmund. Is this truly Borussia Dortmund's home ground? It is indeed terrifying. The home fans are exceedingly passionate, making it one of the most renowned Devils arenas in European football. It can accommodate 80,000 spectators. And Dortmund's matches are almost always sold out. Particularly on the South Stand, over 30,000 fans fill the seats for every game. Clad in Dortmund's black and yellow jerseys, they wave various flags and sing the club's anthem with resounding fervor, their voices echoing through the air, unwavering and relentless. The atmosphere here is far more intimidating than that of Bayern's Allianz Arena. One must not be swayed by external factors. Dortmund's home ground has always maintained this electric ambience. If one becomes overly absorbed in such aspects, they have fallen into their trap. Captain Fritz observed that the young players were taken aback by the electrifying atmosphere at Dortmund's home ground, and promptly interjected to offer them a reminder. It is often said that home fans serve as the 12th player for their team, a notion not without merit. When playing on home turf, the thousands of local supporters can provide resounding cheers and applause, invigorating the team, igniting their passion, and elevating their competitive spirit. Conversely, for the visiting players, the moment they gain possession, they are met with a chorus of boos from the home crowd, an overwhelming cacophony that can fray nerves and disrupt composure. Should their mental fortitude waver, they may falter, mishandling the ball and making critical errors. Moreover, the fervent shouts of the fans can exert pressure on the officiating referees, potentially swaying their decisions in favor of the home team. These factors cumulatively contribute to the undeniable phenomenon of home field advantage in football. This advantage is palpably evident, as reflected in numerous leagues worldwide, where teams with formidable home records often dominate. Encountering such teams poses a considerable challenge. Unfortunately for Werder Bremen, Borussia Dortmund epitomizes this home dominance. Last season, Dortmund suffered only one defeat in 17 Bundesliga home matches, a record that not only led the league but also significantly outpaced the second-place team. Overcoming them in their own stadium proves to be a more daunting task than breaching Bayern's fortress. Historical head-to-head statistics also paint a grim picture for Werder Bremen, as Dortmund has triumphed in 7 out of their last 10 encounters, with 2 draws and just 1 loss. The combination of poor physical condition, the opponent's formidable home advantage, and the overwhelming historical record suggests that this match will be exceedingly challenging for Werder Bremen. Coach Schaff is acutely aware of this, prompting him to devise a daring strategy. He plans to initiate a vigorous assault in the opening 5 minutes, aiming to breach the opponent's defenses and, upon scoring, swiftly retreat to fortify their defense until the final whistle. Dortmund's players, youthful and exuberant, possess great energy and drive, which is commendable. However, their youthfulness also comes with a notable drawback: a lack of mental stability. In favorable circumstances, they can perform extraordinarily, unburdened by psychological pressure. Yet, when faced with adversity, particularly in a prolonged offensive without success, they may become increasingly anxious, leading to a decline in performance and, ultimately, defeat. The last time Werder Bremen triumphed over Dortmund was due to Sylvester's swift goal just 5 minutes into the match, which unsettled Dortmund's composure, causing them to grow more frantic and ultimately falter. Therefore, for Werder Bremen to secure a victory, they must exploit this vulnerability in their opponents and strike decisively. Should their tactics prove effective, they may still have hope for triumph. If their strategy fails, it would not be catastrophic, as their chances were already slim. Thus, when Coach Schaff articulated his plan, the players unanimously concurred, all eager to take a chance. Central Television, dear viewers, we present to you the final of the 2012 Deutsche Telekom Cup, featuring Borussia Dortmund against Werder Bremen. I am your commentator, Huey. I am your commentator, Suyong. The match is about to commence, but first, let us take a glance at the starting lineups of both teams. Following the commendable viewership ratings for the semi-final match that Huey and Suyong previously covered, they continue their roles as commentators for this match on CCTV. Prior to the commencement of the major leagues, such a matchup is an unmissable opportunity for football enthusiasts. Consequently, once the live broadcast began, the viewership ratings for CCTV Sports surged rapidly. A significant factor contributing to this surge is the presence of the young Chinese player in the Werder Bremen team. Lin Quan showcased an impressive hat-trick in yesterday's match against Bayern, shattering 3 records in the Telecom Cup: the record for the youngest starter, the record for the youngest goal scorer, and the record for the youngest hat-trick. While the Telecom Cup may not possess significant prestige, breaking these 3 records at such a young age has certainly garnered him some attention within the football community. Moreover, Huey's comparison of Lin Quan to Messi attracted numerous fans of the Argentine star, as well as those who oppose him. I am intrigued to see whether this so-called Messi 2 truly lives up to the hype created by the commentators. I have witnessed Lin Quan's previous match, and he is indeed a genuine Messi 2. To the skeptics above, do not deceive me due to my limited knowledge. Every year, countless players emerge claiming to be the next Messi. When did Messi become so commonplace and undervalued? In my 2 decades of watching football, Messi's innate talent is undeniably of historic caliber. Any player resembling him without such elite instinct is merely superficial. Once again we encounter Messi enthusiasts. If your Messi is so formidable, how did Germany eliminate him in the World Cup? As if your Cristiano Ronaldo even reached the quarterfinals. Those who fell in the round of 16 have little right to speak so boldly. The discussion initially revolved around whether Lin Quan is the next Messi, but the presence of Messi fans and critics has diverted the conversation to a debate between Ronaldo and Messi. These 2 players are the most formidable and discussed in contemporary football, boasting the largest fan bases. During this period, they are referred to as the unparalleled duo. Both possess immense followings, and their fans often find themselves at odds, resulting in frequent disputes. As time passed amidst the arguments of fans, the clock struck 7:35 p.m. With a whistle from the referee, the highly anticipated Telecom Cup final between Borussia Dortmund and Werder Bremen officially commenced. Chapter 45, Strike Swiftly, Confound Borussia Dortmund. As the match commenced, Borussia Dortmund, as per their usual strategy, intended to confront Werder Bremen with high pressing and relentless running. However, to their surprise, the opposition exhibited no trepidation and engaged them in an open contest. The pace on the field escalated dramatically, with the ball seldom remaining under control for more than 10 seconds before being seized. This unusual circumstance rendered Jurgen Klopp restless. He cast a puzzled glance toward the Werder Bremen bench, where their head coach, Thomas Schaaf, sat calmly, displaying no reaction to the unfolding events on the pitch. It seemed evident that this was indeed a tactical arrangement on their part. Did they wish to engage in an offensive duel? It appeared that Werder Bremen's players were oblivious to the meaning of defeat. A team daring enough to confront Borussia Dortmund in such a manner would surely face dire consequences in their next encounter. Contemplating this, Klopp gestured to his players on the field, urging them to accelerate the pace of the game. If the opposition desired an offensive showdown, then so be it. Noticing Dortmund's players quickening their tempo, Schaaf's expression bore no sign of tension or concern. Instead, it radiated a smug satisfaction. Klopp had indeed fallen into his trap. Accelerating the game was precisely what Schaaf had anticipated. Today, he had made certain adjustments to the starting lineup, replacing Papastathopoulos with Lakimi and introducing the young talent Füllkrug in the forward position. Both players shared a common trait. They possessed towering physiques, abundant stamina, and exhibited remarkable tenacity in their challenges. Clearly, the introduction of these two was aimed at enhancing the team's physical resilience and pressing capability. While it was true that Werder Bremen's technical skills could not rival those of Bayern Munich, could Borussia Dortmund truly claim to be significantly superior? Dortmund's success stemmed from their aggressive style of play, characterized by relentless energy and audacious charges, leveraging the youthful vigor of their players to outpace their opponents. When it came to technical prowess, could Dortmund truly compete with Bayern Munich? Yet, the fact that Dortmund had triumphed over Bayern 3 times last season attested to the effectiveness of Klopp's meticulously crafted tactical approach for the team. If the match were to extend for the full duration, even if Werder Bremen fielded an entirely youthful squad, they would undoubtedly struggle to match Dortmund's pace. However, for the initial 5 minutes, the players of Werder Bremen were indeed capable of keeping up with Dortmund's rhythm. Consequently, after Dortmund's acceleration, the situation on the field remained unchanged. Dortmund still struggled to maintain possession, and Werder Bremen found themselves equally challenged. Frequent fouls were committed in midfield, with players from both sides tumbling in disarray. And even Lin Quan was brought down twice within a mere 2 minutes. As the pivotal contributor to Werder Bremen's recent victory over Bayern Munich, Dortmund's players were acutely aware of his threat. Thus, they marked him closely, employing rigorous challenges and physical confrontations, including fouls, to prevent him from comfortably receiving the ball. Lin Quan rubbed his slightly aching calf, unable to suppress his inner complaints. What kind of football match is this? It feels more like a Spanish bullfight. In this fast-paced contest, Borussia Dortmund, with their superior coordination and familiarity with this style of play, seemed to gradually gain the upper hand. In the 3rd minute of the match, Bittencourt surged towards the edge of the penalty area. Just as he lifted his foot to pass, Werder Bremen's center-back Lakimi charged in, using his physical advantage to push the opponent aside and seize the ball beneath his feet. Upon successfully intercepting, Lakimi immediately passed to Captain Fritz, who was quickly besieged by Dortmund's midfielders. Fritz, feeling the pressure, dared not hold onto the ball. Instead, he made a swift pass to the flank where Elia awaited. Elia sprinted forward, charging towards Dortmund's half. As the opposition launched a counterattack, Dortmund's players instinctively fell back into defensive positions, moving as cohesively as a well-oiled machine. What remarkable tactical execution! Coach Schaaf cast a wary glance at Klopp. This fellow. One wonders what methods he employed to train such a young squad into a veritable ironclad army. After sprinting several meters, Elia was halted by Dortmund's full-back, Kolasinac. Simultaneously, 2 Dortmund players closed in from his left and rear, intent on encircling him. This was Dortmund's tactical approach, utilizing proactive movement to create numerical superiority in localized areas and applying pressure on the ball carrier at any moment. If one cannot outpace them, the counterattack becomes futile once ensnared in their grasp. Unless one possesses the breakthrough and dribbling abilities akin to Messi, the ball is bound to be lost. Elia, lacking such prowess, refrained from lingering on the ball and passed it directly to the advancing De Bruyne. Even before De Bruyne could receive the ball, an opposing player was already closing in. Sensing the imminent pressure, he combined the reception and passing motions seamlessly, delivering the ball to striker Arnautovic just before the defender could block. The execution was exquisite. Indeed, while Dortmund players are remarkably agile, human speed can never surpass that of the ball. Thus, as they pressed Elia and De Bruyne, the number of defenders around the other Werder Bremen players naturally diminished. What a splendid play. Undoubtedly a rising star. De Bruyne's handling of the ball showcased exceptional skill, drawing praise from He Wei in the commentary booth. Su Yang chimed in, for the benefit of some viewers. Let me clarify that De Bruyne is a midfielder who was acquired by Chelsea from Genk for $8 million during the winter transfer window this January. At merely 21 years of age, he remains youthful, with boundless potential for growth. Should he flourish in the future, he might indeed inherit Lampard's legacy. However, He Wei contended that while Lampard embodies the essence of a B2B midfielder, De Bruyne appears more like an attacking playmaker, possibly even capable of playing as a winger. In terms of defensive prowess and coverage in midfield, he does not quite measure up to Lampard, suggesting that a direct succession may not exist between the two. Within the penalty area, Arnautovic received the ball, engaging in a tussle with Dortmund's defender, Hummels, before returning it to his advancing teammate. The 19-year-old prodigy, Füllkrug, surged forward like a high-speed tank, evading the defender's clutches from outside the penalty box. With a swift, close-range dive, he sent the ball into the net, scoring for Dortmund. The speed of the shot was so swift that the goalkeeper had no time to react, merely watching as the ball found its way into the net. The score shifted to 1-0, and only 4 minutes had elapsed since the match commenced. In that vast Westfalen stadion, a silence fell as if cast by an enchantment, enveloping the arena in an eerie stillness. The BVB fans stood in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend the shocking turn of events. Had their team truly fallen behind at home within just 4 minutes? Chapter 46. Another goal. The true secret weapon is Lin Quan. The players of Dortmund appeared dazed, staring vacantly at their own goal, seemingly unable to accept the brutal reality of conceding so soon. In stark contrast, the Werder Bremen side erupted in jubilation, racing across the pitch to celebrate with Füllkrug, tackling him to the ground as they joyously piled on top in a celebratory heap. Meanwhile, Coach Schaff, witnessing the goal, clenched his fists in excitement, rushing forth to embrace his coaching staff in celebration. On the other side, Klopp's expression darkened as he registered the rapid concession of a goal. Damn it, what a stroke of luck for the opposition. They had struck with just one offensive foray, and the fortune was nothing short of miraculous. Of course, one could not assert that Dortmund's defense was entirely blameless in this instance. As Füllkrug made his run to shoot, the Dortmund players failed to position themselves defensively in time, resulting in a lapse that led to the goal. Could it be that this young talent, hailing from Werder Bremen's youth academy, was a secret weapon meticulously prepared by Schaff for this match? Klopp felt a twinge of uncertainty, his gaze flitting between Lin Quan and Füllkrug, grappling with the challenge of discerning which player was the primary threat today, or if both were, in fact, formidable weapons in their own right. With this thought in mind, he summoned Hummels to convey a few instructions. As the match resumed, Füllkrug noticed that the opponent's defense had tightened considerably. Although Dortmund had not assigned a specific player to mark him, there always seemed to be one or two defenders lingering nearby, maintaining a close proximity. In this scenario, as soon as his teammate passes the ball to him, the opposing players immediately rush in, intercepting the ball from his feet. Observing this, Schaff couldn't help but smile faintly, feeling a sense of relief within. Youngster Füllkrug is not the true ace of Werder Bremen. The real weapon lies in Lin Quan, a winger with formidable explosive power. Füllkrug's primary role on the field is to provide cover for his teammates, facilitate plays, and offer support, all the while diverting the attention of the defenders, preventing them from concentrating solely on Lin Quan. Furthermore, Füllkrug's recent goal only reinforced this notion, leading Dortmund to mistakenly perceive him as the greatest threat, thus compelling them to intensify their defensive efforts against him. This, of course, played directly into Schaff's hands. Now, it was time to witness your performance. Schaff's gaze traversed the crowd, settling on the team's number 10 on the right flank. The unexpected goal conceded in the 4th minute did not utterly dismantle the morale of the Dortmund players. Although the early setback left them psychologically unsettled, akin to being ambushed by the opponent, this frustration swiftly morphed into a fervent anger, igniting an even fiercer competitive spirit. They began to employ more vigorous movements and aggressive challenges, accelerating the pace of the match in hopes of toppling their adversaries and equalizing, if not overturning, the score. This is Westfalen, the most formidable home ground in the Bundesliga. There is no room for your antics here. However, having just scored a goal, the spirited Werder Bremen team felt undaunted by Dortmund's pressing. Thus, both sides clashed fiercely in midfield once more, creating a tumultuous scene. In the 5th minute of the match, Dortmund, through swift passing, penetrated Werder Bremen's penalty area. Lewandowski received the ball in the box, but, lacking optimal passing options, opted to take a shot himself. The effort lacked power, and the goalkeeper comfortably saved it. Millets understood that their coach had afforded them little time for a counterattack. Failing to score again would soon see Dortmund pressing them back into their half. Consequently, he leaped from the ground and launched a powerful kick towards the forward line. With most Dortmund players still in the opposing half following their recent attack, they had no time to retreat. At that moment, their defense was almost barren. Once again, Arnautovic, the towering striker, capitalized on his exceptional heading ability to seize the ball's trajectory, deftly setting it up for Füllkrug. Füllkrug, surrounded by Dortmund defenders, found them closing in before he could even control the ball. However, unexpectedly, Werder Bremen's number 41 did not pursue the ball. Instead, he astutely let it pass to his on-rushing teammate, Lin Quan, clad in the number 10 jersey. With a swift motion, Klopp sprang from his seat, his expression turning gravely serious. That player was supposed to be operating on the right flank. When did he transition to the center? Füllkrug, standing at a towering height of 1.9 meters, positioned himself directly in front of the defensive player after relinquishing the ball, thereby hindering Borussia Dortmund's players from immediately disrupting or intercepting Lin Quan, who was in possession. This maneuver afforded Lin Quan both the space and time to accelerate. Countless matches have demonstrated how perilous it can be once Messi gains momentum. At this moment, the players of Borussia Dortmund were undergoing such a trial. With his speed fully unleashed, Lin Quan executed a straightforward display, effortlessly bypassing Dortmund's center-back, Kalchik, solely through a variation in rhythm, deftly utilizing feints and quick touches. The opponent, hesitant to tug at his jersey for fear of conceding a penalty, found themselves immobilized in indecision, allowing Lin Quan to strike. As Lin Quan surged into the penalty area, Dortmund's goalkeeper, Langerak, swiftly advanced towards the near post. However, the shot was directed towards the far post, executed with a graceful curve. Faced with such a strike, Langerak could merely attempt a token save, failing to make contact with the ball. As he fell to the ground, he heard a resounding thud and momentarily felt a thrill of hope, believing the shot had gone astray. Yet, upon glancing back, he discovered the ball had indeed ricocheted into the net. In the 6th minute of the match, Werder Bremen capitalized once more on a rapid counterattack, breaching Dortmund's defenses. The score transformed to 2-0. The manner in which this goal was conceded mirrored the first, both stemming from swift counterattacks that caught Dortmund completely off guard. Before their defensive players could establish their positions, Werder Bremen had already executed their offensive strategy. In such circumstances, even the most agile Dortmund players could not keep pace with the ball. This left the Dortmund squad collectively bewildered, leading them to question the efficacy of their tactical arrangements. If they continued in this vein, they might concede an unfathomable number of goals. This was, after all, Westphalen, their home ground. Should they suffer a significant defeat here, it would be a calamity, and the players would be at a loss in facing their supporters. Consequently, following the restart, the Dortmund players appeared somewhat tentative, seemingly reluctant to press forward. On the sidelines, Coach Schaff observed their demeanor with a sense of relief. His suspicions were confirmed. The young players' strengths were indeed pronounced. Yet their weaknesses were equally evident, as their mental fortitude was easily swayed. Now, Coach Klopp, do you possess a strategy to navigate this precarious predicament? Chapter 47. Utterly frenzied. The terrifying firepower of Borussia Dortmund in the stands. Amidst a sea of supporters clad in yellow Borussia Dortmund jerseys, sat a young man sharply dressed in a suit. Were Lin Quan present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as George Evans, the Chelsea scout he had previously encountered on the training ground. His choice to attend this match was driven not only by a desire to assess De Bruyne's performance at Werder Bremen, but also to determine whether he met the club's expectations and could be recalled to play. Additionally, there exists another purpose, as Lin Quan surmised, for him to assess the prowess and match condition of Robert Lewandowski, the main striker of Borussia Dortmund. On behalf of Chelsea, the Polish forward exhibited remarkable form last season, having participated in 34 league matches, netting 22 goals, along with 8 assists. While his goal tally ranked third in the Bundesliga, it is noteworthy that none of these 22 goals were penalties, underscoring their significant value. Should he manage to sustain his exceptional performance from the previous season, thus proving that his talent is not merely ephemeral, he could ascend to the ranks of the world's elite strikers. Based on the transfer market's valuation, Lewandowski's current worth hovers around 30 million, which is not exorbitant. Should Chelsea decide to act, acquiring him would likely be feasible. However, based solely on the first half's display, nothing about Lewandowski particularly impressed him. Instead, it was the young lad who misfired a free kick, inadvertently striking his head, whose performance on the pitch was nothing short of astonishing. Observing Lin Quan's display, George couldn't resist appending a section to the evaluation report, meticulously documenting the highlights of Lin Quan's performance in this match. Although he recognized that a player of such age was not precisely what Chelsea urgently required in terms of immediate impact, the undeniable potential exhibited by the opponent compelled him to feel that failing to recommend him to the club would be a dereliction of duty. During the match, the Dortmund players displayed a state of indecision, torn between their desire to attack and the fear of conceding for over 10 minutes. It wasn't until the 20th minute, as the first half approached its conclusion, that they finally found their rhythm. After all, isn't losing simply a matter of failing to attack? A foray into offense might yet salvage the situation. Moreover, the opponent's movements seemed less vigorous than at the outset, with the sharp attacks of the opening moments now absent. This alleviated some pressure from the Dortmund players, allowing them to set aside their anxieties and continue executing their high-pressing strategy. History has shown that when Dortmund steadfastly adheres to Klopp's tactics, their attacking prowess is of the highest caliber in European football. In the 22nd minute, Marco Reus, the summer signing from Borussia Mönchengladbach, emerged as the key player. After receiving a pass from a teammate and evading a defender, he unleashed a powerful shot within the penalty area, breaching the Werder Bremen goal. The shot was exquisite, leaving the goalkeeper utterly helpless. The score transformed to 1-2, with Dortmund still trailing. At the moment of the goal, the atmosphere in the Westfalenstadion erupted. The cacophony generated by 80,000 fans was so intense it seemed capable of lifting the stadium's dome, as the pent-up passion of over 20 minutes found its release. In the southern stand, 30,000 fans, who had been singing the team anthem since the match commenced, unwavering even in the face of their team's deficit, elevated their voices to a new crescendo. Countless fans fervently pounded their chests, brandishing their scarves aloft, and roared the team anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," as their voices soared. A colossal banner unfurled, a magnificent yellow flag emblazoned with the letters BVB. The sight of this emblem invigorated the already fervent Borussia Dortmund players, infusing them with an inexhaustible energy akin to that of valiant warriors. The atmosphere was fearsome. Füllkrug recoiled slightly, expressing his trepidation. Lin Quan nodded subtly, feeling genuinely awed. It was only then that he truly grasped the formidable power of this devilish stadium. Such visceral experiences could never be captured through a television broadcast. He glanced at his teammates. The first half had yet to conclude, yet many were already panting heavily, particularly those who had not rested well the previous night. Their stamina, far from replenished, had engaged in a rapid offensive against their opponents. Coupled with the stifling ambience of the home ground, their energy was swiftly depleting. This could not continue. Lin Quan looked to the sidelines, where Coach Schaff wore a stoic expression, showing no inclination for adjustments. The match pressed on, and the players of Dortmund, buoyed by their recent goal, were now in peak form. They seemed to possess boundless vigor, relentlessly executing their high-pressing tactics. Meanwhile, Werder Bremen found themselves increasingly unable to keep pace with their opponents. Within mere moments of the last goal, Dortmund executed a successful interception in the attacking third. Lewandowski and Reus engaged in a 1-2 exchange, and upon receiving the ball in the penalty area, leveraged their robust physiques to navigate the defensive pressure and score. Finding the back of Werder Bremen's net once more, Dortmund had struck again. In the span of just 2 minutes, the score was equalized, but the madness did not cease. Merely a minute later, Lewandowski received a pass from Reus, successfully connecting with a header within the penalty area, piercing through Werder Bremen's defense yet again. The score escalated to 3-2, as Dortmund netted 3 goals within 3 minutes, turning the tide of the match. Dortmund had completely unleashed a frenzy. Now it was the Werder Bremen players who were bewildered, gazing at the stadium that resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Witnessing the faces of the Dortmund players etched with fervor and intensity, they were utterly disheartened. In the brief span of 3 minutes, what had once been a commanding advantage had slipped through their fingers, plunging them into dire adversity. The offensive prowess of Dortmund instilled a sense of dread. They began to question, Could they truly overcome such a formidable foe? Fortunately, the first half was drawing to a close, with Dortmund's celebrations now concluded. Less than 3 minutes remained. Had the time been longer, the beleaguered Werder Bremen side, already on the brink of despair, might well have conceded further goals. During the halftime break, Coach Schaff gazed at his despondent players and could not help but exhale a deep sigh. He clapped his hands to capture their attention and began to speak. Your performance in the first half was commendable. You executed our pre-match tactics flawlessly. Although the final score may not reflect our dominance, and we failed to maintain our significant advantage, the blame lies solely with me. In the final minutes of the first half, it was evident that some players were struggling to keep up. To make matters worse, the aggressive strategy one devised against Dortmund exacerbated the situation, leading to greater physical exhaustion for those already lacking stamina, significantly shortening their ability to endure the match. The team's collapse in the latter stages is a burden I must bear. I will not shy away from this, and I acknowledge these truths before you. Coach, our captain, Fritz, opened his mouth as if to speak, but Schaff raised his hand to silence him. Clemens, no need for words. We have little time. Listen to me. He retrieved a tactical board and illustrated the strategy they would adopt for the second half. Dortmund is not invincible. Our 2 goals in the first half serve as proof. Therefore, in the second half, I will substitute several exhausted players with fresh ones. However, these replacements will not be tasked with attacking. Their role will be to defend. We must employ an impeccable defense to stifle their offensive efforts. We cannot concede any more goals. When we reach the final 5 minutes, you will increase your pace and attack them as you did at the start of the first half. We do not require many goals. A single one will suffice to drag them into a penalty shootout. And when it comes to the shootout, let fate decide the outcome. Chapter 48, Red Card and Penalty. After conveying his tactical plan, Coach Schaff looked intently at his players. I understand this will be a challenge. You must withstand their relentless assaults while conserving energy for a counterattack in the final stages, particularly those of you who have played the full match. Schaff spoke while glancing at Lin Quan, inquiring, Lin, do you still have the energy to run? Lin Quan nodded. Although he had expended considerable stamina, he still had a restorative energy potion at his disposal. If necessary, he could spend some points to acquire a potion, which would last him 30 minutes. Very well. I will not substitute you. The team needs your ability to break through and alter the scoreline. During the second half, be mindful of your energy allocation to ensure you can sprint in the final moments. Do you understand? Lin Quan nodded vigorously, acutely aware of the weight of the coach's expectations. 15 minutes later, the match resumed. The frantic goals scored in the latter stages of the first half had revitalized the Dortmund players, who were now firmly convinced of their invincibility on home turf, believing that no opponent could withstand their onslaught. As the second half commenced, Borussia Dortmund's players resolutely continued to implement their high-pressing tactics. This relentless exertion is likely a hallmark of a team like Dortmund, known for their unwavering enthusiasm. In contrast, the players of Werder Bremen appeared unable to keep pace, clearly outmatched. However, this style of play comes with significant limitations. As players age and injuries accumulate, the execution of such tactics tends to decline sharply. Moreover, as other teams in the league gradually adapt to this approach, they swiftly develop counter-strategies. Therefore, after a few peak seasons, if the team's tactics are not further refined or altered, their performance may plummet dramatically. Historically, following the 2012 to 2013 season, Dortmund's results began to decline. And in the 2014 to 2015 season, they even found themselves in a relegation battle. Had it not been for a late resurgence, where they garnered 13 points from 6 matches, they might have indeed faced relegation. This relentless strain on physical stamina and potential often leads to injuries for players. Take Dortmund's summer signing, Marco Reus, for instance. Since joining the club, he has frequently battled injuries, missing several national team matches due to these ailments. A significant factor behind this is Klopp's tactical approach. This season, Liverpool is similarly plagued by injuries. Klopp is undoubtedly a talented coach, yet his style may not suit every player. For example, Lin Quan feels ill-fitted to Klopp's tactics, a sentiment mirrored by Atletico Madrid's Simeone. On the pitch, Dortmund's players exerted tremendous effort in their pressing and running. However, their opponents no longer cooperated. Werder Bremen did not mirror the frantic pace of the first half nor engage in open exchanges. Instead, they adopted a compact defensive formation. heavily fortifying their half to restrict Dortmund's offensive maneuvers. While Dortmund possesses formidable attacking prowess, they struggled to penetrate Bremen's tightly organized defense. The sheer number of players within the penalty area, combined with Bremen's introduction of several fresh and vigorous players, thwarted Dortmund's attempts, forcing them to resort to long-range shots. Long-range efforts and set pieces are conventional strategies against dense defenses. Bremen, emboldened by their defensive posture, was well prepared for such tactics. They effectively utilized zonal marking to limit the opposing team's passing options, ensuring that their most threatening midfielders were consistently shadowed by defenders. Under duress, Dortmund's players repeatedly sent shots soaring over the bar, failing to pose any threat to Bremen's goal. On the sidelines, Klopp was visibly agitated. He found the opponent's tactics exceedingly vexing. He yearned to question Schaff. "You are trailing. What use is this defense? If this scoreline persists, it will be Dortmund celebrating victory. Are you truly willing to accept defeat so readily?" Were FC Barcelona to be the leading team at this moment, their opponents would likely resort to a defensive strategy, practically gifting Barcelona a victory. They could exploit passing to waste time, thereby exhausting their adversaries. However, such possession-based tactics do not align with Borussia Dortmund's style, nor do they possess such tactical alternatives. Consequently, Klopp can only urge his players to exhibit greater patience. They currently hold the lead, and it is the opponents who should be anxious, were it not for the home advantage. He might even contemplate withdrawing his players to fortify their own half, focusing on counterattacks. Yet, observing the current state of the opposition, it is conceivable that if they did retreat, the opponents might not press forward. If both teams were to adopt a defensive stance within their respective halves, the match would surely descend into a dreary affair, provoking a chorus of discontent from the spectators. Klopp values his reputation, given the lead. There is no need for excessive measures. Should his team manage to score another goal, the outcome of the match would become a foregone conclusion, alleviating any concerns. Klopp harbored hopes for another goal, but his aspirations proved futile. Under the resolute defense of Werder Bremen, Dortmund launched an onslaught for over 20 minutes, yet failed to breach their opponent's goal once more. During this period, their possession soared above 70, culminating in 17 attempts on goal, 12 of which were long-range shots, resembling a siege on the opponent's net. Regrettably, despite the multitude of attempts, less than half were on target, and they failed to convert any into goals. The prolonged drought of goals, coupled with the waning effects of their earlier adrenaline, led Dortmund's players to hit a physical plateau, resulting in a noticeable decline in their speed and enthusiasm on the pitch. In the 55th minute, observing the decline in the opponent's stamina and their diminishing pressing intensity, the Werder Bremen players finally initiated a counteroffensive. They swiftly elevated the pace of the game, abandoning their previously defensive posture to mount an offensive against Dortmund. The Dortmund players were evidently taken aback. After having dominated their opponents for over 20 minutes, they had almost grown accustomed to the notion that their adversaries would not retaliate. However, upon a moment's laxity, their opponents launched a fervent counterattack. This sudden shift left Dortmund's players feeling uneasy. Is this truly your tactic? To only engage in the first 5 minutes and the final 5 minutes of the match? Klopp, Dortmund's head coach, was the first to react, discerning the opponent's intentions. The memory of their opponent's incisive counterattacks at the beginning of the match, along with the 2 conceded goals, sent a jolt through his heart, alerting him to the impending danger. Quickly, he urged his team to retreat, to prevent the adversaries from executing their counterattack. Should Werder Bremen replicate their earlier formidable counterattacks, Dortmund's goal would be in jeopardy. With only a 1-goal lead, conceding would level the playing field. Furthermore, as the match time dwindled, should the score equalize, they might find themselves without sufficient time to reclaim the lead. If that were the case, they would inevitably be dragged into a penalty shootout. So, is that your true intention? Klopp turned to gaze at the opposing coaching bench, where the coach of Werder Bremen stood resolutely at the sidelines, his keen eyes fixed on the field, observing the team's counterattack. Klopp's intuition was remarkably accurate. Werder Bremen indeed aimed to prolong the match into a penalty shootout. After an entire match, their stamina was nearly depleted, leaving them with only enough energy for a high-quality counterattack. Should they succeed in this endeavor, it could invigorate them, allowing them to muster the strength for a desperate defense in the final minutes of regular time. Conversely, if this counterattack faltered, they would be powerless to alter the score and would have to accept defeat. This opportunity for a counterattack was the result of the team's relentless defensive efforts in the second half, preventing the opponent from extending their lead. Otherwise, should the scoreline widen beyond a single goal, even a successful counterattack would be futile. Thus, this opportunity must not be squandered. The ball swiftly transitioned from Werder Bremen's defense to the forefront, landing at De Bruyne's feet. Despite being pulled by Dortmund's number 5 player, he exerted every ounce of effort, passing the ball just as he fell to the ground. In that pivotal moment, he glimpsed the number 10 player in a green jersey sprinting ahead. Lin, it's now or never. You must score. Lin was determined not to waste De Bruyne's assist. After meandering for over 10 minutes in the second half, he had conserved his energy for this decisive strike. Now was the moment to unleash it. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a deft lateral move, evading Dortmund's number 7, Leitner, and surged into the penalty area, bypassing the recovering Ginter. Before him stood only the goalkeeper. Without hesitation, Lin lifted his foot, aimed at the goal, and prepared to shoot. Just then, a figure emerged from the side, lunging in to challenge him before he could release the shot. The ball was kicked away, and Lin collapsed within the penalty area. The entire crowd instinctively rose to their feet, eyes trained on the referee, uncertain of his decision. The referee promptly entered the penalty area, pointing decisively to the penalty spot. A penalty. Chapter 49. Lin injured? Guardiola could no longer sit still. Let us review this play. In the broadcasting studio of CCTV, as Werder Bremen suddenly accelerated their counterattack, He Wei and Su Yang both perked up. Pröttl successfully intercepted the ball and passed it to De Bruyne, while Dortmund scrambled to defend. De Bruyne's pass was exquisite, cutting through the defense with precision. Dortmund's backline was in jeopardy. Lin received the ball, skillfully maneuvering past Leitner, and then Ginter, his dribbling clean and decisive, leaving the opposing defenders helpless. A clear chance on goal. He was about to shoot. Alas, he was brought down. Beside him, Su Yang hastily interjected. It remains to be seen how the referee will adjudicate this situation. Dortmund's central defender, Hummels, has tackled Lin Quan from a side angle. And regardless of whether he made contact with the ball, this constitutes a perilous maneuver, potentially warranting a card. If he made contact with the player first, it could lead to a red card and a penalty. The decision was rendered. The referee awarded a penalty and issued a red card to Dortmund's number 15, Hummels. Despite the latter's persistent explanations that his actions were unintentional, the referee showed no inclination to reconsider, merely gesturing for him to exit the field. The Dortmund players appeared highly agitated, surrounding the referee in protest of the ruling. Lin Quan seemed to be injured, prompting the Werder Bremen players to rush into the penalty area. In contrast to the referee's decision, He Wei was more concerned about Lin Quan's condition. Lin appeared severely hurt, having fallen without any subsequent movement, leaving uncertainty about the extent of his injury. The issuance of Hummel's red card was indisputable. Indeed, such tackles from behind are exceedingly hazardous for players, as they are often oblivious to the actions of the tackling player, making it difficult to evade in time. Once struck, the risk of injury is significant, potentially leading to career-threatening injuries. After expelling Hummels, the referee approached the fallen Lin Quan, inspecting him for a moment before signaling for a stretcher. The Werder Bremen medical team promptly rushed onto the field, alarmed by the pained expression on Lin's face, and quickly inquired, "Lin, how do you feel?" In truth, Lin was not severely injured. He had sensed the impending tackle and attempted to evade it, thus mitigating direct harm. Even though he was still brought down, his inability to rise was primarily due to exhaustion and a cramp in his thigh after a vigorous sprint. Upon realizing this, the medical team heaved a sigh of relief. They swiftly assisted Lin in straightening his leg and relaxing his muscles. While cramps following exertion are not serious, they can be quite uncomfortable. The home crowd directed boos at Lin, perceiving it as a simulation, and deemed the referee's call as unjust. However, at that moment, the large screen replayed the incident, silencing their disdain. The footage clearly showed Hummel's tackle from behind, which did not touch the ball, but instead made contact with Lin. Even a novice in football could discern that this was an unequivocal foul. They could no longer brazenly accuse the referee of bias or label Lin as a diver. Nevertheless, the root of the red card and penalty lay with the opposing number 10, justifying their boos directed at him. A chorus of jeers erupted as Lin Quan was carried off the field amidst the cacophony. Coach Schaff had already instructed the substitutes to begin warming up the moment Lin fell injured, as he was being carried off the field for treatment. Werder Bremen's number 14 winger, Aaron Hunt, had already stepped onto the pitch. Is the injury serious? Coach Schaff, preoccupied with the outcome of the penalty, approached the head of the medical team on the sidelines. For now, the injury did not appear to be grave, but further examinations were necessary to ascertain the specifics. Well then, arrange a comprehensive set of tests without any omissions. At the moment Lin Quan collapsed in pain, Coach Schaff felt as if his heart had been tightly gripped by some unseen force. He was deeply concerned that this promising young talent, so painstakingly nurtured, might be ruined under his watch. Thus, he paid particular attention to Lin Quan's health. Young players might believe themselves invincible, recovering swiftly, and thus underestimate the significance of their injuries. This mindset is evidently flawed. Neglecting early career injuries can lead to severe long-term ramifications. As time passes, cumulative injuries may worsen or recur, leaving them with regrets too late to amend. Countless prodigious talents in football have seen their careers devastated by injuries, prompting clubs in recent years to place immense importance on their medical teams, often hiring highly paid sports and medical experts. The practice of employing goalkeepers as doctors, once seen in some teams, has long since vanished. Not only was Schaff concerned for Lin Quan's condition, but far away in Munich, Guardiola stood up abruptly upon seeing Lin Quan collapse on the televised broadcast, his face etched with anxiety and fear. He understood all too well what an injury at such a young age could signify. It could potentially ruin a budding career. Lin Quan's journey had only just begun, and Guardiola feared that if it were so easily derailed, it might leave the player disheartened for life. My apologies, Her Highness. I have urgent matters to attend to. We can discuss those points you mentioned another time, he said, rising and preparing to leave the conference room. Coach Guardiola, your son's injury should not be severe. Our preliminary contract is nearly finalized. It just requires your signature. Perhaps you could sign it first. Honus was at a loss for words, thinking, even if you are concerned for your son, it should not be an urgent matter. How long could signing a document possibly take? However, Guardiola had already departed the meeting room before Honus could finish, leaving him and Guardiola's agent exchanging bewildered glances. Was this the typical impetuous nature of Coach Guardiola? Honus felt a twinge of irritation. After all, he was the general manager of Bayern Munich. They had spent the entire day discussing the team, youth training, and even touring the facilities. Yet, when it came time to sign, Guardiola merely uttered a few words and dashed off, leaving Honus feeling slighted and disrespected. Orwid shook his head, asserting, that is not the case. Pep is a remarkably humble individual, generally not prone to such discourteous behavior. However, when confronted with someone he holds in high regard, he may occasionally lose his composure. Are there many who command such significance in his eyes? I do not intend to pry into Coach Guardiola's private matters. As you understand, I must mitigate risks for the team. We cannot have our head coach casually abandon the squad, can we? Orwid continued with a serious demeanor. You can rest assured that while Pep is indeed a man of strong emotions, his professional ethics are beyond question. I can tell you that there are very few individuals whom he values to such an extent. Aside from family, only 2 players on the field have ever received such regard from him. Oh, who are they? Hennis inquired with curiosity. The number 10 of Barcelona, Messi, and the one you just witnessed, who fell injured. Chapter 50. A miracle unfolds, a comeback for the championship after Lin Quan exited the field. De Bruyne stood at the penalty spot. Ordinarily, the team's primary penalty taker is Captain Fritz, but out of respect for the close bond between De Bruyne and Lin Quan, Fritz willingly ceded this opportunity to De Bruyne. Under normal circumstances, De Bruyne might have declined, yet today he did not refuse. He could not afford to squander the chance that his friend had so painstakingly created. This goal was not for himself, but for the injured Lin Quan. Taking a deep breath while standing at the penalty spot, De Bruyne observed the goalkeeper's positioning before commencing his run. He opted for the far corner. The goalkeeper guessed the direction correctly, yet unfortunately, his save was slightly delayed, and he failed to intercept the ball. De Bruyne struck decisively, altering the score to 3-3. As the regular season reached the 59th minute, Werder Bremen equalized. With only a minute remaining in the match, including stoppage time, there was less than 5 minutes left. Should neither team manage to alter the scoreline, a penalty shootout would ensue. Both teams appeared unwilling to accept a draw, prompting renewed offensive efforts upon the resumption of play. Borussia Dortmund's players had run tirelessly throughout the match, many now reaching their physical limits, persevering through sheer determination. However, with one player sent off, their attacking numbers had dwindled. making it challenging to penetrate the opposing defense in open play. Werder Bremen found themselves in a similarly taxing situation, having played consecutive matches and suffered from travel fatigue, their fitness levels trailing behind their opponents. Consequently, both teams' attacking efforts lacked the necessary fervor. The regular time of 60 minutes swiftly concluded, as the outcome remained uncertain. Thus, the referee allocated 2 minutes of stoppage time, a relatively brief duration. For both teams, this time might only suffice for a single offensive push. In the first minute of extra time, Dortmund advanced to the edge of Werder Bremen's penalty area. Royce, initially intent on breaking through to shoot, noticed Lewandowski calling for the ball within the box. Choosing to trust his teammate, he promptly passed the ball. The intent of this pass was perceived by the defenders of Werder Bremen, and the substitute center-back Papastathopoulos anticipated the play, extending his foot to intercept the ball before Lewandowski could make contact, redirecting it to a teammate. Upon receiving the ball, Selassie immediately relayed it to the winger Elia, who, upon receiving it along the flank, surged forward with great speed, charging into Dortmund's half. As he crossed the halfway line, the referee glanced at his watch, with mere seconds remaining, signaling that this might be the final offensive opportunity of the match. Aware of the urgency, Elia dared not pause, relentlessly advancing down the wing. The opponent's defense appeared weak along the flanks, affording him sufficient space and time to push the attack near the opposing sideline. Once his teammates surged into the penalty area, he planned to deliver a cross, the outcome resting on that decisive kick. Like Lin Quan, Elia was beginning to feel fatigued, panting as he neared the opponent's backline. Meanwhile, Dortmund's fullback Korkia raced forward, poised to intercept him. With no time to carry the ball further, Elia executed a sweeping pass to the center. At the periphery of his vision, he caught sight of a teammate clad in green racing towards him. Though uncertain whether the ball would reach his teammate, he had no choice but to place his faith in them. De Bruyne was sprinting with all his might, his stamina nearing its limit. He could feel his legs laden with lead, each step becoming increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to squander this opportunity for an attack. As the opponent's goal came into view, he gritted his teeth and pushed forward with all his strength, intercepting his teammate's pass just before the defenders could close in. Dortmund's defensive players charged forward, recalling the earlier lesson from Hummel's foul in the penalty area. Anticipating De Bruyne's entry into the box, they committed a strategic foul just outside the penalty area to halt his advance. The referee did not hesitate to issue a yellow card, momentarily contemplating whether to blow the final whistle. However, seeing Werder Bremen's number 6 rising from the ground, clutching the ball at the foul location, he softened, granting them an opportunity for a free kick, perhaps as a reward for their indomitable spirit. "Shall I take the kick?" asked Fritz, approaching De Bruyne. He discerned that De Bruyne was running low on energy. Under such circumstances, executing the free kick might not reflect his usual prowess. "No, thank you, Captain. I will take it myself." De Bruyne declined his captain's offer, knowing this was the team's final offensive chance. Thus he was not in a rush to take the kick. Once the opposing team had set up their wall, and the referee stepped back and signaled for the kick to commence, he began to retreat slowly. As he retreated, he closed his eyes, contemplating the method he would employ to execute the penalty kick. Suddenly, he recalled the theoretical insights Lin Quan had shared during their practice of the lob shot. At the time, those concepts seemed elusive and challenging to grasp, yet now, amidst the intensity of the competition, they appeared to come alive, revealing themselves as less perplexing. Thus, De Bruyne made his decision. He would attempt the most difficult lob shot. On the substitutes bench, Lin Quan, who was receiving treatment from the team physician while resting with an ice pack, felt a jolt of concern as he observed De Bruyne's backward stride. Could it be that he was attempting a lob shot? With his energy reserves depleted, was it truly possible for him to execute a shot exceeding 100 kilometers per hour? Lin Quan harbored doubts, perceiving De Bruyne's choice as a semblance of bravado. This was not the character he had previously known. Was it because of me? Could it be that he sought to avenge me? The sentiment was admirable, yet the likelihood of success seemed dim. Just as Lin Quan contemplated the improbability of De Bruyne's shot, the latter unleashed a remarkably executed lob. The ball arched over the wall and soared high into the air. Dortmund's goalkeeper, Langerack, misjudged its trajectory, believing it would sail over the crossbar, and thus refrained from jumping to make a save, perceiving no threat to his goal. However, as the ball seemed destined to breach the upper boundary, it unexpectedly descended, grazing the lower edge of the goalpost, and curiously finding its way into the net. The Dortmund goalkeeper was left bewildered. Was this a trick of fate? Could such a shot truly find its mark? Not only he, but all 22 players on the field, including De Bruyne, stood in stunned silence upon witnessing the outcome. In contrast, the Dortmund players, upon regaining their senses, wore expressions of despair, seemingly unable to accept this harsh reality. They had fought valiantly throughout the match, only to watch their opponents seize victory and claim the championship trophy on their home turf. Meanwhile, the Werder Bremen players, recovering from their shock, erupted in joyous frenzy, rushing towards De Bruyne. Lin Quan leaped from the substitutes bench, abandoning his ice pack, and joined the other substitutes in their jubilant charge onto the field. The referee, unwilling to extend the stoppage time, blew the final whistle immediately after the restart, having already surpassed the 2 minutes of injury time. The champions of the 2012 Telecom Cup were the Parrots of Werder Bremen. Chapter 51. The exchange of jerseys. The Dortmund players were profoundly disheartened. They had exerted their utmost efforts, reaching the limits of their capabilities, yet still faced defeat, helplessly witnessing their opponents claim the title. This sense of loss and frustration brought tears to the eyes of many young players. In contrast, the Werder Bremen players exhibited remarkable grace, celebrating their victory while not forgetting to extend comfort to their rivals. In this match, Borussia Dortmund's performance was exceptionally remarkable. Even as opponents, one must concede that their fervent spirit and capacity for comebacks in adversity are indeed formidable. To be candid, Dortmund's prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of Werder Bremen. Their defeat can be attributed to two factors. Firstly, they were caught off guard by their adversary's tactical approach, which resembled a stealth attack. Secondly, their mentality was not sufficiently stable, and after conceding a goal in the first half, they struggled to regain their composure, wasting a significant amount of time. Once they fully overcome these issues, they are likely to emerge even stronger in the new season. The next time we encounter them, victory may elude us. Fritz remarked pensively beside Lin Quan. Dortmund's squad is notably youthful, with players still on the rise, provided they avoid a spate of injuries and do not engage in player sales. Unlike Arsenal, who annually offload their captains, their competitiveness in the Bundesliga is likely to endure for a considerable period. Whether they can continue to challenge Bayern is uncertain, but other teams in the Bundesliga will certainly find it challenging to gain an advantage over them. One fears they might hold a grudge and come at us with renewed vigor next time. Fritz chuckled at Lin Quan's words, acknowledging that taking the championship right from their doorstep would surely incite some resentment. At that moment, players from Werder Bremen and Dortmund began exchanging jerseys, a mutual recognition of each other's capabilities. Lin Quan, being younger, initially thought no one would approach him for a jersey swap. To his surprise, both Reyes and Götze approached him together, eager to exchange their jerseys. Götze, who had suffered an eye ailment before the match and remained on the bench throughout, was one of the reasons for Dortmund's loss. Despite his absence, Götze regarded himself as the midfield linchpin of Dortmund, believing that Lin Quan would prefer to exchange with the more illustrious player, Reyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Quan chose Reyes instead. Lin Quan held deep admiration for Reyes's character. In an era dominated by commercial football, players like him, who embody loyalty to their city, are increasingly rare. In contrast, Lin Quan harbored less fondness for Götze. It is difficult to ascertain how much of Dortmund's loss in the 2012-2013 Champions League final can be attributed to Götze. But engaging with the final opponent privately before transferring is undoubtedly a significant blow to team morale. Even if Götze had contacted Bayern after the defeat, the criticism he would have faced would not have been as severe. The former scenario resembles a cunning ploy by Bayern to undermine their opponent's spirit by poaching their midfield core before the final. The latter could merely be interpreted as Götze aligning himself with a stronger team after a defeat. Such transitions are not uncommon in football. Arsenal alone has witnessed 3 instances of this, with Henry, Van Persie, and Fabregas all making similar moves. Royce was somewhat taken aback by Lin Quan's willingness to exchange jerseys with him. Upon receiving the green number 10 jersey, he embraced his opponent warmly. "You played exceptionally well in this match. Keep it up. I look forward to the day when you make your name known in the Bundesliga." Lin Quan was equally surprised by Royce's affirmation and blessing. He replied, "Thank you, Marco. Next time we play in Bremen, dinner is on me." Royce nodded in agreement, saying, "It's a deal, but I can't treat you today, my apologies." Lin Quan smiled in understanding. He knew that even if Royce offered out of courtesy, he would decline. If Dortmund's fans saw them together, Royce's standing might be jeopardized. It is always unwise to speak too intimately with someone newly acquainted. While Lin Quan wished to advise Royce to rest more and avoid injuries, it would be quite inappropriate given their recent introduction. He resolved to wait until they became better friends before offering such advice. He hoped that before that time, Royce's tenure at Dortmund would be less tumultuous and free from injuries. Fearing the wrath of the 80,000 home fans and potential repercussions, Werder Bremen did not linger long at Signal Iduna Park. After receiving their accolades, they swiftly boarded the bus to leave. The following midday, after a restorative night's rest, the entire Werder Bremen squad took the icy intercity train back to Bremen. The distance from Dortmund to Bremen is not extensive, and Germany's high-speed rail system is highly efficient. So the team arrived in just an hour. Upon returning to the club, manager Olofs approached the players, carrying a suitcase. "Welcome back, our warriors," he exclaimed joyfully, giving each player, including the substitutes, a warm embrace. He then opened the suitcase in front of the players. "This is the prize money for winning the Telecom Cup. A total of 300,000 euros. Upon seeing the suitcase filled with cash, the players seemed to grasp the significance, halting their movements and gazing intently at Olofs. Werder Bremen is not a wealthy club, and the players' salaries are modest. After parting ways with veterans like Pizarro and Wiese, the average annual salary at Werder Bremen had dropped to the lower tier of the Bundesliga. The highest paid player, Captain Clemens Fritz, earned only 2 million euros per year, while younger players like Füllkrug had even lower salaries, estimated at around 3,000 euros weekly, totaling less than 200,000 euros annually. Therefore, the 300,000 euros in prize money was certainly enticing for the players. The bonuses will be distributed based on each player's contributions in the matches. If there are no objections, please line up to sign for your share. After saying this, he instructed the staff to register on-site and distribute the bonuses directly. Although Werder Bremen may be somewhat financially constrained, the club has no intention of misappropriating these funds. After all, the amount is not substantial, and it was never anticipated that they would clinch the championship. Thus, this sum is regarded as an unexpected windfall. It would be more prudent to reward the players, encouraging them to strive for excellence on the field and achieve commendable results in the upcoming season. This approach has undoubtedly garnered the unwavering praise of the players. The distribution plan for the bonuses faced no objections from the players, who readily signed to claim their respective shares. Lin Quan performed exceptionally well in the last 2 matches, establishing himself as a pivotal offensive presence, and consequently, he received the top-tier bonus of 20,000 euros. This tier comprises only 5 individuals, apart from Lin Quan. The remaining 4 are key players who participated fully in both matches, including De Bruyne. The second-tier bonus, amounting to 10,000 euros, is awarded to the main squad members and significant rotational players who participated in matches. The third tier offers 5,000 euros to those listed on the roster but who did not take to the field, as well as club staff members. Once the bonuses were distributed, the players' minds were instantly diverted from the training grounds, particularly for the younger players who previously had little money or had given their earnings to their parents. Their thoughts began to wander, their focus seemingly lost. Coach Schaff, noticing this shift, promptly announced a 3-day break for the players. However, he cautioned the younger athletes against reckless behavior during their time off, warning that any negative publicity would not be tolerated by the club. Chapter 52. The Parrot Legion is set to embark. After receiving his bonus, Lin Quan decided to purchase some training equipment to facilitate his daily workouts at home. This match made him acutely aware that his current physical condition was insufficient to sustain him for the entire game, if he did not diligently enhance his physical reserves. Starting as a first-team player might remain a distant aspiration, perhaps even until next year or longer. Just as he finished acquiring the equipment and was returning home with the deliverman, he discovered that he had unexpected visitors. "Pep, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Guardiola, Lin Quan was taken aback. He had assumed Guardiola would be preoccupied with wedding preparations and had not anticipated his arrival. "I noticed you sustained an injury during the match, so I came to check on you. Is your injury serious?" Guardiola inquired with genuine concern. After leaving Munich, he had initially gone to Dortmund, but upon learning that Lin Quan had returned to Bremen with the team, he hastened to visit. "It's nothing serious. The team doctor examined me using the club's equipment, and everything is fine." Upon hearing this, Guardiola let out a sigh of relief. The answer he dreaded most was that Lin Quan had suffered a severe injury. but seeing him lively and well dispelled that possibility. That's a relief. At this moment, Guardiola noticed the workers carrying the training equipment into the house. Did you purchase this yourself? Yes. I plan to train more rigorously to secure a spot in the starting lineup as soon as possible. In the initial remarks, it may be slightly premature for a player of your age to start, and it would be more prudent to begin as a substitute. After acclimatizing to the rhythm of the Bundesliga, you could then aspire to secure a starting position. Upon hearing that the 16-year-old Lin Quan sought to claim a starting spot, Guardiola felt a profound sense of reflection. At the age of 16, he was still grappling in the youth ranks, only making his debut for the senior team at the age of 19 on the grand stage of Camp Nou. It wasn't until he was 21 that he truly established himself in the first team. Compared to his own beginnings, Lin Quan was certainly ahead of the curve. However, after witnessing Lin Kuan's performance in a match, Guardiola realized that the young player possessed a talent far superior to his own at that age. If he considered himself merely an average star, Lin Quan harbored the potential to become a superlative one. Indeed, the coach shared this sentiment. Following the dissolution of the team, Coach Schaaf took a moment to speak with Lin Quan regarding his tactical role for the upcoming season, informing him that he would serve as the offensive linchpin of the squad. Yet, due to his insufficient stamina to endure the entire match, Coach Schaaf expressed a desire for him to accept a tactical arrangement, entering the game as a substitute in the second half. The notion of being a substitute while acting as the team's offensive core might sound incredulous to others. They would likely think Schaaf was misleading a child. Nevertheless, Lin Quan believed in the veracity of Schaaf's words and did not deceive himself. He accepted the arrangement. Yet this did not signify his willingness to embrace the role of a substitute. Thus, he resolved to improve his physical conditioning to meet the coaching staff's expectations and secure a starting position. Such ambition is commendable. Yet one must be cautious with the training load to avoid injury. At your age, the greatest adversary is indeed injury. Aware of Lin Kuan's strong-willed nature, Guardiola refrained from elaborating further, simply reminding him to take care of himself. During Guardiola's two-day stay in Bremen, he met with Coach Schaaf, and their discussion resonated well. Guardiola shared insights regarding Lin Kuan's training and his tactical positioning in Barcelona's youth team. In return, Schaaf sought Guardiola's advice on how to utilize Messi in the first team, including his roles as a winger and a shadow striker. Messi was the most talented player Guardiola had ever coached, and he took great pride in that fact. He had his own insights on how to employ Messi effectively. And while he would typically refrain from sharing this with others, Schaaf's inquiry was different. It was apparent to Guardiola that Schaaf intended to utilize Lin Quan in a manner akin to how Messi was employed at Werder Bremen. Upon reflection, their playing styles were strikingly similar, even down to their dribbling techniques. Perhaps the methods used for Messi at Barcelona could also be applicable at Werder Bremen. On the final day, after hosting Lin Quan's host family for a meal, Guardiola departed Bremen, returning to Catalonia. Before leaving, he reminded Lin Quan not to forget to attend his wedding with Sarah, scheduled for October 1st. Rest assured, I shall remember. When his adoptive parents wed, he must return home, even if it means taking a leave of absence. Moreover, there were no matches on that day, further necessitating his return. With Guardiola's departure, Lin Quan's holiday concluded. On August 9th, the players gradually reported back to the club. On that very day, Werder Bremen officially announced on their website that the transfer dealings for the season had come to a close. All summer signings would be unveiled at the Weser Stadium prior to the friendly match against Aston Villa, a Premier League team, on the 11th. And the new season's jerseys would also be made available for sale. This summer, Werder Bremen acquired a total of 11 players, including 3 on loan, through purchase, 2 joining as free agents, and 2 promoted from the club's youth ranks. Despite the substantial number of new arrivals, the expenditure on these signings was remarkably modest. The 3 loaned players cost a total of €1.25 million, while the 4 purchased players accounted for €8.5 million, culminating in a total of €9.75 million, less than €10 million. Such a level of spending epitomizes the prudent financial management characteristic of mid-tier clubs. On August 11th, Werder Bremen hosted Aston Villa at their home ground. During the pre-match player presentation, the 11 summer signings were introduced one by one. The event attracted 45,000 spectators, nearly filling the stadium. The impressive performance in the Telecom Cup had rekindled the fans' enthusiasm for the team, drawing such a crowd. The victory in the Telecom Cup was a delightful surprise for Werder Bremen supporters. They had initially anticipated merely a learning experience, but were instead treated to a championship. While the title may not carry the weight of league or DFB Pokal trophies, it nonetheless represents a tangible accolade, does it not? Furthermore, these two matches acquainted fans with the new faces in the squad. Players like Leukemia, Selassie, and Elia garnered recognition for their abilities among the supporters. As for the two young talents, Lin Quan and De Bruyne, they emerged as the most delightful revelations of the new season. Lin Quan's formidable finishing skills and De Bruyne's creativity in linking play between the midfield and attack received unanimous approval from the fans. Consequently, they began to envision the team's prospects for the upcoming season with great anticipation. Having become familiar with these newcomers through the two matches, the players were met with enthusiastic cheers from the crowd upon their introduction. Among them, De Bruyne and Lin Quan received the loudest ovations. When Lin Quan donned the number 10 jersey and took to the field, all 45,000 fans stood in unison, chanting his name, with some supporters even wearing the freshly released new season jerseys emblazoned with Lin Quan's number 10. Without having played a single Bundesliga match, he had already become the most beloved player among the fans. This moment was aptly captured by a reporter from Bild, becoming an iconic image for fans to discuss in the future. The 2012 to 2013 season of Werder Bremen is about to commence. Chapter 53. The Bundesliga begins, confronting a fierce rival. On August 24th, the new season of the Bundesliga officially kicks off. Whether it was a deliberate arrangement by the German Football Association or mere happenstance remains uncertain. The opening match features two teams that recently faced each other in the Telecom Cup final, Borussia Dortmund and Werder Bremen. This marks the second encounter between the two teams within a mere 20 days, and unfortunately for Bremen, it is their second time facing Dortmund on their home turf. Consequently, upon the release of the schedule, the team was left speechless. The Football Association certainly knows how to create a spectacle. Observing the media from Dortmund rallying behind a slogan of revenge, their players took to social media to declare their commitment to delivering a performance at 120% against Werder Bremen to secure victory. This left Bremen feeling somewhat ensnared, especially against a Dortmund side brimming with fury and having rested for 20 days, thus dampening their confidence in achieving a win. This is merely a regular league match. Do not overthink it. Just play well. The outcome is not of utmost importance. Coach Schaaf stepped forward at the opportune moment to alleviate the players' pressure. The league differs from knockout tournaments where a single match determines fate. It is a lengthy season spanning an entire year. While the results of individual matches hold significance, they do not dictate life or death. Indeed, the coach was correct. This is just an ordinary match. There is no need to burden oneself with excessive psychological pressure. Simply play as one trains. The senior players also rallied to comfort the younger members of the team. With the reassurances from both the coach and veteran players, the young players' anxieties were considerably eased. At 19:30, the Werder Bremen players stepped onto the pitch of the Westfalenstadion once again after a 20-day hiatus. Simultaneously, thousands of miles away in China, CCTV was broadcasting the match live. As one of the earliest broadcasters of the top 5 leagues, CCTV had previously focused on the Bundesliga before acquiring rights to the Premier League and La Liga. At that time, several Chinese players were plying their trade in Germany. But as the national team's fortunes declined, the number of players playing abroad dwindled. Last year, when Xiao Jia announced his return to domestic football, the presence of Chinese players in the German league had vanished completely. Yet against this backdrop, Lin Quan, an Asian player with yellow skin and dark hair, emerged and provided a much-needed boost to the Bundesliga, which had begun to witness a decline in viewership, successfully attracting a renewed audience. The opening match between Borussia Dortmund and Werder Bremen set a new viewership record for CCTV for Bundesliga opening matches in nearly 3 years. The commentary was provided by Tao Wei and Duan Xian. Many viewers eagerly anticipated witnessing Lin Quan's dazzling dribbles and effortless scoring on the pitch. However, when the starting lineups were announced, they were left in disbelief. What on earth was Werder Bremen thinking? Lin Quan was shockingly absent from the starting lineup. I once harbored doubts about the state of my eyesight, for indeed, Lin Quan was conspicuously absent from the starting lineup. A shadowy conspiracy, surely. A manifestation of the Western prejudice against us of the yellow race. The posts on the forum surged with fervor, as many expressed their bewilderment at the decisions of the Werder Bremen coaching staff. It was not merely them who were perplexed. Even Dortmund's head coach, Klopp, was taken aback. Has Schaff surrendered to fate, or is this wily old fox concocting yet another scheme? Having been deceived once, Klopp was now considerably more vigilant. Thus, he instructed his team to maintain composure at the outset, refraining from hasty attacks to avoid being ambushed as they had been previously. The players of Dortmund, still haunted by the memory of conceding 2 goals in the first 5 minutes of their last match, deliberately controlled the tempo, resisting the urge to launch an immediate offensive. Had Dortmund indeed altered their tactical approach, they played with notable caution, a stark contrast to their usual style, observing the Dortmund players passing the ball in their own half. The commentators from CCTV, Zhang Lu and Zhang Jun, were left in a state of confusion. The slow-paced match persisted for 5 or 6 minutes, until Dortmund discerned that their opponents had no intention of engaging in an open contest today, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief and commence a full-scale attack. It became evident that without Lin Quan, Werder Bremen's offensive threat had diminished significantly. De Bruyne continued to shine, delivering several incisive passes in the attacking third. However, his teammates' limited capabilities meant that these swift deliveries either went unheeded or were squandered after reception. In summary, Werder Bremen found themselves in a passive position offensively, struggling to break through. Conversely, Dortmund faced no such dilemmas. Reyes had seamlessly integrated into the team, and his partnership with Lewandowski became increasingly fluid. In the 11th minute of the match, after a breakthrough, Reyes distributed the ball, which Lewandowski returned to him, as the two executed a 1-2 within Werder Bremen's penalty area. When Reyes received Lewandowski's pass, he had evaded his marker, finding himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Faced with such a golden opportunity, Reyes certainly did not squander it. He unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball into the upper right corner of the net. Although Militz, the goalkeeper for Werder Bremen, leaped in time and managed to touch the ball with his fingertips, he was unable to deflect it away. The score became 1-0, with Dortmund playing at home, taking the lead merely 11 minutes into the match. Following the goal, Reyes ran to the corner flag and kissed the crest on his jersey. This gesture elicited cheers and applause from the audience, who began to warm to this new charming lad, gradually forgetting the departed Shinji Kagawa. Schaff, dissatisfied with his team's defensive lapse, began vocally urging his players to intensify their challenges and to play with more conviction. Following their coach's directive, the players of Werder Bremen increased their physicality in the ensuing match. The consequence of this escalating tension was an increasing number of fouls committed by both sides. In the 21st minute of the match, Gundogan, who had been repeatedly fouled in previous encounters, could no longer contain his frustration. As Werder Bremen's defender Ignatiev held the ball, Gundogan executed a retaliatory tackle, bringing his opponent crashing to the ground. Ignatiev, upon being felled, let out a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, rolling on the ground while clutching his leg. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of players from both teams, with Werder Bremen's players rushing in to encircle Gundogan. Dortmund's players quickly arrived to protect him, and it appeared that a brawl was about to erupt. The referee promptly arrived at the scene, brandishing a yellow card at Gundogan to quell the unrest. However, this did little to quell the fury of the players, and the intensity of the fouls only escalated as the match progressed. In the 28th minute, Werder Bremen's Juniozovic tackled Reyes, receiving a yellow card from the referee. 2 minutes later, Ignatiev collided with Lewandowski just outside the penalty area and was also cautioned. Dortmund's Schmelzer, unwilling to be outdone, caught Arnautovic with his studs during a challenge and was shown a yellow card as well. By halftime, the players had collectively accumulated 4 yellow cards. If this reckless behavior continued, the total could easily surpass double digits. Chapter 54. Record-breaking again. Faced with the increasingly reckless actions of the players, both coaches found themselves restless. Although Schaff encouraged his players to intensify their physicality, he certainly did not want them to accumulate needless cards. Some non-critical defensive actions clearly had better alternatives. Yet they chose to risk bookings, leaving him speechless. Thus, he gestured for his players to regain their composure. On the other side, Klopp shouted at his players, urging them to play more intelligently and not fall for their opponents' provocations. Werder Bremen was not a direct rival of Dortmund. Incurring significant penalties against such a team was simply unwarranted. On the bench, Lin Quan could hardly contain his amusement as he observed the continuous card accumulation, particularly among the Dortmund players. Both Gundogan and Schmelzer were defenders. Their bookings were undoubtedly advantageous for him. With those yellow cards, they would certainly tread carefully in the second half, wary of committing further fouls. This would allow him to maneuver with greater freedom against them. The first half swiftly came to a close, with Werder Bremen failing to equalize and Dortmund missing opportunities to extend their lead, leaving the score at 1-0. As the second half commenced, Werder Bremen made a personnel adjustment, bringing Lin Quan onto the field to replace the cautioned Ignatieff. Upon seeing Lin Quan don his kit, the fans in the forum erupted with excitement. Here he comes, finally making his appearance. The match had not been particularly captivating, had it not been for those yellow cards. I would have switched off the live stream long ago. It seems that Borussia Dortmund's performance this season differs markedly from that of the previous one. Could it be that they have altered their tactical approach? In the first half, both teams were embroiled in a frenzy of fouls, resulting in a disjointed match, which hampered Dortmund's signature fast-paced offense. It appears that coach Schaff indeed possesses a formidable acumen, having discovered a method to curtail Dortmund's effectiveness. However, did he truly succeed? The scoreline indicates a 1-0 lead for Dortmund. A narrow defeat can be considered a minor victory, particularly when facing such a formidable opponent. After all, Lin Quan has yet to take the field. Many fans harbor great expectations for Lin Quan, believing that with his prowess, Werder Bremen could potentially alter the score in the second half. Some even speculate that Lin Quan might achieve a hat trick. Naturally, such assertions have drawn mockery from Dortmund supporters. Borussia Dortmund is no pushover. Let us see him earn a starting position first. How audacious for a substitute to think he could score 3 goals against us. Critics have ridiculed Lin Quan's status as a bench player. Just wait. Klopp has undoubtedly devised a way to neutralize Lin Quan. He won't score a single goal this match. Conversely, others place their hopes in the remarkable Klopp. Meanwhile, the fans at Dortmund's home ground have greeted Lin Quan's anticipated entry with a chorus of boos. The Westfalenstadion crowd appears to recall the match from 20 days prior, showering Lin Quan with unprecedented jeers as he prepares to substitute in. Observing the Dortmund fans boo Lin Quan, Duan Xian could not help but chuckle. The more the opponents emphasize a player, the more it underscores their strength and threat. Lin Quan had scored a goal in the previous match, resulting in a red card and a penalty. He was indeed a pivotal figure in the team's comeback. Thus, it is entirely understandable that Dortmund fans regard him with trepidation. Tao Wei eagerly anticipates Lin Quan's performance upon his entrance, lamenting his inability to commentate on the Telecom Cup match. Who could foresee that a young man of Chinese descent would emerge so brilliantly in the Telecom Cup? It is evident that the anxiety of Dortmund's supporters is warranted. Once Lin Quan took to the pitch, Werder Bremen's offensive threat was immediately elevated to a new level. De Bruyne, who had previously struggled to establish rapport with his teammates, found synergy with Lin Quan, igniting Bremen's attacking front through a series of seamless collaborations. Shortly after the second half commenced, Bremen's right side attack was fully activated, forcing Dortmund to tighten their defensive line and relinquish their offensive strategy on the left in an attempt to stifle their adversaries' advances. In the 65th minute, De Bruyne delivered a pass to Lin Quan, who then skillfully maneuvered past Grosskreutz, finding himself face-to-face with the opposing midfielder, Kell. Having received a yellow card in the first half, Kell was cautious in his defensive actions, significantly diminishing his defensive capabilities, allowing Lin Quan to bypass him with ease. Witnessing their teammate being outmaneuvered, Hummels and Schmelzer immediately converged to corner Lin Quan, assuming Lin Quan would press forward. They were taken aback when he instead opted to pass the ball back to De Bruyne. De Bruyne transferred the ball to Elia on the left flank. Elia skillfully carried the ball to the byline and delivered a cross that arced into the Dortmund penalty area. Within the box, Arnautovic, hindered by a defender, was unable to seize the initial opportunity. However, a lapse in Dortmund's defense allowed the astute Lin Quan to find a chance, leaping to head the ball into the net. The score was now 1-1, as Werder Bremen equalized just 20 minutes into the second half. This fluid and harmonious attack by Werder Bremen thrilled coach Schaff on the sidelines. It was the frontline collaboration he had long yearned for. At the moment of scoring, Lin Quan was momentarily stunned. He had intended to control the ball with his chest before unleashing a shot. Yet, upon seeing Schmelzer and Hummels rushing toward him, he feared that taking the touch would grant them crucial time to intervene. Instinctively, he used his head to connect with the ball, unexpectedly finding the back of the net. This marked Lin Quan's inaugural goal in the Bundesliga, and indeed, his first career header. In a noteworthy announcement, we learned from the Bundesliga organizers that Lin Quan has set 2 remarkable records during this match. He shattered the previous record held by Nuri Sahin for the youngest player to appear in the Bundesliga at 16 years and 334 days, significantly lowering it to 16 years and 186 days. Furthermore, his goal also broke Sahin's record for the youngest goalscorer in Bundesliga history. The prior record was established by Sahin during the 2005 season, when he scored in a match between Nuremberg and Dortmund at the age of 17 years and 82 days. Now, Lin Quan has raised this benchmark to 16 years and 186 days, a record that may remain unchallenged for a considerable time. Duan Xuan was particularly exhilarated to witness the birth of two records, a rarity for someone with his extensive experience in Bundesliga commentary. Tao Wei expressed his astonishment, remarking that a player like Lin Quan cannot be perceived through conventional lenses. Which ordinary player can consecutively break 5 records? 3 in the Telecom Cup and 2 in the Bundesliga. It seems that breaking records is as effortless for him as eating and drinking. As Lin Quan scored and set new records, the large screen at the Dortmund Stadium displayed pertinent announcements. The fans of the Yellow Submarine experienced a whirlwind of emotions upon witnessing the birth of this record. From the perspective of ordinary fans, they felt compelled to applaud a player who could achieve such remarkable feats. However, from the standpoint of Dortmund supporters, the realization that these records were achieved at the expense of their own team filled them with a sense of revulsion, akin to swallowing 1,000 flies. If given a choice, who would prefer their team to serve as the backdrop for an opponent's records? The Dortmund fans found themselves in a state of turmoil. Consequently, a hush fell over the crowd. No one booed Lin Quan. Yet, at that moment, some players from Dortmund began to applaud Lin Quan. As Royce returned to his own half, he momentarily paused upon noticing a reminder on the large screen, and then he offered applause to Lin Quan. The other Dortmund players exchanged glances, uncertain, before turning to their captain. Hummels cast a quick look at Royce and then at Lin Quan. Although he had received a red card for a foul on Lin Quan during the Telecom Cup, creating a slight animosity between them, he, as a professional athlete, bore no grudges from their previous encounters. He led the applause for Lin Quan, and seeing their captain clapping, the other Dortmund players followed suit. A smattering of applause arose from the stands as well. Lin Quan was somewhat taken aback by such courtesy, feeling it inappropriate to celebrate in the opponent's home ground. Therefore, he gestured for silence, indicating he would not celebrate, before jogging over to Royce to offer a warm embrace. "Thank you, Marco. No need for thanks. This is something you've earned. However, be cautious. We won't let you score again." Royce did not forget that they were rivals, reminding Lin Quan of his position while extending his congratulations. "Well, that depends on how well your defense holds up." Lin Quan's record-breaking act indeed stirred a notable response from Dortmund. After the match resumed, their defense against Lin Quan escalated significantly, with a player shadowing him closely. Gundogan, originally Dortmund's midfield linchpin, found his main duty in the second half was to mark Lin Quan. With such tight marking, receiving the ball became quite challenging for Lin Quan. His teammates hesitated to pass him the ball, causing Werder Bremen's offensive momentum to dwindle. Conversely, without Gundogan's orchestrating presence, Dortmund's attacks became disjointed. Though they mounted considerable pressure on Werder Bremen's goal, they struggled to alter the scoreline. As time ticked away, Klopp grew restless. He called for Götze to warm up, preparing for his entrance. Chapter 55, Mario Götze at this point in time. Götze had yet to become the player who had exhausted all his fortune with that decisive goal in the World Cup final. He was the attacking nucleus of Dortmund, capable of excelling in multiple positions: attacking midfielder, wide midfielder, central midfielder, winger, and even shadow striker. His presence guaranteed the potency of Dortmund's front line, whether assisting teammates or taking the initiative to conclude matches, all of which came effortlessly to him during this period. Consequently, he was often referred to as the third man beneath Messi and Ronaldo, basking in the limelight. 5 minutes after his substitution, Götze entered the field, replacing Kell. His arrival instantly rejuvenated Dortmund's attacking force, particularly benefiting striker Lewandowski. The collaboration between the two players exerted immense pressure on the back line of Werder Bremen. The addition of Reyes elevated the offensive prowess of this trio to a new echelon. Containing all three simultaneously proved to be an exceedingly daunting task. In the 81st minute of the match, after a breakthrough by Reyes, he distributed the ball to Götze, who, upon receiving it on the left flank, evaded 2 defenders and executed a low shot with his right foot into the near corner. This goal came as a startling surprise, particularly given the presence of 2 defenders. The fact that he could carve out space to shoot was completely unexpected. Following his goal, Götze exuberantly sprinted to the corner flag, placing his hands beside his ears in a gesture that beckoned the audience for applause. The fans of the Yellow Submarine immediately responded with fervent cheers and applause for their midfield maestro, a stark contrast to the reluctant claps they offered during Lin Quan's record-breaking moment. Now, their support was heartfelt and genuine. Lin Quan, with his hands on his hips, observed Götze's celebration, contemplating his strategy. With the Bundesliga having just commenced, losing the opening match was a bitter pill to swallow. Although the opponent was formidable, they had triumphed over them before. A challenging task did not equate to an impossible one. However, the intensified defense against him made it exceedingly difficult to break through and score. Beside him, Gundogan was closely marking, and other Dortmund players provided additional support. The moment he received the ball, he would be immediately surrounded, leaving him with few options aside from passing. He yearned to outmaneuver his adversaries, but they were relentless, often committing fouls just as he initiated his moves, disrupting his rhythm, leaving Lin Quan feeling somewhat helpless. Wait, fouls? A glance at De Bruyne sparked an idea. Once Dortmund's celebration concluded, the match quickly resumed. Trailing in the score, Werder Bremen intensified their offensive efforts, prompting Lin Quan to become more proactive in his movements and demands for the ball. The ball soon found its way to De Bruyne's feet. As the team's playmaking linchpin, he wielded authority over ball distribution and orchestration. Prior to receiving a pass from his teammate, De Bruyne had already assessed the positioning of his fellow players, gauging whether they were marked by defenders, their potential threat to the goal, and the safety of the passing lanes to determine to whom he should pass. As the most significant threat in the forward line, Lin Quan was initially De Bruyne's primary passing option. However, after the opponent intensified their focus on Lin Quan, De Bruyne attempted a few passes, only to see Lin Quan either lose the ball immediately upon receiving it or be fouled. This dissuaded him from continuing to pass to Lin Quan. Yet this time, as he held the ball, he noticed Lin Quan reaching out for it. Recalling Lin Quan's words before the match resumed, De Bruyne hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to trust his teammate and pass the ball to Lin Quan. A splendid pass. Observing De Bruyne's delivery, Lin Quan accelerated and intercepted the ball ahead of the defenders. The players from Dortmund closely marked him, immediately closing in on Lin Quan the moment he received the ball. In previous situations, faced with such pressure, Lin Quan would likely have opted for a pass. However, this time, he boldly advanced towards the defending player. Without a moment's hesitation, the defender lunged to intercept the ball, but instead of making contact with it, he inadvertently tripped Lin Quan, sending him crashing to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a free kick. Upon hearing the whistle, Lin Quan swiftly rose to his feet and consulted with De Bruyne, who was preparing to take the free kick. How should we execute this? Do you need me to set up a play? De Bruyne, noticing Lin Quan standing over the ball, inquired if he intended to take the kick. Lin Quan assessed the distance from the ball to the goal, realizing it was about 25 meters outside the penalty area. I will provide a screen. You can take a lofted shot. This distance is perfect. De Bruyne nodded in agreement, stepping back to yield the opportunity to Lin Quan. Seeing Lin Quan poised to take the free kick, Dortmund's goalkeeper Weidenfeller frantically contemplated the opposing player's free kick tendencies. To his dismay, he realized he had never witnessed Lin Quan take a free kick, leaving him unaware of any particular style. Consequently, he instructed his teammates to form a wall to guard the far corner, while he positioned himself to cover the near post. With the wall set, the referee blew the whistle. Lin Quan took a few steps back and feigned a kick, leaping over the ball. Meanwhile, De Bruyne, who had retreated, surged forward and struck the ball. The Dortmund wall was caught off guard, failing to jump in time as the ball soared just over their heads. Weidenfeller's eyes widened. He had anticipated a shot towards the near post based on Lin Quan's run-up, yet De Bruyne aimed for the far post. He hastily adjusted his position to execute a diving save, but regrettably, his fingertips did not meet the ball. Just when he braced himself for a goal against his team, a resounding thud echoed as the ball collided with the crossbar and bounced away. In the stands, the Dortmund fans, witnessing their goalkeeper miss the save and fearing a goal, gasped in unison as they saw the ball rebound off the crossbar. The collective sigh of relief that followed gave them the sensation of having narrowly escaped disaster. Lin Quan, observing the trajectory of the ball, had initially believed it was destined for the net, only to find it striking the crossbar, a source of frustration for him. Nevertheless, Considering that De Bruyne had only recently begun practicing lofted shots, achieving such a level of execution was commendable. Thus, he gave De Bruyne a thumbs up, praising his effort. De Bruyne nodded expressionlessly, internally lamenting that if he had struck the ball a bit lower, they might not have squandered the opportunity created by his friend. Such a prime chance for a free kick in a forward position is not easily come by. In the end, it seemed De Bruyne had overthought the situation. 2 minutes later, in almost the same position, Lin Quan, while dribbling the ball, was once again tripped by a defender, prompting the referee to award another free kick. Once more, De Bruyne and Lin Quan stood at the penalty spot. Was this intentional? De Bruyne, sharp-witted, passed the ball to Lin Quan. Despite the presence of a more advantageous option, Lin Quan chose to penetrate the center, where Dortmund's defense was most concentrated, seemingly inviting a foul from the opposition. This led De Bruyne to conclude that the adversary was intent on provoking a foul to earn a free kick. Perhaps, if I could advance a little further, it would have been a penalty, yet the opposing defense was too formidable to breach. De Bruyne found himself at a loss. Any rational person would typically refrain from engaging with such a dense defense, yet Lin Quan took the opposite approach. Just how confident was he in his dribbling skills? Did he not fear being dispossessed? How should the kick be taken? Would it be akin to the previous attempt? De Bruyne was still lamenting the missed opportunity when, to his surprise, another chance presented itself so swiftly. He contemplated replicating the previous strategy, having learned from earlier experiences, thus felt somewhat more assured in his execution. No, perhaps a different approach was warranted. The opponents might have anticipated our prior tactics. Look, the Dortmund goalkeeper is positioned towards the far post. Clearly wary of your last free kick. De Bruyne glanced up and indeed saw Dortmund's goalkeeper, Weidenfeller, stationed at the far corner of the goal, seemingly apprehensive about the previous free kick. After discussing tactics with Lin Quan, he feigned preparation for the kick, retreating to a distance sufficient for a run-up. Weidenfeller outright ignored Lin Quan, who had never taken a free kick before. Who could ascertain if he could indeed execute one? Thus, the goalkeeper focused his attention on De Bruyne. After all, De Bruyne's last attempt had almost found the back of the net, and in the previous Telecom Cup final, it was De Bruyne's free kick that sealed the match against Dortmund. Anyone would perceive De Bruyne as the greater threat. Lin Quan surveyed the wall and the goalkeeper's positioning before commencing his run. Having previously provided cover for De Bruyne, he successfully deceived everyone into believing he would repeat the same maneuver. However, what they did not anticipate was that upon reaching the ball, Lin Quan did not leap over it. Instead, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending the ball soaring. The Dortmund wall, caught off guard by the unexpected choice of Lin Quan as the free kick taker, failed to react in time to jump, watching helplessly as the ball sailed over their heads. Weidenfeller, equally surprised by Lin Quan's decision to take the kick, scrambled to move after witnessing the ball's trajectory. However, it was far too late. The ball arced beautifully through the air, nestling into the upper left corner of the net. In the 88th minute of the match, Lin Quan scored directly from the free kick, breaching Dortmund's defense for the second time. The score on the field has now become 22, bringing both teams back to the same starting line. On both benches, upon witnessing this goal, Schaff and Klopp nearly rose in unison. Their reactions were strikingly similar, both seemingly taken aback. However, the nature of their surprise differed. Schaff was elated, while Klopp was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Quan possessed such a skill, and it appeared that the options for our team as free kick takers had just increased. With a cheerful demeanor, Schaff remarked to his assistant coaches, growing increasingly curious about the secrets this young man might hold and the surprises he could still unveil. On the other side, Klopp's expression darkened considerably. When his player first committed a foul against Lin Quan just outside the penalty area, he felt little concern. However, after a second foul in nearly the same position, he began to sense something amiss. To commit fouls against the same player in the same area consecutively hardly seemed coincidental. Yet, before he could alert his teammates, the opposition seized the opportunity from the free kick and scored directly, leaving Klopp speechless. He realized that the opposing number 10 not only possessed remarkable technical skill, but was also a master of psychology. This feint completely outwitted the Dortmund players, and even him. Chapter 56. The defending champions fall into the relegation zone. It appeared that Lin Quan's teammates were caught off guard by his ability to score directly from the free kick, as they momentarily stood still before rushing over to celebrate with him. What a splendid strike! That outside of the foot curve was truly exquisite. Indeed, Was the most thrilling aspect not the tactical synergy between Lin Quan and De Bruyne? Just look at the Dortmund players. They were utterly deceived. If I were Weidenfeller, I would surely be livid. With the score equalized away from home, Lin Quan's teammates were overjoyed. They had assumed defeat was inevitable, yet they found themselves unexpectedly level. However, they could not afford to relax. With the addition of stoppage time, approximately 5 minutes remained, and they had to defend vigorously, ensuring that Lin Quan's hard-earned opportunity was not squandered. They were right. In these final 5 minutes, they absolutely could not allow the opposition to score. Perhaps, once we regain possession, we should pass the ball to Lin Quan more frequently, allowing him to take another free kick like that. If so, we might even secure all 3 points. The Werder Bremen players bantered and discussed their forthcoming strategy, while the Dortmund players were left despondent, unable to utter a word. Time and again, they had led only to be equalized. Why was Werder Bremen proving so difficult to contend with? Were they not supposed to be a pushover last season? How could they have evolved so dramatically in just one summer? Was it merely due to the addition of those 2 young talents? As the match resumed, with time running short, Dortmund intensified their offensive efforts in a bid to secure a late goal and claim all 3 points. Yet, faced with the resolute defense of the Werder Bremen players, their attacks bore no fruit. During the match, Lin Quan attempted to replicate his previous tactics by driving forward with the ball to deceive the defenders and earn a foul, only to take a free kick thereafter. However, the opposing team was evidently prepared for his strategy. While seemingly focused on Lin Quan, they effectively marked several key passing points for Werder Bremen's front line, particularly keeping a tight watch on De Bruyne. Once De Bruyne was closely guarded, Lin Quan found himself devoid of passing options. Although his teammates harbored similar intentions, their technical skills were insufficient to deliver accurate passes, rendering Lin Quan unable to receive the ball. He considered retreating to collect the ball, but upon doing so, the opponents promptly fouled him, and the foul occurred far from the goal, making a direct shot impossible. Consequently, neither side was able to alter the scoreline, resulting in a 2-2 draw, with both teams securing a point. This outcome was entirely acceptable for Werder Bremen. However, it was somewhat difficult for Borussia Dortmund's fans to digest. The inability to secure 3 points against a mid to lower tier team like Werder Bremen signified that they would begin the new season trailing Bayern Munich. Bayern's opening match was against the newly promoted team, Fürth, and it was unrealistic to expect them to lose to a team just promoted from the second division. As anticipated, the following day, Bayern Munich triumphed over Fürth with a resounding 3-0 victory, extinguishing Dortmund's last flicker of hope. On August 26th, the first round of the Bundesliga concluded with Hannover drawing 2-2 against Schalke 04. Apart from Werder Bremen's unexpected draw against Dortmund, the most shocking result of the round came from another newly promoted team, Frankfurt, who managed to defeat Bayer Leverkusen, last season's 5th-place team, with a score of 2-1. Leverkusen, a seasoned team in the Bundesliga, was taken aback by the defeat to Frankfurt, who had only finished 3rd in the second division last season. Nevertheless, this season's promoted teams seemed quite formidable. Aside from Frankfurt, Düsseldorf also achieved an impressive 2-0 victory against Augsburg. Among the 3 newly promoted teams, apart from the Bundesliga champions Fürth, the other 2 teams celebrated victories. That evening, after the match, Werder Bremen chose not to stay overnight in Dortmund, opting instead for a swift return to Bremen. With the next match not scheduled until September, the coach granted the players a day off. By the time Lin Quan returned to his host family, it was already past 2 in the morning. He quietly opened the door and tiptoed back to his room, careful not to disturb the others who were sound asleep. Lying in bed, fatigue washed over him, and within a minute he was fast asleep. He remained in slumber until 10:30 the following morning. After freshening up, he made his way to the living room, where he discovered that Madame Anna had thoughtfully prepared breakfast for him. To his pleasant surprise, it was still warm to the touch. "Ah, you're awake. Eat while it's hot. I just made it, and it's your favorite, bacon bread." Mr. William was reading the newspaper, and the slight upturn of his lips suggested he was in good spirits. "Mr. William, has something good happened today? It appears that you are in quite a cheerful mood. Have you perhaps clinched a significant business deal?" William Victor chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No, what brings me greater joy than business matters, Lin, is this." He then handed Lin Quan a newspaper he was holding. Curiously, Lin took it and discovered 3 different newspapers: the Bremen Citizen, the Bremen City News, and the Bremen Daily. The headline of the City News proclaimed, Werder Bremen stuns the defending champions with a draw away. Team's new star scores twice to turn the game around. Below the title was a striking close-up of him in his number 10 jersey, successfully converting a free kick. Remarkably, the German journalist had captured an exceptional shot. Even Lin was taken aback by his own handsome silhouette. The Citizen's headline read, "A night of records. Werder Bremen's superstar shatters 2 Bundesliga records." It elaborated on his achievements as the youngest player to debut and score in the league, also mentioning that he had set these records within the Werder Bremen team as well. However, compared to the Bundesliga records, those of Werder Bremen seemed rather trivial. In comparison to the previous 2 newspapers, the Bremen Daily's coverage was slightly more favorable, yet it still embellished his accomplishments extravagantly. No wonder Mr. William was so jubilant this morning. It was all due to these laudatory articles about him. Ahem. These newspapers are the voice of our team and will naturally sing praises in various ways. Look at this. Just as Lin was about to explain, William, with a beaming smile, thrust another newspaper into his hands. Another obscure tabloid with its sensational reporting. Lin glanced at it, and the bold title of Bild leapt into view. Forget what I just said. As the most widely circulated and influential newspaper in Germany, Bild was certainly no third-rate tabloid. Lin felt a twinge of curiosity regarding their assessment. Upon opening it, he found the headline, 3 matches, 6 goals, future football king rising at Werder Bremen. It soon became evident that the consequences of being lauded by Bild could be quite severe. In the second round, when Werder Bremen hosted Hamburg, Lin found himself under intense scrutiny from the opposition. No matter where he moved on the pitch, even back in his own half, a defender shadowed him closely. The level of attention he received was akin to that of a superstar. However, the Hamburg team's overall strength was lacking. While they managed to mark Lin, they left themselves vulnerable to his teammates. In the 52nd minute, noticing the tight marking on Lin, De Bruyne opted to pass to the winger, Alan Hunt. On the opposite flank, upon receiving the ball, Hunt swiftly penetrated the penalty area, only to be tripped by a defender just as he prepared to shoot. Werder Bremen was awarded a penalty. Hunter executed a flawless strike, sending the ball into the net and bringing the score to 1-0. Just 5 minutes later, from nearly the same position, Arnautovic received a pass from De Bruyne and deftly slotted the ball home from a tight angle, extending the lead to 2-0. Hamburg, taken aback by conceding 2 consecutive goals, found themselves bewildered. What transpired? Wasn't this player touted as the most formidable threat from Werder Bremen? How could we have effectively neutralized him while his teammates dismantled us? Consequently, they eased off their defense on Lin Quan, intensifying their focus on the other players from Werder Bremen. After being marked for nearly the entire first half, Lin Quan finally seized an opportunity to shine. In the 88th minute, he received a pass from Elia and surged towards the penalty area, faced with the entire Hamburg defensive line. Lin Quan executed an astonishing display near the edge of the box. With remarkable agility, he maneuvered in a confined space, evading defenders as he glided from the right side of the opponent's area to the left, almost traversing the entire defensive line. Once inside the penalty area, he elegantly lifted the ball over the advancing goalkeeper, altering the score to 3-0. This goal left the Hamburg players questioning their very existence. Was he even human? Could anyone dribble with such finesse? The entire defensive line appeared as fragile as paper before him, as if he were an emperor inspecting his troops. With their morale shattered, Hamburg failed to pose any threat to Werder Bremen in the remaining match time, and the score remained fixed at 3-0. Lin Quan continued his remarkable streak of scoring in every match. Werder Bremen also celebrated their first victory of the season. In another surprising turn of events during the second round of the Bundesliga, reigning champions Borussia Dortmund were held to a draw by Nuremberg, managing only 2 points in 2 matches, placing them 13th in the standings, perilously close to the relegation zone. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich triumphed over Stuttgart with a resounding 6-1 victory at home, securing 6 points from 2 matches and firmly sitting at the top of the table. Notably, the 3 promoted teams continued to showcase their underdog spirit this round. Fürth secured a narrow 1-0 victory against Mainz. Frankfurt achieved a commanding 4-0 win over Hoffenheim, and Dusseldorf held Mönchengladbach to a goalless draw. Frankfurt, with 2 consecutive victories, found themselves in second place, trailing Bayern only on goal difference. In stark contrast, last season's champions Borussia Dortmund appeared to be faltering after just 2 rounds of the league. Chapter 57. The national team debut in Spain. Within the office of national team coach Vicente del Bosque, the esteemed coach, who led Spain to both World Cup and European Championship glory, was engrossed in reviewing a match recording alongside his assistant coach, Tony. Their focus was not on the outcome of the game, but rather on the performance of the player clad in a green jersey, number 10. After watching the footage, assistant coach Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed to Del Bosque, "Old friend, this player seems tailor-made for our national team. With him, our attacking prowess will be significantly bolstered." Bosque, with a smile, raised his hand to signal his old partner to temper his excitement. He acknowledged that the number 10 player from Werder Bremen was indeed very well suited to the current tactical framework of the Spanish national team. However, he could not help but feel that the young man was a tad too youthful for such a responsibility. Rumor had it that he was not yet 17, and to recruit him as a starting player at this tender age, even under a championship-winning coach, would likely invite scorn from the media. While he was undoubtedly talented, his youth raised concerns about potential backlash, particularly from the notoriously difficult domestic journalists, something his partner was well aware of. Coach Tony discerned Bosque's hesitation and thus conceived a compromise. Let the young player first compete with the under-21 national team. If he could adapt to their matches and excel, they would then consider him for the senior national team roster, which would mitigate any potential criticism. Bosque nodded in agreement, finding this a sound proposal, and entrusted Tony with the responsibility of managing this matter. After concluding the match against Hamburg, the next round of the Bundesliga was scheduled for 2 weeks later. Lin Quan had anticipated a lengthy vacation, but to his surprise, he received a call from the Spanish Football Federation, instructing him to report to the under-21 team. He did not shy away from representing his country. However, he had never been called up before, leaving his national team record blank. Although he was merely being summoned to the under-21 squad rather than the senior team, for someone of his age, playing for the national youth team was already a significant achievement. The senior team? He had not yet contemplated that. He presumed Bosque would overlook him. Given the illustrious lineup of Spanish internationals with numerous stars, why would they consider a relatively unknown newcomer like him? Furthermore, competing in the under-21 team felt preferable to sitting idle on the senior team's bench. Thus, he hurriedly packed his belongings and returned to Spain to report to the under-21 squad. This iteration of the Spanish under-21 team boasted several young talents from prominent La Liga clubs, including Morata and Nacho from Real Madrid, as well as Thiago, Teo, Montoya, Bartra, and Muniesa from Barcelona. Additionally, there were key players from smaller clubs, such as Isco from Malaga, a leading contender for the European Golden Boy award this year. Most of these players were active in La Liga or the second division, some as starters and others as core contributors, while a few served as essential substitutes. Due to their age, they might not have the same recognition as the senior national team players, yet their prowess was undeniable. It is no exaggeration to say that among the youth teams across Europe, they were a formidable presence, poised to compete at the highest level. Similar to the senior team, the backbone of the Spanish under-21 squad was predominantly composed of Barcelona players. Lin Quan, having emerged from the La Masia Youth Academy, adapted seamlessly upon joining the team, quickly integrating into their tactical approach. After several days of training together, Lin Quan realized that although his teammates were young, their abilities surpassed those of his club companions. Though they are still young, their skills have already surpassed those of their club teammates, showcasing remarkable potential and talent. What they lack is merely experience on the pitch. With stronger teammates, Lin Quan finds the game considerably easier. Whenever he positions himself in open space, his teammates are quick to deliver the ball to him. The tactical framework of Barcelona is inherently designed for Messi, and Lin Quan, who embodies attributes similar to Messi, feels utterly at home within this system. Thus, bolstered by formidable support, he performed like a deity during the internal scrimmage, effortlessly scoring 5 goals in just one half through a variety of means. Furthermore, having transitioned from a defensive midfielder, Lin Quan occasionally assumes the role of an attacking playmaker, linking the team's offensive maneuvers and supplying his fellow teammates with opportunities. After assisting Morata several times, the latter quickly became friends with Lin Quan, completely disregarding their respective teams' rivalry in the league. In contrast, a few of the Barcelona players exhibited a somewhat lukewarm attitude towards Lin Quan, subtly revealing a sense of exclusion. However, they did not let this sentiment affect their performance on the field, as they remained decisive in passing the ball to him when necessary. Lin Quan, unfazed, speculated that these individuals probably believed he intended to return to Barcelona to usurp their positions. Yet, only Lin Quan knew that he would not be returning, rendering their wariness a mere source of amusement. His seamless integration and exceptional ability to both attack and connect in midfield significantly enhanced the offensive prowess of the starting team. This performance not only earned him the respect and affection of his teammates, but also astonished the national youth team coach, Julen Lopetegui. Initially, he had thought he was burdened with the task of developing a young player like Lin Quan, but he soon realized that Lin Quan was an invaluable asset, akin to a robust pillar for the team. His presence perfectly resolved the team's deficiency of a powerful finisher in the attacking front. Despite his youth, his individual prowess is strikingly formidable, akin to a replica of Messi. The world is well aware of the Spanish national team's yearning for Messi's talents. Thus, he unhesitatingly included Lin Quan in the starting lineup for the European Championship qualifying match against Switzerland. In this match, the revamped Spanish attacking front displayed formidable firepower, overwhelming the defensively renowned Swiss team by scoring 3 goals within the first half. The Swiss players were left bewildered, unable to contain the opposing number 10, who proved to be exceptionally formidable in one-on-one situations. Crucially, he not only scored but also excelled in passing and assisting. Whenever they attempted to double-team him, he would swiftly exploit the gaps in the Swiss defense with precision passes. The Spanish youth team boasts a formidable roster, capable of seizing opportunities and scoring at will. Consequently, the Swiss team found themselves ensnared in a precarious situation, unable to defend effectively nor launch a counterattack. Throughout the match, the Spanish youth players exhibited a remarkable sense of ease, even though they had merely substituted one forward. The atmosphere was palpably transformed, akin to a rusted machine receiving a fresh application of lubricant, becoming fluid and harmonious. Many players felt as if an entire new team had emerged. Both their offensive and defensive capabilities seemed significantly enhanced. In stark contrast, the Swiss youth team was plagued by disarray. They perceived shadows of the illustrious Barcelona within the Spanish side, whose possession-based play mirrored that of the Catalan giants. Even the opposing team's number 10 bore an uncanny resemblance to Messi. Faced with the Spanish youth team's terrifying ball control, the Swiss players struggled to touch the ball, scurrying around like headless flies. The Spanish players, through deft passing, easily maneuvered the Swiss defenders, exposing numerous gaps in their defensive line, leading to a flurry of goals. By halftime, the Spanish youth team had already netted 3 goals, boasting an astonishing possession rate of 79%. Throughout the first half, the Swiss side scarcely touched the ball. The situation did not improve for Switzerland in the second half. Despite the Spanish youth team showing some leniency, deliberately easing off, they still managed to score 2 more goals, leaving the Swiss team utterly powerless. In the end, the match concluded with Lin Quan contributing 2 assists and 2 goals, leading his team to a resounding victory with a score of 5-0. Regrettably for the Swiss, they failed to score a single goal on their home turf and suffered a humiliating defeat. However, they were not the most unfortunate. Just 4 days later, Spain hosted Croatia. In this encounter, Spain continued their onslaught. Although the Croatian youth team possessed slightly greater prowess than Switzerland, they could not escape the fate of being overwhelmed by the Spanish. Lin Quan unleashed an astonishing 4-goal performance, along with 2 assists. The match concluded with a staggering 7-0 victory for Spain, marking their advancement to the Euro U21 Championship with an impressive 8 consecutive wins. Their formidable attacking prowess has captured the attention of the entire European football community. Many fans from various nations lamented that the Spanish national team had already claimed both the European Championship and the World Cup, and now their youth team appeared equally formidable. Could it be that the next decade in European and global football would be dominated by the bullfighting legion? Yet, there was no need for such pessimism. Simultaneously, during the World Cup qualifiers, the Spanish national team faced the relatively weaker Georgia, yet they struggled to convert their dominance into goals. They bombarded the opponent's goal with dozens of attempts, ultimately managing to secure a solitary goal in the 86th minute by Soldado, narrowly clinching the victory. Following this match, the Spanish media experienced a stark dichotomy in sentiment. They sang praises for their youth team's dominant performance in the European U21 Championship, yet expressed dissatisfaction with the senior team's showing in the World Cup qualifiers. Although they secured victories, the team's chronic lack of offensive power remained unaddressed. The aging of players like Xavi has led to a decline in the team's form, causing widespread concern throughout Spain about the upcoming Confederations Cup. At this critical juncture, Lin Quan's exceptional performance in the youth team garnered media attention, prompting suggestions to consider this prodigious forward for the national team, given the current inadequacies in their attacking line. This proposal sparked considerable controversy, with both supporters and detractors voicing their opinions, making the debate over Lin Quan's potential recruitment a focal point of discussion across Spain. Chapter 58. The debut. Amid the debates in Spain, Lin Quan in Germany remained oblivious. Following the youth team match, he promptly boarded a flight back to Germany due to the weekend's away league match. The two matches were closely spaced, merely 3 days apart, presenting a significant challenge for Lin Quan, who had just played a full match for the youth team and endured a long journey. On September 15th, Werder Bremen traveled to Hanover to face the third-placed Hannover 96, with Elia injured during the midweek match for the Dutch national team. Coach Schaaf unexpectedly included Lin Quan in the starting lineup for the first time. This took Lin Quan by surprise, as he had anticipated a longer wait for such an opportunity. Playing at Hanover's home ground is notoriously challenging, as their opponents exhibit remarkable tenacity. The pre-match briefing saw Coach Schaaf reveal his tactical approach. Our strategy for this match is to capitalize on our fresh energy in the first half to score as many goals as possible, aiming to secure victory early on. We must avoid prolonging the suspense into the second half, as Hanover excels at turning matches around during that period. We must not grant them such opportunities. Do you understand? Understood, coach. The players responded emphatically. The recent victories and draws against formidable adversaries had inflated the players' confidence, leading them to underestimate their opponents, Hannover 96. However, it soon became evident that underestimating the opposition would incur consequences. Merely 6 minutes into the match, Hannover's midfield linchpin, Husty, capitalized on an error by Werder Bremen's defense to score early. While Lin Quan's presence did enhance Werder Bremen's attacking prowess, their defensive capabilities had seen little improvement. Last season, Werder Bremen ranked 4th from the bottom in terms of goals conceded in the Bundesliga, highlighting the dire state of their defense. The goal conceded was particularly frustrating. Selassie hesitated in his defensive pass, and, under pressure from the opposition, Hannover seized the opportunity to counterattack. The Werder Bremen goalkeeper barely had time to react as the ball sailed into their net. After conceding a goal, Millets felt an overwhelming surge of anger, vocally admonishing his defenders to heighten their focus and avoid distraction. Fortunately, Hannover's defense was equally lackluster. In the 18th minute, Werder Bremen capitalized on a counterattack, with De Bruyne finding the net and swiftly equalizing the score. 8 minutes later, Werder Bremen surged forward once more. Lin Quan, advancing into the penalty area, was tripped, resulting in a penalty kick for his team. Lin Quan confidently converted the penalty, bringing the score to 2-1. Throughout these two attacking plays, Lin Quan exhibited remarkable prowess, contributing both an assist and a goal, thus orchestrating Werder Bremen's scoring efforts. Recognizing his formidable threat, Hannover promptly intensified their defensive focus on him, denying him the opportunity to receive the ball effortlessly. In the 31st minute, Hannover's Schlaudraff fouled Lin Quan and received a yellow card. Shortly thereafter, in the 37th minute, Hagi also received a yellow card while defending against Lin Quan. Although Hannover's fouls resulted in 2 yellow cards for them, their defensive strategy proved effective in disrupting Werder Bremen's attacking coordination. Particularly for Lin Quan, upon receiving the ball, he was immediately pressured and, failing to dispossess him, opponents resorted to fouls. By the end of the first half, his jersey was already caked in mud, a testament to the numerous times he had been brought down by opponents. Frustratingly, the fouls were strategically placed, predominantly around the midfield circle, depriving them of advantageous free kick opportunities. Nevertheless, the absence of direct shooting chances did not preclude the possibility of exploiting the free kick opportunities presented by the opposition's fouls. Lin Quan was concerned that if they allowed the opponents to continue their reckless fouling tactics, it could set a precedent for other teams to adopt similar strategies against him. Thus, in the 44th minute of the first half, when Lin Quan was once again brought down during a breakthrough, he conferred with De Bruyne and decided against taking the free kick directly, opting instead for a tactical play. As Werder Bremen prepared for a set piece, Hannover's players promptly formed a wall at the edge of the penalty area to obstruct the passing lanes. Given the distance, a direct shot was implausible. The opponents would most likely choose to loft the ball into the box, creating opportunities for a header. However, to their surprise, De Bruyne's free kick did not target a high point within the penalty area, but was instead delivered to Lin Quan at the edge of the box. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan immediately advanced into the penalty area, prompting the Hanover players to rush out in an attempt to restore their defensive lines and expand their coverage. At that moment, Lin Quan executed a sudden stop, flicking the ball up before distributing it. The Hanover players, caught in their momentum, watched helplessly as the ball sailed over their heads. With a sudden decrease in surrounding defenders, Arnautovic, now unmarked, instinctively glanced to redirect the ball toward the goal as it approached him. The Hanover goalkeeper made a token attempt to save, but failed to make contact with the ball. The score on the field transformed to 3-1. Following the goal, Arnautovic was filled with delight, exuberantly rushing to Lin Quan's side, cradling the foot that had delivered the pass, and mimicking the gesture of polishing his shoes. The pass was nothing short of exquisite, as if it possessed a will of its own, effortlessly locating his head amidst the throng. One could argue that even his 80-year-old grandmother could have easily scored from that position. When did scoring become so effortless? Ultimately, it was Lin Quan's exceptional delivery that made it possible. Observing his teammate capitalize on the opportunity he had crafted, Lin Quan felt a surge of joy. After enduring Hanover's frustrating fouling tactics for so long, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Following that goal, Hanover indeed appeared more restrained, hesitant to commit further fouls with the dwindling time left in the first half. 2 minutes later, the first half concluded, with Werder Bremen returning to the locker room, holding a 2-goal advantage. Within the locker room, Coach Schaff commended the players for their performance in the first half, but also expressed criticism regarding the early goal conceded. Lin, are you feeling fit enough? After outlining the tactical approach for the second half, Coach Schaff approached Lin Quan privately, inquiring with concern. Since Lin had not previously started or played for such an extended duration, Schaff was uncertain about his stamina for the full match. I should be fine for now. If I truly can't carry on, I will request a substitution. Lin assessed that he could likely last around 75 minutes. Previously in the Telecom Cup, he managed to play for 60 minutes. His recent focus on physical conditioning had markedly improved his stamina, suggesting he could endure an additional 10 minutes or so. As long as the opposing team did not suddenly accelerate their pace, and both sides avoided being drawn into a frenetic exchange of attacks, he anticipated no significant issues. The second half commenced swiftly, with Hanover unwilling to succumb to defeat on their home turf, indeed intensifying their offensive efforts. They substituted a defensive midfielder for an attacking forward, adopting a desperate demeanor. Amidst the cheers of their home crowd, Hanover's onslaught surged like a relentless tide. In the 66th minute, Hanover executed a corner kick, and astonishingly, 8 attacking players contested for the ball within Werder Bremen's penalty area. Although they failed to claim the initial header, they secured the second ball. Fortunately, goalkeeper Milits showcased remarkable skill, parrying the opponent's close-range header. However, the threat in front of Werder Bremen's goal remained unresolved, as the deflected ball was reclaimed by Hanover. Once again, Milits instinctively extended his leg to block a seemingly certain goal, thwarting the opponent's hopes. The home crowd could not help but groan in frustration. They were tantalizingly close to scoring, yet that wretched goalkeeper shattered their aspirations. Nevertheless, Hanover's offensive wave was far from over. Just as Coach Schaff had emphasized prior to the match, Hanover was a team imbued with tenacity, exhibiting a peculiar phenomenon where their second-half performance often surpassed that of the first. It felt as though they had merely awakened from slumber, still carrying the remnants of drowsiness onto the pitch. However, in the second half, a sudden awakening transpired. For a duration of 5 minutes, they relentlessly launched attacks on the goal of Werder Bremen. At last, in the 66th minute, Hanover's midfielder Andreasen unleashed a stunning strike from outside the penalty area, scoring a long-range goal that brought the score to 3-2. Indeed, Hanover's home ground proved to be a formidable fortress. Chapter 59. Exchange for the first talent. This goal from Hanover intensified the atmosphere of the match. If they could score again, they would equalize against Werder Bremen. Should they net 2 more goals, a remarkable turnaround would unfold. The players of Werder Bremen, well aware of the burgeoning momentum of their opponents, resorted to tactical fouls to disrupt Hanover's rhythm. Known for their robust, and at times, rough style of play, Werder Bremen was not shy about committing fouls in defense, leading to a significant number of bookings. Last season, they amassed a staggering 163 yellow cards, the highest in the Bundesliga, averaging 4.79 per match. They expertly utilized fouls to interrupt their opponent's attacking flow and dampen their fervor. Consequently, They employed this strategy against Hanover, whose players quickly found themselves grappling with the repercussions of such tactics. Their offensive rhythm shattered. Any slight surge forward was promptly interrupted by fouls, igniting frustration among Hanover's players, who nearly erupted into conflict with Werder Bremen's squad. The referee, well acquainted with Werder Bremen's notorious reputation, was decisive in his officiating. Within a span of 10 minutes, he issued 3 yellow cards to Werder Bremen. Yet, despite the cost of these cautions, they effectively dismantled Hanover's momentum during that period. In the 76th minute, Werder Bremen seized a golden opportunity for a counterattack. Capitalizing on Hanover's relentless pressure, they successfully intercepted the ball in their own half and executed a long pass to their forward. Arnautovic flicked the ball with his head to Lin Quan. However, much to the surprise of Werder Bremen's players, Lin Quan, upon receiving the pass, was swiftly pursued by a defender and found himself unable to advance. Fortunately, he tenaciously shielded the ball, resulting in a foul against the opponent and retaining possession. Seeing Lin Quan collapse onto the turf, Coach Schaff sprang to his feet. "He's out of stamina," exclaimed the fitness coach anxiously. "Yes, let Peterson warm up and substitute Lin." However, at that moment, Lin Quan rose, gesturing to the coaching bench, indicating that he should not be replaced just yet. Aware that his energy would not last the entire second half, he had initially planned to request a substitution around the 75th minute to rest. Yet, with the team only leading by a single goal, he feared that his departure might allow the opponents to equalize. Thus, gritting his teeth, Lin Quan opened the system store, preparing to purchase a stamina potion. However, when he opened the system store and beheld his existing points, he reconsidered his decision. Rather than squander a few points on disposable consumables, why not invest in a permanent talent instead? Prior to facing Hannover 96, Lin Quan had amassed a total of 14 points, which included the 5 points earned from winning 5 friendly matches in July and August, the victory in the Telecom Cup against Bayern, the 4 points secured against Dortmund, and the 2 points from the second-round Bundesliga match against Hamburg. In addition to his league performances, he also earned 2 points representing the Spanish youth national team in 2 matches. The system assessed that the level of the European Youth Championship was inferior to that of the top 5 leagues, categorizing it as a secondary league standard. Although the 14 points were insufficient to purchase a premium talent costing 100 points, acquiring some slightly lesser talents and equipment was still feasible. Lin Quan's most pressing issue was his lack of physical stamina, primarily attributed to his age and physical template. It is a given that adolescents possess less stamina than adults before reaching full growth and development. Messi, while not the archetype of boundless energy, possesses usable stamina. However, it is not abundant. His seemingly limited running distance is largely due to his style of play. The criticism of Messi's leisurely pace on the field stems from his tendency to observe the positioning of defenders, allowing him to exploit moments of sudden acceleration after receiving the ball, thereby creating space and evading defenders. Although Messi's overall running distance may be modest, the frequency of his sprints and accelerations is substantial, enough to affirm that his stamina is indeed robust. Lin Quan's current lack of stamina can ultimately be traced back to his youth, compounded by the extended developmental period characteristic of individuals of East Asian descent, placing him at a disadvantage compared to his peers. It is true that Caucasians tend to mature more rapidly, appearing almost indistinguishable from adults by the ages of 17 or 18, a phenomenon particularly pronounced among females. Of course, early maturation often correlates with a swifter decline, which is why the allure of European and American beauties tends to be more ephemeral, especially among certain demographics. There exists an array of equipment and skills related to stamina, and upon examination, the finest talent available was Endless Runner. This talent, valued at 100 points, promises to enhance a player's stamina recovery rate by 200 and increase their stamina cap by 80. Should he activate this talent, he would be largely free from concerns regarding his stamina. Moreover, thanks to its extraordinary recovery capabilities, he would not need to worry about the rigors of back-to-back matches, even in a densely packed schedule. Next in line was the Tireless talent, which accelerates stamina recovery by 100 and raises the stamina cap by 50. Once acquired, any professional player with adequate stamina would be assured of being able to sprint across the field without concern for fatigue. Unfortunately, this talent comes at a steep price of 80 points, which Lin Quan could not afford. As he continued his search, his gaze traversed past talents costing 100, 80, and 50 points, finally resting on a talent in the penultimate tier. This talent requires merely 10 points, yet its efficacy is not as pronounced as before. Upon activation, it enhances a player's stamina recovery rate by 20 and increases the stamina cap by 10. Considering it only necessitates 10 points, this price seems reasonable. However, one wonders if purchasing this stamina talent will affect future acquisitions of higher-level talents, particularly regarding potential discounts from the system. If no discounts are offered, then these 10 points could be deemed somewhat squandered when seeking advanced talents later on. Fortunately, the system promptly clarified this matter, alleviating Lin Quan's concerns. Thus, these points are not wasted. After all, earning points is no easy feat. Every point must be meticulously accounted for, and frivolous spending is unthinkable. After investing 10 points to acquire this talent, Lin Quan immediately felt a warm current coursing through his body. As this warmth traversed his muscles, it expelled the lactic acid, alleviating his fatigue. This sensation left him feeling invigorated, as if his legs had become significantly lighter, no longer burdened by heaviness. The near exhaustion he had just experienced vanished entirely. Lin Quan was pleasantly surprised by the talent's impressive effects. It seemed that the 10 points were judiciously spent. If a talent acquired for just 10 points could yield such results, one could only speculate about the impact of more expensive talents. Lin Quan appeared to be running low on stamina, leading to questions about why the coaching staff of Werder Bremen had not substituted him. From the commentary booth, Huey could hardly bear to watch. Perhaps Coach Schaff was apprehensive that substituting the team's attacking linchpin might diminish Werder Bremen's offensive prowess. Su Yang could only attempt to rationalize this decision, acknowledging that he was not privy to the thoughts of Bremen's head coach. Online, observers lamented Lin Quan's missed opportunity for a counterattack, with some longtime fans, newly drawn to Werder Bremen this season, expressing their disappointment. Lin's stamina still needs improvement, they sighed. However, it is essential to note that Lin Quan is still under 17 and has yet to fully mature. Comparatively, when young star LeBron James first graced the NBA, there were no significant stamina concerns reported. Let us not quibble, someone interjected. James was nearly 19 when he entered the NBA, while Lin is just 16, nearly a 3-year gap. Your Lin needs endurance. After Lin Quan was brought down, the referee awarded a free kick. De Bruyne stood at the penalty spot, glancing at Lin Quan with concern. Are you alright stamina-wise? If you're too fatigued to run, just stay up front. I'll find a way to get the ball to you. You can focus on scoring. Lin Quan had just activated his talent and was brimming with energy. Nevertheless, he felt touched by De Bruyne's thoughtfulness. It was heartening to see such consideration from his teammate. Thank you. My stamina is not an issue. Please, when you pass the ball, avoid sending it directly at my feet. Rather, provide a slight advance, allowing me to evade the defenders. With that, Lin Quan jumped a few times in place, indicating that his physical condition was sound. De Bruyne, however, suspected that his companion was merely putting on a brave face, as he clearly lacked energy. What good would an advance pass do if he couldn't muster the strength to run? Wouldn't that merely gift the ball to the opposition? Nevertheless, out of respect for his friend's pride, he chose to keep his apprehensions to himself. Chapter 60. Your Lin Emperor, unfettered and audacious previously. Werder Bremen had successfully executed a set piece to score, prompting Hanover to remain vigilant regarding their current free kick. They assigned a player to closely mark Lin Quan, denying him any space to receive or distribute the ball, lest he deliver another pinpoint cross as before. Simultaneously, they prepared for a counterattack, ready to demonstrate the potency of Hanover's swift retaliation should Bremen dare to pass to Lin Quan again. Yet De Bruyne was astute. Upon observing the tight marking on Lin Quan, he opted not to engage in tactical collaboration, instead launching the ball into the penalty area. As the free kick was taken, Werder Bremen's players sprang into action, jostling with defenders to contest the ball's descent. Although Hanover managed to head the ball away, it fell to a Bremen player just outside the penalty area. Papastathopoulos promptly passed the ball to De Bruyne, who initiated the attack. De Bruyne then delivered a precise pass to the front post, connecting with a teammate. However, Leukemia, hindered by a defender, misdirected the header, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he offered De Bruyne an apologetic gesture. As Hanover prepared to counterattack, they found themselves at a disadvantage, lacking a midfielder and facing Bremen's aggressive approach to midfield duels. This impeded their ability to deliver the ball to their forwards. In the 88th minute, as Hanover's midfield linchpin Husty orchestrated an attack, Bremen's captain Fritz seized the opportunity, pressing forward to intercept the ball from the opponent's feet, signaling the commencement of Bremen's counteroffensive. The football swiftly reached De Bruyne, who lifted his gaze towards the front line. Hunter, Lin Quan, and Arnautovic were all in motion. Lin Quan, surrounded by the most defenders, had a half-step advantage. If the ball were to be delivered with a slight advance, it could lead to a one-on-one opportunity, provided he could receive it. Initially, De Bruyne had reservations about Lin Quan's stamina, thus he had not prioritized him for the pass. Yet, witnessing his friend's relentless effort, he chose to place his faith in his teammate. If a turnover occurred, so be it. He would accept a yellow card if it meant halting the opponent's attack. He couldn't let Lin Quan's efforts be in vain. He felt a sense of obligation to reward his relentless pursuit. With this in mind, after delivering the pass, De Bruyne positioned himself near the opponent's midfield core, ready to intercept or even commit a foul as needed. Upon witnessing De Bruyne pass the ball to Lin Quan, Coach Schaff expressed his dissatisfaction. In his estimation, Lin Quan's positioning was far from optimal, and with his stamina nearly depleted, passing the ball to him was a far inferior choice compared to other offensive players. This sentiment was not unique to him. The players from Hanover shared the same perspective. The two defenders assigned to Lin Quan, upon seeing De Bruyne's decision, nearly erupted in laughter. The counterattack from Werder Bremen posed a significant threat. However, passing the ball to that lad seemed akin to gifting it to the opposition. They had previously noted that the opposing number 10 was running on fumes. Despite his efforts to sprint, it was merely the last flicker of a waning flame. With a slight physical challenge, they could easily push him aside and neutralize the impending threat. Thus, the two defenders synchronously opted for a closing defense, intending to thwart Werder Bremen's attack. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. As they attempted to seal off their defense, Lin Quan suddenly accelerated, bursting through the space between them. Remarkably, after breaking free, his speed did not diminish. Rather, he surged ahead, leaving them in his wake, rendering their attempts to foul him futile. How could this fellow still possess the energy to sprint so swiftly? The two Hanover defenders were left bewildered. They were not alone in their astonishment. The spectators and television commentators alike were equally flabbergasted. Wasn't it said that he lacked stamina? How could he still run with such velocity? After evading the two defenders, Lin Quan received De Bruyne's pass and smoothly advanced into the penalty area. The goalkeeper refrained from rushing out, instead positioning himself in front of the goal. Lowering his center of gravity and spreading his hands in preparation for a save, Lin Quan glanced at the goalkeeper's stance and feigned a shot towards the far corner. Trusting this ruse, the goalkeeper immediately shifted in that direction. However, to his utter dismay, just as he planted his foot to launch himself towards the far corner, Lin Quan cleverly pulled back and struck towards the near post. Deceived by the feint, the goalkeeper found himself incapable of executing an effective save, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. This maneuver, a staple of Messi's repertoire, an intricate series of feints to outwit the goalkeeper, proved to be an infallible tactic, even having fooled the legendary Buffon. When deployed against a standard goalkeeper, its success rate was undeniably high. The goal was scored. The score transformed to 4-2, with Lin Quan once again stepping up to deliver a spectacular strike. In the commentary booth, Hiwei expressed his excitement, noting that Lin Quan had showcased remarkable performances across 2 Telecom Cups and 3 league matches, marking 5 consecutive games of brilliance. He felt he was witnessing the emergence of a superstar. Especially remarkable was Lin Quan's ability to muster such determination and skill at a time when his stamina seemed to have reached its limits. This sheer fighting spirit commanded admiration. Online, the reaction to Lin Quan's goal sent waves of excitement through the netizens. Initially, there were doubts regarding his stamina, yet as the match approached the 90-minute mark, his performance exceeded all expectations, leaving everyone astounded. Oh my, Lin's physical prowess is beyond imagination. It's been nearly 90 minutes, and he still runs at an astonishing pace. Lin, I apologize for ever doubting your stamina. At just 16, possessing such remarkable endurance, one can hardly fathom what he will be capable of at 20. How splendid it is that Barcelona has discovered such a gem. I believe our dynasty in the village could extend another 5 centuries. Scoring in 3 consecutive matches, he appears to be on the path to claiming the Bundesliga Golden Boot. Upon checking the current top scorers in the 5 major leagues, it seems Lin Quan is momentarily in first place. Truly impressive, brother Lin. Aside from the usual discussions about the match, there exists a playful group of netizens, eager to concoct amusing quips. Your Lin Emperor, with boundless stamina. Lin Emperor, Lin Emperor, infinitely audacious. Your Lin Emperor, impossible to defend against. In youth, unaware of the Lin Emperor, mistaking Messi and Ronaldo for the true kings of football. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, there was Zhou Lang. In Bremen, we have the Lin Emperor. This title, Lin Emperor, was previously bestowed upon him by fans who likened his stamina to that of the Little Emperor, LeBron James. Its catchy nature has led many to adopt it. Once one is crowned with such a regal title, the creation of memes and jests is inevitable. However, the fans harbor no malice, merely engaging in light-hearted teasing. Of course, Lin Quan, far removed from these antics, remains blissfully unaware. After scoring, Hannover 96 was left reeling. Their players' spirits deflated like a punctured ball, unable to mount any further challenge. Soon enough, the final whistle blew, and Werder Bremen triumphed over Hannover 96 with a score of 4-2, marking their second consecutive victory in the league. This round of the Bundesliga saw no significant surprises. The leading team, Bayern Munich, comfortably defeated Mainz 3-1 at home, continuing their streak of 3 victories and maintaining their top position. Meanwhile, the reigning Bundesliga champions, Borussia Dortmund, having endured 2 frustrating draws, finally secured a victory at home, decisively beating Bayer Leverkusen 3-0 and climbing to 7th place in the standings. Most unexpectedly, the newly promoted Eintracht Frankfurt achieved a remarkable 3-2 home victory over Hamburg, remaining undefeated with 3 wins, and currently sits second in the standings, trailing Bayern Munich only on goal difference. Beneath them, Werder Bremen stands third with 2 wins and a draw, accumulating 7 points. Bayern Munich has begun the season in fiery form, having established a clear lead early on. Frankfurt's impressive start has also taken many by surprise. There is a growing anticipation for the emergence of another Kaiserslautern-like fairy tale. However, Frankfurt has yet to face teams ranked higher in the standings. Thus, the true value of their achievements remains uncertain. Another unexpected team is, of course, Werder Bremen, who, as a relegation contender last season, has begun this season undefeated in 3 matches, recently claiming 2 successive victories. Beyond their impressive record, Werder Bremen's offensive prowess is indeed formidable. In their last 3 matches, they scored a total of 9 goals, averaging 3 per game. This remarkable tally ranks them second among the 18 teams in the Bundesliga, surpassed only by the leading Bayern Munich. The team's exceptional attacking strength is primarily attributed to their tactical approach and the outstanding performances of 2 young players on loan from Chelsea and Barcelona. In the post-match ratings by German media, Lin Quan achieved the highest score of 94, while De Bruyne garnered an impressive 92. Chapter 61. Incitement following the match. The stellar performances of Lin Quan and De Bruyne drew the attention of reporters who surrounded them in the player tunnel, making it nearly impossible for them to move. With the victory brightening his spirits, Lin greeted the club's press officer and agreed to several interviews with various media outlets. Lin, you scored 2 goals and provided an assist today, leading your team to victory. How would you assess your performance in this match? The first question came from a devoted Werder Bremen supporter, a journalist from the Bremen Daily. Although Lin had not previously been interviewed by this reporter, he was familiar with him from seeing him interview Captain Fritz and others. I am very pleased with the team's win. As for my own performance, I would rate it an 8 out of 10. There were aspects I could have handled better, and there is room for improvement. Lin's self-assessment surprised the reporter. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so hard on yourself. However, the media rating for you is 94, so congratulations on being named the MVP of the match. After the reporter's remarks, he led the applause, joined by several other journalists from Werder Bremen. While other players might boast after a stellar game, this young athlete remained remarkably humble and modest. Such qualities endeared him to the reporters. Werder Bremen, a smaller club, had not seen a player of such extraordinary talent in many years. Lin's emergence not only revitalized the team's league performance, but also reignited the fans' enthusiasm for attending matches, consequently boosting the sales of newspapers covering Werder Bremen. Conversely, De Bruyne was not as fortunate. The journalist interviewing him was a supporter of Hanover. With the Bremen reporters occupied with Lin, this reporter seized the opportunity. Mr. De Bruyne, the media ratings awarded the highest score to your teammate Lin Quan. Does this imply that your teammate possesses greater skill than you? This question was clearly intended to stir discord. The journalist's intentions were less than benign, hoping to incite a rift between the 2 players. However, De Bruyne, being straightforward, was oblivious to the underlying motives of the inquiry. Upon hearing the question posed to him, he replied earnestly, "Indeed, I believe that his prowess surpasses mine. I certainly cannot perform or score as he does. The reporter was taken aback by De Bruyne's candid response. Momentarily stunned before pressing on. Yet your passing and free kicks are undeniably superior, are they not? De Bruyne pondered for a moment before resolutely shaking his head. No, that's not the case. You haven't witnessed him play. His passing is exceptional. The assist he provided to Arnautovic serves as a prime example. As for free kicks, Lin Quan possesses a multitude of techniques. His free kicks rival mine, and my own elevator shot was taught to me by him. So in all fairness, I ought to address him as my mentor. The reporter from Hanover was left dumbfounded. What manner of individual is this? Lacking any competitive spirit? He had intended to sow discord, yet De Bruyne's responses thwarted his scheme entirely. Undeterred, the reporter, at the post-match press conference, posed a nearly identical question to the head coach of Werder Bremen, Schaff, Coach Schaff, within the tactical framework of Werder Bremen, who holds greater significance, Lin Quan or De Bruyne. Schaff, seasoned and astute, glanced at the journalist, recognizing him as one from Hanover and instantly aware of the ulterior motive. In my team, every player is of utmost importance. The reporter, dissatisfied with this answer, continued to press. Every team possesses its tactical core. So who, between De Bruyne and Lin Quan, truly embodies the tactical nucleus of Werder Bremen? Schaff furrowed his brow at the persistent inquiry. Instead of addressing the question directly, he retorted with a question of his own. Then, in your opinion, who is more vital to Barcelona, Messi or Xavi and Iniesta? This posed a challenging dilemma, as each of the three boasted a vast fan base. Choosing one would inevitably offend the other two and their supporters. Furthermore, Barcelona's strength was not the result of any single individual, but rather the collective excellence of the team. While Messi undeniably possesses immense talent, his effectiveness in the attacking front would diminish without the presence of Xavi and Iniesta. Similarly, while Xavi and Iniesta are indeed midfield maestros, their performance would falter without Messi's contributions up front. However, the reporters were determined to provoke, and they found ways to do so. The Hanover newspaper subtly mocked Werder Bremen in their coverage that day, derisively comparing Lin Quan to Messi and De Bruyne to Xavi and Iniesta. Who are these three? They are the most sought-after figures in contemporary football, while the two from Werder Bremen remain relatively unknown young players. Nevertheless, unlike Hanover's disparagement of Lin Quan and De Bruyne, other prominent media outlets in Germany held a favorable view of the Bremen duo. Chelsea's new signing proves himself in the Bundesliga. Read the headline in Bild Sunday report. Praising De Bruyne, they reported that Kevin De Bruyne holds an irreplaceable position within Werder Bremen, forming a formidable and surprising partnership with newcomer Lin Quan in the attacking front this season in the Bundesliga. The Belgian not only substantiated his prowess, but also validated Chelsea's foresight. In hindsight, Chelsea's initial investment of $8 million appears remarkably shrewd. Even if the Belgian were to find himself without opportunities at Stamford Bridge in the future, he would not lack suitors, at least for Werder Bremen. They would be more than willing to invest $8 million or even more to acquire this immensely talented young midfielder. Seemingly to corroborate the reports from Bild, the latest assessment from the German transfer market has escalated De Bruyne's market value by $5 million, bringing it to $18 million. This valuation implies that any club wishing to acquire De Bruyne in the future would need to part with at least $20 million, a figure that far exceeds Bild's assessment. According to experts in the transfer market, they describe De Bruyne as an exceptional attacking player capable of adapting to various positions in the front line. He possesses remarkable technical skills and an unparalleled vision characteristic of top midfielders. His passing is impressive, seemingly able to exploit vulnerabilities in the opponent's defense and deliver decisive blows. Considering he is only 21 years old, he has immense room for growth. Should he continue to develop at his current rate, he may potentially ascend to the ranks of the world's elite midfielders. Meanwhile, Lin Quan has finally made his mark in the transfer market. He has debuted on the list of under 21 players, though his valuation stands at a modest $8 million, placing him at 22nd. The transfer market seems to deem him too young to warrant a higher valuation, as young players are often susceptible to injuries, with a significant setback potentially diminishing their prospects. German football commentators have expressed their discontent with Lin Quan's valuation, arguing that it is unjustly low, considering his performances in the Bundesliga. Is he truly worth only $8 million? If he were that inexpensive, one could imagine the top clubs rushing to Barcelona to secure him. However, Barcelona would be unlikely to release him, making this valuation merely theoretical, akin to Messi's, which, despite its high figure, remains unattainable. At just under 17 years of age, being valued at 8 million has sparked curiosity. Once he reaches adulthood, could his market value rival that of Messi today, who tops the latest player valuation ranking at a staggering 1.2 billion? Chapter 62, Winger? Attacking midfielder? On September 22nd, the fourth round of the Bundesliga commenced, with Werder Bremen hosting Stuttgart in this matchup. Thanks to the remarkable performance of the team, the attendance for this match reached an impressive 48,000 spectators, leaving the vast Weser Stadion nearly full to capacity. The fans of the Parrots passionately sang the club anthem and waved their green flags, eagerly anticipating the stellar display from the team's rising stars. It had been a long time since Werder Bremen experienced such fervent support following their decline. This delightful surprise left the entire club elated, with President Fischer even contemplating the idea of retaining these two young talents. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as their current market value was already considerable and would only increase in the future, making it difficult for Werder Bremen to afford them. Moreover, the more talented players tend to seek grander stages, and it was evident that Werder Bremen did not qualify as such a platform. Thus, even if they managed to gather sufficient funds, the players themselves might not be inclined to stay. In addition to the ordinary fans, several scouts were present in the stands during the match. One appeared to be from Atletico Madrid, while another, despite wearing sunglasses, was recognizable as an Everton scout. George had already spotted several of his colleagues in the audience. This was just among those he knew. The number of unfamiliar scouts was unknown. Some scouts were there to observe De Bruyne, while others focused on Lin Quan. The young winger, with whom he had previously had a brief encounter, seemed to be garnering increasing attention from various clubs. George felt a twinge of annoyance, as he had been the first to recognize the potential in Lin Quan. Yet the information he submitted to Chelsea was overlooked. It was understandable, considering Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, preferred established stars over unproven young talents, favoring names like Shevchenko and Torres. Both Werder Bremen and Stuttgart were not traditional powerhouses, yet their playing styles were anything but conservative. The match unfolded as a thrilling goal fest for the spectators. Just 13 minutes in, De Bruyne opened the scoring with a stunning free kick. In the 24th minute, Stuttgart's Harnik equalized, bringing both teams back to square one. By the 34th minute, Lin Quan made a dazzling breakthrough down the right flank, engaging in a series of wall passes with his teammates before receiving De Bruyne's assist in the penalty area and striking to alter the scoreline. Werder Bremen regained the lead. This goal caught the attention of numerous scouts, who eagerly jotted down notes in their observation books. The player exhibited sharp dribbling and breakthrough skills, demonstrating formidable one-on-one capabilities. He also displayed a commendable ability to collaborate with teammates, avoiding reckless individualism. His passing vision was expansive, and his technique was refined, reflecting his upbringing in the La Masia Academy. Although George Evans had witnessed several of Lin Quan's performances, he could not help but marvel at this particular goal. This young man played with remarkable intelligence, exhibiting a nimbleness of mind that rivaled that of seasoned players who had been in the game for over a decade. He distinctly recalled that from the very first round against Borussia Dortmund, Bundesliga teams had a penchant for employing tight marking and even foul tactics to restrict Lin Quan. This presented significant challenges for him on the pitch, leading many to believe that he would encounter difficulties and experience a decline in performance. However, to everyone's surprise, he swiftly devised a solution. With opponents intensifying their defense against him, he seized the opportunity to create chances for his teammates and sought collaboration with them. On the field, with both teams having equal numbers, if two players were assigned to double-team one opponent, it was inevitable that someone from the opposing team would be left unmarked. By simply passing the ball to an unmarked teammate, the problem would be effortlessly resolved. The ability to conceive such a strategy demonstrated his nimble intellect, and executing it on the pitch proved that his technical prowess was equally remarkable. Those recent passes showcased a level of finesse that seemed more akin to that of a midfielder rather than a forward. It wasn't just George who felt this way. Even Stuttgart's coach widened his eyes upon witnessing the play. Isn't he a winger? Why does it seem like he's playing as an attacking midfielder? Upon closer observation, he realized that Lin Quan's positioning was not fixed. Although he was nominally a right winger, his movements spanned the entire midfield, not confined to the right flank. As he frequently exchanged positions with Werder Bremen's central midfielders, often drifting into the center. This left Stuttgart's left back bewildered, as following him could result in losing their position, while not following allowed him to exploit the center, creating a numerical advantage. If the teammates' coordinated defense lacked sufficient synergy, it would be all too easy for a suddenly emerging attacking player to completely disrupt their defensive formation, leading to vulnerabilities and ultimately conceding a goal. Was this tactic conceived by him, or was it orchestrated by Werder Bremen's coaching staff? Stuttgart's head coach, Keller, cast a puzzled glance toward Werder Bremen's bench. But Coach Schaff maintained an inscrutable demeanor, revealing nothing. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox, Keller muttered under his breath, intending to make some adjustments to his team's defensive strategy. As the second half commenced, following adjustments during the halftime break, Stuttgart's defense improved, fortifying their coverage between the large penalty area and the flanks. However, Lin Quan altered his approach, beginning to attempt crosses from the byline. This caught Stuttgart off guard, as their fullbacks found it impossible to contain the opponent's incursions, allowing continuous deliveries into the penalty area. Fortunately, their aerial defense was commendable, preventing Werder Bremen from capitalizing on high-quality opportunities. The offensive exchanges persisted, with goals continuing to flow. In the 66th minute, Stuttgart's forward, Kaka, seized an opportunity within the penalty area, leveling the score with a goal. In the 78th minute, Werder Bremen's attack created chaos in Stuttgart's penalty area. After Lin Quan passed to a teammate, he immediately moved toward the penalty area, poised to find an opening for an entry. Just as he entered the area, he witnessed his teammate's shot being parried by the goalkeeper, the ball rolling to his feet. Such fortuity. Lin Quan, without a moment's hesitation, lifted his foot and struck towards the goal, while the goalkeeper lay prostrate on the ground, leaving Stuttgart's net utterly unguarded. As Lin Quan took the shot, he was certain of success, only to be bewildered when the ball ricocheted off the arm of Stuttgart's winger, Harnik, and flew away. The players of Werder Bremen immediately gestured to the referee, signaling the handball. Given Harnik's outwardly extended arm, the referee unhesitatingly issued a yellow card, coupled with his prior caution. This led to a red card, dismissing him from the match. Harnik was nearly in tears, hastily explaining that it was unintentional. He merely happened to be in that position, instinctively protecting himself as he noticed Lin Quan's impending strike, with no thought of a handball whatsoever. However, the referee maintained a contrary view, believing the handball was deliberate. Had Harnik not blocked the shot, Lin Quan's attempt would likely have resulted in a goal, in accordance with football's disciplinary standards. The referee deemed that a yellow card was already leniency, for one cannot simply feign ignorance, can they? Both Harnik and Lin Quan felt disheartened. Although a penalty was awarded, a direct goal would undeniably have been preferable to another penalty kick. After all, a penalty can be saved, and its merit pales in comparison to a goal scored from open play. Fortunately, Lin Quan executed the penalty with poise, successfully converting it. Stuttgart, now reduced to 10 men, was compelled to continue the match with diminished strength. As the dismissed player was their offensive linchpin, their attacking prowess waned significantly. Ultimately, Werder Bremen triumphed over Stuttgart with a score of 3-2, marking their first 3 consecutive victories of the new season. Conversely, Stuttgart found themselves in dire straits, having garnered only a single point across 4 matches, plunging directly into the relegation zone. In another surprising turn of events, last season's defending champions, Borussia Dortmund, suffered another defeat, this time at the hands of Hamburg, who languished at the bottom of the standings. This left everyone astonished, casting doubts upon Dortmund's form. Can they still be deemed formidable? After 4 matches, Dortmund's record stood at 1 victory, 2 draws, and 1 loss, totaling a mere 5 points, trailing 7 points behind the leaders, Bayern Munich. Given Bayern's dominance in the Bundesliga, one could almost proclaim Dortmund's title defense a failure. Notably, the promoted team, Eintracht Frankfurt, continued to embody the spirit of a dark horse, securing a 2-1 victory against Nuremberg away from home, achieving their own 4 consecutive wins, akin to Bayern. Chapter 63. The penalty shootout. Following the conclusion of the 4th round of league matches, the DFB Pokal commenced as scheduled. Werder Bremen faced their first opponent in the Cup, a team from the 3rd division, MSV Duisburg, with the 5th round of the Bundesliga looming just 2 days away, where they would travel to challenge Freiburg. The team aimed to conserve energy and avoid injuries. In the match against MSV Duisburg, Coach Schaff opted for a significant rotation, deploying substitutes and younger players. Key players such as De Bruyne, Lin Quan, and Fritz remained on the bench, while some regulars were even omitted from the matchday squad entirely. Initially, It was presumed that the opponent was merely a team from a lower league, posing little threat. The match commenced, and the returning player Elias scored in the 45th minute of the first half, seemingly validating this assumption. However, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically in the second half. Musta's forward, Tyler, struck twice in the 54th and 81st minutes, not only turning the game around but also pushing Werder Bremen to the brink of despair. Fortunately, Bremen's young striker Füllkrug emerged, netting a goal in the 85th minute to level the score. At this juncture, coach Schaff hesitated, with little time remaining. Should he substitute Lin Quan and De Bruyne, among others, to mount a final assault in hopes of clinching victory? After contemplation, he opted to wait, as the performance of the young players in the closing stages was satisfactory. Moreover, according to the competition rules, a drawn match would lead to extra time, providing ample opportunity for substitutions and adjustments. As the regular 90 minutes concluded without any alteration to the scoreline, the match proceeded to extra time. The onset of extra time saw Musta's players launch a rapid counterattack, rewriting the score once more in the 96th minute, leaving Werder Bremen trailing again. Unable to bear witness any longer, Schaff called for Lin Quan and De Bruyne to warm up, preparing for their imminent entry. However, an unforeseen incident unfolded on the pitch. In their desperation to equalize, a Werder Bremen player inadvertently fell victim to a counterattack. As Musta's forward Tyler surged into their half, the last defender, Papastathopoulos, had no choice but to foul him, thwarting the attack but paying a hefty price as the referee issued a straight red card, sending him off. Now, Werder Bremen found themselves not only a goal down, but also a player short. Schaff, feeling disheartened, sensed impending defeat and hastily substituted Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Upon witnessing the introduction of three key players from the opposition, Musta realized that Bremen was prepared to fight tooth and nail. Consequently, they tightened their defensive line, resolutely executing their defensive counterattack strategy. They had employed this tactic in the first half, successfully scoring 2 goals with it. Now in the lead, they anticipated that Bremen's offense would become increasingly frantic, making their defensive counterattacks even more effective. Observing the opponent's defensive stance, Lin Quan experienced an unusual sensation. Previously, it was they who adopted a defensive posture against formidable Bundesliga teams, yet here they were, facing a team employing such tactics against them. Breaking through a dense defense proved challenging. After the substitutions, Bremen's players actively engaged in intricate passing combinations in the midfield. However, the multitude of defenders both inside and outside the penalty area made their passes prone to interception. Even when the ball is passed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to receive it under the close scrutiny of the opposing defenders. Even if received, there is little room for dribbling or shooting. Consequently, Lin Quan altered his strategy, opting to forcefully break through and draw fouls to earn free kick opportunities for his team. However, this tactic seemed less effective, as De Bruyne's attempts at free kicks were either thwarted by the wall or saved by the goalkeeper. As time ticked away, the score remained unfavorable, and the players from Werder Bremen grew increasingly agitated. The home fans at Mönchengladbach were already preparing to celebrate, eagerly awaiting the referee's whistle. In the 118th minute of the match, Lin Quan received the ball just outside the penalty area. After drawing defenders towards him with a lateral dribble, he passed the ball to De Bruyne. Without pausing, De Bruyne sent the ball into the vacant space on the left, where a Werder Bremen player received it and lofted it into the penalty area. Chaos ensued as players from both teams jostled for position in the box. However, after 2 hours of play, both sides were fatigued. Despite their efforts to leap, they failed to make contact with the ball. The initial drop was contested unsuccessfully by both teams, but the second drop was seized by a Mönchengladbach player, who desperately headed the ball away in an attempt to clear it. Unfortunately, the ball did not travel far. Observing the trajectory of the ball, Lin Quan reacted swiftly, controlling it with his chest before evading the defender's challenge and unleashing a powerful shot. The goalkeeper, reacting instinctively, attempted to save the shot. Yet, the force was too great. Although he managed to make contact, he could not secure the ball, which rebounded back into the small box. With the ball perilously close to the goal and surrounded by a tangle of legs, the Mönchengladbach players hesitated to clear it. In the ensuing confusion, someone inadvertently kicked the ball, sending it into the net. Witnessing the net ripple, De Bruyne spread his arms and mimicked a low-flying gesture, racing along the edge of the pitch in celebration. He had anticipated the possibility of a rebound after Lin Quan's shot and had surged forward, never expecting the ball would indeed land at his feet. Naturally, he seized the opportunity without hesitation. This goal invigorated the morale of Werder Bremen. While the Mönchengladbach players were filled with frustration, they were mere moments away from victory when the proverbial cooked duck flew away. Following De Bruyne's equalizer, the match concluded with a score of 3-3, leading to a penalty shootout. It was Lin Quan's first experience in a penalty shootout, and while he felt a sense of novelty, there was also a tinge of nervousness. After discussing the order of execution, the shootout commenced. The first to step up was Captain Fritz, the team's previous designated penalty taker, renowned for both his exceptional penalty-taking skills and mental fortitude. By allowing him to take the first shot, he could confidently score and help stabilize the team's nerves, easing the tension for the subsequent players. Fritz did not disappoint the expectations of his teammates and coach. After deceiving the goalkeeper, he confidently converted the penalty into the net. However, the opposing player who followed also successfully scored from the spot. In the second round, De Bruyne stepped up. He struck the ball powerfully toward the lower left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper anticipated the direction correctly, but the speed of the ball left him powerless. When it was the turn of the player from Mustard, he caught sight of Millet's resolute gaze, which instinctively instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Coupled with the equalizing goal conceded in the final minute of extra time, he was overwhelmed by a feeling of uncertainty and anxiety about the consequences of a potential miss even before he began to take the penalty. Millet, observing the opposing player's demeanor, instantly discerned the hesitation and fear in his heart. Thus, he assumed a commanding posture, waving his arms and glaring at the opponent. The referee hastily reminded the Mustard player to take the penalty, intensifying his nervousness. In a rush, he struck the ball, aiming for the lower right corner, only for Millet, having anticipated the direction, to make a stunning save. This moment significantly boosted the morale of Werder Bremen, and the subsequent third and fourth players successfully converted their penalties. The following players from Mustard, however, withstood the pressure and failed to concede further, leaving the penalty shootout score at 4-3. The fifth to take the penalty was Lin Quan. If he scored, Werder Bremen would secure victory in the shootout. Encouragement and embraces from his teammates rushed to him, intended to alleviate his tension. Initially calm, Lin Quan felt a surge of nerves at their affectionate gestures. He nodded decisively, placing the ball on the penalty mark, then stepped back to assess the goalkeeper. Once the referee signaled for the kick to be taken, he sprinted forward. The goalkeeper anxiously tracked his movements, attempting to discern the direction of the shot. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Quan approached the ball, he slowed his pace. The goalkeeper had anticipated a strike to the left side of the goal with his right foot. But as he adjusted, Lin Quan altered his rhythm entirely, extending his left foot and gently pushing the ball, which rolled at a leisurely pace toward the right side of the goal. Although the goalkeeper quickly adapted, by the time he dove for the save, the ball had already crossed the line. This technique was reminiscent of Lionel Messi's penalty against Hugo Lloris in the 2022 World Cup final, which Lin Quan had ingeniously employed to great effect. Ultimately, Werder Bremen secured a hard-fought victory against a third-tier team through the penalty shootout format, narrowly avoiding a setback. Chapter 64. Misfortunes never come alone. Having triumphed over Mustard, the exhilarating sensation of reclaiming victory filled the ranks of Werder Bremen with elation. Since the beginning of the season, they had achieved 4 consecutive victories across all competitions. Their next opponent in the DFB Pokal had also been determined, as they were set to face Augsburg, a team from the Bundesliga. Despite being a top-tier opponent, they currently languished in 16th place on the league table, firmly entrenched in the relegation zone. For teams striving to avoid relegation, securing their place in the league is of paramount importance, while cup competitions are often deemed expendable. Thus, Werder Bremen exuded confidence, believing that facing Augsburg might prove less challenging than encountering Mönchengladbach. It is often said that fortune does not favor one eternally. In the 5th round of the league, Werder Bremen faced Freiburg away from home. Currently, Bremen ranks 3rd in the standings, while Freiburg occupies the 8th position. At first glance, Bremen appeared to hold the advantage based on their rankings. However, the outcome of the match was quite unexpected, with the final whistle signaling a score of 2-1 in favor of the home team. This marked Bremen's first defeat in the Bundesliga this season, ending their streak of 3 consecutive victories. Throughout the match, it seemed as though Bremen had been cursed, as they struck the woodwork 4 times, and 2 goals were disallowed for offside. The players were left in utter dismay, having dominated the game yet failing to score, with even their attempts being invalidated. Lin Quan hit the post, and had a goal disallowed for offside, bringing an end to his streak of scoring in 4 consecutive matches, including the previous German Cup match. His goal drought has now exceeded 100 minutes. Nevertheless, the actual scoring was of little concern to him, as long as the team emerged victorious and secured points. He felt all would be well. What truly gnawed at him was the combination of his own lack of goals and the team's failure to win. Following the match, the media's attitude toward Werder Bremen shifted dramatically. Previously lauding them as potential dark horses capable of unsettling top-tier teams, journalists now launched into criticism. They contended that Bremen's attack relied excessively on Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Once these two were neutralized by opponents, the team's offensive threat dissipated. Furthermore, they deemed Coach Schaaf's attempts to reform the defensive line a resounding failure. This season, Bremen has conceded 8 goals over 5 matches, averaging 1.6 goals per game, placing them among the bottom 3 in the Bundesliga standings. Their glaring weakness in defense remains unaddressed, despite their current lofty position in the league. If Bremen fails to rectify these deficiencies, their journey in the league will likely be short-lived. In truth, had they only lost 1 match, the media's criticism would not have been as severe. The intensity of the scrutiny stemmed from the fact that Bremen's next opponent is the Bundesliga powerhouse Bayern Munich. Bayern has been in formidable form this season, having secured a resounding 3-0 victory over Wolfsburg, marking their 5th consecutive win. Had Bremen entered the match against Bayern with a winning streak intact, there might have been a sense of optimism about their chances of competing. However, having suffered a defeat just prior to this high-stakes encounter, their morale could not possibly compare to that of Bayern. The significant disparity in hard power between the two teams has rendered the external opinion largely unfavorable towards Werder Bremen, with many believing that they will succumb to Bayern Munich at home. This season, Bayern Munich has become even more formidable, bolstered by the addition of Martinez, which has elevated their prowess to new heights. They have achieved an impeccable record across the league, the UEFA Champions League group stage, and the DFB Pokal, remaining undefeated thus far. Any team that faces Bayern finds themselves overwhelmed by their luxurious midfield and formidable attacking force. Given Werder Bremen's current form, it is difficult to conceive how they might triumph over such an invincible squad. However, not all support Bayern. Borussia Dortmund fans fervently hope that Werder Bremen can vanquish Bayern Munich at home, thereby halting their winning streak. In this round of matches, Dortmund faces the newly promoted Eintracht Frankfurt away. Although Frankfurt is a newcomer, they have proven to be a dark horse, and with Dortmund's subpar performance this season, they are treating this opponent with utmost seriousness, not daring to underestimate them. Yet, a dark horse remains a dark horse. In a frantic encounter at Frankfurt's home ground, Dortmund and their rivals engaged in a thrilling match. Reyes, Götze, and Lewandowski each scored, allowing Dortmund to take the lead 3 times, only to be resiliently equalized by their opponents on each occasion. Ultimately, the match concluded in a 3-3 stalemate, a result that left both teams with a sense of mutual detriment. Frankfurt had been closely trailing Bayern Munich in the standings, but following this draw, they find themselves 2 points adrift. Dortmund, having secured just 1 point, now stands at 6 points after 5 rounds, widening the gap to 9 points behind Bayern, thereby diminishing their hopes of defending the title. If they aspire to contend for the championship trophy, they must not only avoid errors in their forthcoming matches and secure continuous victories, but they also require other teams in the league to step up and thwart Bayern Munich's scoring endeavors. Otherwise, even if they were to directly defeat Bayern in a head-to-head clash, it would not sufficiently bridge the gap between the two teams. In the league, few teams possess the capability to threaten Bayern, apart from Werder Bremen, Schalke 04, and Borussia Mönchengladbach, who might still pose a challenge. Mönchengladbach is an intriguing team. While they may not be particularly strong, they possess an uncanny ability to perform against Bayern Munich. Whenever they face Bayern, their players seem to elevate their game, leading to the saying that the fools feast, rest, and play against Bayern. As for Bremen, Dortmund perceives certain players as significant threats, potentially capable of conjuring a miracle. To spur Werder Bremen to exert their utmost against Bayern, Dortmund players have openly rallied support for Bremen on social media. Robert Lewandowski expressed on Twitter that Werder Bremen's counterattacks are exceptionally sharp, having previously suffered 2 defeats against them. He anticipates that they will continue to employ the strategy when facing Bayern Munich, and he doubts whether Bayern's defense can thwart their assaults. Mario Götze opined that Bremen's number 6, De Bruyne, is a remarkable midfielder whose creativity and vision will significantly contribute to Bremen's success. Marco Reus, instead of making a public statement, privately messaged Lin Quan, inquiring how many goals he planned to score against Bayern Munich. Lin Quan was taken aback by Reus's initiative to reach out, as well as the high regard in which Reus held him. Scoring against Bayern is no easy feat, yet he is not one to shy away from a challenge. He replied confidently, stating that he would score as many as possible and assured Reus that Werder Bremen would give their utmost against Bayern. Upon reading Lin Quan's response, a smile subtly graced Reus's lips. He appreciated the reply. However, Lin Quan followed up with another message, saying that the same applies when facing Borussia Dortmund. Reus's smile instantly vanished. Due to recent defeats and the challenge of formidable opponents, the atmosphere within Werder Bremen was tense before the 6th round of the league commenced. Coach Schaff had been wearing a stern expression, devoid of smiles, and his assistant coaches reflected a similar mood, each wearing a frown, clearly lacking confidence for the upcoming matches. Bayern Munich's attacking front this season is terrifyingly potent, featuring players like Robben, Ribery, Mandzukic, Gomez, and Thomas Muller, each possessing formidable scoring abilities. Conversely, Werder Bremen is notably weak defensively, which severely limits their ability to contain the opposing team's offense. Unable to restrict their attacks, is it wise to engage them in a battle of offense? With the acquisition of Martinez, Bayern's midfield has grown even more formidable, not only providing more ammunition for the attack, but also effectively intercepting the opponent's advances. Faced with such a thoroughly upgraded Bayern Munich, is there truly a chance of triumph in an offensive showdown? Chapter 65. The arrival of the Bundesliga giants before the match against Bayern. Lin Quan received a call from Guardiola. October 1st marks the day of his wedding with Sarah, and he needed to confirm when Lin Quan would return. After the match against Bayern, if there was a flight available that evening, he would fly directly back. And there was no need for them to come and take advantage of the opportunity. He would find his way on his own. Upon hearing Lin Quan's arrangement, Guardiola pondered for a moment and advised, it would be better to return on the morning of the 30th, as the security situation in Catalonia is not good. And I worry about your safety if you return at night. Lin Quan considered the high unemployment rate in Spain and the ongoing disturbances caused by separatists in Catalonia, realizing that returning at night could indeed be perilous. Thus, he graciously accepted Guardiola's suggestion. As the highly anticipated match against Bayern Munich approaches, confidence in achieving victory remains elusive. After discussing personal matters, the conversation naturally shifted to football. The upcoming clash between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich is not only garnering attention in the Bundesliga, but also captivating audiences across Spain and Europe. Among the top 5 leagues, only 2 teams currently maintain a winning streak, Bayern Munich and Barcelona. Coincidentally, both teams represent the pinnacle of European football and boast a substantial fan base, sparking widespread discourse online. There is considerable curiosity regarding which team can sustain their winning streak longer and which may falter sooner. To be candid, confidence is lacking. Despite the coach's strategic preparations, facing a top-tier team like Bayern renders our tactics potentially ineffective. The disparity in overall strength between Werder Bremen and Bayern is significant. Lin Quan does not believe that individual prowess can bridge such a vast gap. Football is not a solitary endeavor, but a collective one, and any misstep can lead to defeat. Reflecting on Bayern's 2012 to 2013 season, one might ponder its weaknesses. Lin Quan humbly admits he lacks the insight, asserting that this season's Bayern is undoubtedly the strongest team in contemporary football, bar none. A team capable of overwhelming Juventus 4-0 and decimating Barcelona 7-0 is not to be taken lightly. Recognizing this reality, without succumbing to unwarranted arrogance after a few commendable performances, is commendable. On the other end of the line, Guardiola smiled with satisfaction at Lin Quan's remarks. However, Bayern is not invincible. Lin Quan momentarily paused, refocusing his mind to absorb the lesson. A few minutes later, Guardiola concluded the call. Gazing at his phone, he shook his head with a bemused smile. Youngster, this is where my assistance ends. Whether you can create a miracle depends on your own performance. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Lin Quan fell into contemplation. As a traveler from another time, he was aware of Bayern Munich hiring Guardiola as their head coach following Hank's retirement. However, he did not anticipate their contact would occur so soon, nor that Guardiola would possess such extensive knowledge of the team's dynamics. It seemed likely that both parties had privately signed a letter of intent. To be frank, Guardiola's tenure at Bayern cannot be deemed a resounding success. Hanks had already maximized the team's potential, while Guardiola's radical reforms did not yield superior results. Rather, they disrupted the formidable lineup, leading to a significant decline in performance in the Champions League and failing to establish a new dynasty. With this thought, Lin Quan sighed. Well, let Bayern be Bayern. Perhaps I could lend a hand to mitigate some of the criticism they face. On September 29th, the much-anticipated sixth round of the Bundesliga officially commenced. At 3:30 p.m., third-placed Werder Bremen hosted the table-topping Bayern Munich at their home ground. This match is the most highly anticipated encounter of the current Bundesliga season, with numerous media outlets, including Germany's first television and sports television, opting to broadcast it live. The vast Weserstadion is filled to capacity, with all 50,000 tickets having been snatched up a day before the match. Among the throng of spectators, 45,000 are ardent Werder Bremen supporters, while 5,000 are loyal Bayern Munich fans who have traveled alongside their team. The grand stadium has transformed into a verdant sea as the Werder Bremen fans, with their resounding anthems, drown out the cheers of the Bayern Munich supporters. These raucous crows believe that sheer volume will secure victory. Rest assured, our team will humiliate them on the pitch. Indeed, today we shall not only claim victory, but will also turn their goal into a sieve. Given the caliber of Werder Bremen's defense, our formidable attacking line is poised to score at least 5. Although Bayern's fans find themselves subdued in spirit, they remain unperturbed, confident that their team will triumph, perhaps even with a resounding scoreline. After all, the disparity in strength and recent form between the two teams is unmistakable. In the pre-match predictions by various experts, unanimity prevailed in favor of Bayern Munich, further bolstering their confidence. In the commentary booth at the match venue, the renowned German football commentator, Beckmann, seized the opportunity to engage in light conversation with the invited guests before the match commenced. Given that this is the matchup between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich, the television station has invited legends from both teams to serve as guest commentators. From Werder Bremen, the legendary captain Marco Bode has been invited, who once held the title of the club's all-time leading scorer, having devoted 13 seasons to the team before retiring there, epitomizing the spirit of a player who represented but one club throughout his career. On the Bayern side, the invitation has gone to the world record holder and Bayern Munich's all-time leading scorer, Gerd Müller, known as the Golden Bomber. As a legendary figure in German football, Gerd Müller, now advanced in years, was first asked by Beckmann for his opinion on the match. Without a doubt, Bayern Munich will win this match. The only question is by how many goals. Gerd Müller expressed this conviction with such assurance that he seemed oblivious to any potential controversy in his assertion. Marco, however, was less than pleased. While he respected his elder counterpart, he could not allow such brazen disparagement of his beloved team on their home turf. I must disagree with Mr. Müller's assertion. Football is unpredictable, and even the strongest teams cannot guarantee a 100 victory over their opponents. Although there exists a gap in strength between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich, it does not render us completely devoid of hope. This is Weserstadion, and I believe that the young lads of Werder Bremen can create a miracle on their home ground. Beckmann detected a hint of unease in Marco's voice. After all, he had invoked the notion of a miracle. He was aware that many spectators were not supporters of Bayern Munich, and that the general populace often revels in tales of the underdog triumphing over the mighty. Thus, he echoed Marco's sentiments. Marco is correct. Werder Bremen currently ranks third in the Bundesliga, having lost only one of their last 5 matches. Their attacking prowess should not be underestimated, especially the young talents De Bruyne and Lin Quan, who have already delivered numerous splendid combinations and goals. Moreover, over a month ago in the Telecom Cup, Werder Bremen emerged victorious against Bayern Munich, suggesting that Bayern is not invincible. Gerd Müller shrugged, stating, "The Telecom Cup is merely a warm-up match for a powerhouse like Bayern, primarily used for honing skills." Apart from this year's loss to Werder Bremen, they have frequently faced defeat in previous Telecom Cups, failing to secure a single championship to date, which clearly indicates their lack of seriousness towards this competition. Therefore, using the Telecom Cup as an example lacks persuasive power. Gerd Müller's arguments were compelling, leaving both parties unable to refute his claims. Yet, he suddenly shifted his tone, remarking, "However, the number 10 player from Werder Bremen is indeed a talented young lad. If Bayern's defense becomes complacent, he might just score against them." Gerd Müller had long taken note of this emerging young talent, expressing his admiration for Lin Quan's skills and often praising him in front of reporters. Nevertheless, each time he extolled Lin Quan, he would add, "A young player of his caliber should ply his trade at Bayern Munich. This is where he truly belongs." Much like when Messi broke his records, he sought to lure Messi to Allianz Arena. This fellow always wished to bring the finest players to Bayern. Chapter 66. The unstoppable Schweinsteiger. The referee officiating this match was Florian Mayer, a renowned official in the Bundesliga. Selected as the most popular referee through a vote among thousands of fans by Kicker magazine, Mayer maintained a balanced approach to officiating, yet his judgments were remarkably precise, with few instances of oversight or error. The appointment of such a distinguished referee for this match underscores the German Football Association's commitment to its significance. It remains uncertain whether Bayern, wary of being subjected to home bias, utilized their connections within German football to secure his services, as Werder Bremen had not previously enjoyed such privilege. Both teams unveiled their starting lineups prior to kickoff. Werder Bremen's starting 11 featured goalkeeper Militz, center backs Papastathopoulos and Pradl, left back Fritz, right back Selassie, holding midfielder Juniozovic, central midfielders Hunt and De Bruyne, wingers Lin Quan and Elia, and striker Arnautovic. Their formation was 4-1-4-1, shifting to 5-4-1 when defending and transforming into 4-3-3 during offensive maneuvers. However, their vulnerabilities were apparent, with gaps along the flanks, making them susceptible to counterattacks from their opponents. The starting lineup of Bayern Munich includes goalkeeper Neuer, center backs Dante and Boateng, left back Badstuber, right back Lahm, defensive midfielders Schweinsteiger and Gustavo, left winger Ribery, right winger Müller, attacking midfielder Kroos, and striker Pizarro. The bench boasts an impressive array of stars such as Robben, Martinez, Gomez, Mandzukic, Alaba, and Van Buyten. The most formidable aspect of Bayern during the 2012-2013 season was not merely their starting 11, but rather the depth of their substitutes. As the saying goes, one fears not the Bayern Tiger, but the might of their bench. Their bench strength not only surpasses that of the entire Bundesliga, but also stands out across European football. This wealth of talent allows Bayern to adopt a versatile and unpredictable style of play. In this match, Bayern deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation, featuring two sweeping defensive midfielders in the back, supported by four attacking players in the midfield. Among the fullbacks, Lahm is particularly adept at providing offensive support. Furthermore, learning from previous encounters, Hank strategically positioned Badstuber to directly counter Lin in a head-to-head matchup, clearly aiming to leverage Badstuber's formidable defensive skills to stifle Lin's attacks on the right flank. Observing the opponent's formation, Schaff furrowed his brow. Bayern wielded absolute superiority in terms of hard power, yet their stability and the balanced nature of their formation left him somewhat speechless. The opponent's setup was overly cautious and their defense remarkably solid, making it apparent that Werder Bremen's counterattacks would not come easily. A glance at Bayern's bench revealed that the seasoned coach Hanks was indeed a formidable tactician. This season, Hanks' prowess in coaching has been fully manifested. He has not only refined Bayern's offensive and defensive strategies, but has also significantly enhanced the atmosphere within the locker room. Under his guidance, a plethora of stars have been brought into line, with even the outspoken Robben dutifully occupying a place on the bench without uttering a word of dissent. It is worth noting that Bayern was once dubbed the Hollywood of the Bundesliga, where its star-studded lineup posed considerable challenges for management. As both teams' players stood in the tunnel awaiting entry, at 15:25, the referee led the squads onto the field. Upon entering the Weser Stadium, Pizarro, who had previously served many years at Werder Bremen and remains the club's all-time leading scorer, bent down to kiss the grass beneath his feet. This gesture earned him applause from the home supporters. Although the fans harbored feelings of betrayal at his switch to a league rival, they could empathize with his desire for greater accolades. Moreover, with new beloved players in their ranks, they had already forgiven Pizarro. When the cameras panned to the entering Werder Bremen players, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. When Lin Quan graced the camera's gaze, the audience, under the guidance of the live host, erupted in chants of his name. Witnessing the young player bask in such adulation at the Weser Stadium, the once favored Pizarro, who had experienced less than favorable times at Bayern, felt a twinge of envy. Had he not chosen to depart, perhaps it would have been he who reveled in the cheers and applause. During the pre-match coin toss, Bayern correctly guessed the outcome and opted to relinquish the kickoff in favor of the right side of the pitch. Werder Bremen initiated play, with De Bruyne passing the ball to Arnautovic, who then returned it to Hunt before swiftly advancing. Hunt, however, refrained from passing to Arnautovic, as the latter found himself ensnared by Bayern's defensive press and unable to receive the ball. Instead, he passed to Lin Quan on the flank. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan observed the rapid movements of Bayern's defense, noting several players blocking his path to break through. A reckless attempt to dribble through would likely result in interception. With limited opportunities, Lin Quan opted to pass back to Juniozovic, hoping to lure Bayern's players forward and create gaps in their defensive line. Yet, Bayern had evidently anticipated such tactics. Their three defensive lines maintained an astute distance from one another, exhibiting seamless coordination without revealing any vulnerabilities. Indeed, this season, Bayern Munich's defensive prowess had intensified, making it exceedingly challenging to exploit any weaknesses within their ranks. After a few exchanges in their own half, Werder Bremen soon faced relentless pressure from their opponents. Reluctantly, they were compelled to take risks and push forward. Bayern's players executed their defensive duties with remarkable efficiency, their pressing and interceptions effectively stifling Bremen's passing game. Moreover, Bremen's players, lacking finesse, struggled to retain possession amidst the vigorous physical confrontations. Fortunately, they had no intention of engaging Bayern in a positional battle. Upon conceding the ball, they retreated to their own half, adopting a defensive stance. Seeing the opposition fortifying their defense at home, Hank's features twitched slightly. Had Werder Bremen been facing any team other than Bayern Munich, their tactics would surely have been met with jeers from the home crowd. With the opponents now entrenched defensively, Bayern could not afford to remain passive. With a decisive gesture, he signaled for his team to advance and mount an attack. Here it came. Coach Schaff immediately straightened in his seat, eyes fixed on the field. He had anticipated Bayern's offensive surge when setting up his defense, but he was curious to see how the opposing side would approach the attack. Bayern's plethora of attacking options made it impossible to predict where their offensive focus would lie until their tactics unfolded. In the 5th minute, Bayern's right winger Müller carried the ball, advancing towards the goal line, and just as the defenders expected a cross, he unexpectedly sent the ball back. Bayern's defensive midfielder, Schweinsteiger, initiated his run before Müller delivered the pass, swiftly positioning himself along the trajectory of the ball. His late offensive surge caught the defenders off guard, leaving them unable to promptly mark him for interference. Upon receiving the ball just outside the penalty area, Schweinsteiger unleashed a powerful strike towards the goal. Fortunately, he failed to maintain the proper angle, sending the ball slightly over the crossbar. This long-range attempt by Schweinsteiger sent a chill down the spines of the Werder Bremen players. The suddenness of the offensive thrust was overwhelming, leaving the defenders unprepared and creating a gap in their defensive line. Schaff quickly rose to his feet, urging his players to strengthen their protection outside the penalty area and prevent the opposition from having such comfortable shooting opportunities. Yet, how could Schweinsteiger be so easily contained? In the 13th minute, Kroos dribbled forward, drawing in defenders before deftly passing to Ribery. Ribery cut inside and charged into the penalty area, immediately facing a double team from Werder Bremen's defense, which blocked his shooting angle. However, Ribery had no intention of shooting. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered the ball, drawing defenders away and creating space before suddenly passing it out of the box. Once again, it was Schweinsteiger, who had mysteriously reappeared at the edge of the penalty area to receive the ball. Juniozovic rushed forward to block, determined to prevent a long-range shot. Yet this time, Schweinsteiger opted against a distant strike, choosing to advance with the ball instead. Juniozovic, in his eagerness, was easily bypassed by Schweinsteiger, who had now penetrated the penalty area. Ribery's inward cut had caused a slight rightward shift in Werder Bremen's defensive line. Such a flaw is often hard for most players to detect. But Schweinsteiger is no ordinary player. He is among the finest midfielders in the Bundesliga, and he swiftly capitalized on this opening. As he observed Juniozovic's advance, he had already devised a plan to execute this offensive maneuver. Werder Bremen's left back, Fritz, abandoned his mark on Thomas Müller and charged toward Schweinsteiger. The moment he moved, Schweinsteiger promptly passed the ball to the unmarked Müller. After receiving the pass, Müller attempted a wall pass to bypass the Bremen captain. Schweinsteiger had evaded Fritz's grasp and found a gap. If he could receive Müller's pass, he would be in a one-on-one situation. Alas, Müller's return pass was intercepted and cleared by Elia, who had retreated to defend, thwarting the attack. Although Bayern's offensive play did not culminate in a shot on goal, it posed an even greater threat than before. Schaff clenched his fist, recognizing that the focal point of Bayern's attack was Schweinsteiger. To counteract Schweinsteiger, Schaff instructed winger Hunt to withdraw and closely mark him, thereby limiting his passing and dribbling capabilities. Although Hunt could not completely neutralize Schweinsteiger, his presence did, to some extent, diminish the threat posed by the talented midfielder. However, once the little pig was restricted, Bayern's offensive strategy underwent an immediate transformation. Ribery assumed the mantle of responsibility, emerging as the new focal point of the attack. Bayern was acutely aware of this shift, deliberately feeding Ribery the ball to enhance his opportunities for penetration and incisive strikes. In no time, the right flank of Werder Bremen became a scene of palpable tension. At this juncture, Ribery was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of his prowess. His dribbling, cutting in, and synergy with Robben endowed Bayern with unparalleled attacking capabilities on the flanks. Although Robben was absent from this match, Ribery still delivered an outstanding performance. In the 22nd minute, Ribery cut in with the ball and passed to Müller, who, after drawing a defender, returned the ball to Ribery. The two executed a seamless exchange of positions, momentarily bewildering the Werder Bremen defenders. At that instant, capitalizing on a lapse in the opponent's defense, Ribery surged into the penalty area. Meanwhile, Pizarro had found space within the box, awaiting a timely through ball from a teammate. One of Werder Bremen's defenders advanced to intercept Ribery, while another sought to disrupt his passing lane to Pizarro. However, Ribery's speed was extraordinary, with a swift burst. He eluded the Bremen defense and approached the edge of the 6-yard box. At this moment, the angle for a shot was quite narrow. Yet Bayern had 3 players making rapid incursions into the Bremen box. Regardless of whom he chose to pass to, a prime opportunity for a strike would surely arise. Just as everyone anticipated a pass, Ribery discerned an opening in the defender's position, took a step into the penalty area, and unleashed a shot. The strike was remarkably sudden. Militz, taken by surprise, leaped hastily without making contact with the ball. Fortunately for Bremen, the angle of Ribery's shot was too tight, resulting in the ball striking the post and rebounding away, allowing Werder Bremen to narrowly escape disaster. Had it not been for a stroke of bad luck in the final shot, Werder Bremen might have found themselves 2 goals down, given the early threats posed by their opponents. Recognizing Ribery as the linchpin of Bayern's attack, coach Schaff promptly made adjustments, positioning De Bruyne to consciously shift towards the right side of the team, collaborating with Lin Quan to defend against Ribery. Both Lin Quan and De Bruyne were players known for their offensive strengths but defensive vulnerabilities, making one-on-one situations against Ribery exceedingly challenging. This arrangement not only aimed to bolster the defensive efforts on the flank, but also intended to leverage the attacking capabilities and understanding between De Bruyne and Lin Quan to orchestrate combinations in the front line, thereby revitalizing Werder Bremen's offense. Being perpetually under pressure from Bayern's formidable attacking force was unsustainable. They needed to redirect the battle into Bayern's half. Upon seeing the coach's signals, De Bruyne immediately shifted right, forming a triangular formation with right midfielder Lin Quan and right back Selassie to effectively seal off Ribery's avenues for advancement. Ribery cast a dismissive glance at the young Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Upon receiving a pass from a teammate, he executed a swift acceleration and a change of direction, intent on evading Lin Quan. Ribery's speed was remarkable. His ball control and handling were impeccable, rendering his initial breakthrough nearly impossible to defend against, leaving opponents struggling to match his tempo. Lin Quan's defensive capabilities were rather lacking, and he was easily outmaneuvered. However, he refused to concede defeat, immediately pursuing from behind. He was aware that his teammates would intercept ahead, knowing that Ribery would inevitably have to decelerate as he surpassed his own teammate. A momentary pause would present Lin Quan with an opportunity to regain possession. Witnessing Lin Quan being bypassed, De Bruyne promptly moved to intercept Ribery. Though De Bruyne's defensive skills were initially subpar, his constant practice alongside Lin Quan had rapidly enhanced his abilities. He had become well-versed in the typical moves employed by wingers. As Ribery attempted to exploit a change in rhythm to slip past his opponent, De Bruyne remained unfooled, calmly retreating to establish his position, thwarting Ribery's advance. This lad possesses commendable defensive skills. Ribery mused in surprise, having anticipated an effortless bypass, only to find himself thwarted. Thus, he steeled himself, lowering his center of gravity and shifting his weight onto his right foot. Ribery unleashed his signature elusive footwork, incessantly varying his rhythm in search of a breakthrough. De Bruyne, too, lowered his center of gravity, his focus razor-sharp, when suddenly, Ribery flicked the ball, sending it soaring past De Bruyne's left side. And then he surged forward with full speed, aiming to outpace his adversary. This maneuver was nearly Ribery's hallmark, showcasing his explosive power and rapid acceleration. The time it took for the defender to pivot was ample for him to bypass the obstruction, making it exceedingly difficult to impede his progress without resorting to a foul. Indeed, as De Bruyne turned, he found himself a half-step behind, yet he had not entirely lost his position. Thus, he desperately clung to Ribery, striving to impede his acceleration. Although De Bruyne was tall, his light weight became a disadvantage in his contest with the formidable Ribery. As he lagged by half a step, he could not withstand the surge. A sudden acceleration from Ribery sent him tumbling to the ground, landing unceremoniously. Fortunately, Werder Bremen's fullback, Selassie, charged towards the ball, managing to make contact first and swiftly passing it to Lin Quan. Having tirelessly pursued, Lin Quan found himself devoid of Bayern players nearby. He turned without receiving the ball and propelled himself towards Bayern's half with remarkable speed. After enduring over 20 minutes of pressure from their opponents, it was high time for them to unleash their frustration. Observing his teammate charging forward with the ball, De Bruyne hastily rose from the ground, following suit while spitting out the remnants of grass from his mouth. Arnautovic also began to sprint in the forefront, seeking to create space. Although Lin Quan had no intention of passing, his teammates' movements successfully drew away a defender, alleviating some of the pressure on him. After conceding a goal, Ribery relentlessly pursued from behind, embodying the duality of offense and defense within Bayern's tactical framework, commanding the entire left flank. It is no wonder he is hailed as the king of Allianz. Unlike Robben, the disparity between their defensive zeal and effectiveness is quite pronounced. While Ribery possesses remarkable speed, Lin Quan is not to be underestimated. Ignoring the relentless chase from Ribery, he boldly surged towards Bayern's half. Noticing Lin Quan's advance, Badstuber swiftly moved to intercept, intending to collaborate with Ribery for a two-pronged assault to reclaim possession. However, Lin Quan opted not to continue along the flank. Upon seeing Badstuber's interception attempt, he cut inward towards the center. At this juncture, Gustavo could no longer remain passive. He charged at Lin Quan, aiming to execute a three-player encirclement to seize the ball at his feet. Lin Quan's previous breakthrough at Allianz Stadium had left a lasting impression on the entire Bayern squad. And even facing a trio of defenders, they lacked absolute confidence. Had this been his first encounter with Bayern, Lin Quan might have recklessly pressed on. Yet this time, he chose to trust his teammates. Drawing Gustavo's pressure, Lin Quan, without a glance back, deftly passed the ball across to exploit the vacant space at the edge of Bayern's penalty area. Gustavo's departure momentarily created a defensive void, while Bayern's other midfielder, Schweinsteiger, still lingered near the center circle, having pushed forward too eagerly in attack and unable to return promptly for defense. Aware of this predicament, Bayern's center-back Dante, with his vast defensive experience, prepared to close the gap. However, before he could position himself, Lin Quan had already delivered the pass. Instantly, a green figure surged forward with astonishing speed, intercepting Lin Quan's pass. A sense of danger loomed. Both Dante and goalkeeper Neuer sensed the imminent threat of a direct strike on goal. Meanwhile, De Bruyne, poised like a bowstring, drew back his right foot, leaning back to prepare for the shot. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Neuer quickly adjusted his stance, readying himself for a diving save. Dante, hands clasped behind him, angled his body slightly and raised his right leg, striving to block the impending shot. The impact of a powerful strike could be excruciating, potentially resulting in injury, thus requiring defensive players to conquer their fears and boldly confront such threats, a testament to their courage. Surprisingly, De Bruyne, observing their movements, chose not to shoot. Instead, he delicately lifted the ball, executing a deft lob that soared over Dante and into the penalty area. Concurrently, another green figure dashed into the box from Bayern's left side with remarkable speed. The number 10 of Werder Bremen received the ball inside the penalty area. At this moment, he faced only Bayern's goalkeeper and the goal he defended. Chapter 68. Astonishing determination of the Bayern chairman this season. Our team has performed admirably across all fronts. Despite Jupp Heynck's nearing retirement, the venerable coach has not relaxed his management of the team, and the squad's performance is indeed on an upward trajectory. Within the executive box at Weser Stadium, as Bayern Munich completely dominated Werder Bremen on the pitch, club manager Uli Hoeneß began to boast to club president Karl-Heinz Rummenigge about his team's accomplishments. Although much of this success is attributable to Hoeneß, in his role as manager, has also made invaluable contributions through player acquisitions and providing various forms of support for the team. Rummenigge nodded in approval, praising, "Indeed, you have done well, but we must not let our guard down. Our ultimate goal is to secure the Champions League trophy. Winning the league is merely an appetizer. And you must be cognizant of this. Since taking the helm of Bayern Munich a decade ago, Rummenigge's greatest aspiration has been to lead the club back to the pinnacle of European football. Over the past 10 years, their performance in European competitions has been lackluster. Although they reached the finals twice, they returned empty-handed each time. For a prestigious club like Bayern, the absence of a sufficient number of Champions League trophies diminishes their influence in European football compared to superclubs like Real Madrid and Manchester United, which is an unacceptable reality for the Bundesliga giant. Yes, Mr. President, both Hanks and I are well aware of this, Hoeneß affirmed. This season, with Borussia Dortmund faltering, other teams pose no threat to Bayern Munich, making the league a training ground for their European endeavors. Hanks has repeatedly tested new tactical approaches in the league, which he then applies on the Champions League stage. Rummenigge nodded, returning his gaze to the field. His eyes scanned the Bayern forwards, Ribery, Müller, Kroos, Schweinsteiger, and others, players he holds in high regard. Coupled with the stars on the bench, these individuals provide a solid foundation upon which Bayern could construct a formidable dynasty. Regrettably, the venerable coach is retiring. Had he chosen to remain, securing the Champions League this season would have solidified their dynasty. However, Pep Guardiola is also a world-class manager. His arrival might enrich the team's tactical repertoire and elevate their capabilities to new heights. Reflecting on this, Rummenigge recalled a young player he had intended to acquire as a sweetener, a favor to Guardiola. He searched the field and quickly focused on the number 10 for Werder Bremen. This lad has certainly made a name for himself in the Bundesliga of late. Initially, during his time at Allianz Arena, Rummenigge believed this player could potentially become the successor to Robben and Ribery in the future, which sparked his interest in Lin Quan. Now, after 5 rounds of Bundesliga matches, the young talent has brought him considerable delight. As always, his remarkable breakthrough ability, efficient scoring prowess, mature mentality, and refined, comprehensive skills are qualities reserved for the elite. Astonishingly, he possesses them all. This increasingly affirms that this young man is the undisputed choice for Bayern's future on the flanks. Ribery is already 29 this year, and Robben is 28. They cannot play for many more years, while Lin Quan is merely 16. In 5 or 6 years, as Ribery and Robben age, he will be perfectly poised to take over. Contemplating this, Rummenigge's eyes brimmed with joy, and a peculiar sense of anticipation arose within him. He wanted to see if the opposing team could score against Bayern once more, just as they had previously at the Allianz Arena. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the tides of the match shifted dramatically. Ribery's breakthrough was thwarted, and Werder Bremen launched a swift counterattack. Upon seeing Lin Quan sprinting with the ball, Hoeneß ceased his incessant boasting, his eyes widening in shock and concern as he stood up, craning his neck towards the pitch. A familiar sense of déjà vu washed over him. He felt he had witnessed this scenario before. Rummenigge was equally engrossed as he observed Lin Quan deftly evade the approaching Badstuber, delivering a precise pass to a teammate. Then, like a nimble sports car, he surged into the penalty area at remarkable speed, receiving the ball in an unexpected position. It was a one-on-one opportunity. Without any suspense, in a face-off against Neuer, Lin Quan triumphed once more, sending the ball into the net. Rummenigge closed his eyes, replaying each frame of the attack in his mind as if in slow motion. The opponent's breakthrough, passing vision, off-ball movement, and the final shot left him utterly impressed. The young man's playing style was far from flashy. He had not employed any extravagant tricks such as step-overs, pendulum dribbles, or nutmegs. Instead, with simple touches, he had thrown Bayern's defense into disarray. Moreover, unlike the previous encounter, the opposing team displayed greater intelligence this time around. His pass to a teammate followed by a clever off-the-ball movement to shake off defenders illuminated Rummenigge's perspective. He sensed that the player had indeed improved since the last time he had seen him at the Allianz Arena. Such a talent must be brought to the Allianz. With this thought, Rummenigge suddenly opened his eyes and addressed Hoeneß, who was still in shock from conceding the goal. Send someone to Barcelona to investigate the details of this lad's contract. If the release clause is not exorbitant. The moment the winter transfer window opens, we must make an offer to Barcelona. He lamented that it was not the transfer period. Otherwise, he would have wanted to secure Lin Quan for Bayern immediately. By the time the winter break arrives, after half the Bundesliga season, who knows how many teams will be vying for his signature. Bayern may find themselves in fierce competition to secure him. Nevertheless, Rummenigge remained composed, as he was close to finalizing arrangements with the young man's guardian, Guardiola. With Guardiola at the helm, Bayern's likelihood of luring him away from Barcelona has significantly increased. Is there something amiss? Previously, the acquisition of Lin Quan was intended as a familial gesture to attract Guardiola. Yet now it appears that Guardiola himself has become the familial allure. On the pitch, Neuer lay sprawled on the ground, his fists pounding the turf in frustration. Just a fraction, merely a whisker away. He had anticipated the right direction, yet the angle of the opponent's shot was astoundingly acute. Despite his valiant leap, he could only graze the ball with his fingertips, unable to prevent it from sailing into the net. How many times has this happened? Neuer gazed at the figure who had sprinted to the sidelines, performing a backflip in celebration, his heart heavy with bitterness. This marked the fourth time he had succumbed to this adversary. Surely, I must elevate my prowess. If I were to strengthen my skills, I would not allow the opponent to score so effortlessly. With this resolve, Neuer rose, his gaze now imbued with determination. He vowed to practice with greater diligence upon returning, ensuring that when they meet again, he would not permit the rival to score again. The fans at Weser Stadium erupted in an unimaginable roar the moment Lin Quan found the net. The supporters of Werder Bremen were elated. Though they had come to cheer for their team, they held little hope. Bayern's formidable reputation was well known throughout the Bundesliga. Thus, many were prepared for a potential defeat. Yet, to their astonishment, the team had taken the lead. This lad is indeed our lucky star. With him on the field, we have never lost at home. Bayern, what are they really worth? Indeed, Bayern is merely that. We can triumph over them even at their own ground. So winning at home is surely a given. The fans were both ecstatic and thrilled, singing joyously, with some even composing songs dedicated to Lin Quan on the spot. In the commentary box, Beckmann and several co-commentators expressed disbelief at Lin Quan's goal. The mighty Bayern certainly did not anticipate encountering such resolute resistance at Weser Stadium, as Bremen's number 10 executed a remarkable solo run, scoring a game-altering goal. Could this match spell the end of the Bundesliga Giants' winning streak? Beckmann's voice brimmed with excitement, while Marco could barely contain his glee. I had previously asserted that Bayern is not as invincible as they seem. Meanwhile, Gerd Müller frowned, seemingly unable to accept such a blow. Beckmann quickly attempted to comfort him. After all, he was a venerable figure in German football. One must not incite his ire, lest no one dare appear on their program again. Müller waved his hand dismissively. I am not so fragile. I merely ponder how to best utilize Bremen's number 10 within Bayern's lineup. Beckmann and Marco were left speechless, realizing he was still undeterred, contemplating the possibility of snatching away Bremen's star player. Chapter 69. The terrifying Bayern. Gerd Müller has long been troubled by Bayern's defeat to Chelsea in the previous season's Champions League final. In that match, Bayern dominated the field, relentlessly pressing Chelsea, yet they failed to convert their opportunities into goals. Robben, Ribery, Gomez, and Müller all squandered chances to score, ultimately leading to a penalty shootout where they regrettably lost. Had Bayern possessed a player like Lin Quan, known for his incisive dribbling, adept at breakthroughs and positioning, the outcome might have been entirely different. After falling behind in the scoreline, Bayern launched a furious counterattack. Initially, they may have been conserving energy for their upcoming Champions League match 4 days hence, not fully exerting themselves during the game. However, now thoroughly provoked, they cast aside thoughts of the Champions League, attacking Werder Bremen with the ferocity of a raging lion. Bayern Munich's offensive surged like relentless waves, continuously battering against Werder Bremen's defense. The latter resembled a fragile vessel amidst a storm, on the verge of being overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. To safeguard their goal, nearly all Werder Bremen players retreated to their half, with even striker Arnautovic falling back to the halfway line to aid in defense. Bayern's half was so open it could have accommodated a horse race. Bayern Munich had completely seized control of the match, repeatedly creating threatening opportunities against Werder Bremen's goal. Yet, fortune seemed to elude them. Despite launching 11 shots in the first half, only 3 were on target, yielding no goals. After a grueling 45 minutes, the first half concluded with Bayern Munich trailing by a goal as they returned to the locker room. Conversely, although Werder Bremen led by a goal, there was no joy among the players. The only sound in the locker room was the heavy breathing of the exhausted team. Bayern's relentless assault in the latter stages of the half had been overwhelmingly fierce. Their ability to combine effectively and stretch Werder Bremen's defense was remarkable. Had it not been for Werder Bremen's players, who tirelessly compensated for their technical and cognitive shortcomings with sheer effort, they might have already succumbed to Bayern's relentless pressure. However, this came at a steep cost. Having played just a single half, Werder Bremen's players felt an unprecedented fatigue. At this rate of exhaustion, they would undoubtedly struggle to last through the second half, likely running out of energy after 60 or 70 minutes. In the locker room, the physiotherapists hurriedly massaged and relaxed the players, while Coach Schaff outlined the tactical approach for the second half. You performed excellently in the first half. I am proud of you. Yet, the match is not over, and it is not yet time for us to celebrate. In the second half, Bayern Munich will undoubtedly intensify their offensive efforts, with the likes of Robben and Gomez set to make their entrance onto the pitch. Our flanks will face an even more formidable challenge. The players nodded in agreement. Even a single rivalry had proven to be quite a handful during the first half. Should Robben join the fray and reactivate the formidable robbery partnership, their attacking prowess will ascend to a new echelon. This poses a significant test for Werder Bremen's defensive line. Meanwhile, in the away team's dressing room, Hanks meticulously devised the offensive strategy for the second half and sought out forward Pizarro, imparting the following: Claudio, the team finds itself in adversity, and we need seasoned players like you to step up. To which Pizarro replied, Coach, I shall execute your directives without fail. Excellent. Hanks continued, I plan to substitute you around the 60-minute mark, so once you step onto the field, do not concern yourself with fatigue. Strike relentlessly at the opponent's defense, exhausting their defenders. The outcome of the match hinges upon the intensity with which you and Kroos expend your energy. Recognizing Werder Bremen's fitness issues, Hanks intended to make substitutions around the 60-minute mark, specifically targeting Pizarro and midfielder Kroos. Prior to their substitution, he hoped they would exert themselves, pressuring the opposing defense to wear them down. This way, when the substitutes acclimatized to the rhythm of the game, they would coincide perfectly with the opponent's physical decline. Within Bayern's ranks, Pizarro was not considered an absolute star. Given his advanced age, he found himself at a disadvantage compared to Gomez and Mandzukic. As such, Hanks had never harbored lofty expectations for him, viewing him merely as a functional player. Pizarro nodded expressionlessly at the coach's remarks. Though reluctant, he resigned himself to the reality of his position. Ultimately, he was merely a rotational player at Bayern, far removed from the pivotal role he had occupied at Werder Bremen. Being given the opportunity to play was already a commendable outcome. What more could he possibly desire? As the second half commenced, Bayern accelerated the tempo of the game. The ball zipped around within Werder Bremen's penalty area, subjecting their goal to renewed scrutiny. Schaff, stroking his chin, exhibited a glimmer of concern in his eyes. He could clearly sense that Bayern's players were competing with heightened ferocity and determination, particularly in the midfield with Kroos and forward Pizarro. These two seemed utterly indifferent to the toll of fatigue, tirelessly running and relentlessly assaulting Werder Bremen's defense. In their efforts to contain them, Werder Bremen even incurred a yellow card. Schaff instinctively glanced towards the opposing bench, contemplating the intentions of the venerable coach Hanks. With such an opulent array of substitutes at Bayern's disposal, personnel adjustments in the second half were surely imminent. The player being substituted had already surmised that it would undoubtedly be Pizarro and Kroos. Given their current style of play, their physical endurance was insufficient to sustain them throughout the match. How ruthless of Hanks to employ such a strategy to exhaust Werder Bremen, while the latter appeared to have no viable countermeasures. Schaff glanced at his team's bench, shaking his head in despair. The depth of their squad was simply incomparable to that of Bayern Munich. In the 60th minute, the fourth official raised the substitution board, signaling Bayern Munich's first personnel adjustment. Number 10, Robben, entered the fray, replacing number 39, Kroos. Number 9, Mandzukic, took the field in place of number 14, Pizarro. Upon witnessing this alteration, Schaff immediately rose from the coach's seat. Mandzukic. Bayern had opted for Mandzukic rather than Gomez. Historically, Gomez had sustained an ankle injury during a match against Werder Bremen in the Telecom Cup, requiring surgery and a 3-month recovery. However, in this alternate timeline, although Gomez was injured, it was not his ankle but rather a thigh strain, from which he had recovered in 6 weeks. In the previous match, Gomez had even scored, demonstrating that his form was undoubtedly intact. Yet, Hanks chose not to field him, but instead brought on Mandzukic. Schaaf found it difficult to decipher Hanks' intentions, as he believed Gomez was certainly superior to Mandzukic and that Gomez's synergy with his Bayern teammates was far more refined than that of the newcomer, who had just transferred during the summer window. Nevertheless, Hanks had opted against utilizing him. This left Schaaf feeling somewhat anxious. The opponent's substitution caught him off guard and instilled an inexplicable sense of foreboding. With Robben and Mandzukic on the pitch, Bayern's tactics underwent another transformation. The combination of robbery was reignited, with Robben embarking on ferocious breakthroughs and cuts from the right flank. The already fatigued Elia was utterly incapable of containing him, repeatedly being outmaneuvered. Moreover, with Mandzukic's height in the penalty area, Bayern's aerial threat significantly increased. Within just 5 minutes of his arrival, Mandzukic had already attempted 2 shots, both of which posed considerable danger. Schaaf recognized the peril and promptly made his own adjustments, substituting Elia for Leukemia, whose height and robust physicality were intended to restrain Mandzukic. Concurrently, he repositioned Captain Fritz, advancing him from left back to a defensive midfield role, thereby establishing a double pivot to bolster protection in front of the penalty area. However, this strategy failed to yield desired results. On the contrary, with Elia off the pitch, Robben was afforded even greater space to maneuver on the right. In the 75th minute, Robben received a pass from a teammate and surged down the right flank. After an exchange with rivalry, he suddenly cut to the byline and delivered a cross to Mandzukic within the penalty area. Mandzukic had the opportunity to shoot but opted to control the ball with his chest, setting up a perfect chance for Ribery, who made a late run into the box. Ribery wasted no time capitalizing on the opportunities created by his teammates, delivering a powerful strike that found the back of Werder Bremen's net, thus leveling the score. The lead that Werder Bremen had maintained for the majority of the match evaporated in an instant. In Chapter 70, the end of the Bundesliga Giants' winning streak approached. Ribery, in the face of adversity, stepped up to assist his team in equalizing the score. The match still had time left, and Bayern possessed ample opportunity to extend their advantage. In the commentary box, Beckman passionately narrated Ribery's remarkable goal. The situation for Werder Bremen grew increasingly dire. The advantage they had nurtured for so long had been neutralized, which would undoubtedly weigh heavily on the players' psyche. Moreover, the Bremen players appeared to be running low on stamina, as evidenced by their visibly fatigued movements, with Juniozovic even beginning to suffer from cramps. Former Bremen player Marco expressed his concerns. Drawing from his experience as a professional athlete, he understood that during such intense matches, players often encounter a physical bottleneck around the 60 to 70-minute mark in the second half. If they could endure this challenging period, perhaps things would gradually improve. Yet, during this critical juncture, their predicament was most perilous, for their opponents would not grant them respite. Instead, they would exploit any weaknesses to deliver a decisive blow. Gerd Müller was thoroughly pleased with Bayern's goal and remained silent, curiously observing Lin Quan on the pitch. He was eager to see if this young player could rise to the occasion when the team found itself in distress. On the field, Lin Quan did not allow the opposing goal to easily demoralize him. He returned to the backline, comforting several teammates, retrieved the ball from the net, and brought it back to the kickoff point, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Bayern's celebration. For them, successfully thwarting Bayern's attacks was miraculous. Failing to do so was merely to be expected. At present, the team was not trailing, they had only been brought level. Winning this match would prove challenging, yet it was not entirely out of reach. In this moment, Lin Quan recalled Guardiola's words, his gaze traversing among Bayern's players, ultimately settling on the goalscorer Ribery. Compared to Robben, Ribery was more understated. His dribbles and cuts lacked Robben's flamboyance, yet his tactical significance within Bayern was undeniably equal to that of Robben. Without Ribery, Robben alone posed a limited threat. The true menace of this Bayern squad lay in the synergy between their two wingers. Once Ribery and Robben combined forces, they would become an indomitable presence in the attacking third. With that in mind, Lin Quan resolved to dismantle this formidable duo. Pass the ball to me after the kickoff, he instructed De Bruyne beside him. All right. De Bruyne readily acquiesced to Lin Quan's request without further question. Under the referee's urging, Bayern's players quickly concluded their celebration and reformed their lineup. They had merely equalized. The match was far from won. They needed to seize the moment and score again. The match quickly resumed, and Bayern's supporters anticipated that the unfolding scenario would mirror the previous one, with them dominating Werder Bremen. However, the situation on the field took them by surprise. After kickoff, Werder Bremen passed the ball to Lin Quan on the right flank, who, upon receiving it, boldly opted to challenge rivalry one-on-one. During the first half, he had been outmaneuvered by rivalry several times, but now it was rivalry's turn to face torment. Aware of Lin Quan's sharp dribbling skills, rivalry remained cautious, lowering his center of gravity and focusing intently on the ball at Lin Quan's feet. Yet, Lin Quan made no feints. Instead, with a deft touch and a simple yet effective maneuver, he effortlessly bypassed rivalry. Although he managed to evade rivalry, Badstuber seized the opportunity to clear the ball out of play, thwarting Werder Bremen's attack. Werder Bremen took the throw-in, and the ball quickly returned to Lin Quan's possession. He ignored his teammates and once again approached rivalry, taking small, deliberate steps as he charged toward him. Having learned from his previous encounter, rivalry was no longer fixated solely on the ball. He attentively observed Lin Quan's body movements, aiming to anticipate the direction of his breakthrough. However, this strategy bore no fruit, as Lin Quan executed a convincing forward feint that easily deceived rivalry. Taking advantage of rivalry's shifted weight, Lin Quan surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Badstuber attempted to replicate his earlier defensive maneuver, but Lin Quan evaded him with a diagonal run, skillfully avoiding his challenge as he advanced toward Bayern's penalty area. The experienced Dante promptly signaled for Gustavo to double-team Lin Quan, but he slithered away from their grasp like a cunning eel, returning to confront Badstuber once more. The latter had just regained his position and was still finding his footing when he saw Lin Quan charging toward him. Instinctively, he reached out to intercept, only to be easily bypassed like a mere obstacle. Lin Quan had penetrated the penalty area. However, the astute Boateng had already positioned himself to block Lin Quan's path, while several other Bayern players swiftly closed in, encircling him. Realizing he had neither the time nor the space to dribble further, Lin Quan, from a rather unfavorable angle, took a shot on goal. He executed a low drive that slipped past Boateng's defensive attempt. Unfortunately, Neuer, with unwavering focus, dove to secure the ball, dismantling Lin Quan's offensive effort. Although the opposing attack was neutralized, the Bayern defenders regarded Lin Quan with expressions akin to that of extraterrestrial observers. Fortunately, the shot did not find the net. Had it done so, it would undoubtedly have been hailed as the best goal of the Bundesliga round. Bayern was not intimidated. Lin Quan's audacious solo foray had not shaken their resolve. They continued their relentless assault on Werder Bremen's goal. In the 78th minute, Mandzukic made a crucial attempt within the penalty area, but the ball soared just over the crossbar, once again sending a chill down the spines of Werder Bremen's supporters. As it was Werder Bremen's turn to launch a counterattack, De Bruyne continued to pass the ball to Lin Quan, who boldly took on rivalry, forcefully breaking into Bayern's penalty area. Although he was ultimately thwarted by Dante's sliding tackle that sent the ball out for a goal kick. This offensive effort earned Werder Bremen a corner, providing them a moment to regroup. The corner was taken, and Arnautovic leapt to meet the ball, but his shot was securely gathered by Neuer. After retrieving the ball, Neuer swiftly exited the small box, executing a hand throw that sent the ball directly into Werder Bremen's half. His remarkable arm strength left one wondering if he was indeed a reincarnation of the Iron Fortress Atom Boy. The ball found Robin with precision, who, upon receiving it, charged into the penalty area and, after fending off a defender, unleashed a powerful shot. Millets, however, remained alert and managed to parry the effort. Yet, the ball rebounded into the path of Thomas Müller, who capitalized on the opportunity, scoring and overturning the match in Bayern's favor with a 2-1 lead over Werder Bremen in the 81st minute. The players of Werder Bremen were visibly disheartened. Their heads hung low in disappointment. On the sidelines, Coach Schaff did not lose hope despite the setback. Rather, he saw a glimmer of victory. Lin Quan's offensive play on the right effectively subdued rivalry. Although Bayern had scored, it was not through a structured attack. In fact, prior to their goal, the robbery connection had been severed by Lin Quan. If the coach had not discerned Lin Quan's strategy by this point, he might as well abandon coaching and return to farming pigs. He summoned Schmitz to replace the fatigued Juniozovic, enhancing midfield interception while bolstering passing ability. Additionally, he substituted Füllkrug for Arnautovic, bringing in Füllkrug's prowess for positioning and playmaking to support Lin Quan in the front line. If they could deliver a well-placed ball to Lin Quan, the score could indeed change. Coach Schaff had played all his cards. The rest was left to fate. In the 84th minute, Lin Quan continued his vigorous assault down the right flank. Anticipating his advance, Ribery, Badstuber, Gustavo, and Dante had formed an impenetrable web, determined to thwart his efforts. However, Lin Quan chose not to force the issue, opting instead to pass to Füllkrug. This pass was perilously executed, with several Bayern players lunging to intercept, nearly cutting off the ball. The ability to find a precise passing lane in such circumstances showcased Lin Quan's exceptional vision. Upon receiving the ball, Füllkrug promptly passed back to Lin Quan. His passing ability was evidently not as refined as Lin Quan's, and his intentions were all too clear, forcing Lin Quan to receive the ball with his back turned. Dante promptly positioned himself closely behind, obstructing Lin Quan's path. Without hesitation, Lin Quan executed a Cruyff turn, maneuvering around Dante's right side. Yet, astonishingly, Dante managed to keep pace, his explosive power allowing him to shift laterally just enough to obstruct Lin Quan's advance. How could he possibly keep up? Lin Quan was somewhat astonished. In terms of talent and skill, Dante was, in fact, inferior to Boateng several years later. However, Dante's form this year was exceptional, and his performance on the field undoubtedly reflected that of a top-tier defender. Dante was also taken aback. The way the kid received the ball was seamless, devoid of any discernible flaw. Had it not been for his robust physical prowess, he might have genuinely struggled to keep up with his opponent. Yet, before he could even catch his breath, Lin Quan executed a sudden dunk, vanishing from his sight in an instant. Dante hurriedly turned around, only to hear a sharp crack emanating from his knee. He let out a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching his knee in excruciating pain. Earlier, while attempting to intercept Lin Quan, Dante's body had already begun to buckle under the strain. Lin Quan's repeated dunks had placed immense pressure on his knee, and just as he attempted to further push his limits, his knee gave way. Having bypassed Dante, Lin Quan surged into the penalty area. Confronted by the charging Neuer, he calmly opted for a shot aimed at the far corner. The moment he struck the ball, he was brought down by Boateng's tackle. As he fell, he was met with the deafening cheers of the crowd. A gratifying smile spread across his face. Breaching Bayern's defenses had proven to be an arduous task. Lin Quan attempted to rise, but the pain in his injured right leg was excruciating, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Coupled with the fatigue from his earlier sprint, he found himself too weakened to stand. Players from Werder Bremen rushed to his aid, followed closely by the team doctor. Simultaneously, Bayern's medical staff entered the field to attend to the incapacitated Dante. A rather peculiar scene unfolded on the pitch. After examining their respective players, both teams' medical staff signaled to their coaches for substitutions. Bayern promptly replaced the injured Dante with Alaba, but Werder Bremen had already exhausted their substitution quota. Lin Quan struggled to rise from the stretcher, eager to return to the field and continue the match. However, Coach Schaff, upon noticing his swollen ankle, denied his request. Trust your teammates. They will not let your hard work go in vain. Thus, Lin Quan remained seated on the bench, applying an ice pack and receiving treatment for his swelling, while continuing to observe the match. Facing the relentless onslaught from Bayern, the 10 men of Werder Bremen displayed remarkable resilience in the final minutes of the game. The players defended tenaciously against Bayern's fervent attacks, even encountering situations where injuries occurred from blocking shots. United in their defense, the Bundesliga giants pressed for nearly 10 minutes, but were unable to breach Werder Bremen's goal. After enduring a lengthy 4 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Ultimately, the two teams settled for a 2-2 draw, with Werder Bremen valiantly defending their honor on home turf. Bayern's winning streak was thus brought to an end at the Weser Stadium. Chapter 71, Bayern's Excavator. Messi stirred as the match concluded. The players of Werder Bremen collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. The players of Bayern Munich wore expressions of dismay as they looked upon their opponents, who could barely stand. They were profoundly perplexed as to why their team had been held to a draw by such a struggling side. Having lost to them in the Telecom Cup and now being held to a stalemate in the league, one might wonder if, aside from Borussia Mönchengladbach, Bayern had acquired yet another nemesis in the Bundesliga. This match garnered considerable attention across Europe, and in its aftermath, the name of Werder Bremen resonated throughout the internet. Bayern supporters were filled with frustration, while fans of rival teams reveled in their misfortune, exclaiming that Bayern had long suffered in the Bundesliga. The most jubilant among them were the supporters of Borussia Dortmund, who, in this round of fixtures, decisively triumphed over Mönchengladbach with a scoreline of 5-0, thus dispelling the shadows of previous performances. The draw between Bayern and Werder Bremen meant a reduction of the points gap between the two teams by 2, marking a significant boon for Dortmund's title defense. Following the match, Marco Reus took the time to send a message to Lin Quan, inquiring about his injury while also expressing gratitude. The team had upheld their home honor, preventing Bayern from claiming victory on their turf. Coach Florian Kohfeldt expressed immense satisfaction with the outcome, specifically praising Lin Quan during the post-match press conference. Conversely, Jupp Heynckes of Bayern acknowledged that the team had given their all, taking full responsibility for the failure to secure a win. Fortunately for Bayern, they had not suffered a defeat, and thus no journalist pressed the venerable coach too hard. It was widely known that this was Heynckes' final season, prompting a degree of courtesy from the press. After accepting responsibility, Heynckes shifted his focus to commend the players of Werder Bremen, asserting that the tenacity they displayed was crucial in earning the draw against Bayern. More importantly, he noted that Bremen possessed a winger whom even Bayern found challenging to contain. Players like Lin, he remarked, are difficult to defend against even when targeted, possessing an extraordinary talent and potential akin to that of Lionel Messi. I harbor great optimism for his future. Heynckes' comments piqued the curiosity of the journalists, who inquired whether he harbored intentions of bringing Lin Quan back to Allianz Arena. Heynckes nodded affirmatively, stating that no one could refuse such an exceptional talent, and as long as Lin was willing, Bayern's doors would be open to him. At this point, Kohfeldt could no longer remain silent. He interjected, asserting that Lin was quite content at Werder Bremen and would not be leaving, at least not before the conclusion of his loan contract. The journalists, unfazed by Kohfeldt's remarks, hastily began drafting news articles, eager to produce a sensational story. As anticipated, many newspapers soon proclaimed that Bayern Munich had expressed interest in the young winger from Werder Bremen and was preparing to make an offer to Barcelona during the winter transfer window. If the goals scored against other teams in the Bundesliga previously held little significance, then in this match against Bayern's formidable defense, he demonstrated his extraordinary individual prowess by netting 2 goals, effectively silencing his critics and dispelling any doubts about his talent. Consequently, such reports not only fail to incite skepticism, but are regarded as entirely legitimate. Bayern Munich has earned an unflattering nickname in the Bundesliga, the Bundesliga excavator. In the face of Bayern's relentless recruitment, other teams find it nearly impossible to retain their star players, often losing them with uncanny precision. This practice has understandably provoked discontent among rival clubs, prompting their supporters to bestow upon Bayern this elegant moniker. This phenomenon underpins Bayern's unassailable dominance in the Bundesliga. If one cannot compete with you, they will simply poach your key players, creating a cycle where no team can sustain a prolonged challenge against Bayern. In addition to the reports of Bayern's interest in Lin Quan, Kicker magazine initiated an online poll following the conclusion of this match. Who is stronger, the 16-year-old Lin Quan or his contemporary Messi? They are acutely aware of the allure of such discussions. As a 3-time Ballon d'Or recipient and one of the most sought-after superstars in contemporary football, Messi's appeal and public interest remain unparalleled. Following this match, Lin Quan has also begun to make a name for himself in European football. The juxtaposition of this young rising star with the current titan of the sport is bound to attract considerable attention. Indeed, the poll sparked fervent debate online. While it is indisputable that Messi is currently the stronger player when comparing their abilities at the age of 16, some believe Lin may possess an edge. I beg to differ. Messi was not devoid of strength at the age of 16, he simply lacked opportunities to showcase it. In fact, his statistics in youth competitions were impressive. Before he turned 16, he scored 38 goals in 31 matches, including 9 doubles, 4 hat-tricks, and even a quadruple, while leading his team to victory in 3 tournaments. Can one truly claim that is inadequate? It is true that Werder Bremen does not offer the same caliber of support as Barcelona, thus compelling them to rely on younger players in crucial roles. Had Messi been placed in Werder Bremen during his formative years, he would likely have flourished even more spectacularly, perhaps achieving even more dazzling statistics. Clearly, Messi boasts a larger fan base, leading many to support him and assert that he was stronger in his youth. However, Lin Quan is not without his supporters. Come on. Do you truly believe that the 16-year-old Messi possessed such exceptional dribbling and breakthrough skills? Do you think I don't watch football? While the current Messi is undeniably formidable, it does not imply that he was equally so upon his debut. He has progressed incrementally to reach this level. And what of Lin Quan? This prodigy has displayed this level of talent from the outset. If he continues on Messi's trajectory, he may ultimately surpass even Messi's formidable legacy. After the magazine Kicker successfully ignited the topic, it released a new issue the following day. In this edition, they invited experts from the realm of football to draw comparisons between Lin Quan's showcased abilities in matches and those of a young Messi. Despite Messi's superstar aura, more than half of the 10 experts believe that at the same age, Lin Quan's prowess surpassed that of Messi. This conclusion sparked fervent discussions and reports throughout the German football community and even across Europe. While online fans dismissed the opinions as mere entertainment, the endorsement by experts could not be overlooked. Consequently, some individuals took the report seriously. For instance, fans of Werder Bremen frequently boasted that their team possessed a forward superior to Messi. Conversely, others scoffed, perceiving Kicker's claims as a mere publicity stunt to attract attention, such as Barcelona's youth coach Enrique and sporting director Zubizarreta. The more remarkable Lin Quan's performances became, the more anxious these two grew, particularly as they had yet to secure a contract renewal with him, and he showed no inclination to extend his stay. Fortunately, the summer transfer window had already closed, granting them time and opportunity to continue their efforts. Otherwise, given Lin Quan's current meteoric rise, it was likely that offers would flood in, overwhelming Barcelona's threshold. Within the Barcelona club, there were others closely monitoring Lin Quan's matches as well. After completing training that day, Barcelona's star player Messi hurried home and quickly opened his computer to search for recordings of Werder Bremen's matches. Since the last time Xavi informed him about a player in Werder Bremen whose style mirrored his own, Messi had begun to pay attention to Lin Quan. Initially, he regarded Lin Quan with mild curiosity, considering him somewhat similar to himself, unlike others who merely sought to bask in Messi's glory. However, as Lin Quan appeared in more matches and his performances improved, Messi found it imperative to take notice. The level of talent displayed by Lin Quan was no longer merely superficial. Particularly after watching Lin Quan's 2 matches with the Spanish national youth team, Messi was astounded. He recognized that the Spanish youth team employed Barcelona's tactical system, with Lin Quan embodying the same role he played at Barcelona, utilizing nearly identical tactical approaches. Messi could more vividly perceive the similarities in their styles. This player was almost like a replica of himself. Their dribbling techniques, movements, and shooting habits were strikingly alike. It was astonishing that someone could imitate him so closely. This has piqued Messi's curiosity about Lin Quan. He has nearly become an ardent supporter of Werder Bremen. He religiously watches every match in which Lin Quan participates, ensuring he misses not a single moment. If time does not permit him to watch the live broadcasts, he diligently seeks out recorded games online, observing and analyzing them repeatedly. After witnessing the thrilling Bundesliga clash between Werder Bremen and Bayern, Messi found himself swept up in excitement and fervor. This young man is truly passionate. In his own youth, Messi never exhibited such fervor. However, with his exceptional football intelligence and a playing style strikingly similar to Lin Quan's, Messi astutely identified some imprudent choices made by Lin Quan during matches. Upon reflection, he recognized that some of these mistakes were ones he himself often committed. Being too close to the action had clouded his judgment. Now, as an observer, he felt as if he were gazing into a mirror, uncovering issues he had previously overlooked. Consequently, he began to rectify these minor flaws, aiming to further enhance his prowess. The results of this endeavor were apparent, as Messi's goal-scoring efficiency surged to astonishing heights. The following day in La Liga, Messi was in sublime form, netting a hat-trick and providing 2 assists for his teammates. His remarkable statistics served as a clear rebuttal to the sensationalism propagated by the German media. By this time, Messi had scored 9 goals in the league, bringing his annual tally to 67. The king of Camp Nou was drawing ever closer to Gerd Muller's world record. Chapter 72. The generous Barca. As the media drew comparisons between Lin Quan and Messi, and German journalists scoured the globe for him, Lin Quan had quietly boarded a plane back to Spain. Initially, he had informed Guardiola not to send anyone for his arrival, yet upon landing at Barcelona airport, he was met by a welcoming party. "Uncle Pere, what brings you here?" The person waiting was Pere Guardiola, Guardiola's brother. Like Pep, He had once been a professional player but retired early due to a lack of talent and subsequently transitioned into a career as an agent. In Lin Quan's memory, he was a particularly busy individual, often traveling between Europe and Latin America in search of young players yet to be signed by other agents. I watched your match against Bayern and noticed your ankle injury. Knowing you might have difficulty moving, I informed Pep and came to pick you up. Per expressed his warmth, taking Lin Quan's suitcase and guiding him to his car. The wedding of Pep and Clara is being held in a seaside castle. Would you prefer to head straight there? Or should I drop you home first? As he started the car, Per turned to Lin Quan, who was seated in the passenger seat. What time is the wedding tomorrow? At 9:30 in the morning. Do you have anything planned? Well, I would like to visit Barcelona's club to discuss my wages. Since you are familiar with that area of business, would you accompany me? Per, of course, eagerly sought this opportunity, as he currently lacked any renowned star players under his management. Meanwhile, Lin Quan was rapidly gaining notoriety on the Bundesliga stage, his prospects seemingly limitless. Securing him would undeniably represent a significant advancement in Per's career. Indeed, I have had extensive dealings with Barcelona and am well acquainted with the club's circumstances. Let us proceed directly. Thus, the two departed from the airport, heading straight to the Barcelona club's location. Within the office of the youth team's head coach, Enrique sighed heavily. The negotiations regarding Lin Quan's contract renewal were progressing poorly, and the players' performances in the Bundesliga were increasingly impressive, leaving Enrique feeling quite unsettled. He had consulted with President Rosell on several occasions regarding this matter, yet the latter's demeanor remained notably indifferent. This indifference instilled a sense of foreboding in Enrique, leading him to suspect that he might be cast aside like a pawn. Particularly troubling were the whispers within the club suggesting that Martino would assume the managerial position after Villanova, confirming Enrique's worst fears. Oh, it is your own lack of integrity that has brought us to this point. No wonder I am compelled to act. Enrique had resolved that, should Rosell truly regard him as expendable, he would ensure that all of Rosell's secrets would be exposed upon his departure from Barcelona. You may play the role of the novice, but I shall take the lead. Let us see who truly upholds their integrity. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the office. Come in. Enrique snapped impatiently, his mood frazzled. The door swung open, revealing Barcelona's sporting director, Subasarita, accompanied by a balding middle-aged man with an unpleasant expression. Upon glancing at the newcomer, Enrique was taken aback. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to the former Barcelona coach. Guardiola. Who is this? Enrique inquired, perplexed. Subasarita clarified. He is Guardiola's brother. Enrique was puzzled. What could Guardiola's brother possibly want in the youth team? Surely, if he were returning to Barcelona to coach, he should be in the president's office, not here. Clearing his throat, the man began. I am here to address matters unrelated to Pep. I represent my nephew, Lin Quan, and I have been tasked with requesting his bonuses and salary from the club. This is the contract. I trust the club will acknowledge it. While the issue of salary was not directly Enrique's concern, Subasarita insisted on bringing Per to him. For Per, it mattered little. His only goal was to secure the funds owed, thus completing his task. He believed that Barcelona would undoubtedly resolve this matter, as they could not continue to dodge responsibility. Otherwise, should he choose to disclose this situation, the repercussions for Barcelona's reputation would be severe. Lin Quan's loan contract had been agreed upon by Enrique against considerable opposition. While the salary was modest, the bonuses were substantial. Initially, it was thought that Lin Quan would struggle to find playing time in such a competitive league as the Bundesliga, making goals hard to come by. However, much to their astonishment, he thrived in the league, scoring prolifically, which left Barcelona feeling significantly disadvantaged. Thus, a sense of grievance arose in Subasarita's heart towards Enrique, leading him to confront the latter. Had it not been for Enrique's insistence on the contract that granted Lin Quan a tenfold bonus, such a situation would not have arisen. Enrique felt a surge of anger. After all, Subasarita had initially agreed to this contract as well, yet now sought to lay the blame solely at his feet. Indeed, the whispers from above were correct. He had faltered in his competition with Martino. Otherwise, they would not have treated him in such a manner. With this thought, Enrique resolved to abandon all restraint. After all, it was Barcelona's money, and they were obliged to pay him without him having to delve into his own pockets. Naturally, he would not default on his debts. He would settle his salary and bonuses right away, especially since Mr. Subasarita was present to directly request the payment. Upon hearing Enrique's words, Subasarita scoffed, feeling quite displeased. How dare a youth team coach dictate to him? The sporting director? Did he think he was the head coach of Barcelona? Very well. Let us begin the calculations. Pair, indifferent to the inner thoughts of these two, proceeded to compute Lin Quan's fees based on the amounts stipulated in the contract, including match appearance fees, goal bonuses, and assist bonuses from the Bundesliga. The final result was a staggering 327 million, which surprised both Enrique and Subasarita, was 320,000 exorbitant. In truth, it was not particularly high, as many players within Barcelona earned significantly more. However, Lin Quan had signed a youth team contract, which typically yielded an annual salary of merely tens of thousands of euros. Having played for only a month, he had already amassed bonuses exceeding several times his annual salary. Was this reasonable? Mr. Pair, did you perhaps miscalculate? How could Lin Quan's bonuses be so elevated, surpassing those of over half the players in Barcelona? The Bundesliga had only been underway for a month, and he had already received bonuses exceeding 300,000. If this continued, would his bonuses not soar towards 2 or 3 million euros by the end of the season? In truth, a figure of 2 or 3 million euros was not particularly outrageous, considering Barcelona's average annual salary stood at 6.3 million, a number that was still less than half the average salary within the team. However, Lin Quan was not receiving a salary, but rather bonuses. When it came to bonuses alone, the number of players capable of surpassing him was no more than 5, which was indeed quite extraordinary. Indeed, it is clearly documented in black and white. If you do not believe me, look for yourselves. Pair unhesitatingly handed over his calculations and the detailed process to the others. Enrique and Subasarita exchanged glances and began to scrutinize the information seriously. As they examined the figures, both realized that something was amiss. Mr. Pair, as a former professional player, you must understand that friendly matches do not count towards official competitions, correct? Enrique noted that Pair had included 5 friendly matches and 2 Telecom Cup matches in his calculations, and a few lines of displeasure appeared on his forehead. Pele nodded, indicating his awareness of the matter, yet retorted, "Of course I know, but you did not emphasize in the contract that friendly matches do not count, did you?" Enrique and Subasarita were momentarily speechless. Did such customary understandings truly require explicit clarification? You merely stated that the matches representing Werder Bremen were to be counted, without mentioning that friendly matches were excluded, correct? Therefore, since it was not specified, Lin Quan represented Werder Bremen during the friendly matches and is naturally entitled to the bonus. Pele appeared resolute, convinced that even if the matter escalated to court, he would prevail, thus remaining unfazed. Let us proceed according to the contract. Enrique nonchalantly nodded, indifferent as it was not his money at stake, resigned to the situation. Subasarita shot Enrique a disapproving glance, feeling the pinch as he reluctantly paid the sum, then inquired, "Mr. Pele, regarding Lin Quan's contract renewal, I see that the 300,000 has been given, which is a trivial amount for a club as affluent as Barcelona. However, this sum cannot be given without purpose. He aims to demonstrate the club's sincerity through this payment to facilitate progress on the renewal front." Renewal? Lin Quan's contract has not yet expired. We need not rush this matter. We can discuss it when the time comes, Pele thought, intrigued but refraining from further inquiries. Decisively taking the money and expressing gratitude to Barcelona for their generosity. Offering such a substantial bonus to a player not yet 17 indeed showcased Barcelona's magnanimity. However, to Enrique and Subasarita, this sentiment resonated as a veiled mockery. Chapter 73. Attending Guardiola's wedding before arriving, Lin Quan calculated that including the DFB Pokal, he had participated in a total of 7 official matches, and according to the bonus standards outlined in the contract, receiving 150,000 euros would be quite commendable. Even if he included the 2 matches from the Telecom Cup, it would only amount to slightly over 200,000. Thus, when Pele approached him with nearly 330,000 euros in bonuses, Lin Quan began to question his very existence. What was Barcelona's sudden change of heart? I exploited a loophole in their contract to secure a bit more in bonuses. Pele discerned Lin Quan's confusion and elucidated his dealings with Barcelona. After hearing Pele's explanation, Lin Quan gave him a thumbs up. "Uncle Pele, you are truly impressive. Had I gone alone, I certainly would not have secured such a substantial bonus." Pele appreciated Lin Quan's praise, and with a sense of joy, further clarified, They likely did not anticipate your remarkable performance in the Bundesliga, hence overlooking this loophole. However, I am puzzled as to why your match fee, goal bonus, and assist bonus standards are so elevated. They nearly rival the bonus standards of many mid-tier La Liga teams. Lin Quan did not conceal the truth, recounting the circumstances surrounding Guardiola's departure and how he was unceremoniously dismissed by Barcelona. Upon hearing Lin Quan's account, Pelé appeared quite incensed. Humph, the ingratitude of Barcelona is truly astonishing. Pep has sacrificed so much for them, yet they treat him this way. Lin Quan nodded in agreement. But he believed this was merely the tip of the iceberg. 10 years hence, Barcelona's treatment of Messi would be even more outrageous. By the way, I heard from someone at Barcelona that your contract is nearing its expiration? Lin Quan nodded. My contract concludes in July of next year. Will you renew with Barcelona? Certainly not. A wise choice. I too believe it unwise to extend my contract with Barcelona. I shall not grant them an unwarranted advantage. After Per finished speaking, he hesitated momentarily, seemingly wanting to say something, but feeling shy about voicing it. Lin Quan could surmise his thoughts. He was indeed quite satisfied with Per's capabilities. However, he refrained from making an immediate decision, as his understanding of this uncle was not comprehensive. It would be prudent to consult Guardiola before reaching a conclusion. After receiving his bonus, Lin Quan asked Per to accompany him into the city to select a few gifts for his adoptive parents. Once they departed the city, they drove for over an hour on the highway before turning onto a rural road, ultimately arriving at a castle not far from the sea. Look who has returned. Upon seeing Per and Lin Quan emerge from the car, Guardiola approached with a hearty laugh, embracing each of them warmly. How was the journey? Are your foot injuries severe? Noticing Lin Quan's somewhat awkward gait, Guardiola inquired with concern. Had it not been for his wedding, he would have advised Lin Quan to remain in Germany and rest. The ankle injury could be either serious or minor. Insufficient rest during the recovery phase could easily exacerbate the condition. For a professional athlete, this poses a considerable risk. Thankfully, the injury is not severe. A few days of rest will suffice. Well, that is a relief. If you feel uncomfortable, please let me know. I know several renowned physiotherapists who can assist you. Lin Quan had no doubts about Guardiola's connections within the football world. Thus, he graciously accepted the offer without hesitation. Upon meeting Sila, Lin Quan presented the gifts he had purchased in the city. Guardiola received a tie, while Sila was gifted a pristine rhinestone belt. Both were delighted with their presents. Guardiola immediately donned the tie, proudly declaring it a gift from his son, his delight eliciting smiles from those around him. Sila also adorned herself with the belt, which fit perfectly and complemented her wedding dress beautifully, enhancing her allure. My dear child, why purchase such expensive gifts? You must have spent a considerable sum. Sila, amidst her joy, could not help but chide Lin Quan, clearly feeling that his gifts were overly lavish. Given his current salary, he likely expended half a year's wages. Fortunately, financial prospects remain bright. As long as you find joy in it, that is sufficient. It is commendable that you possess such sentiments. However, do refrain from purchasing excessively extravagant items in the future. I shall transfer some funds to your card. For being alone in a foreign land without financial means is untenable, especially considering the reportedly high cost of living in Germany. Like many mothers, Sela incessantly offered her well-meaning admonitions to Lin Quan, while Maria, stifling her laughter, playfully made faces at him upon being noticed. The wedding of Guardiola and Sela was marked by its understated elegance, with only their parents and close relatives in attendance, making for a gathering of merely a few dozen guests. Under the auspices of the priest, they exchanged heartfelt vows, exchanged rings, and then shared a fervent kiss. Their relatives stood to applaud, showering blessings upon the newlyweds. Lin Quan observed with a sense of reflection, indeed, the people here in Europe approach marriage with such caution. After 2 decades of courtship and raising a brood of children, they finally decided to formalize their union. To prevent any exacerbation of his injury, Lin Quan returned to Bremen that afternoon following the wedding. Prior to his return to Germany, he inquired with Guardiola about Per's capabilities. Guardiola spoke highly of Per, deeming him a reliable individual. Given their familial ties, appointing him as Lin Quan's agent would undoubtedly be beneficial for Lin Quan's long-term career development. After all, many agents in the football industry are primarily concerned with their own profits, showing little regard for the career trajectories of their players, much like the infamous Mino Raiola. Conversely, Per, being Lin Quan's uncle, would surely possess a more profound sense of foresight and care for his nephew. However, when compared to renowned agents such as Mendes and Raiola, Pear's influence in European football is considerably less. Nevertheless, as long as Lin Quan's talent remains formidable, this should pose no issue, for clubs will naturally seek him out. With Guardiola's reassurances, Lin Quan felt a sense of relief. Before departing, Lin Quan officially signed with Pear, appointing him as his agent. 5 days later, the 7th round of the Bundesliga commenced, with Werder Bremen facing Augsburg away from home. In this match, Lin Quan was not granted the opportunity to play. Coach Schaff was concerned about the potential aggravation of his injury, thus omitting him from even the matchday squad and leaving him to watch the live broadcast from home. Augsburg played with considerable vigor, striking first just 2 minutes into the game. However, Werder Bremen, having just engaged in a grueling battle with Bayern and buoyed by their momentum, swiftly equalized in the 19th minute. It is noteworthy that the goal was scored by Nils Petersen, a forward on loan from Bayern Munich, marking his first starting appearance for Werder Bremen. Since Lin Quan solidified his position as a key player, Nils had been afforded scant opportunities to play. Now, seizing the chance presented by Lin Quan's injury, he finally made his mark. Following his goal, Nils let out a roar, venting the frustrations that had long been pent up within him. At the onset of the season, when he was loaned from Bayern, it was anticipated that he would secure a definitive starting position at Werder Bremen. However, to his dismay, he not only failed to attain a starting role, but also struggled to make it onto the bench. His lack of opportunities to showcase his talent at Werder Bremen led Bayern to lose patience with him. A forward acquired for €2.8 million, he held little significance within the Bayern ranks. After scoring a goal, Nils was filled with ambition, envisioning himself as the hero of the team, hoping to win back Bayern's favor. Consequently, he frequently sought the ball in the attacking third, yet his slight frame could not withstand the physicality of opposing defenders, resulting in frequent loss of possession. Moreover, his limited appearances with the first team hampered his synergy with teammates. When De Bruyne passed to him, he often failed to grasp the intent behind the play, repeatedly missing De Bruyne's timely passes. As the match progressed, Werder Bremen found themselves at a disadvantage. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Augsburg scored again. In the 72nd minute of the second half, they netted another goal, bringing the score to 3-1. Time was running out for Werder Bremen. The players were disheartened, reminiscing about Lin Quan. Had he been present, given the opportunities created in the first half, the team would have surely scored at least 3 goals. Coach Schaff, recognizing the dire situation, decided to substitute Nils, bringing on Füllkrug instead. This change proved remarkably effective. Following his entrance, Werder Bremen's offense was revitalized. De Bruyne and Elias scored in the 78th and 86th minutes respectively, helping the team equalize the score. Had there been more time left in the match, given their offensive prowess, a stunning comeback could have been realized. Ultimately, Werder Bremen managed to secure a 3-3 draw away from home, earning just 1 point. After 3 winless matches, their ranking slipped to 4th place, overtaken by Schalke 04. In other matches, Bayern triumphed at home with a staggering 7-0 victory over Hoffenheim, seemingly unleashing all their frustrations from the prior match at Weser Stadium upon Hoffenheim. Meanwhile, Dortmund faltered again, drawing with Hanover away, accumulating only 10 points in 7 matches, and remaining 9 points behind Bayern. Notably, this season's dark horse, Frankfurt, suffered a significant defeat at the hands of the young Stallions, ending their 6-match unbeaten streak.